to prove that farmers are the strongest awakened profession. In one breath, plant 99 types of mutated plants in the yard, including the sexy Venus flytrap that loves to eat zombie brains, the anti-aircraft three-peater that can instantly kill all flying demons, the cherry bomb that can destroy an entire village with a single explosion. Even the corn cannon, comparable to a missile, is ready to fire. The reason I did this is that in this world, farmers are just ordinary workers. After awakening to this profession, I can only rely on farming for a living. This led to the kind homeroom teacher looking at me coldly. Even my girlfriend of 3 years mocks me. Facing their disdainful gazes, as a time traveler, I sneer in my heart. I can summon various plants from Plants vs. Zombies. Even if originally just a farmer without combat skills, I will possess a formidable military power. As soon as the school's awakening ceremony ended, I couldn't wait to return to the old house and start planting. First, I used the basic sunlight to exchange for all sunflower seeds. However, just a few seconds after planting, they sprouted and broke through the soil, growing directly into sunflowers. Currently, I have a total of 4 sunflowers, each producing 50 sun power per minute. It only takes 1 minute to break even. The rest depends on them to perform. After saving up a bit, I casually unlocked pea shooters and walnuts from the awakening space. In this way, the 3 plant gods are all gathered together. After that, I spent half the night planting a small plot of experimental fields. I successfully unlocked potato mines and sunflowers, and planted over 50 sunflowers in one go, along with over 100 pea shooters. Because my old house is not in the city, but in a small village on the border of the monster zone. So I secretly bought several rows of walnuts on the road to the city to defend against enemies that could appear at any time. After all, monsters are the biggest threat humans face in this world. So I simply treated the monster nests as imaginary enemies. There is a lot of skill in this formation, with the outermost layer being the indestructible walnuts. Behind each walnut, 3 to 5 potato mines are buried. The wasteland on both sides of the street was filled with rows of pea shooters by me. Checking the time, it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning now. I plan to go back to my room to rest and expand my plant layout the next day. Just as I stepped in the door, a sudden alarm sounded urgently from the wall of Yunzhou City. To my surprise, I was suddenly attacked, and my drowsy mind instantly woke up. The 3 long and 1 short frequency was clearly a warning of the imminent arrival of a small-scale tide. My brows furrowed instantly as I gazed towards the direction of the city area. On the walls of Yunzhou City, torches were already being lit, and the defending troops were assembling in a disorganized manner. Just a few minutes after the alarm sounded, in various houses in the village, lights were hurriedly turned on one after another. People hurriedly packed their belongings and prepared to evacuate. The big man living opposite my old house, wearing shorts, rushed out in a panic, frantically knocking on my courtyard door. "The tide is coming, hurry, don't sleep." Even the neighbor aunt had packed up, standing at my door and shouting loudly, "Yunzhou is about to be sealed off in a while. If you can't get in before that, dealing with the tide won't be child's play." After they finished speaking, they prepared to follow the main force and flee towards Yunzhou City. Normally, between the sounding of the alarm and the arrival of the tide, there is about a 10-minute window for people outside the city to prepare to return. Then the city gates are tightly shut, relying on the towering city walls and numerous high-level military-class transferers to resist the tide. Fighting against monsters is a skill exclusive to combat-class transferers, and it is also their duty. In contrast, those who failed to transfer occupations and lifestyle class transferers like me can only honestly seek refuge. But at this moment, excitement flickers in my eyes. "Grandpa and Grandma, you go ahead. I'll finish packing and catch up with you." As I push open the door, I not only don't slow down, but this simple sentence surprised everyone present. Water damage is no joke. Why not escape quickly? Watching everyone's chattering advice, I just shook my head slowly, smiling without saying a word. For me, water damage is like a heaven-sent opportunity. The plants I'm planting now are in a rush, and I, on the other hand, am still just a farmer without self-protection ability. If the abilities of the profession are exposed, it will inevitably face suppression from certain forces and assassination by imperial spies. And this incident of water damage may be what draws attention from the official management of Yunzhou, and even arouses suspicion from the imperial capital officials, thus achieving the goal of handing oneself over to the country. After all, there is nothing bigger than the country in this land, and only by understanding the country's resources can one grow better. After being persuaded by everyone for a while, seeing that I still insisted on my own opinion, they didn't say much more and left without looking back. I returned to the backyard, casually planting 2 pea shooters, took a deep breath, looked around. Since everyone had left, it was time for me to perform. The plants sprang into action. With a command from me, the whole village suddenly echoed with sparse sounds as the plants that had been arranged in advance everywhere sprouted from the ground. In just a few seconds, they grew to full size, numbering in the hundreds. Pea shooters peek out from both sides of the main road, swaying slightly in the cold night breeze. The nearly waist-high walnuts stand on the ground, appearing shaky and easily collapsible, but I know very well that these things can easily withstand a round of machine gun fire. On the ground behind the walnuts, there are a few inconspicuous small potato mines. These are the potato mines I planted myself. Before obtaining the squash, the small potato with a steel pipe inserted in its head is considered the king of cost-effectiveness. Sunlight of 25 can cause massive damage. I found a place with a good view to hide, eagerly awaiting the performance of my plants. About 5 minutes after the villagers retreated, the foremost group of monsters rushed over, though their numbers were not many. But even from a great distance, the roar could be clearly heard. The leading giant wolf monster stirred up dust as it swiftly charged towards the village, emanating a strong stench of blood within the dust. In the next second, the sound of peas breaking the wind, the frontmost pea shooters have already begun the first round of attacks. Fist-sized peas are forcefully shot out, landing on the front few giant wolf monsters, causing a burst of blurry flesh. Those guys were clearly stunned, obviously not expecting to be attacked before reaching the city wall. Just outside, a few peas drew first blood. Meanwhile, the other violent beasts howled to the sky and charged towards the village's main road. However, the next second, they were stopped by those giant brown nuts, and were halted in their tracks. Among this group of beasts leading the charge, none could fly, so they attempted to attack, trying to break through the nut wall. But strangely, these things that looked wobbly and unstable turned out to be incredibly tough. Even their skill attacks were completely ineffective. And in the gap as they attacked the nut wall, another small group was shot down by the pea rain from behind. Some more intelligent beasts noticed something was amiss and chose to detour around, trying to pass through the gaps between some nearby houses and the nut wall. However, the next second, accompanied by a huge explosion, the scent of roasted potatoes filled the night sky. Sitting on the roof of their own house, they watched in astonishment as several meters-high beasts were blown away in the distance. They were surprised by the power of the potato landmine, which could kill 3 beasts with just one blast, and among them was a level 40 elite monster. At the same time, I sensed that my level had reached 20, which meant I had reached the limit for the second transformation. After reaching level 2, more plants should be unlocked. Watching the power of the potato mine, I started to yearn for the cherry bomb. Even the small potatoes have such high damage. The cherry bomb might just blow up the whole village directly. While I was watching the show, Wei Tsongfeng, the minister of the military department in the office building of Yunzhou City, was gripping the phone with a furrowed brow. The beast tide stopped, and suddenly began to battle in an area far from the city. Is there something blocking them? Just now, the frontline observer responsible for monitoring the beast tide called and reported something that everyone couldn't understand. Some unknown force actually intercepted an eastern beast nest, which did not arrive in Yunzhou as expected. Although the city wall is just a branch of the beast nest, with such a large-scale monster, without strong firepower suppression, it would be impossible to easily intercept them all. With the frequent tides, it's not a good sign. Now, not just Yunzhou, but the entire Blue Star is facing a precarious survival. The increasingly frequent instances of problems, loss of control, and tide invasions are the best evidence. The opinions are becoming stronger and I hope we humans don't fall behind. The god of wealth Cloud Step, murmured a chubby person in the office. It is Mayor Zhang Mingshu of Yunzhou City. Wei Tsongfeng hung up the phone in his hand and looked at Zhang Mingshu in front of him, then spoke slowly. The list of outstanding talents for this year hasn't been released yet. Although our Yunzhou has never produced any prominent figures, there are still many young talents emerging. After this selection, I plan to compete with those academies for talents. Zhang Mingshu's face still shows worry. If the military doesn't absorb fresh blood soon, when the older generation retires, who will be able to defend Yunzhou? Wei Feng furrowed his brows and continued, we must investigate what caused the obstruction this time. If it's just infighting among the monster clans, that's one thing, but if it's a job changer, even if they beg, we must bring them to the military. Zhang Mingshu let out a slow sigh and reminded everyone to keep a low profile, regardless of who the other party is, after this obstruction. The internal environment of Linzhou is bound to become turbulent, and such a presence will surely attract many unnecessary troubles. Early the next day, the soldiers guarding the city walls finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had been highly focused all night but didn't see any signs of a supposed monster invasion, leaving everyone curious. What exactly happened last night? The red monkeys were particularly active. The moment the gates of Yunzhou City were unsealed, they rushed out quickly, fearing that delaying even a bit would cause the clues to disappear. Following the direction marked by the observers, they quickly arrived at a small village. However, the moment they entered through the village gate, everyone was immediately struck by the deeply shocking scene before them. On the main road, which is only about 2 to 3 people wide, corpses of monsters are scattered all over, with various limbs still visible among the ruins. What kind of traces are these? Such large craters couldn't have been caused by humans. Could it be from high-level firearms? A few red monkeys in a circle are having a simple discussion. Soon, someone raised objections. With such a large area of gunfire last night, it's impossible not to see any flashes, and there are no shell casings or grenade fragments at the scene. It might be other high-level professionals making a covert move. However, even at the villagers' refuge last night, no one could come up with a reason. Everyone is deeply puzzled, wondering who the big shot was that prevented the entire situation. At the job change plaza in the center of Yunzhou City, I was squatting at the breakfast shop's entrance eating breakfast. I was planning to return to the city early for my second job change, but unexpectedly due to the dampness, the job change plaza, which has been open 24 hours a day, is now unexpectedly closed. Coincidentally, at this moment, the large screen on the department store in front of me is broadcasting news about the invasion of monsters. The battle last night was almost a complete victory. There have been no losses on the military side. You could say that Yunzhou has never seen such an achievement. Furthermore, some strange little things were found on the battlefield. These are plant remnants similar to fruit shells, but they are extremely hard, to the point where even bullets cannot penetrate them. After glancing at what the journalist held, I furrowed my brows slightly. Isn't this the broken piece of my nut wall? Fortunately, I haven't linked this thing to myself yet. After a short wait, the job change hall on the square finally opened. The crowd waiting for a job change gradually gathered around. I quickly walked over and stood in the front row. As soon as the door to the job change hall opened, I rushed forward and placed my hand on the job change crystal. With a flash of white light, my level cap reached 40, and I unlocked the new talent, Botanical Management Mastery. I can freely control the status of all planted plants within a range of 1 kilometer, whether it's their growth or output. This talent saves me a lot of effort. After repelling the dampness last night, I spent a full 2 hours tending to the plants I had sown, to deal with the plants I had planted. In addition, there are new plants to unlock. With my current sunlight reserves, unlocking all these plants is a breeze. It's simply a walk in the park. Meanwhile, at the city hall in the center of Yunzhou, Mayor Zhang Mingshu and Minister of the Military Wei Tsongfeng, the two looked at the object in front of them, exchanging glances. This brown piece of wood, the only useful item found after searching the entire battlefield. The efficiency of your military department is really poor. Zhang Mingshu sighed, rubbing his temples with a headache. Wei Chongfeng furrowed his brows. That's the battlefield where he fought with Shou Chao. A high-level area covers most of the village, so only this tombstone can be found. The next morning, I got up early, stretched lazily out of bed, and looked at the smiling sunflowers around me. I felt very satisfied in my heart. In just one night, the total number of my sunflowers has soared to 500,000. With so much sunlight, I can't even modify it with a cheat when playing games. Leaving aside other matters, I must stock up more cherry bombs. After that, whether it's entering a dungeon or doing something else, just casually have fun with explosions. After exchanging for the cherry bombs, I quickly put on my clothes, walked out the door, and headed towards my school. When I entered the classroom, my classmates were in a noisy group, with many of them discussing the damp attack that happened the night before last. No one noticed my presence at all. Everyone paid no attention to me. I walked casually to my seat, sat down, and didn't notice the sharp gaze of someone behind me at all. The class teacher of the association also entered the classroom, greeted everyone, and all the students quieted down to line up in the corridor, ready to go to the college auditorium for the comprehensive quality test. Entered the list of graduating students. Then he briefly explained the school's arrangements. Due to the impact of the damp attack, as usual, it was definitely impossible to group up for the dungeon like normal. However, the school won't just throw a bunch of rookie transfer students directly into society. After all, without a basic level, those inexperienced transfer students may even struggle with beginner dungeons. Therefore, the school plans to have teachers lead students of different levels. Form a large group to clear out the closest beginner dungeons to Cloud State. Firstly, those dungeons are close enough to Cloud State, so the probability of high-level monsters appearing is relatively low. Secondly, with the protection of the teachers, the personal safety of the students can be guaranteed. Furthermore, helping the authorities clear the dungeons can also enhance the reputation of the academy. Moreover, with other academies staying idle, the school should not start leveling up early in the initial stage, which can also see some resources from other academies. But before that, it is customary to first gather information on all graduates of this year, and conduct the final round of statistics. Then, based on the different comprehensive qualities of the graduates, determine the order in which they enter the dungeons. The ranking on the leaderboard mainly depends on the student's level, profession, talent, and daily study performance, which can best reflect the overall quality of a transfer student. Naturally, students who rank high can receive the school's focused attention and be recommended for promotion. I sit calmly in my seat without showing any emotions, but inside, I'm starting to get excited. As someone with a non-combat profession, where will I rank on this leaderboard? After the homeroom teacher finished giving some instructions, all the students quickly gathered in the school auditorium. Tomorrow, the school principal held the microphone, already waiting on the platform for a while, explaining the conference rules tirelessly. The two teachers behind then connected the computer and displayed the blank leaderboard on the main screen. The staff below quickly took action, using special devices to collect the career information of each student. After the collected information was agreed upon by the students, their grades, career talents, and levels were all displayed on the upper screen. Following that, the rankings on the graduation leaderboard began to appear gradually, and the students below started a heated discussion. After the job change ceremony, everyone had a rough idea, but at this moment, they couldn't help but envy those high-level job changers. Around halfway through, the initial form of the leaderboard was already established, and as speculated by many, the top-ranked individuals were all outstanding students from each class, especially my archenemy Lu Xing, who firmly secured a top 3 position with a significant advantage. Seeing the envious and jealous looks around him, Lu Xing almost wanted to raise his head to the sky. With the information collection nearing its end, it was no surprise that he had secured his position. Not getting first place in the college means nothing. Once I enter society, I'll have talent, resources, and connections. At that time, those brats in the college will realize the gap between us. Looking at his high ranking, Lu Xing was already envisioning his bright future. However, before he could be happy for long, a few sudden voices came from the side. What's going on? He's actually in first place, starting with a life profession. This farmer who changed professions is actually in his 20s. Amidst those exclamations, everyone in the room turned their heads in unison and looked at me sitting at the back. Sitting calmly in my seat, everything happening before me is within my expectations and goes according to my plan. After all, just 2 days after graduating, skyrocketing to level 20 in the farmer profession, no matter where, I am an extremely explosive presence. Watching the group of deans and the college president huddled together on the platform, nervously discussing something, I understand in my heart that my goal has been achieved. Seeing the intense discussion sparked by the people around me, my homeroom teacher Li Chen starts to panic. This doesn't seem to align with his plans. Originally, it should have been Lu Xing who emerged out of nowhere. For Lu Xing to secure a top 3 position, as the homeroom teacher who has supported Lu Xing for 3 years, whether in this college evaluation or in the selection of outstanding homeroom teachers, he is confident. Moreover, Lu Xing's father is the general manager of the largest bank in Yunzhou. If he could gain favor with his father, his status and position would definitely surpass over 90% of the people in Yunzhou. However, my appearance has disrupted all of this. How could a trashy life profession reach level 20? Lu Xing also didn't expect to fall out of the top 3 and face his most detested rival. He quickly looked to Li Chen for help. Li Chen fell silent, slightly adjusted his mindset, then got up and walked towards the college president with a smile. The current situation far exceeds his original expectations, and he must figure out what's going on. The dean, accompanied by a group of department heads, arrived at my side. The elderly man in his 70s was extremely excited, immediately activating the Gale step to accelerate. I could even see his hands trembling slightly. You must be student Li Chen. What is your level? I knew he was skeptical. After all, for a lifestyle class changer to awaken their profession and reach level 20 in just 2 days, it was truly unbelievable. So I directly brought up my information panel, pointing to the details and reassuring the dean that my level was genuine, with no tricks. Upon seeing my information panel, the dean widened his eyes in shock. It wasn't just level 20, I had even completed the second transformation. Such terrifying strength. The old dean took a while to calm his overly excited heart, then raised a long-standing question. How do lifestyle professions level up? And to level up so quickly? I looked at the old dean's curious and astonished eyes, calmly stating that all it took was planting some crops. Instantly, the whole hall fell silent, engulfed in a deathly stillness. Many thought I was joking, believing that planting crops could level up. But what use did it have for those combat professions? But the dean, being over 70 years old and experienced, picked up on some clues from my tone. He could sense that my profession was definitely unique. He nodded slightly and said, "Wait a moment, we will discuss this in detail in my office later." After finishing speaking, he waved his hand to signal me to sit down first, then eagerly turned back to the podium to announce the end of the meeting. Shortly after, he swiftly approached me with quick steps, swiftly took me away, and led me towards the principal's office. We quickly arrived at the principal's office, where the old principal, now much more relaxed, but still extremely excited, after all, reaching level 20 in just 2 days after changing jobs. Looking around, the entire Cloud Province is at an unprecedented level. Now there are only the two of us in the office, no need to worry about eavesdroppers. If there's anything you want to show, feel free to bring it out. Seeing this, I became less reserved, reaching into the awakening space to take out a seed, then stood up and went to a flower pot to bury the seed. As I worked on my hands, I explained, "Actually, what I planted is not your typical crop. If the space is large enough, I can show you other lethal weapons. For now, I can only show you the most basic pea shooter." As I mentioned this, I lightly snapped my fingers, and the seed in the flower pot began to grow rapidly. In just a few seconds, it swelled into a huge walnut the size of an adult. Behind the office, Principal Su Minghong suddenly opened his mouth wide, his aged face filled with astonishment. The color and texture of the walnut wall in front of him were all too familiar. As a longtime friend of Mayor Zhang Mingshu, he immediately recognized that the walnut wall in front of him was exactly what the military and the city government had been desperately searching for. However, to be safe, he still used an identification technique on the nut wall. It can withstand any attack below level 40. After looking at the feedback panel 50 times, Su Minghong almost cursed. The defense of this plant is not based on numerical values, but on the number of attacks, which is simply outrageous. Soon, Su Minghong realized that the military and the city government had found the mysterious job changer they had been looking for 2 days, standing in front of him. Roaring at the dean, "Why don't you calm down first?" I watched Su Minghong, who was breathing heavily, feeling a bit scared that this old man might lose his temper and take action against Su. Trembling, Su Minghong spoke, "I'm afraid my Yun Tian Academy cannot accommodate such a big shot like you. I plan to report your situation to the higher-ups. What do you think?" I nodded without hesitation, but then asked thoughtfully, "If we report directly, will it still require using the Academy's recommendation quota?" Su Minghong across from me paused slightly and said, "Your situation is quite unique. We will need to report your situation first before discussing further details." After that, I had no other questions, so I showed the dean the unlocked positions and briefly explained their functions. After a conversation, Su Minghong finally decided to personally take my crops to the city hall, planning to continue reporting layer by layer through the mayor's connections, ideally aiming to be reported directly to the imperial capital authorities. Given my current strength, there's no need for me to grind money with those ordinary job changers. It's better to have the country pay attention quickly, so I can rise with the wind and achieve great things. The dean and I quickly reached an agreement, so we decided to leave the dean's office for now. When I calmly returned to the classroom, my classmates surrounded me excitedly, eager to ask what had just happened. However, I simply brushed off their questions. I don't intend to reveal everything until the dust settles. So far, everything is proceeding steadily as I predicted. At this moment, Su Minghong in the office had changed clothes and stored all the tasks I left behind in the storage ring. He drove off towards the city hall. After a period of driving, Su Minghong finally arrived at the mayor's office. Seeing Su Minghong's wrinkled old face, Zhang Mingshu stood up with some confusion. Su Minghong smiled happily and said, "I have good news for you, old buddy." Then he took out a huge nut and smashed it on the office's tiled floor. Zhang Mingshu sat down on the ground, eyes wider than copper bells. "This is how the fragments originally looked," he stammered, his tone filled with disbelief. "Now, besides Minister Wei Tsongfeng from the military, he is the one who knows the best about the plant fragments retrieved from the front line. The first time I saw this thing, it wasn't as exaggerated as you. Don't get too excited. I have even more important news." Su Minghong seemed calm. This successfully piqued Zhang Mingshu's curiosity. "What happened? Have you met that mysterious career changer?" Su Minghong waved his hand casually. Not only did he meet that career changer, but also one of our students at the college. Zhang Mingshu hadn't even settled down and he jumped up again, sharply questioning, blocking the mysterious career changer. How could it be a student? He felt his head buzzing and was almost speechless. Su Minghong smiled, "Old buddy, you may not believe all this, but it's the truth." Zhang Mingshu stood still. After decades of absence, his heart was once again filled with excitement. He then slammed the table and exclaimed excitedly, "Bring him to me right now. I want to see him immediately." Seeing his old buddy's attitude, Su Minghong also breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought his report would face obstacles, but now it seemed Zhang Mingshu was even more enthusiastic than him. However, what he wanted was not just Zhang Mingshu's appreciation. "Old Zhang, can we treat such talent specially? If I'm not mistaken, I think we have a policy in Huaxia for individuals of this level. A policy specifically for talents of this caliber." Su Minghong didn't say it directly, but Zhang Mingshu already knew. "You mean the Tongshan plan?" Zhang Mingshu's expression paused for a moment, then he slowly spoke. "I didn't expect you to voluntarily make such a request. At this moment, I am like the other classmates in the class, busily tidying up my belongings at my desk, because the graduation list has been finalized. All that's left is to wait for the teachers to prepare and then head out to grind levels. Actually, I'm still debating whether to go. After all, it's to help the new job changers without levels in the academy level up. It feels like a waste of time for someone like me who's already over level 20 to go and test the waters. But at this moment, a system sound suddenly appeared in my mind, saying to kill the poison hands below level 30 to 200, and get rewarded at the item shop. I was instantly overjoyed, never expected the cheat code to activate at this moment. But thinking back to the items in Plants vs. Zombies, I took a sharp breath. Could it be that I can also plant things like planting a small cart directly like planting plants? You see, no matter what it is, as long as it's on the invincible small carts route, it will all be crushed under the wheels. That's the pure concept. The sudden appearance of the system made me immediately make up my mind. I must participate in the school-organized dungeon. Currently, I've stocked over 100 cherry bombs, so completing 200 kills should be very easy. After that, I continued to pack my things. However, there was suddenly a knocking sound outside the noisy classroom. Then, several well-dressed officials walked in. They asked, "Is Li Chen here? Mayor Zhang wishes to see him in person." The elder brother with kind eyebrows and eyes asked the classmates. The classroom instantly became even more noisy. "It's too exaggerated," actually catching the attention of the mayor. "Just changed jobs 2 days ago and already reached level 20. If you can do that, you can also be received." I packed up my belongings and stored them in the storage ring, then confidently declared myself as Li Chen. The attitudes of those city officials immediately became more enthusiastic. They held my hand and led me out of the classroom. I soon found myself in the city's exclusive car, and in less than half an hour, I arrived at the front door of the top-floor office of the city government. Before I even knocked on the door, someone inside eagerly came out to greet me. This was the Li Chen that old Su mentioned. It was unexpected to see someone so young with such abilities, and Zhang Mingshu had a big smile on his face. Not a trace of the mayor's airs. I was extremely surprised internally. I thought I would quickly contact the authorities through the dean, but unexpectedly, I ended up contacting the mayor directly. At that moment, Dean Su Minghong walked out of the office and stood next to Zhang Mingshu, giving me a smile and nod. Zhang Mingshu didn't beat around the bush. He directly asked me, "If what Dean Su said is true, you are the mysterious class changer we've been looking for. What exactly did you do to repel that damp branch?" Faced with a personal inquiry from the mayor of Yunzhou, I didn't need to hesitate. I looked up and met Zhang Mingshu's excited gaze, and I came clean with him right away. I just didn't want the monsters to attack Yunzhou City, so I casually planted some plants to kill them, and then naturally leveled up to 20. Although Zhang Mingshu remained composed on the surface, his heart was already in turmoil. The time of the damp outbreak, right after the class-changing ceremony, when he repelled the monster army without a basic level, this couldn't be just talent. Afterwards, he quickly handed over the prepared prize money to me, and sincerely expressed his gratitude. To share the pressure for the military, I unreservedly accepted the gold card handed to me, offering myself to the country. Isn't it for the sake of gaining more resources? There's no need to be hesitant, as this is just the most common form of support. Zhang Mingshu visibly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw me accept the gold card, then asked a more crucial question. "What is the highest level you can reach now, and how much higher can you go?" I pondered for a moment, then slowly replied, "It's hard to say about reaching the top level, but from what I see now, at least within the same level, there should be no opponents to be found." Zhang Mingshu's eyes revealed immense excitement. Setting aside the actual strength of the young man in front of him, just based on the confidence and courage displayed, he was captivated by me, an unfinished student. What Zhang Mingshu didn't know was that I was being very modest in my words. I possess pea shooters with percentage rules, powerful potato mines, and cherry bombs. These things, not to mention within the same level, even for those who have changed jobs once or twice, as long as I have the time to prepare in advance, I can easily achieve a one-hit kill. Zhang Mingshu was like a curious baby, eagerly wanting me to showcase the plants. He was very eager to know what kind of power they possessed. Surprisingly, I could engage in battle without any levels. I was already familiar with this, so I casually took out a flower pot from my storage ring, randomly throwing out a twin shooter in potato mine, inevitably eliciting a gasp from Zhang Mingshu. Then, I followed up with the explosive Mayor Zhang. I have other lethal plants here, but I'm afraid of blowing up this office. How about we go to the wilderness and test them there? Zhang Mingshu nodded repeatedly and suggested that he has a better proposal for the testing ground. Although the previous water damage issue has been resolved, the impact of the water damage is not ideal. In a certain area, there are many copies that have become chaotic and abnormal due to water damage, causing many career changers to be unable to link normally. This has led to a significant halt in related industries. In order to address these issues, both the military and the municipal government are already overwhelmed. However, there are still many places that have not been cleaned up in time. In Zhang Mingshu's opinion, if the position I want to test is really that powerful, it would be perfect to use my hands to clean up the monsters inside the chaotic copies. Half an hour later, a black sedan with official license plates parked outside the main gate below the western city wall of Yunzhou. Upon seeing the familiar license plate, the soldiers on duty respectfully stepped aside and saluted. Not long after the car stopped, a strong man in black military uniform warmly approached from the military tent. "What wind blew you here, Lao Zhan?" Zhang Ming said, raising an eyebrow at Wei Songfeng, who came forward and casually asked, "Is the defense and cleaning of the copies going smoothly? I need to use a place for testing some new things." To test some new things. Wei Songfeng immediately became interested in testing the new weapon developed by the research department. Zhang Mingshu mysteriously smiled, looked at me beside him, and took out something to show him. I wasn't to be outdone, raised my hand and took out my storage ring. With a flash of white light, a seed the size of a fingernail appeared in my hand. Upon seeing this scene, Wei Songfeng was completely dumbfounded. He had lived for most of his life and seen a lot, but he had never seen anything like this before. Upon learning that it was a cherry seed, Wei Songfeng was at a loss for words. He looked at Zhang Mingshu in front of him, though no words were spoken. But the silence at that moment was deafening, having come specifically to test this thing. Seeing Wei Songfeng's indescribable expression, I added, "The explosion range of this thing should be over 9 times that of a hand grenade. As for the power, I can't say for sure." Listening to my serious explanation, Wei Songfeng's frown deepened. He bypassed me and used a sound transmission technique to ask Zhang Mingshu, "Where did you find this person? You didn't get scammed, did you? Cherry seeds exploding over 9 times the range of a hand grenade? Do you have any common sense left?" Zhang Mingshu just raised an eyebrow and responded using sound transmission, "Whether it's a mule or a horse, try it and you'll find out." Wei Songfeng was speechless for a moment. The front lines were tense, he was extremely busy, with a team waiting, there was simply no time to waste here. After speaking, he prepared to turn and leave. As a result, Zhang Mingshu's next words left him stunned in place. "But if this young man is the one we've been looking for 2 whole days and nights, mysterious envoy." Wei Songfeng widened his eyes, let out an exclamation, then quickly calmed himself down and made a warning gesture to us. "Here is a military position set up. Outside are all chaotic monsters running around. If we want to test weapon power, that place should be perfect." We quickly arrived at the location. This is considered the front line where the military and monsters are in conflict. As soon as we arrived, having just finished a battle, there is a faint smell of gunpowder around the base. The defeated monsters have retreated to the jungle 100 meters away, lurking and waiting for an opportunity. The soldiers guarding this place quickly took advantage of the lull to start cleaning up the battlefield. Wei Songfeng nodded at me. "There's no need to choose a suitable time. This open space is about 100 square meters. Should be enough for testing." I looked at the empty space in front of me, squinted slightly, and slowly spoke. "When will the next round of monster attacks be? The terrain here is very suitable. Besides cherry bombs, I can also test some other things." Wei Songfeng was momentarily stunned, immediately understanding that I wanted to face the crisis head-on, furrowing his brow. "This is just a temporary setup. If we delay, we won't be able to stop the monster's attack. Are you sure you want to do this?" Without hesitation, I confidently state that I have more than enough capability to deal with the monsters here with my profession. "If you don't mind, I'll start now." Wei Feng originally wanted to stop me, but Zhang Mingshu beside him gently held his hand, indicating that everything was fine. The next moment, he saw me take out a shovel and a bunch of black seeds from my storage ring, and started planting. This scene left not only Wei Feng dumbfounded, but also the soldiers in the formation. Even the people brought over by the mayor were shocked to see someone planting vegetables on the battlefield. Wei Feng stuttered as he asked Zhang Mingshu, "Tell me the truth. What profession is this kid?" Zhang Mingshu smirked and simply replied, "Farmer," indicating that his talent level is only at the basic white level. Wei Feng couldn't contain himself anymore and blurted out that it's too risky to have someone with a lifestyle profession act like this, even if he has exceptional abilities. However, the limits of all attributes are there. Perhaps a single aftermath of battle could easily overwhelm him. However, the next moment, he fell silent as the things I planted instantly revealed their full form, with lush green vines breaking through the soil. It was as if magic had been cast, coming to the rescue just in time. Looking at these plants, Wei Feng was left in a daze. The various strange-looking plants puzzled him, and he couldn't help but wonder if that tide of dampness back then was repelled by these things. After receiving Zhang Mingshu's affirmative answer, Wei Tsongfeng immediately released the identification water on the plants I had planted. The walnut can withstand any attack below level 40. Before watching it 50 times, a plant-related phrase popped out of his mouth. You call this a plant? It's sturdier than the shields distributed uniformly by the military. Saying that, he couldn't help but release the identification water on other plants. The peas shot by the ice pea shooter inflicts fixed damage on monsters below level 40. Every 5 peas shot will leave a normal monster wounded. 10 peas to kill a normal monster. Slowing effect lasts for 10 seconds. The chomper can devour all enemies below level 40, instantly killing them after chewing. Potato mine can cause small range group damage. Explosion will directly kill within the blast range. All enemies below level 40. One plant introduction after another, making Wei Tsongfeng more and more excited. Playing with level 40 monsters as if they were nothing. What kind of joke is this? In remote small cities like Yunzhou, in the surrounding instances, less than 30% of monsters reach level 40. That means, the young man in front of us can slaughter 70% of the monsters in Yunzhou. And he can continue to level up. Wei Tsongfeng dares not imagine how powerful these plants can become in the end. Just then, on the watchtower of the stronghold, a scout on duty urgently sounded the alarm, detecting abnormal activity from nearby monsters, as if the next wave of attacks was coming early. In an instant, the entire camp went on high alert, with all soldiers fully prepared to engage the approaching monsters. Coincidentally, I had just returned from the ground when I heard the news. I gestured towards Zhang Mingshu, indicating there was no need to worry the soldiers. Leave these duties to me. Actually, I wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to complete the assigned task. Besides, these plants don't hold back when they fight, and if they accidentally injure a soldier, it would be quite troublesome. Zhang Mingshu now trusts me completely, nodding directly. Wei Tsongfeng beside him didn't say anything either, as he was also eager to see how these plants would fight. The ground began to tremble slightly, with roars of various monsters coming from all directions. Following that, a wolf-like monster rushed out of the jungle, roaring angrily, heading straight towards the human camp. In the next moment, a pea-sized ice-blue projectile flew out, hitting the head of the wolf-like monster directly. White frost instantly spread from the point of impact, covering the entire body of the monster in a matter of moments. This is not a traditional ice-type skill at all, but more like a certain rule of slowing down. It's incredible! Wei Tsongfeng exclaimed, completely disregarding his image. Next to him, Zhang Mingshu also had an incredulous expression, his mouth so big it could fit a fist. He only knew that my plants were strong, but he didn't expect them to be this powerful. Soon, the plants on the battlefield swiftly entered combat mode, with various peas flying in all directions. Potato mines also emerged timely, shaking the front nut wall, standing firm and unyielding. Due to the new formations this time, many new roles were added, and the efficiency of killing monsters has improved significantly. There are slowing effects from the ice pea shooters, with monsters charging from all directions. It's even difficult to approach the nut wall, even if one manages to rush to its front. Behind them, the chompers are waiting. What level of firepower is this? If we surround our Yunzhou city wall with these plants, one punch and we'll be flying. Soldiers protected by plants discuss with excitement written all over their faces. Since they joined the military, this is the first time they have experienced such an easy battle. They can just sit in the rear and don't need to worry about the monsters outside. I stand in the rear, squinting at the battlefield. Experience floods in like a tide, but this amount won't allow me to level up much. The main issue is that the number of attacking demons over there has started to decrease. At this rate, it won't be long before these monsters are defeated and flee. Forget about leveling up. The 200 monster tasks given by the system can't be completed. Looks like we have to use cherry bombs to harvest the final wave. Just as this idea popped up, next to me came Wei Tsongfeng's confusion. Among the many plants you've planted, I didn't see any exploding cherries. I chuckled, casually took out a seed the size of a fingernail, and threw it into the chaotic battlefield in front of me. In just 1 or 2 seconds, it grew into a shape resembling 2 basketballs tied together. The next second, the weapons and equipment laid out in the deep trench, along with violent shaking, scattered everywhere. The soldiers who were just discussing together were also frightened by this sudden explosion, lying on their backs. What on earth is this thing that has turned the battlefield into a flat ground? With the cries of a few soldiers, everyone's attention was focused on the battlefield. The monster corpses scattered everywhere have all disappeared without a trace, turning everything into scorched earth as far as the eye can see. Looking at the scene in front of me, I couldn't help but get goosebumps. I had anticipated the power of the cherry bomb, but didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Just one blast brought my level up to 32, even directly completing the task of killing 200 monsters. When I turned back to look at Zhang Mingxu and Wei Songfeng, their faces were filled with shock, breathing heavily. Immediately calling for a meeting, we must report as soon as possible. I raised my eyebrows and then understood their intentions. Currently, the urban management of Huaxia consists of the municipal government, the military department, and a city council. When the municipal government is about to make certain key decisions, they will convene the city council for consultation. Zhang Mingxu is currently in a hurry, taking photos of his duties. These things will be reported by me as important evidence to recommend entry into the Tongxian plan. What level are you now? I remember that life professions can unlock new skills each time they change jobs. Wei Songfeng quickly walked over to me and asked. When Wei Songfeng found out that I had reached level 32, he promptly said that the remaining 8 levels would be handed over to the military department, arranging for the second squad of the military department to help me reach level 40. Shortly after, a smartly dressed, spirited young lady came to me, introducing herself as the captain of the second squad of the Yunzhou City Military Special Forces. I smiled and introduced myself as Feng Wei. Soon, I started to get acquainted with the members of the second squad. Hours later, in a certain area within the western outskirts of Yunzhou City, I was yawning while sitting under a tree. Standing beside me were 2 fully armed military soldiers, with several soldiers nearby, forming a defensive position with a large number of plants. Groups of monsters were killed, their splendor turning into light flowing into my body. Watching my experience steadily increase, I stretched lazily, feeling quite content. Indeed, life is comfortable when supported by the official system. While killing monsters is something I can easily do on my own, the nature of entering a dungeon is different. Because my main body is just a very fragile farmer profession, it's easy to be ambushed by sudden monsters when entering the dungeon empty-handed. Now, with several soldiers guarding me, not even a mosquito can fly within a 10-meter radius. I just need to plant the plants and find a corner to relax. Bored to death, I started to check out the newly unlocked Dave's Prop Shop, where there are many extremely powerful items in Plants vs. Zombies. Among them, the most iconic item is undoubtedly the little pushcart. As the only designated weapon in the world of Plants vs. Zombies, this thing, apart from Dr. Zomboss, is the ultimate means to instantly kill everything. If I can unlock it directly from the shop, I won't need to plant any plants. I can retire as a farmer on the spot and become a ruthless weed exterminator, setting up hundreds or thousands of little pushcarts to push this world flat. The more I think about it, the more excited I get. The first thing that catches my eye is the grass patch that all players can obtain, which can ignore any defense, forcing the killing of an enemy whose level is no more than 10 levels different from mine. The next one is the invincible little pushcart. Just as I was about to purchase it in full, the unlocking condition instantly dumbfounded me. It requires killing 1 million monsters, while I have only killed a total of 1,000 monsters so far. So many monsters to kill until the seas run dry and the rocks crumble. But soon I discovered a clue. Marked on it was that as long as I or my plants kill the monsters, it can be counted in this value. In that case, one can completely have the official soldiers hold pea shooters and kill monsters in the instance. Just as the plant pots are unlocked, one can easily find someone to boost. Just as I was still immersed in how to unlock the little cart, a pleasant voice came. The monsters here were almost cleaned up. Should we change the place to spawn monsters? The captain of the second team, Fongwen, appeared by my side. I didn't know when. I nodded, rubbed my stiff neck, and stood up with his support. Suddenly, I noticed that Fongwen's delicate oval face seemed familiar. Miss Fongwen, you were also a student at Yuntian Academy before, right? I think I've seen you on the wall of outstanding graduates from previous years. After hearing this, Fongwen clearly paused for a moment, then nodded gently. I graduated from Yuntian Academy about 3 years ago. I smiled. So you're a senior. You become so powerful in just 3 years. By the way, do you know what the Transcendence Plan is, senior? My understanding of this world is basically limited to the memories of this body. It wasn't until my conversation with Zhang Mingxu that I learned so much about the Transcendence Plan, but what he said at the time was very vague. He only mentioned that it is for elite professionals who don't indulge in idleness. In my own understanding, the training device is basically something like a certain higher education institution. Although the Fong-won in front of me is an outstanding graduate of that year, he must have had similar experiences. So, thinking of trying to get some information from him, I didn't expect that as soon as I mentioned this, there was a subtle change in Fong-won's expression. His eyes flickered slightly, seeming somewhat desolate. He didn't even get a recommended student spot back then, let alone participate in the Tongxuan program. Hearing this, I couldn't help but feel puzzled. Fong-won is an outstanding graduate. In Tianyun Academy, there are only 3 spots for outstanding graduates in each level. Since they can all make it onto the photo wall, how could there be no spot for him? Seeing my puzzled expression, Fong-won sighed slightly. He realized that in this world, many things cannot be achieved with just effort and talent. I did have the qualification to get the recommended promotion spot, but in the end, it didn't fall to me. Instead, it was taken by another person named Lu Feng. Fong-won sighed and was about to continue, but suddenly realized that his current job is to teach me piano, so he shook his head slightly. He changed his mind and said, "Let's leave here first. If you're interested in these matters, I can tell you on the way." At this moment, the sun was setting in the west. In the villa area of Yunzhou City, Lu Xing, with a panicked expression, paced back and forth in his living room. The arrogance usually present on his face was now replaced with fear and unease. His father, Lu Xian, sat on the sofa, watching his son's restless movements. Feeling increasingly annoyed, he stopped him directly, furrowing his brows and asking, "Lu Xing, what's gotten into you? You made a call as if you were injected with chicken blood. What's wrong? Who called just now? And what did they say?" Hearing his father's voice, Lu Xing's face turned pale, finally ceasing his meaningless pacing. His hands and feet began to tremble uncontrollably. "Dad, something happened. It seems like my uncle's assistance to me has been discovered. Am I going to jail?" Lu Xian nearly spat out blood on the sofa. "Your uncle? Assistance? What is this? Explain it to me clearly." Lu Xian's tone immediately turned serious. Lu Xing's eyes wandered, never daring to meet his father's gaze. His uncle, who was also his homeroom teacher, had been secretly arranging benefits for him behind his father's back. If Lu Xian found out about these dealings, he would surely be furious. But now, the only one who could help him out of this current predicament was his father, Lu Xian. Lu Xing hesitantly explained his secret dealings with his homeroom teacher, using connections to claim Li Chen's subsidy. As his uncle, the homeroom teacher hoped to improve his relationship with Lu Xian, the general manager of Yunzhou Bank, through special treatment of Lu Xing. Coincidentally, Lu Xing was also dissatisfied with his father's stinginess. The two of them conspired to exploit Li Chen, who had just started school. For 3 years, everything had been going smoothly during these 3 years. However, unexpectedly, as graduation approached, Li Chen seemed to undergo a sudden transformation. Not only did his temper become more stubborn, but he even managed to reach level 20 within 2 days during the Beast Tide invasion, despite choosing the farmer profession with white talents. Just now, Lu Xing's uncle called in a hurry, saying that the classmate they had arranged to replace Li Chen for the subsidy had been taken in for questioning by the dean. The implication was clear. Obviously, they had been exposed. The homeroom teacher fled the school immediately upon receiving an urgent arrest notice from the municipal government. So, he hurriedly called Lu Xing, hoping to reach Lu Xian through him to find a solution. After all, besides Lu Xian and his son, there was another influential figure currently working in the council. After listening to Lu Xing's account, Lu Xian slammed the table in anger and scolded, "Idiots! You two fools! Daring to do such things for a small gain." Saying this, he raised his hand to strike. Lu Xing retreated in fear, not daring to make a sound. However, Lu Xian suddenly furrowed his brows. Supporting his chin, he muttered to himself, "Wait, Li Chen, could it be him?" Suddenly, Lu Xian remembered the young man who had visited the bank with a large bag of gold coins a few days ago. At that time, he had sensed that this young man was extraordinary, with a background surely out of the ordinary. He never expected his son to provoke such a person. Smack! The more Lu Xian thought about it, the angrier he became. He stood up abruptly, walked over quickly, and gave Lu Xing a harsh slap. "You fool! How dare you provoke anyone and everyone!" The sound of the slap was crisp, causing Lu Xing across to quickly cover his face and kneel on the ground. Along with the sound of the slap, a young man in a white suit, with elegant demeanor, walked in from the door. Huh? Dad, what's going on? Did your younger brother anger you again? Don't be angry. Can't we sit down and talk about it? Lu Xing, kneeling on the ground, covering his swollen cheek, tearfully looked up. Brother, you have to help me. Brother! The person who suddenly walked in from the door is Lu Xian's eldest son, Lu Feng. After graduating from Tianyun Academy, Lu Feng, one of the current interim representatives of the Yunzhou City Council, obtained a recommended student quota through some means. After studying for 2 years at a prestigious academy in another city, he returned home successfully and, with the influence of his father and his outstanding performance, entered the council. Mayor Zhang Mingshu urgently convened the council, claiming to announce a major event that had never happened in the entire Yunzhou. It seemed that a student who also graduated from Tianyun Academy possessed some astonishing talent. The mayor decided to report it and spare no effort to nurture this budding genius. The council is officially held tomorrow, so Lu Feng came back specifically to pack up his office supplies. Unexpectedly, as soon as he returned home, he witnessed such a scene of filial piety. Lu Xing was still kneeling on the ground, crying. Lu Xian, sitting on the sofa, looked visibly angry. In Lu Feng's memory, his father had always been a very good-tempered person. This current display clearly showed genuine anger, so Lu Feng quickly inquired about what had happened. Lu Xing, covering his face, recounted in detail what he had just told his father. When Lu Feng heard the name Li Chen mentioned by Lu Xing, he immediately reacted. Li Chen? Are you sure about this name? Lu Xing, at a loss. I've been his classmate for 3 years. How could I not know his name? Lu Xian, frowning slightly, asked. Xiao Feng, judging by your expression, do you know this Li Chen? Lu Feng shook his head. I wouldn't say I know him, but this person is the topic of the mayor's council this time. I'm not familiar with the specifics, but the mayor's evaluation of him is an extremely rare top genius, although a bit exaggerated. Those were Zhang Mingshu's exact words. Hearing this description, Lu Xian was shocked and at a loss for words. He had some understanding of the mayor, who was known for being steady. To describe a novice professional in such terms, it was evident that this young man named Li Chen was incredibly powerful. Thinking back to how Li Chen casually threw a large bag of gold coins on the bank counter earlier, this Li Chen guy definitely had an extraordinary background. Either he was a descendant of some military or political bigwig, or he was the eldest son of some noble family. In any case, someone of this caliber was definitely not someone they could afford to provoke. Lu Xing daring to provoke such a person in the academy. It's possible that their whole family would be dragged into this unexpected situation. Thinking of this, Lu Xian couldn't help but feel his breathing quicken. Seeing this, Lu Feng sighed. Ah, this Li Chen. If I have time, I'll ask someone to investigate his background. Younger brother. Of all people you could provoke, you had to provoke such a prominent figure around the mayor. Lu Feng shook his head helplessly and left to pack his things. Lu Xian sat on the sofa, lost in thought. Just recently, Lu Xing had turned 18, needing to face the country's laws as an adult. I embezzled the aid funds, which has already constituted a serious crime. Ah, after a while, Lu Xian let out a long sigh. Although his second son was a bit foolish, he was still his own flesh and blood. He couldn't bear to see his son end up in prison. But this matter was indeed Lu Xing's fault in the first place. At this rate, there was only one solution. Lu Xian sighed heavily, took something out of the nearby safe, then turned to look at his son and said, Before, this Li Chen did business with me. When he was given the gold card, he left his address. At this point, no small trick can handle the situation. Honestly, bring a gift and come with me to apologize to him. As long as Li Chen is willing to write a letter of forgiveness for you, although it won't prevent you from going to jail, it can greatly reduce your sentence. Then we'll have your brother pull some strings, and staying for 10 days to half a month will be fine. Making him apologize and admit his mistake to Li Chen. Thinking back to his initial relationship with Li Chen and seeing the current reversal, Lu Xing bit his lip, feeling very uncomfortable. But this was the only way. Even if there were 10,000 things he didn't want to do, he had to endure it. As the sun set in the west, several hours had passed in the blink of an eye. With the help of the military, Li Chen effortlessly rose to level 40. During this leveling period, Li Chen also gradually became acquainted with Fangwen. At the same time, through chatting with Fangwen, he learned about some events from 3 years ago. It was then that Li Chen realized Fong was like another version of himself. Both came from humble backgrounds and worked hard to study. Fong was even stronger than Li Chen, transitioning to a combat profession during the awakening ceremony. Despite the limitations due to lack of talent and resources, she still excelled, ranking second on the graduation list. However, despite her outstanding performance, she still couldn't obtain the coveted recommendation spot, all because of Lu Feng in her class. Coincidentally, her class teacher was the same person as Li Chen's. Enviously, she looked at Li Chen. Li Chen, you're really amazing. Your strength is so great that you're not bound by worldly things, so you can break free from the constraints that limit ordinary people and reach higher places. Unlike me, stuck in this small yunzhou. If only she had the same strength as Li Chen back then, perhaps now she would be living a completely different and exciting life in the capital city. Lost in thought, Li Chen couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Before he could reflect further, Fong, who was driving in front, turned back and asked, "You actually live in this kind of place? Do you need me to ask Minister Wei to help you find a place to stay in the city?" Taking on the task of taking Li Chen home, Fong followed Li Chen's directions and drove all the way to this small village. Seeing the simple surroundings, she even started to feel sorry for Li Chen, especially after chatting and learning about Li Chen's background. She felt, in terms of hardship, Li Chen had it worse. Li Chen waved his hand, rejecting Fong's kindness. Jokingly, if he really moved to the city to live, there wouldn't be enough land for him to squander. He was still counting on growing sunflowers and calendula at midnight to make a fortune. Fong hit the brakes, and the military pickup truck stopped steadily outside Li Chen's yard. Before the results were announced, Fong suddenly frowned and murmured, "Li Chen, do you know these two people?" Following Fong's direction, Li Chen couldn't help but be stunned. Is this Lu Xing? Lu Xian? When Li Chen got off the military pickup truck, Lu Xing and his son on the street were both startled. Especially Lu Xing. His heart almost stopped in fear. He thought Li Chen had personally brought the military to arrest him. "Manager Lu, what's going on here?" After hearing Li Chen's question, Lu Xing took a step forward. He seemed like he wanted to say something but hesitated. It was as if he was choking. Seeing this, Lu Xian walked up quickly from behind, politely bowed to Li Chen, and said, "Li Chen, it may seem abrupt to bring up these old matters now, but we came here precisely to eliminate the misunderstandings and unpleasantness from before. Although it may be sudden, I hope Li Chen can be magnanimous and accept my son's apology." While Lu Xian was speaking, Fong had already opened the car door and stepped out of the driver's seat. She held a pair of handcuffs in her hand, leaning against the car door, silently looking over. Before parting ways, she would be responsible for Li Chen's safety. If these two people in front of her dared to offend Li Chen in any way, she would immediately step forward and detain them on the spot. The next moment, Lu Xian reached out and pulled Lu Xing out from behind. His tone became stern. "Enough waiting. Isn't it time now? Hurry up and apologize to Li Chen." Lu Xing gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, his face turning the color of pig liver. It took a great effort for him to finally squeeze out a few words from between his teeth. Li Chen, I'm sorry." He struggled to get the words out. Seeing this, Lu Xian didn't say a word. He just stepped forward and slapped Lu Xing hard across the face. Smack! In the quiet and peaceful village at dusk, this sound was particularly crisp and loud. Many people were drawn to the commotion. The neighbor auntie was the first to react, abandoning her cooking and rushing out with a ladle in hand. She then mouthed to Li Chen from a distance, asking what was happening and if he needed help. Li Chen gently shook his head to indicate that everything was under control. The slap had completely knocked the temper out of Lu Xing, who instinctively covered his swollen face with his hand, bowing his head in shame. Lu Xian then formally bowed to Li Chen again and said, "Li Chen, Lu Xing has confessed to me everything he did to you at the academy. To be honest, this child's despicable actions were purely due to his youthful ignorance and the misguided influence of some ill-intentioned individuals, leading him astray for the sake of petty gains. Lu Xing has deeply repented for his wrongdoings at home, and he came here hoping that you, Li Chen, could forgive him and reconcile. Today, all the neighbors and this young lady from the military can also bear witness to this." With that, Lu Xian turned his head to look at Lu Xing, who had been bowing his head all along. Lu Xing knew there was no turning back once the arrow was released. His cheeks still burned from the slap. If he hesitated further, he would undoubtedly receive another slap. With no other choice, Lu Xing suppressed his anger and took 2 steps towards Li Chen. Then, he bent down deeply, bowing at a 90-degree angle. In a low voice, he said, "Li Chen, I was wrong. I shouldn't have played tricks on you in the academy. Shouldn't have looked down on you. Shouldn't have conspired with the class teacher, and done such things behind your back. After returning home, I thought a lot. I was blind and ignorant, couldn't distinguish right from wrong, and ended up doing such outrageous things. I deeply realize my mistakes now, and I hope you can forgive me." His voice was soft but clear. The people around were somewhat puzzled, because the original Li Chen was honest and weak in character, and fearing to disappoint his fellow villagers, he had never told anyone about being bullied in the academy. The Li Chen who crossed over had no intention of discussing such trivial matters with others. Therefore, the villagers around were truly puzzled by this sudden apology event. At this moment, Li Chen squinted his eyes, feeling something was off. Could this Lu Xing really be apologizing so sincerely? Based on Li Chen's understanding of Lu Xing, abnormal behavior indicated hidden motives. This inexplicable apology seemed like they were afraid others wouldn't know they had ulterior motives. Sure enough, shortly after Lu Xing finished speaking, Lu Xian stepped forward again, wearing a friendly smile, and approached Li Chen, whispering, "Li Chen, we are now considered partners. Considering Lu Xing's past actions, I hope you can do me a favor and let things go." It's quite embarrassing to say. Given Lu Xing's current situation, if he gets caught, he won't be out for at least 3 to 5 years. He's still young, with a bright future ahead. If he wastes it in prison, as a father, it's truly more painful than death. So, I hope Li Chen can be more understanding. Write a letter of forgiveness. We can discuss how to resolve past issues privately. A letter of forgiveness? Li Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at Fong Wen beside him. Fong Wen nodded knowingly and explained. A letter of forgiveness is usually used to resolve personal disputes. Once one party signs it, it publicly announces forgiveness for all actions of the accused, and the punishment for the accused can be mitigated. After Fong Wen finished explaining, Lu Xian quickly took out a thick parchment bag from his pocket and discreetly handed it to Li Chen. With a smile on his face, he said, "Li Chen, please be understanding. Be understanding." Li Chen was speechless for a moment. Indeed, this father and son had no sincerity. The so-called apology was just a means to escape punishment. The apology was just a formality. The focus was on the parchment bag in Lu Xian's hand. Did they believe that any conflict could be resolved with money in their eyes? Li Chen chuckled helplessly, then grinned and said softly, "Take this back. I don't accept your apology." Li Chen deliberately raised his voice when he said, "I don't accept it." Instantly, the two opposite him, especially Lu Xian who had been smiling all along, showed a hint of embarrassment on their faces. Lu Xing, who was almost bowing his head to the ground, was almost driven to spit blood out of anger. He was filled with curses and violent thoughts, wishing he could just tear Li Chen apart on the spot. But, in the end, he could only think about it. Li Chen, I truly know I was wrong. I shouldn't have bullied you in the academy, or colluded with the class teacher to take your subsidy. I will definitely change. Just forgive me, and I'll do whatever you ask in the future. Under the pressure of reality, Lu Xing had to once again humble himself and beg Li Chen for forgiveness. If it had been the previous honest Li Chen, he might have softened his heart. Unfortunately, this Li Chen is not the same as the other Li Chen. Li Chen smiled faintly, raised a hand, gently propped up his chin, and murmured, "Anything else you want to do? Even if you smash my head in right here, it's useless. You, just wait obediently to eat prison food. Oh, besides prison food, there's also endless soap to pick up." Lu Xing's legs felt weak hearing this. Lu Xian also felt a tightness in his heart. Just as he was about to continue persuading, he heard Fong Wen's voice from the other side. "I've also received a message here, requesting Lu Xing to pack up and head to the city hall. Over at the city hall, they are launching a serious investigation into the official subsidy case. Lu Xing, I happen to be heading back to the city. Do you need a ride?" Turning around, Fong Wen was leaning against the door of the military pickup truck, looking calm, looking at Lu Xing. It didn't seem like she was looking at a person, but at her own newly acquired achievement. Lu Xing shuddered, feeling a bit unsteady on his feet. Beside him, Lu Xian had a dark expression and led his son away from the scene. "Well, it seems you don't want a ride in my car." Watching the father and son get back into the car and drive away, Fong Wen sighed, looking somewhat regretful. Li Chen smiled and nodded symbolically at her. Thanks, senior sister Fong Wen shook her head. This is just part of my job. No need for thanks. Well, I need to report back to the military headquarters now. If you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me anytime. With that, she pointed to her phone, waved her hand, and got back into the car. The engine started, and the heavy military pickup truck disappeared in no time. A neighbor, an elderly lady, appeared next to Li Chen at some point, looking anxious as she asked, Xiao Yang, who are you getting involved with? The man just now. He's the general manager of Yunzhou Bank, right? I've seen him when I was depositing money. Why are you cooperating with him? You didn't take out a loan, did you? Xiao Yang, we can't get involved in that kind of thing. Absolutely not. If you don't listen to Auntie will. At first, the neighbor's tone carried a hint of reproach, but as she spoke, her voice began to tremble. In fact, many years ago, the neighbor's own son ended his life at a young age because he couldn't repay a high-interest loan. So over the years, the elderly lady had been very sensitive to such matters, fearing that Li Chen might also go astray. All right. Li Chen gently patted the neighbor's back, signaling her to relax. But the old lady continued to nag like a machine gun, giving countless reminders. Despite being a bit verbose, she had been a simple and kind person for many years, treating Li Chen like her own. Though not related by blood, she was closer than many blood relatives. After all these years, don't you understand me yet? I don't touch those things. Li Chen smiled faintly, simply indicating that everything was fine. He then mentioned that he had received an award from the city hall for his outstanding performance. With that, he took out a storage ring, retrieved the gold card with 5 million yuan that Ming Shu had given him, and handed it to the elderly lady. The old lady had never seen such a thing, and 5 million was a distant number for her. She wiped away her tears, carefully took the card, and said that at her age, she wouldn't spend much money anyway. She considered it as Li Chen storing the money with her, and whenever he needed it, he could come to her. Li Chen smiled, seeing the old lady's emotions had calmed down, and then returned to his own yard, listening to the buzzing of insects in his ears. Gazing at the moon hanging overhead, Li Chen took a deep breath and opened his system panel. Sunflowers, let's start planting. After about an hour, Li Chen had planted over 50 sunflowers in his yard. The sunlight was increasing at a rate of 2,500 points per minute. With the free flower pots in the system, Li Chen could even fill his room with these plants. However, sunflowers produced light while generating sunlight. To ensure his sleep quality, it was better for these sunflowers to stay outside. After planting the sunflowers, Li Chen leisurely returned to his bedroom. He checked the plants he currently owned. As he opened the list, a variety of plants filled Li Chen's eyes, momentarily overwhelming him. Apart from the pea shooter, sunflower, walnut, marigold, potato mine, and repeater that had been unlocked earlier, Li Chen had spent almost half of his sunlight on emptying the newly unlocked plant shop. Besides the previously showcased snow pea, cherry bomb, chomper, and squash, there were two comrades that Li Chen had not yet had the chance to display. They were the beloved cabbage pult and kernel pult. The cabbage pult, needless to say, was somewhat of a slightly enhanced pea shooter, nothing much to mention. But the kernel pult was worth discussing. Kernel pult, price 100 sunlight, cooldown time 7.5 seconds, attack interval 2.9 seconds, plant characteristics, able to throw corn kernels or butter chunks that ignore natural terrain, causing fixed damage to monsters below level 40, increasing with level. 10 corn kernels or 2 butter chunks can kill a monster, and the butter chunk will temporarily immobilize the hit enemy for 4 seconds. With the same attack power as the pea shooter, it also came with a high damage control effect that triggered with a probability. In this world, it was already considered a supermodel level item. However, this was not the kernel pult's most powerful ability. You see, the kernel pult's greatest use was not for attacking enemies but as a fusion material to transform into the largest plant in Plants vs. Zombies, the Cobb Cannon. This thing had its fair share of drawbacks: slow reload, expensive cost, and long cooldown. But these were not enough to overshadow its immense glory. With the giant corn soaring into the sky, the whole world would cheer for it. Of course, that was just wishful thinking. Li Chen preferred to stay grounded. He shifted his focus to the other 3 items, which could be considered as bonus gifts: Sun Shroom, Puff Shroom, Fume Shroom. looking at these seemingly useless creatures that might even go on strike under the sunlight. What kind of mentality would make them participate in battles? However, it didn't matter. Among the mushrooms in Plants vs. Zombies, there were some tough guys, but to use them effectively, coffee bean was an essential element. When he unlocked the coffee bean, he would consider things like ice shroom, hypno shroom, or doom shroom. Li Chen rubbed his temples and lay down on the bed. Gazing at the familiar ceiling, he drifted back into slumber. Meanwhile, in Yunzhou City, at Lu Xing's villa, Lu Xing had already been taken away by military personnel. Initially, the entire Lu family was supposed to be taken for investigation, but Lu Xing took all the blame upon himself. At this moment, his brother Lu Feng was sitting in the living room, legs crossed, examining the information he had gathered. He had also learned about the incident where Lu Xian had taken Lu Xing to apologize to Li Chen but was rejected. This was the biggest embarrassment his family had ever faced. As one of the esteemed council representatives, Lu Feng couldn't swallow this humiliation. He wanted to investigate who exactly Li Chen was, and if he could disrupt the upcoming meeting targeting Li Chen. However, as he delved into the printed documents in his hand, his expression turned increasingly puzzled. He muttered to himself, Li Chen, from Yunzhou, orphaned by a beast tide, raised by neighbors, comes from a poor family, beneficiary of official subsidies. Such a person has become a prominent figure by the mayor's side. With such high praise, it's really suspicious. At that moment, Lu Xian furrowed his brow and said, Are you sure this is Li Chen's information? Judging by his demeanor, he doesn't resemble someone from a poor background. I've been a bank manager for half my life. I can tell who has money and who doesn't at a glance. Li Chen's behavior and actions are not what one would expect from a poor person like you described. He must have some undisclosed secrets. Lu Feng raised an eyebrow, his expression turning slightly serious. Although his father's words were mostly speculative based on first impressions, experience sometimes played a decisive role. I wonder what kind of background the person behind him has. Probably at least a prominent family at the city level. To allow him to squander gold like this is simply extravagant. Even as a bank manager, I wouldn't dare to spend like that. Lu Xian spoke again, his tone less angry and more envious. In his life, the most important things were urging his sons to carry on the family line and making money. Lots of it. With Lu Xing taken away and Lu Feng busy with work, the matter of continuing the family line was left to fate. All he could do now was focus on making money. It was not easy to have such a big client, only to have his foolish son ruin it. A continuous supply of gold. Looking at the whole Yunzhou city, no, looking at the entire Huaxia, there weren't many people with such power. Gold. Squandering. Dad, do you think it's possible that Li Chen's family is actually wealthy, just pretending to be poor all this time? Lu Feng questioned, but then dismissed the idea. No, according to the information we've gathered, Li Chen's ancestors have lived in Yunzhou for 3 generations, with 2 generations living outside the city. Property purchases, land allocations, even some agricultural trade records, are all traceable. If he faked his identity, it wouldn't be so detailed. Lu Feng gradually fell silent, resting his chin on his hand, pondering for a while. Then, a thought struck him. Instead of suspecting who he is, we should question other things, such as where these coins he casually spends come from. That's the key. Dad, have you? Before he could finish, Lu Xian took out a coin from his pocket, placing it on the table. He added, Li Chen said this was passed down from his ancestors, and due to its large value, he intends to exchange it for usable currency. Lu Feng picked up the coin from the table, examining it carefully in his hand. After a moment, he concluded, the inscriptions and patterns on this coin don't belong to any period in our Huaxia history. Moreover, there is not a trace of time on it. It's more like freshly minted last week than an heirloom. These gold coins probably have an illicit origin. Li Chen put my brother in prison. It's a great humiliation to our whole family. I absolutely won't let this matter pass so easily, he said, clenching his fist slightly. Although Lu Xing's situation was irreparable in the face of overwhelming evidence, he could still use his status to trip up Li Chen, a small act of revenge. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. Li Chen got up from bed in one go, looking at the radiant smiles outside the window, the sunflowers swaying non-stop. His mood improved significantly. He checked his sunlight value, with these sunflowers producing at a rate of 2,500 points per minute. In just 7 hours, Li Chen's sunlight value skyrocketed to over 1,000,000. Looking at the sunlight quantity displayed on the system interface, Li Chen even felt a bit afraid that this thing might suddenly burst one day. He scratched his head, got out of bed, locked the yard gate, put on his coat, and left home. Today's goal was clear. Having reached level 40 with the military's help yesterday, it was time to change professions today. Just as he was thinking, his phone suddenly rang. Li Chen took out his phone, feeling puzzled at the unfamiliar number displayed. After answering the call, Minister Wei Songfeng from the military's voice came through enthusiastically. Li Chen, I heard you're already level 40. You're going for your third job change today, right? I happen to have nothing to do today. Wait for me. I'll come pick you up. I can't wait to see what new plants you'll get after the job change. Li Chen gladly agreed to Wei Songfeng's request. After tidying up a bit and dressing slightly more formally, the sound of a powerful car engine could be heard outside. Li Chen walked out and saw Wei Songfeng getting out of the car. Upon seeing Li Chen, his face immediately lit up with a smile. Before Li Chen could even greet him, Wei Songfeng excitedly waved his hand. Li Chen nodded and followed Wei Songfeng into the car. Wei Songfeng's driving skills were very skilled, and the journey was smooth. They arrived at the job change square even faster than Li Chen had anticipated. Wei Songfeng parked the car outside the job change square and watched as Li Chen walked up to the job change crystal. He reached out and made contact. The ice-cold blue crystal burst into a bright white light, connecting the system to Li Chen. Connection successful. Your level has reached the job change requirement. Please choose whether to proceed with the job change. You have chosen to change jobs. Level cap unlocked to LV 60. Here are the new talent skills you have acquired. New talent, plant empathy, white common, talent description. With this talent, you can establish a mental connection with all the plants you grow, allowing you to share sensory experiences with your plants. Your talent, Dave's Plant Shop, has been upgraded, unlocking more plants to be unlocked. Here are the new plant cards you have unlocked. Pumpkinhead, Fiery Chile, Coffee Bean, Torch Stump, Spike, Enchanting Mushroom, new plants, new talents. And Li Chen was increasingly certain that every talent he acquired had been tampered with by the system, establishing senses with plants. How incredible is this ability? On a smaller scale, this skill could be used to eavesdrop on specific individuals, a rather useful intelligence-gathering skill. And with this skill in place, he no longer needed to eradicate the sunflowers he had grown to avoid suspicion. On a larger scale, as long as his plants are diverse enough, the whole world will be under his surveillance. He feels omniscient and omnipotent about everything in the world. Isn't this the power of a deity? Is this an innate gift? It's simply a joke. Li Chen withdrew his hand, calming the excitement in his heart a little. Then, he refocused on the new plants he had unlocked. He opened Dave's Plant Shop in the system. The first thing that caught his eye was a delightful sight. Several new plant cards emitted a lush green light, displayed on Dave's shelves, looking very enticing. Li Chen no longer hesitated and directly selected wherever looked bright. With plenty of sunlight, he could squander as he pleased. Even if there was a shortage of sunlight, he only needed to plant sunflowers in his yard and wait a little longer. How about it? Li Chen, did you unlock anything new? You seem quite pleased. You must have awakened something good, right? As soon as Li Chen stepped out of the job change hall, Wei Songfeng, who had been waiting by the car for a long time, proactively approached him. Li Chen glanced at his plant list and briefly mentioned a few representative ones. Listening to Li Chen, Wei Songfeng's expression became more and more exaggerated. In the end, even his breathing started to quicken. Peppers that can create a large-scale firewall, and mushrooms that can turn enemies into allies? Oh my, isn't that too exaggerated? After Wei Songfeng exclaimed, he suddenly realized it was a public place and should be mindful of his behavior. He quickly invited Li Chen back to the car, straightened up, and earnestly asked, Li Chen, I'd like to find another place to test your new plants. I can't wait to see. Before Wei Songfeng could finish his sentence, a hurried phone call interrupted him. He took out his phone, placed it to his ear, then skillfully pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Hello? Lao Zhang. What's up? Ah, yes, I'm with Li Chen. Alright, I understand. After a brief conversation, Wei Songfeng hung up the phone. He turned back with an apologetic expression, somewhat embarrassed, and said, sorry, Li Chen. Let's postpone the testing of the new plants for next time. The city council is looking for you, hoping you can attend this meeting as a guest. This matter seems to be related to you and that. What was it? The plan, Li Chan added. Tongxian. Wei Songfeng nodded. Yes, the Tongxian plan. The city council has reported you to the capital, but it will take some time for the capital to react. During this time, we want to help you apply for as many resources as possible to make you strong enough. Therefore, the Yunzhou Council is an unavoidable point. In fact, according to the usual procedure, to report an ordinary elite job changer, you need the approval of the city council and the final result elected by the council vote. But Lao Zhang said your situation is different. We need to handle it specially. Just go through the process. In this world of Huaxia, the affairs of various sizes in each city are mainly managed by the city council and the city government. The city government is mainly responsible for official matters. All other aspects of people's livelihood are related to the council. The city government and the military can certainly use their power to arrange the best dungeons for Li Chen, even assign someone to assist in leveling up. But for a job changer, level alone is not enough. The strength of a job changer is closely related to various equipment, weapons, and accessories. In the Cloud Province, a figure like Li Chen was a rare sight. Zhang Mingshu naturally wanted to prepare for him with the highest standards. Don't worry about whether the council agrees or not. Those old folks are picky but incompetent, they surely have some opinions. Your abilities were all recorded by Lao Zhang yesterday, which is solid evidence. Just go through the motions, meet the important figures in the council, and get some benefits from them on the side. Wei Songfeng said cheerfully, seemingly not taking the council too seriously. Li Chen nodded without saying much. Whether it was Mayor Zhang or Wei Songfeng, he truly appreciated their kindness towards him. Although Mayor Zhang's initial intention was to cherish talent, the benefits he brought to Li Chen were substantial. If given the chance, he could also try to do something for those who had helped him. Alright, if there's nothing else, let's go now. It's about time, Wei Songfeng said, stepping on the gas pedal to start the car. Li Chen, in the passenger seat, fastened his seatbelt and casually asked, Minister Wei, are you interested in gold? If you have time, I can get you a couple of bags. Before Wei could respond, the car suddenly stalled with a loud bang. Wei Songfeng choked on his own saliva, coughing while holding onto the steering wheel. Li Chen's words were astonishing. Even Wei Songfeng, who considered himself well-traveled, was momentarily stunned. However, he quickly understood the situation. During the discussion with Zhang Mingshu about Li Chen, it was mentioned that among Li Chen's many plants, there was one that could produce gold coins. Therefore, Li Chen had expressed that he didn't want to receive any money from the city government. After all, he wasn't in need of money. Wei Songfeng shook his head slightly. Although he did want the so-called bag of gold, as the minister of the Cloud Province military, he had professional integrity. Wei Songfeng politely declined Li Chen's offer and then started the car, driving towards the direction of the city government with Li Chen. Before long, they arrived at the base of the city government building. The city government seemed particularly lively today. Various luxury cars were parked outside. Some even had dedicated bodyguards watching over them. It was clear that many important figures with different statuses had arrived. We've arrived at the right time. They haven't all arrived yet. Let's go up first, Wei Songfeng said, leading Li Chen towards the city government building. Inside the city government building at that moment, in the largest conference room, many people were seated in a tiered manner. These individuals were from the council, mostly elites from various sectors of the Cloud Province. Anyone attending this meeting had to sign the highest level of confidentiality agreement. Therefore, it was predetermined that not everyone could participate in this meeting. Zhang Mingshu, on the stage, had seen enough people and didn't intend to waste any more time. He operated the computer and began to talk about Li Chen. Everyone, you should have some understanding of the strength of the job changers in the Cloud Province, right? Because the Cloud Province is remote, the nearby dungeon resources are not abundant. Therefore, our job changers here usually only reach the level of 40 to 50 in their lifetime. They can barely resist monster invasions, but it's difficult to achieve much beyond that. And now, I'm going to tell you all something very important. It seems that the Cloud Province has become a place blessed by the gods. Zhang Mingshu's words were shocking, causing a stir among the audience below, many of whom were distinguished individuals who had experienced grand events. But when a mayor publicly declared that his city was a so-called blessed land of the gods, they had never seen such a scene before. Looking at the astonished faces in the audience, Zhang Mingshu nodded in satisfaction. Then, with a grand gesture, He said, "Please watch the VCR." With that, he played the video he had recorded earlier. The footage showed Li Chen's impressive display of strength, the plant formation that held back the beast tide, preventing it from advancing, and the earth-shattering explosions. Those scenes that made one's blood boil were teasing the nerves of everyone present. Wow, what kind of power is this? I never thought our Yunzhou had such powerful individuals. No wonder they say Yunzhou has become a blessed land of the gods. Wait, I remember the meeting documents mentioned before that the theme of this meeting was a young man named Li Chen. Could it be? The members of the council were shocked, discussing fervently the content displayed on the screen. However, at the back, Lu Feng, one of the council representatives, looked somewhat serious. The current situation was beyond his expectations. He had thought that the reason Zhang Mingshu called this meeting was to find a new novice with extremely rare talent and high training value. Although that was not wrong, he did not expect this so-called novice to possess such strong power. A novice? The kind of intense explosions in the video could not possibly be displayed by a low-level novice. This was a mess. He had intended to trip up this Li Chen, but he had not expected Li Chen's power to be so formidable. It was a bit tricky. Watching the discussions, Zhang Mingshu on the stage smiled slightly. Then, just as he had prepared at the beginning, he began to speak in detail about Li Chen and the Transcendence Plan. He planned to report Li Chen to the capital. With Li Chen's strength, being included in the so-called Transcendence Plan should be more than enough. If successful, this would be the first elite talent from Yunzhou to join the Transcendence Plan. It would be a significant step forward for the entire Yunzhou. At that time, the overall strength and status of Yunzhou would be enhanced. It was definitely a good thing for Yunzhou. Therefore, when Zhang Mingshu mentioned that he had already taken special measures to report Li Chen's situation to the capital, bypassing the council, the people present did not show any objections. After all, those who were willing to sign the highest confidentiality agreement and attend this meeting were essentially those who hoped Yunzhou would become better and thrive. Zhang Mingshu's decision was correct, so why wouldn't they support it? At that moment, Wei Songfeng happened to bring Li Chen to the meeting room. The two entered through the back door, found a seat, and did not attract much attention. Just as they were about to sit down and wait for the outcome, a voice suddenly rang out abruptly. "I have an objection." The sudden voice caught everyone's attention. They looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man in the middle raising his hand high and standing up. Looking at the content playing on the big screen, he resolutely added, "I have an objection. This person named Li Chen has had some contact with my family, so I know a little about him. Although Li Chen is very strong and his talent is extremely rare, there is no doubt about that, but he has a rather fatal problem that Mayor Zhang did not mention. That is, this Li Chen's character and way of life have significant issues. We recommend talents, especially those at the level of the Transcendence Plan, must be thoroughly investigated. This is not only responsible for the Transcendence Plan but also for the entire nation of Huaxia." Sitting in the back row watching the show, Li Chen just took a sip of water from Wei Songfeng and sprayed it out with a pu sound. "No, whose lifestyle is the problem?" Fortunately, before he could speak, Zhang Mingshu on stage already asked on his behalf. "This, Representative Lu Feng, baseless claims, everything must be based on evidence. How will you prove that what you say is not false? Baseless accusations, without evidence. Coming up and saying that Li Chen's lifestyle and character are problematic. Absolutely absurd." Other representatives saw this and started whispering and discussing. Lu Feng at his seat stood up, glanced at the other representatives looking at him, and smirked slightly. Then, taking 3 steps in 2, he walked directly to the stage, taking out some papers from his pocket. Those closer could easily see what it was. White paper with black words, and stamped. Obviously, it was a contract. But what does a contract have to do with Li Chen? The people present were puzzled. Even Li Chen furrowed his brows, showing great interest. He really wanted to see where his lifestyle went wrong. Lu Feng on stage raised the contract in his hand and said, "All of you attending this meeting, you should have read Li Chen's personal information, right? The information states that Li Chen's family has been poor for generations, always living in the rural areas outside the city, consistently in poverty with no wealthy relatives. During his time in college, he even had to rely on official subsidies to barely get by. But such a person, a few days ago, managed to find my father's bank, used a large amount of gold to apply for a gold card that normal people have no right to, and even signed a trading contract with my father, Lu Xian, regarding the origin of this money. That Li Chen explained it as an inheritance. Tell me, how can a normal farmer, a poor child living outside the city, have so much inherited gold? There are many doubts in this, and before investigating thoroughly, reporting this matter should be postponed. The words were convincing and persuasive. Hearing this, the representatives below the stage were in an uproar. So, Representative Lu Feng means that Li Chen's identity is fabricated? Exactly. How can a child from a commoner's family have such great power? Some opposing voices gradually rose from the stage. Most of these words came from some business tycoons who had interests with the Lu family. Lu Xian, as the general manager of Yunzhou Bank, had a good relationship with them, so naturally, he would stand by Lu Feng at this time. With the support Lu Feng received, he stood on the stage with a slight smirk. However, he completely failed to notice that both Zhang Mingshu on stage and Wei Songfeng in the VIP seat below the stage showed a similar suppressed smile. How did this gold come about? They knew it all too well. Honestly, when they first heard Li Chen say he could produce endless gold, they were both surprised. Unrestrained growth of gold could disrupt Yunzhou's market economy. Fortunately, Li Chen had no intention of recklessly distributing these things all day long, but stated that he understood the consequences and would exercise restraint. So Zhang Mingshu treated it as if he had discovered a gold mine. As long as it wasn't thrown around without control, there was no need to restrict anything. Unexpectedly, someone with ulterior motives would make a big deal out of this. Could this Lu Feng have a grudge against Li Chen? At this moment, in the seats below the stage, a rugged-looking strong man stood up, crossed his arms, and said slowly, "Let's stick to the point. The issue we are discussing now is whether Li Chen should receive support. Moreover, before questioning others, please ask Lu Feng to clarify his position. Our ultimate goal is to support talent, not to deliberately make things difficult." Lu Feng's face changed slightly, showing a hint of embarrassment. Others on Lu Feng's side also began to speak up for him. It seemed like the well-organized meeting was about to turn into a quarrel. Zhang Mingshu could only gesture towards Li Chen in the VIP area, coughed lightly, and addressed the crowd. "Everyone, discussing aimlessly like this will not lead to any results. Why don't we let Li Chen speak for himself directly to everyone?" With that, Zhang Mingshu waved his hand and invited Li Chen to come forward. Li Chen did not refuse and stood up, heading straight towards the stage. As he passed by the strong man who spoke for him, he nodded symbolically, and the strong man waved his hand without saying much. Li Chen quickly walked to the stage, glanced at Lu Feng standing straight on the side. Zhang Mingshu smiled lightly and said, "Li Chen, since someone is curious about this matter, it's best for you to explain it yourself. Also, you can take this opportunity to introduce yourself to the representatives below the stage." After all, the main purpose of this meeting was to help Li Chen gain as much support as possible, so that he could obtain enough resources before leaving Yunzhou. Moreover, the matter of the marigolds was not exposed in Zhang Mingshu's video. Whether to disclose it or not mainly depended on Li Chen's decision. Li Chen calmly opened his storage ring, took out 2 bags of gold coins, threw them on the ground, and said leisurely, "Since there are doubts, let me reiterate. These gold coins were found by me in the ancestral home some time ago. In fact, Mayor Zhang and Minister Wei can testify, so I don't need to say much. However, due to the character and conduct of the Lu family, I have decided to unilaterally terminate the cooperation with Yunzhou Bank. I still have a lot of these family heirloom gold, which is of no use to me, so I want to gradually exchange them for usable currency. If any of you are interested, I also hope to find a new partner through this opportunity." After the need for proof was mentioned, Wei Songfeng also stood up from the VIP area behind, smiled slightly, and nodded. Representatives from the military and the city government testified simultaneously. The authenticity was beyond doubt. Even if it was fake, it had to be real now. Unless Lu Feng wanted to go against both the military and the city government. Under the stage, some business tycoons who had originally sided with Lu Feng couldn't help but be mesmerized by the shining gold coins on the ground, especially when they heard Li Chen say he no longer wanted to cooperate with Lu Xian's Yunzhou Bank and needed a new partner. They became even more excited. After all, in the business world, money flows, but gold is eternal. Their reason for standing with Lu Feng was simply out of respect for Lu Feng's father, Lu Xian. But since Zhang Mingshu and Wei Songfeng had clearly sided with Li Chen's character was beyond doubt. In the face of interests, all beings are equal. When clear benefits are at stake, what's the worth of a mere general manager of Yunzhou Bank? Cough. I believe since Li Chen has already gained the support of the city government and the military, we have no reason to doubt him. Exactly. If Mayor Zhang sees no issue, then we naturally have no objections. Classmate Li Chen, I am the branch manager of the Huaxia Universal Bank. If you need to exchange a large amount of checks, we can provide relevant services. Trying to steal the show. Li Chen. We are from the Gilded Years Real Estate Development Company. We also have savings services and can exchange them for fixed properties across various regions of Huaxia. If you are interested, Li Chen, consider us. Our members have a high reputation and are well received throughout Huaxia. Li Chen, there's also us. It's good to make a new friend. Originally, it was Lu Feng's attempt to trip up Li Chen. However, unexpectedly, his actions indirectly provided Li Chen with an opportunity to promote himself. It brought him closer to those business tycoons. What a bunch of opportunists. Watching those big shots who were on his side just a moment ago, now turning against him. Lu Feng was furious but helpless. The meeting convened by the municipal government was coming to an end shortly. Lu Feng's plan to slip away discreetly after the meeting was thwarted by Li Chen. Seizing the moment with the municipal and military personnel present, Li Chen brought up the incident where Feng Wen's recommendation was replaced years ago. Without hesitation, he reported it on the spot. This led to Lu Feng being investigated and accompanied by his brother, Lu Xing. In the following days, through Zhang Mingshu's introduction, Li Chen successfully established connections with various prominent figures in the council, representing the majority. Most members of the council actually considered the collective interest. For everyone present, having such a powerful newcomer in Yunzhou was undoubtedly a good thing. If Li Chen could truly join the legendary Transcendence Plan, it would be a great publicity boost for Yunzhou. It was a win-win situation for everyone present. After the meeting, many council members did not leave. Instead, they lined up in the meeting room, hoping to get to know Li Chen. Li Chen is still a student? He just changed jobs last week and has already undergone 3 promotions. Truly a young hero. Such strength is truly astonishing. No wonder Mayor Zhang values him. During the battle against the Beast Tide, thanks to Li Chen's efforts in obstructing the progress of the Beast Tide's attack, Yunzhou was well protected. We all owe you a thank you. Li Chen, I am from Daxin Heavy Industries. Our main business is producing specific heavy vehicles for the military in various regions. Although it may not directly relate to your profession, please feel free to contact me if needed. Here's my business card. Li Chen, I am from Jiajile Real Estate. To show our gratitude for your previous protection of Yunzhou, our group would like to offer you a property in Yunzhou. We hope you can accept it. Li Chen, I am the head of the Yunzhou Blacksmith Association and also from a commoner background. When I saw your information earlier, I already wanted to give you something. This wrist guard is a special item treasured by our association. I hope you can make use of it. The last person to offer a gift, the head of the Blacksmith Association, was the burly man who had spoken up for Li Chen earlier. Li Chen expressed his gratitude one by one, finding it hard to hold all the gifts in his hands. Watching these people generously giving away items as if they were free, Li Chen even felt a bit overwhelmed. Unlimited supply of potions, custom-made clothing of the highest quality, treasures from the Blacksmith Association. Even the Yunzhou Agricultural Association managed to get a set of enchanted hoes and rakes to give to Li Chen. It seems like this went quite smoothly. Zhang Mingshu and Wei Songfeng exchanged a smile, feeling better than ever before. These days, Li Chen can be considered the most important talent in the entire Yunzhou. From today onwards, Li Chen can even walk sideways everywhere in Yunzhou. With the support from the military and the city government, perhaps they can push Li Chen to level 60 before the investigation team from the capital arrives. Level 60 is already a difficult peak to surpass for ordinary job changers. In a small place like Yunzhou with scarce resources, leveling up is not an easy task. After job changers reach the level of a 4th job change at level 60, the differences brought by each level are quite significant. And according to Li Chen's own description, it seems that after the 4th job change, he can possess something as powerful as a missile. It seems to be called Corn Cannon? Of course, his current strength is not weak either. Report, Mayor Zhang, the capital just contacted us. They have reviewed the information you sent over and have shown great interest in Li Chen. The investigation team is ready to set off and should arrive in a few days. At the same time, they also hope that we can cooperate to conduct an experiment together. A secretary walked in from outside and quietly reported the situation to Zhang Mingshu. Upon hearing the last sentence, Zhang Mingshu couldn't help but feel puzzled. An experiment? What kind of experiment? The secretary scratched his head. Not sure. They didn't reveal much, only that it's related to the Xian plan. Also, according to the judgment given by the capital's observatory, the next hidden instance should appear near our Yunzhou. They hope we can be prepared and gather people to explore. Zhang Mingshu nodded, saying in a deep voice, "Understood. I got it. Hidden instances, as randomly occurring, time-limited instances containing a large amount of loot. They are bound to cause a stir once they appear. Moreover, the level of hidden instances is mostly related to the average level of other instances in the area. In other words, based on the average level of instances near Yunzhou, this hidden instance is probably around level 40 to 50. Such instances will simultaneously open rifts in various parts of the world to reward those who can clear them. By successfully completing the instance and obtaining the rewards, one can bring some unexpected surprises to their city or even country. For example, increased instance resources, higher-level monsters, and so on. From a more professional perspective, it can be seen as a kind of small-scale world-class instance. In any case, this is a heaven-sent opportunity, a chance for Yunzhou to rise. It must be taken seriously. When Li Chen left the city government, it was almost evening. Zhang Mingshu and Wei Songfeng had to leave temporarily due to busy official duties. But they arranged a car for him to go home. After checking the 5 or 6 storage rings sent by various big shots and confirming that nothing was missing, Li Chen got into the car and went home. It must be said that the people in the council are really generous with their gifts. When he came this morning, Li Chen was just a job changer with nothing but a few bags of gold and exceptional strength. Now, he owns a total of 10 properties just within the city of Yunzhou. Among them are 6 apartments and 4 villas. Some of them are even located by the mountains and waters. The kind of residence is only suitable for the extremely wealthy. Wei Songfeng had also expressed a desire for Li Chen to move to the military area to live. After all, Li Chen's status has changed, and it's better to have someone dedicated to protecting him. However, Li Chen politely declined. After all, what is most important to Li Chen now are his plants. Therefore, sunlight, water, and soil are indispensable. Moving into the city would greatly affect his ability to take care of the plants. There was no other way. Wei Songfeng could only give him an emergency communicator with positioning capabilities, directly connecting to the military. As long as Li Chen needed help from the military, he could contact them anytime with this device. Li Chen had to accept it, which finally allowed Wei Songfeng to let him leave with peace of mind. As for the rest, besides those strange enchanted farming tools and various storage rings filled with potions, the wrist guard given to him by the president of the Blacksmith Association was the most satisfying thing for Li Chen. Name, Bloodspring Wrist Guard, Rarity, Purple Epic, Item Description. When health is below 20%, the wrist guard will automatically trigger, continuously restoring 50% of your health, a passive healing effect triggered at critical moments. Perhaps it could save his life when needed. In this world, there were quite a few strange equipment pieces, and epic-level equipment could achieve such an effect. So, wouldn't legendary-level equipment be even better? If given the chance, he would like to get one to try out. After returning home, Li Chen skillfully continued planting sunflowers in the yard. As the sky darkened, the sunlight released by the sunflowers did not make it seem too dark. Rubbing his hands, Li Chen began his routine. He unlocked all the newly acquired plants and experimented with each one. He preferred practical experience over theoretical discussions to see how strong his plants were and what role they could play. So, Li Chen opened his system interface. The first thing that caught his eye was the fiery red explosive chile. Explosive chile, each planting consumes 125 sunlight, cools down in 50 seconds. With a 1-second preparation time, plant characteristics, explosive chile will charge for 1 second and erupt into a wide range of scorching flames. The flames will continuously burn all monsters below level 60, increasing with level, and create a high-temperature firewall lasting 10 minutes. Another explosive skill. Compared to cherry bombs, it was both similar and different. Moreover, Li Chen noticed something. After reaching level 40, the plant's killing range expanded from below level 40 to below level 60. To confirm he wasn't mistaken, he specifically checked the information on the pea-shooter plant. Seeing that the enemy level limit was also after level 60, he nodded in satisfaction. In this world of universal class changes, everything was linked to data, whether it was people, equipment, or monsters. The level of data directly determined an individual's strength. However, his plants completely broke free from this framework, ignoring data, only following the rules. Despite these plants looking cute and messy, under the level 60 rules, if I say you die, you die. Not even the king of hell can stop it. Indeed, the saying never compare combat power with funny characters was true. Li Chen exchanged for a seed of explosive chili and stored it in his storage ring. He wasn't foolish enough to test such a high-powered plant in his small yard. If he planted an explosive chili here, the entire village might turn into ashes in an instant. TSK TSK TSK. After testing the explosive chili, the next ones were coffee beans, gloom shrooms, hypno shrooms. Let's just talk about these coffee beans. They really revitalized the mushroom plants Li Chen had exchanged before. With coffee beans in place, even future plants like ice shrooms or doom shrooms wouldn't be summoned to nap in broad daylight. Li Chen, with a trial attitude, threw the hypno shroom on the ground. With a sound of plant growth, a white fungal stem spread across the ground. The stem quickly closed and spread upwards. Before long, it turned into a mushroom wearing a 7-colored umbrella hat on its head. The resemblance to what he had seen in the game was uncanny. But wasn't this too big? The enchanting mushroom he remembered needed to be eaten by zombies to take effect. This massive thing looked quite dangerous. How could anything come to eat it? Li Chen remained skeptical and opened the plant information interface. Enchanting mushroom, planting consumes 75 sunlight each time, with a cooldown of 30 seconds, and has a range of 50 meters. Plant characteristics. The enchanting mushroom can release an irresistible fragrance that affects creatures below level 60, increasing with level, inducing a mesmerized state upon consumption, lasting for 8 hours, during which the mesmerized unit can be influenced by your third talent, directly controlling creatures. Truly fitting for an enchanting mushroom. Despite its dangerous appearance, it could still be actively consumed by someone. Although essentially a disposable plant that vanishes upon consumption, the 8-hour mesmerizing effect was quite extraordinary. Moreover, this enchantment had some other uses. Mesmerized targets could be influenced by his third talent. Li Chen squinted slightly, selected his awakened third talent, plant empathy, on his professional interface. This talent allowed him to establish sensory connections with all plants he had planted. Even creatures mesmerized by the enchanting mushroom could. Thinking this, Li Chen activated the talent. Instantly, his consciousness entered a pitch-black space. However, the darkness was just the background. Upon closer inspection, numerous white dots floated in this space. These dots could be manipulated by his consciousness to zoom in or out. Upon getting closer, it became apparent that these were not mere dots but individual perspectives. He could clearly see through the eyes of all plants. This talent was truly extraordinary. If not for the system forcibly suppressing it to a common white rarity, it might have caused a phenomenon at its birth. But why did the system keep suppressing the rarity of his talents? For uniformity? Li Chen couldn't understand. But it didn't matter. Subsequently, a bright idea struck him, and he called over the big yellow dog from the neighbor's house. He fed the enchanting mushroom to it. Almost in the next second, he immediately found something different among the countless perspectives. The mesmerized yellow dog. Li Chen selected it and established a sensory connection with it. In an instant, it felt as if his entire consciousness had been stripped from his body and placed into a completely mismatched form. Looking down at his dirty dog legs, Li Chen suddenly felt as if he had crossed into another world. This was his first experience of being a dog. Thanks to the enchanting mushroom's effect, Li Chen could even directly control the dog's body and took it for a stroll on the nearby dirt road. Awesome! This is incredible! Li Chen marveled, then severed the mental connection with the yellow dog, granting it freedom. The big yellow dog kept wagging its tail towards Li Chen, probably thinking it had just enjoyed a free meal. Li Chen smiled, closed the door, and moved on to the next one. Torchwood, pea shooter, spikeweed. Li Chen, confident in the abundant sunlight, boldly and freely experimented with them. After testing, he found that these plants had been somewhat enhanced. Torchwood, besides changing the properties of peas, now had the ability to enchant blank weapons. The Doom Shroom, in addition to its wide-range attack, could now directly corrode armor and deal real damage. Pumpkin heads are more interesting. Not only can be placed under one's own feet, but also under the enemy's feet, turning them into quite resilient individual cages. After playing around, Li Chen was satisfied and then shoveled them all up. Now, he couldn't wait to try out the true power of these plants in the instance. As usual, Li Chen tidied up the yard, planted a new round of sunflowers, and also mixed in some marigolds. After receiving the benefits from the council today, Li Chen also signed new cooperation agreements with several major banks. By occasionally giving them bags of gold, he had more money than he could spend. Under Zhang Mingshu's guidance, the people in the council gradually accepted the fact that there was an ancestral gold mine in Li Chen's family. Some mining companies even wanted to cooperate with him but were rejected. However, it must be said that the life of this mine owner was simple and dull. After planting the plants, Li Chen returned to his house, freshened up, and lay down in bed to sleep. Before sleeping, he checked his phone and saw the latest news released by the official Yunzhou Imperial Capital Instance Observation Bureau report. A limited-time hidden instance will open near Yunzhou tomorrow, hoping all job changers seize the opportunity to explore the instance actively. Explorers who succeed will receive up to 50 million in rewards and a chance to have a set of epic armor custom-made by the Blacksmith Association for free. Li Chen raised an eyebrow slightly as he looked at the phone screen. According to his memory, regardless of the types of monsters or rewards, the limited-time instance was a world-class mix. After successfully clearing the hidden instance, one could even obtain enhancements for an entire region. Yunzhou might be able to rise to the top through this opportunity. No wonder the city government was willing to offer 50 million as a reward. This money could even ensure a family's livelihood for a lifetime. Moreover, looking at the appendix of the news, it seemed that the military was organizing its own strategy team to participate in the exploration of this hidden instance. Due to the special nature of the hidden instance, multiple rifts of the same instance would open up worldwide. Therefore, Yunzhou was definitely not the only city eyeing this instance. It was even possible that it was not the only country in Huaxia. The competition seemed to be very intense. Ding! New mission, complete the strategy for the hidden instance. Dawn Gorge, 0 out of 1. Mission reward, 100,000 sunlight points. A plant formation storage card, capacity of 500 plants. Just as he was thinking, the system suddenly sounded in his mind. Indeed, ask and you shall receive. Li Chen smiled, turned off his phone, and lay in bed murmuring to himself, "Alright, Tongxi, don't rush. Let's enter the instance tomorrow and see what's going on inside." Li Chen specifically checked that the instance would open at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. If he slept early today and woke up early tomorrow, he should be able to make it. With that in mind, Li Chen set an alarm and then fell into a deep sleep. At the same time, on an airship about to depart in the imperial capital, a young girl with silver hair, dressed in white plush pajamas, stood on the deck lost in thought. The cold wind blew, lifting her hair and creeping into her clothes, making her shiver involuntarily. "Miss Bai, please go back to the cabin. The airship is about to take off. The temperature will drop even more after we ascend." A soldier-like person emerged from the cabin and spoke. The girl known as Miss Bai turned around, showing a slightly tired but kind smile. "All right, I understand." The soldier nodded and prepared to leave. But before leaving, the young woman suddenly stopped him. "Excuse me, sir, do you know much about Yunzhou and the transferer named Li Chen in Yunzhou?" The soldier was slightly taken aback, then shook his head. "Sorry, that place is too remote, and I have never been there. As for the transferer named Li Chen, we haven't received any relevant information on our end either. We only know about his ability to grow some very special plants. I believe that's also the purpose of your mission from the Transmission Bureau. For detailed information, you can inquire with the director of the Eastern Division later. Miss Bai, please rest assured that we will do our best to ensure that your journey this time will be trouble-free." Miss Bai nodded, slightly bowed, and with such formal etiquette, the soldier opposite her felt a bit awkward for a moment, unsure how to respond. Miss Bai, however, paid little attention to it, just smiled lightly and returned to her cabin. "Is this the Miss Bai from the Bai family? Indeed as elegant as rumored." Another soldier approached, speaking thoughtfully. "More than just elegant, she is one of the very few life-class transferers who have entered the Transmission Bureau in our Huaxia. This title is unprecedented." "That's right. Whether in terms of family background or personal ability, Miss Bai is among the top. To be honest, to reach this point as a life-class transferer, it's truly admirable." Enough with the admiration. What's the use of sighing day after day? Let's quickly check the facilities on the ship again. We are preparing to set sail. With the latter's shout, the ship began to sway slightly. The anchor was raised, and the anti-gravity array was activated. The huge airship slowly floated up, setting sail towards the distant city of Yunzhou. Time passed, and the sky was just beginning to brighten. Li Chen was awakened by the alarm clock, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and then stretched lazily. New mission, complete the strategy for the hidden instance. Dawn Gorge, 0 out of 1, mission reward, 100,000 sunlight points. A plant formation storage card, capacity of 500 plants. The familiar voice of the system echoed in his mind. Li Chen rubbed his stiff face due to sleep, got up to change clothes, and casually joked, "Oh, alright, no need to rush. Aren't we going there now? By the way, what is the formation storage card in your reward for?" The system immediately responded, "Plant formation storage card, capacity of 500 plants. You can save a set of your custom plant formations as presets. When needed, you can release the formation directly using the storage card. During this process, it will consume all the sunlight points required for the plants at once, and all the plants you summon will share the cooldown time. Note, each preset on the storage card can only be saved once. After saving, it cannot be reset. In simple terms, it allows you to summon 500 plants at once with one cooldown opportunity. Although the required sunlight points remain the same, the time saved is considerable. Instantly establishing a formation is very useful no matter where you are. It seems that the cost-effectiveness of this thing is quite high, but Li Chen still needs to take some time to consider what formation to save. For now, the top priority is to go and check out that so-called hidden instance. After tidying up, Li Chen took a taxi to the reported location of the instance. The hidden instance was similar yet different from other normal instances. Generally, a normal instance is centered around a stable crevice, combined with a large area near the crevice that has been transformed by creatures from another realm. The formation of a regular instance usually takes about 5 to 10 years. In contrast, hidden instances appear suddenly and then disappear just as suddenly when the time is up. They can only be predicted by specific methods and cannot exist stably for long periods. The appearance of hidden instances is almost entirely random. Therefore, for ordinary career changers, if they miss this opportunity, they may never encounter another one in their lifetime. This hidden instance appeared in an undeveloped forest to the west of Yunzhou City. Because it is close to Yunzhou City, it naturally falls under the responsibility of the Yunzhou authorities. The military department of Yunzhou City sent people over last night and set up temporary facilities around the area where the instance was about to appear. By the time Li Chen arrived, the place was already overcrowded. The instance opens at 8 o'clock, and Li Chen arrived a little after 6. He was almost 2 hours early, yet the place was still bustling with people. Career changers of all ages gathered nearby, some in small groups, others alone, quietly waiting in corners. Some people were loudly calling out, hoping to team up with strangers to explore together. "Which handsome guy wants to join our team? Joining the team will get you the priestess's black silk photo. Paid leveling team. Only the first half. Anyone interested? Beautiful ladies, come play with our team. We have a lively atmosphere and a friendly environment. Plus, we have many handsome guys." Li Chen made his way through the crowd and moved closer to the front. After taking a few steps, he saw 2 familiar faces. "Hey, Li Chen? You haven't been to class for a few days. Is everything okay? Have you resolved things with Lu Xing? I heard he and our homeroom teacher were taken away." The speakers were a pair of twins in Li Chen's class. Their talents were not exceptional, and their grades were average. Therefore, seeing them in this place somewhat surprised Li Chen. Arching an eyebrow, Li Chen asked, "Are you two here to level up?" Hearing this, the 2 brothers on the other side smiled slightly. "Well, sort of. To be honest, we shamelessly tagged along with the second-ranked brother from our academy to level up. After all, hidden instances are rare to come by. Clearing it once can greatly shorten our newbie phase." "Oh, you might not remember our academy's second-ranked brother? He was the one who ranked second on the academy leaderboard. The fire mage Su Gue from the class next to ours. Actually, if it weren't for you emerging out of nowhere and surpassing everyone by 20 levels back in school, Su Gui's abilities should have rightfully placed him as number 1. Oh right, speaking of that, Li Chen, how did you manage to reach level 20 right after awakening your profession? And as a lifestyle class, no less. That's quite extraordinary." Li Chen smiled. "Just lucky, I guess." The 2 brothers waved their hands, clearly not buying Li Chen's explanation. Then, upon realizing something terrifying about Li Chen's recent career change, they said, "Wait a minute. Li Chen, you've only recently changed professions, right? Are you seriously asking us? What are you here for? Are you here to level up too? Want to team up?" we'll go tell Big Brother Sue later. It wouldn't hurt to bring an extra person. Li Chen shook his head. No need. I'm just here to join the fun. Upon hearing this, the two brothers opposite him looked at Li Chen with a mix of belief and doubt. Really, Li Chen? This instance has monsters averaging between level 40 and 60. Aren't you afraid of encountering danger inside? Wait, with the confidence you're exuding, could it be that you're already? Li Chen remained calm. I'm level 40. The two brothers had a puzzled look on their faces. Li Chen smiled helplessly. Actually, my own talent is not that exaggerated. Isn't it just that the municipal side noticed me, and they took the time to help me level up a bit? The more he explained, the more feeble it sounded. The brothers across from him repeatedly waved their hands to interrupt Li Chen's Versailles-like speech. Alright, bro, stop talking. If you continue, my brother and I will be jealous. But still, congratulations. After experiencing so much in the academy, you have finally turned the corner. Li Chen nodded and exchanged pleasantries with them. Then, he heard a familiar voice coming from behind. Li Chen, you're here too? Turning around at the sound, he saw Fongwen walking towards them in uniform. The twins were stunned when they saw Fongwen. After all, she was a figure printed on the wall of outstanding graduates, and Fongwen's looks were undeniably at the level of a campus beauty a few years ago. Now, after entering the military, her well-trained body, coupled with her increasingly mature demeanor, gave her a unique charm. Is this young lady the Fongwen on the photo wall? I've heard so much about you, and now I finally get to meet you in person. Senior Fongwen looks even more beautiful than in the photos. Wow, Li Chen, how did you get to know Senior Fongwen? Their voices were not loud, and Fongwen did not hear them. Then Fongwen walked straight up to Li Chen, and whispered, by the way, Li Chen, are you interested in this hidden instance? I see you're alone. Why not join us directly? Our official strategy team is missing a DPS position. If you're willing to join us, our efficiency will definitely not be low. With that, she sincerely reached out her hand to Li Chen. Li Chen pondered for a moment. After all, his goal was to clear the instance. Whether he went alone or with the official team, he would still be challenging it. The latter option offered more safety and professionalism. So, why not? He nodded and shook hands with Fongwen. This scene dumbfounded the nearby twin brothers. Damn, Li Chen actually has this kind of connection? Come to think of it, his leveling up 20 levels in 2 days does make sense now. Having official personnel to boost, that's some serious face he's got. Watching Li Chen chatting with Fongwen, the twin brothers were full of sourness in their tone. Not only them, but some other civilian job changers around were also shocked and envious. The fact that the military's official strategy team would actively seek cooperation with such a young job changer raised questions about who this young man really was. Li Chen's joining brought great joy to the other members of the strategy team. Several of them had witnessed Li Chen's strength. There was no doubt about Li Chen's combat power. It was said to be for mutual support, but some already felt that this time's instance strategy would be led by Li Chen alone. The strategy team established by the Yunzhou military consisted of elite members from the first and second teams, totaling 8 members, 2 frontliners, 2 supports, and 4 DPS. However, one person had encountered a situation and couldn't arrive on time today. As for the leader, it was naturally Fongwen. On the other side, the twin brothers who had just exchanged pleasantries with Li Chen had also reunited with their team. Brother Su, we're back. The two brothers waved. Not far away, a young man in a fiery red mage robe slowly raised his head in the direction of the two brothers and gave them a slight smile. He is the Su Gue mentioned by the two, the first person below Li Chen in the college rankings. However, unlike Lu Xing, who has already been caught, Su Gue is obviously much more outstanding. He is in a completely different league from Lu Xing. If Li Chen's strength is like an unreasonable cheat, then Su Gue's strength is strong and well-founded. A rare combat profession, the Fire Mage, combined with the extremely rare epic-level talent and outstanding academic performance. Without Li Chen, he would undoubtedly be the first in the entire college. After the influence of the beast tide gradually subsided, he also made his greatest effort to improve his level in the shortest time possible. Coupled with awakening an epic-level professional talent, he gained the power to kill monsters above his level. Although he was also valued, it didn't cause as much sensation as Li Chen did at the time. However, even so, Su Gue himself only blamed his lack of effort. If Li Chen, with a life profession, could achieve that level, then why couldn't he with such a rare profession? So, Taking advantage of the hidden instance opening, he also sought his own opportunity. After all the basic preparations were completed, it was almost time for the instance to open. Accompanied by the sound of space tearing, a pitch-black crack appeared precisely on the prepared ground. It then rapidly expanded to the size of a door. Maintaining stability in this state, hidden instance Dawn Gorge open. All job changers, please prepare and enter in an orderly manner. The municipal personnel responsible for monitoring the instance status and managing the crack stood up and shouted. Then they removed the barriers blocking the crack. Immediately, countless job changers rushed in one after another, charging into the instance. Naturally, Su Gui's team did the same. Their team also consisted of 8 people, with Su Gui at the core. However, their main purpose for entering the instance was mostly for leveling up. Killing monsters above their level would grant them experience rewards, and Su Gui, with his own strength and talent, could easily confront enemies whose levels exceeded his by a certain range. Instance, Dawn Gorge, recommended level, LV 40, LV 60, Introduction. This is where dawn rises, and also where the souls of heroes fall. This instance has 5 cracks opened, accommodating a total of 4,300 human job changers, as everyone entered the instance. The instance information gradually appeared before each person's eyes. After a brief look, Su Gui led his teammates to explore ahead slowly. There was nothing noteworthy along the way until they encountered the first monster in the instance, a level 40 plus Dawn Demon Wolf. Although Su Gui had fought monsters above level 40 before, for some reason, the monsters in this instance were completely different from those he had faced in other instances in Cloud State, whether in terms of intelligence or other aspects. Just one monster made them exert a great deal of effort, and they finally managed to kill it by relying on group attacks. Watching the kill notification and the experience shared among everyone, Su Gui couldn't help but fall into contemplation. Meanwhile, on the other side, the team of job changers led by Fong Wen and Li Chen was steadily advancing. The monsters they encountered along the way, under the extremely tacit cooperation of the team members, barely survived for 5 minutes. Ordinary level 40 plus monsters were all cleared as easily as cutting vegetables. Only a mess was left behind. Your teammate defeated the Dawn Demon Wolf, LV 45. Congratulations on gaining 1100 experience. Your teammate defeated the Dawn Demon Wolf, LV 48. Congratulations on gaining 1250 experience. Congratulations, your experience has reached the limit, and your level has been upgraded, LV 40, LV 41. Your teammate defeated the Dawn Demon Wolf, LV 46. Congratulations on gaining 1255 experience points. Following the process given by the instance, only the lowest and most basic demon wolves are found outside the instance. Li Chen was even too lazy to lift a finger. Just follow the team, enjoy the experience gained by teammates, and leisurely level up. Although the experience gained in a team state will definitely be reduced, it's not a big issue. After all, being power leveled by others, comfort is the most important. During this time, he casually planted some coffee beans on the ground. After harvesting, he treated them as snacks and shared them with the surrounding team members. Apart from allowing mushroom-like plants to move normally in broad daylight, the coffee beans exchanged from Dave's shop also have a certain amplifying effect on humans. Eating one can directly eliminate fatigue and restore a large amount of energy. Although this effect is not significant, when tired, it's better to just sleep instead of relying on coffee beans to stay awake. Generally, it's only during instances exploration like now, or other times requiring high concentration, that they are reluctantly used. Team members who have used coffee beans are full of energy, instantly sweeping away the slight fatigue from waking up early. The efficiency of killing demons and advancing forward also increased significantly. With this speed, it didn't take long before they encountered the first boss in this instance. Elite Demon, Dawn Wolf Lord, level, LV 54, Introduction, a standout figure in the Dawn Wolf Pack. After countless life and death battles in the Dawn Canyon, he has grown into a seasoned and ruthless Wolf Lord. He can summon wolf packs with the authority of the Wolf Lord, and use the terrifying speed honed from battles to threaten enemies at any distance. Judging from the introduction, this creature's specialty is speed, making it seem quite formidable. However, so far, it's just an empty prompt here. There is no sign of a Wolf Lord or wolf pack in front of them. Looking at the empty ground in front of them, everyone present felt a bit puzzled. If they don't defeat the boss, there is an air wall blocking the way ahead, making it impossible to proceed. They lingered in this state for a while until other Cloud State job changers caught up from behind, but still found no trace of the boss. It's really strange. Could it be that this boss is afraid to fight us and has secretly run away? Are we going to be stuck in the first level by a boss that can't be summoned? The surrounding job changers discussed one after another. But the next moment, someone in a team suddenly exclaimed, "It's here! It's so fast!" Almost as soon as the voice was heard, a black shadow suddenly darted out from the nearby bushes, rushing towards the back of the crowd at lightning speed. At the moment of the anomaly, a military archer in Li Chen's team immediately dealt damage, instantly harvesting the life of that shadow. Resolved. It startled me. I thought this was some impressive demon beast, turns out it's so fragile, dying with just one hit? A archer in the team waved his hand, summoned back the arrow, shook off the blood, and put it back into the quiver behind him. Your teammate defeated the Dawn Demon Wolf, LV. 48. Congratulations on gaining 1250 experience points. Upon seeing this prompt, everyone in the team couldn't help but be stunned. Is this just an ordinary Dawn Demon Wolf? But its speed is clearly different from those encountered just now. What's going on? Everyone was puzzled. But these doubts were answered the next second, accompanied by a mournful wolf howl. Gradually, red eyes lit up in the surrounding bushes, one after another. Among them, a pair of terrifying eyes, sharp and direct, stared at the transferees on this side. Here they come again. Everyone, get ready to fight. The transferees present immediately assumed a defensive posture, preparing for battle. It was only then that everyone realized, this boss was not just a wolf leader, but an entire pack of wolves led by the wolf leader. With the support of the wolf leader, all nearby Dawn Demon Wolves received a terrifying speed boost. Just a moment ago, they could hold their own against many level 40 transferees, but now they suddenly began a one-sided pursuit. The wolves surged from all directions, forming a large dark shadow, relentlessly attacking the isolated transferees. Moreover, their targets were very clear. They were all the most vulnerable and crucial support professions in each team. With the slightest negligence, or if teammates did not follow up in time, those support professions with fragile defenses and no means of self-preservation would be instantly dragged away by the wolves. The sudden chaos began to spread among these Yunzhou transferees. Those who had initially approached the hidden instance with a casual attitude truly experienced its value. Yunzhou, in the context of China, was a city that was unremarkable, with few resources and a slow pace of life. The transferees in Yunzhou could only reach around level 50 in terms of monster hunting. They themselves usually did not exceed this level. They had long been accustomed to leisurely instance runs and leisurely dungeon raids. They had even forgotten one thing. Instances, or these spatial rifts from other worlds, were originally intended for a full-fledged invasion. The monsters in the instances were all creatures that would eagerly feast on human flesh and bones. Once the two sides engaged in battle, the only possible outcome was a fight to the death. Are these really level 40 to 50 monsters? Why are they so strong? I don't want to do this anymore. I want to go home. What are these things? Why are the monsters in the hidden instance so terrifying? Everyone, hold the formation steady. If the formation breaks, we'll be completely hopeless. You creatures from another world. What kind of skill is ambushing? Come and face us head on. The scene became extremely chaotic for a moment. Screams, curses, and the howls of the wolves mixed together. Those watching outside the instance were filled with fear and trepidation. Although they often saw on TV how many people died during instance runs in certain areas, and how many battles were fought, they didn't really have much of a concept. After all, even though Yunzhou was a small and poor place, it was indeed too comfortable. They hadn't been involved in instance runs like this for many years. What's going on in this instance? This is too scary, isn't it? Damn, is this a wolf pack? Don't we also have wolf-type monsters in Yunzhou? They can't even compare to these guys. At this rate, forget about raiding. It's going to be hard for those transferees inside to escape unscathed, right? Look at the eyes of that lead wolf. That thing feels like human eyes. It understands human nature. Upon hearing this, the onlookers outside shifted their attention to the lead wolf of the wolf pack, the so-called boss, the Dawn Wolf leader. That guy had steel-like black fur, muscles bulging high, teeth gleaming with a cold light. In those blood-red eyes, there was a cunning that was completely at odds with its species. This guy seemed to know very well how to hunt humans. The monsters in the instance are a bit too strong. Let's regroup and come up with a plan. When they were on high alert, Wei Tsongfeng's voice echoed in Fong Wen's ears. As the minister of the military department, he naturally had to pay attention to the strategy of this rare hidden instance operation at all times. So, before entering, he had already instructed Fong-Wen to prepare a miniature camera and communicator in advance to maintain constant contact. Even the decision to recruit Li Chen into the team was made after careful consideration. But at the moment, it seemed that if they continued at this pace, not only would they successfully raid the instance before teams from other countries, but Li Chen's personal safety might also be threatened. On one side was Li Chen. On the other side was the opportunity for development in Yunzhou. Wei Songfeng and Zhang Mingshu, who were watching together, did not hesitate and decisively chose the former. He immediately instructed Fong-Wen to evacuate, even if it was just to protect Li Chen. Fong-Wen nodded, ready to relay this matter truthfully to Li Chen. But when she turned around, she found that Li Chen was gone. Fong-Wen was startled and quickly looked around. To her surprise, she saw Li Chen standing on a huge nut that had grown at some point, surveying the surrounding terrain. Not only Fong-Wen noticed Li Chen, even the Dawn Wolf Lord, who had been hiding in the shadows, squinted his eyes and took notice of the guy standing the highest. The next moment, the Dawn Wolf Lord let out a low growl, commanding the wolf pack to change their target and charge towards Li Chen. As a few crackling sounds followed, the wolves at the forefront were unexpectedly covered in a layer of blue frost. What? The Wolf Lord was puzzled, somewhat confused. The Transcenders also noticed the wolf pack, which was attempting to attack but clearly slowing down. What's going on? Are the wolves being slowed down by some ice magic? Are you kidding me? Whose magic can catch up with the speed of this wolf pack? Wait, it's true. The crowd dispersed slightly, revealing the light blue plants that had been planted inside. The plant, almost as tall as a person, rhythmically swayed and spat out fist-sized blue peas at a rapid speed from what looked like a mouth. At a fixed frequency, the peas shattered upon impact with the magical beasts, sending them flying. The hit magical beasts were instantly covered in a layer of white frost, their bodies displaying a bluish color resembling frostbite. It's Li Chen's Frost Archer. In the city hall, Wei Songfeng and Zhang Mingshu, sitting on opposite sides of the desk, were the first to recognize this. They couldn't help but shout in excitement. And Li Chen's displayed power was far from just that. When the chaos broke out among the crowd just now, he had already set up his plan in advance. He excelled in positional warfare. Frost archers slowed down the enemies, while dual archers dealt damage. Although the wolf pack led by the Dawn Wolf Lord was not small, compared to the beast-tied Li Chen had faced before, it was hardly worth mentioning. While the wolf pack was being restrained by the firepower net created by several frost archers, the seeds of the nut wall that Li Chen had planted in advance began to grow rapidly, forming an indestructible wall around Li Chen. Layer upon layer was stacked up. Many people saw Li Chen standing on top of the central nut wall but did not know who he was. Some wanted to ask for his name. In the end, they only got one answer: Li Chen. Where he lived, what background he had, seemed unknown to anyone. These transcenders only knew one thing: Li Chen, who suddenly stepped forward to save everyone, was definitely a super awesome big shot. Everyone, bow your heads and crouch down. Li Chen, standing on top of the nut wall, spoke slowly. His voice was not loud, but some people below, who were closest, enthusiastically joined in shouting, "Li Chen, the little brother, is speaking. Everyone, bow your heads and crouch down. Everyone, bow down." The crowd quickly followed suit, clutching their heads and crouching behind the shelter of the nut wall. Fong-Wen and the others were no exception, but still raised their heads curiously, wanting to see what Li Chen intended to do. They only saw Li Chen move his finger, taking out an inconspicuous yellow-brown seed from his storage ring and casually throwing it on the ground. As soon as the seed touched the soil, it instantly rooted down and disappeared. Then, it broke through the soil at an extremely fast speed, sprouted roots, and bore fruit in one go. It turned out to be a half-human tall chili pepper. Some people curiously looked through the cracks in the nut wall, filled with doubt. The wolf leader on the opposite side slowly emerged from the shadows, its crimson eyes staring fiercely at the thing that had been planted, growling lowly. Then, its gaze slowly moved upwards. It locked eyes with Li Chen standing on the nut wall. Was the expression in the human boy's eyes disdainful? It raised its head and let out a howl, commanding the wolves hidden in the bushes to surge out. Boosted by it, the speed of all dawn demon wolves was more than doubled. It was as if a dark storm swept across the ground, carrying a bloody scent, rushing towards Li Chen. But Li Chen on this side remained calm. He raised his hand calmly and snapped his fingers. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the red chili pepper that had been planted swelled up at an incredibly fast speed. After a brief second, it erupted into an intensely hot flame. Boom! A several-meter-high wall of fire instantly enveloped the bushes. Many demon wolves that had not yet approached were engulfed in flames, burning to ashes. Their hard fur had become excellent fuel. The wolf pack that had been fierce just a moment ago now turned into a wailing mess. Like dogs without a home to flee to. Your explosive chili pepper killed the Dawn Demon Wolf, LV. 42. You gained 4,200 experience points. Your explosive chili pepper killed the Dawn Demon Wolf, LV. 49. You gained 4,900 experience points. Your explosive chili pepper killed the Dawn Wolf Leader, LV. 54. You gained 5,400 experience points. The charred demon wolf corpses emitted a bright light representing experience. A wave of experience fell on Li Chen, shimmered a few times, and a halo symbolizing leveling up appeared on him again. Congratulations, your experience has reached the limit. Your level has been upgraded, LV. 41 LV. 42 Congratulations, your experience has reached the limit. Your level has been upgraded, LV. 42 LV. 43 Congratulations, your experience has reached the limit. Your level has been upgraded, LV. 43 LV. 44 A triple level up. Most of the job changers who could enter this instance were around level 50. Due to the scarce resources near Yunzhou, at this level, the time they needed to level up could even be extended to several years. However, Li Chen leveled up 3 times in just a few minutes. This made the surrounding job changers envious. After all, Li Chen's strength was evident. Even if he leveled up 10 times, everyone would acknowledge it. Congratulations to the job changer Li Chen for successfully killing the boss Dawn Wolf Leader. The second route where job changer Li Chen is located, leading to a deeper air wall, has been unlocked. Please speed up the progress for job changers on other routes. The announcement from the system instantly echoed in the ears of every job changer in the instance. Looking at the prompts that popped up in the professional system in front of them, Su Gui and others who were still near the entrance, fighting the lone wolf, were dumbfounded. Is this Li Chen? Is this the Li Chen from our academy? In this day and age, is being a farmer such an unconventional profession? Damn! Our old boss used to say that people like Li Chen have no future. I didn't expect him to become so strong in just a few days. Brother Su, how about we go and join Li Chen? At the municipal building on the other side, Zhang Mingshu and Wei Songfeng, who were staring at the screen, eager to see what actions Li Chen would take, stood up excitedly. They paced around the office desk. How much more does Li Chen have to show? Too powerful. This chili pepper, compared to the previous cherry, is truly incomparable. A killer move. This is simply a killer move. It's been so long, and that firewall is still burning. Such a large group of wolves, with an average level of around 50, just evaporated instantly. When will the investigation teams from the capital arrive? If they don't come soon, Li Chen will dominate our side. There won't even be a need to enter that laborious Xin department. On Li Chen's side, after seeing the information of the Dawn Wolf Lord's kill, he swept his sleeves and eradicated all the plants present. The firewall created by the explosive chili gradually extinguished, leaving black scorched earth everywhere. The transferees cautiously emerged from the shelter of the nut wall, coughing from the mixed scent of chili and roasted meat in the air. Standing not far away, Li Chen seemed to have grown taller and more imposing. Many people were still shaken, but when they finally realized they were safe, they sat heavily on the ground, gasping for breath. Fong Wen walked through the crowd and went straight to Li Chen, asking with concern, Li Chen, are you okay? Are you injured anywhere? Li Chen politely waved his hand. It's okay, things happened suddenly, and you couldn't help it. Take a good rest. Let's continue forward. Upon hearing this, other Yunzhou transferees nearby exclaimed, Li Chen, are you planning to move forward? The strength of the monsters in this instance is abnormal. If we go further, we might encounter something even more dangerous. Li Chen smiled. Instances are meant to be cleared. Why leave them uncleared? The stronger the monsters, the more resources the instance holds. If such good resources are taken by teams from other countries, wouldn't that be a loss for us? The transferees looked at each other, unsure how to respond. It wasn't until a muscular man in a tank top raised his fist high and shouted, Li Chen, forget about everything else. Today in this instance, you are my brother. We're with you. It's rare for a hidden instance to appear in Yunzhou. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Just because the monsters are tough, do we have to hand over the good stuff in the instance to outsiders? Are we going to back down at the first sign of difficulty? Are we still men? After a brief break, some people left the instance out of fear, while others decided to continue following Li Chen. After clearing some minor monsters along the way, the system's announcement once again appeared on everyone's professional interface. Congratulations to the transferee Ian Jones for successfully killing the boss Dawn Undying. The first route where transferee Ian Jones is located has unlocked the air wall leading to deeper areas. Other route transferees, please speed up your progress. All transferees needed to hasten their steps as much as possible and move forward. Another new transferee had successfully defeated the first boss. According to the information presented in the copy, when the hidden copy of Dawn Canyon appeared, 5 rifts were randomly opened in several places around the world. Therefore, this copy has a total of 5 different routes. The second route where Huaxia is located is leading by a significant margin under the leadership of Li Chen. The transferee named Ian Johnson is closely following, leading the transferees of his country to catch up. The 5 entrances to Dawn Canyon are all different, but there is only one final boss to be defeated, which can be considered as different paths leading to the same destination. Everyone present glanced at each other and unconsciously quickened their pace. The transferee who can first defeat the copy boss will not only obtain permanent access to the copy but can also bring bonuses to their region through the copy. It is considered a great opportunity for the entire region to prosper. After advancing for some time, the transferees from Yunzhou encountered the foreign team that defeated the gatekeeper boss shortly after them. Compared to the team from Yunzhou, the other side is obviously more professional. Uniform attire and weapons indicate that they are a team officially formed specifically to conquer this copy. The emblem on their cuffs directly indicates their identity, the country of the setting sun. When the two sides met, they exchanged a simple glance. After seeing each other's personnel, the transferees from the country of the setting sun on the opposite side all showed expressions of great doubt. They seemed to find it hard to believe. This large force composed of Huaxia transferees appeared so casual and disorganized. From a distance, they looked like a group of casual strollers. Yet, this seemingly disorganized group turned out to be the fastest team to strategize and defeat the gatekeeper boss in the entire copy. The captain of the country of the setting sun nodded slightly and said, "These people remind me of an ancient saying from their Huaxia. It goes, do not judge a book by its cover, nor the sea by its volume." These Huaxia people, whether in the current hidden copy or in future world-class copies, should not be underestimated. With that, he expressed some respect and saluted towards the Huaxia side. Seeing this, Fangwen, who was leading the team at the forefront, also returned the salute with a slightly serious expression before leading the team straight past them. Before encountering the final boss, all the transferees present were heading in different directions. Congratulations to the transferee Fukuhara Yuji from the country of Sakura for successfully killing the boss Ghost of Dawn. The fourth route where the transferee Fukuhara Yuji is located has unlocked the air wall leading to deeper areas. Other transferees from different routes, please speed up. Soon, new prompts popped up. Li Chen glanced at the names of the transferees on the new prompt and knew without guessing what kind of formidable opponents were on the fourth route. The crowd behind him began to discuss, "Damn, what's going on? Are there people from the country of Sakura in this copy? I really don't want to deal with these guys. They are just too annoying. Those ruthless little dwarves. If we get entangled with them, the consequences. TSK TSK TSK. It seems that the reputation of the people from the country of Sakura on Blue Star is not very good." Li Chen squinted his eyes and muttered to himself in his mind. After advancing for some time, the prompts in his ears sounded one after another. An hour after Huaxia had dealt with the first boss, all routes were officially cleared. During the process of advancing, Li Chen's team had more or less encountered transferees from other countries. However, they had not seen the so-called country of Sakura. Perhaps they couldn't catch up due to the distance? Thinking this, Li Chen continued to follow behind Fangwen. "We are approaching the boss area ahead. Everyone prepare yourselves and stay alert." As they marched forward, the scouts in the team brought back the latest situation from the front. Immediately, they recruited a group of fighters and started clearing out other small monsters nearby. After suffering losses from the Dawn Wolf Lord, facing the influence of the small monsters, they had already begun to take it seriously. After all, caution is the parent of safety. If they were wiped out by stronger monsters, not to mention seizing the first place, they might not even be able to ensure the safety of their own personnel. So, For safety's sake this time, they started by killing the small monsters. Li Chen also quickly arranged his troops here. He planted many dual shooters and cabbage throwers to clear out the monsters forced into corners. After gradually becoming familiar with the strength of this instance, the various job changers also regained their combat senses. The efficiency of monster grinding was significantly higher than when they first entered. But unbeknownst to anyone, on a large tree 100 meters away, a figure crouched in the foliage, using enhanced visual skills to closely watch everything here. When the figure saw Li Chen casually summoning plants that could kill a level 40 or 50 monster in just a few moves, a cold expression gradually flashed across their face. Meanwhile, the job changers ahead were still busy clearing out small monsters to pass through. On the other side, Su Gui's leveling team gradually found their rhythm and began to cooperate under Su Gui's command. Control coordination, potion replenishment, sustained output. Although they couldn't currently take on large groups of high-level beasts head-on, by attracting and dispersing them, relying on numerical superiority to break them down one by one was more than enough. Come to think of it, it seems like there hasn't been any new movement from the main force ahead for a long time. I wonder how things are going on Li Chen's side. Su, big brother, after we clear out this wave of monsters, let's move towards the main force. At this moment, Su Gui and the others, through their efforts, had cornered a stray dawn wolf ogre. The twin brothers used their skills to continuously push back the ogre trying to break out of the encirclement while chatting. Su Gui stood a little further away, using his skills to build a firewall, blocking off the ogre's last escape route. At this pace, they should be able to significantly increase their level experience before completing the instance. Although it was exhausting and very dangerous, it was still much better than running ordinary instances. Thinking back to the stunning scene of Li Chen successfully killing the boss as seen on the instance interface earlier, Su Gui's mood became increasingly complex. They had come from the same academy, so why was the gap between them so huge? Logically, his profession and talent belonged to a unique level in the entire cloud state. He, who should have been the chosen one, was still unable to catch up with someone pursuing a life-class profession. It must be because he wasn't working hard enough. Su Gui clenched his fist, giving himself a pep talk in his heart. Seeing that his teammates had almost cornered the ogre, he prepared to release his skills for the final blow. But the next moment, a strong beam of light suddenly exploded from the center of the terrain. The sudden explosion left Su Gui and the others present stunned in their tracks. When did the Dawn Wolf Ogre learn explosive skills? They had killed so many and never seen it before. Smoke filled the encirclement. The twin brothers closest to the explosion were even thrown out by the shockwave of the blast. Seeing this, the priestess and the team hurried over and quickly helped them up. Su Gui tightly gripped his staff, sensing a hint of danger. As the smoke from the explosion gradually dispersed, two slender figures dressed in ninja attire appeared in front of Su Gui. One of them was still holding a burning talisman in his hand. It was highly likely that the explosion just now was caused by this guy. The wolf pack that had been chasing them all the way here was blown to pieces, and the bodies emitted a bright light representing experience, slowly flying into the bodies of the two men in ninja suits. Kamaido-kun, your use of explosive talismans is getting more and more proficient. When releasing the talismans, these foolish Chinese job changers didn't notice at all. The slightly chubby guy burst into laughter. The ninja holding the talisman raised an eyebrow. It's not that I'm too strong. It's that these Chinese job changers are too weak. Look at them. They probably haven't even reached level 40. Yet they dare to come directly into the hidden instance to grind monsters. They simply don't know how to spell the word death. So, my actions are actually helping them understand the cruelty within the instance. Ha ha ha. Watching this scene, Su Gui furrowed his brow slightly, understanding the situation. It seemed that these two little cherry blossoms were here to steal monsters from them. But these were just a few ordinary wild monsters. What was there worth stealing? I really can't believe it. How can there be cherry blossom dwarfs here, stealing monsters so arrogantly? Are they asking for death? The twin brothers lying on the ground had just recovered a bit, when suddenly one of them sprang up like a carp, grabbing their weapons and preparing to fight the two little cherry blossoms. The cherry blossoms on the opposite side seemed to be waiting for this. They instantly drew their weapons from behind and prepared to fight. Stealing monsters? What a joke! In the instance, whoever kills the monster owns it. Where does the stealing come from? If you don't have the ability, don't blame others. Moreover, with your level, how can you steal your monsters? A bunch of useless people. Stop embarrassing yourselves here." With that, the two cherry blossoms glanced at each other, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Seeing this, the twin brothers were instantly filled with anger and were about to attack, but Sugue next to them stopped them. "Calm down. We are too far from the main forces of China. Our people cannot come to support us in time. Moreover, these two guys are clearly provoking us, trying to provoke us into a fight with them. This is obviously a trap. We should be extra careful." Seeing Sugue being so cautious, the two cherry blossom country job changers on the opposite side became a bit impatient. They stood in place, constantly provoking and chattering, trying to completely provoke Sugue and the others, but Sugue didn't fall for it. At this moment, they were still in the line where China was located, and could still receive China's protection. Even if the people from the cherry blossom country had mischief in mind, they couldn't just attack people at will. Helpless, those few guys could only mock them, watching Sugue and the others move further away. After everyone had left, a black-armored warrior from the cherry blossom country slowly emerged from the shadows of the other side of the bushes. "Couldn't you stop them?" His voice was hoarse, full of majesty. The two ninjas who had been stealing monsters immediately bent down, bowing quickly, and said, reporting to Lord Fuyuan, "These Chinese job changers who deviated from the route, especially their captain, is too cautious. We simply didn't have a chance to strike." This black-armored warrior named Fuyuan Yuzo was the one leading the cherry blossom country to defeat the gatekeeper boss on the fourth line. He sighed, then slowly said, "Forget it, it's fine. We have other ways to slow down the progress of the Chinese team. Let's go back and meet up with our own team first." Meanwhile, on Li Chen's side, countless plants were released, with an overwhelming force, swiftly killing every monster that appeared in sight. Once the plants reached a certain scale, this was no longer a battlefield where ordinary job changers could intervene. Many people stood by Li Chen's side, watching as the army of plants in front of them destroyed every monster nearby like a landslide. After entering the second level, the strength of the monsters had noticeably increased. Therefore, apart from the Huaxia forces where Li Chen was, the advancing speed of other countries was not as fast. The area where the boss was located was right in front of them. Li Chen squinted, observing the surroundings. It wasn't until all the plants became still, unable to find any more hostile targets in their field of vision, that he waved his hand, signaling the frontline warriors to go ahead and pull the monsters. The latter, of course, obediently followed Li Chen's orders. Although everyone entered this instance with various purposes in mind, after experiencing the recent events, Li Chen had undoubtedly become the backbone in the hearts of everyone in the Cloud State forces. Accompanied by a beast's roar from the boss area, a new prompt appeared: Elite Monster, Dawn Reaper, Level, LV. 56, Introduction, the Reaper who watches over the Dawn Canyon all year round, in darkness but yearning for dawn, ultimately becoming a demon that harvests the souls of all passers-by in deep self-contradiction. The Dawn Reaper attacks with a sickle in hand, possesses the power infused with darkness, can teleport through shadows, and has a harvesting effect on low-health enemies. This seemed to be another boss known for its speed. However, unlike the previous Wolf Lord, this Dawn Reaper was not just fast but could teleport, high agility, high burst damage, and a built-in harvesting effect. If they had reached this point in a normal dungeon raid, they would have surely been greatly troubled by this creature. But fortunately, this time, they had Li Chen. Setting up the plants required some time. Therefore, under Fong Wen's command, some job changers took the initiative to engage the Reaper, taking on the task of buying time for Li Chen. Since this monster was not purely speed-based, relying solely on ice shooters would not be enough. After some thought, Li Chen casually threw out some corn seeds. Corn shooter, price 100 sunlight, cooldown 7.5 seconds, attack interval 2.9 seconds, plant characteristics, can throw corn kernels or butter blocks that ignore natural terrain, causing fixed damage to monsters below level 60, increases with level. 10 corn kernels or 2 butter blocks can kill a monster. The butter block will immobilize the hit enemy, lasting 4 seconds. Butter immobilization. That was some solid crowd control. When the golden corn shooters emerged one by one, the job changers around Li Chen were excited and curious. Throughout their journey, Li Chen had been randomly deploying plants like performing magic tricks. Almost every time he pulled something out, it was unique and different. This giant corn was another plant they had never seen before. Therefore, everyone was eager to see what new plant Li Chen had and what surprises it would bring them. Swish, the first corn shooter that sprouted launched a palm-sized, conical golden corn kernel from a device resembling a slingshot on its head. After hitting the Reaper's head and making a pop sound, it disappeared. Everyone blinked, feeling a bit puzzled. Normally, didn't Li Chen always tailor his choices to the situation, selecting plants based on the monsters he faced? Why this time? Could it be that he had made a mistake? The crowd turned to look at him simultaneously. However, Li Chen just smiled faintly. Don't rush, let the corn throw a bit more. With that, another well-developed corn pitcher shot up from the ground. Suddenly, the thrower on top of its head sank, and out of nowhere, a large lump of creamy butter appeared inside. Oh, it smells so good. Li Chen, what is this? Several job changers discussed eagerly, even wanting to ask Li Chen directly. But before Li Chen could speak, the corn pitcher had already thrown the butter out. The speed was no different from the corn kernels just now, but when it sliced through the air, there was a sense of great force. The watchers over there were busy fighting the job changers and had no time to pay attention to these flying props from afar. Their own defenses were good, so they didn't plan to dodge at all. The next moment, splat, a large blob of butter landed squarely on the watcher's forehead. The watcher fell into a 4-second stiffness. Meanwhile, Li Chen's corn pitchers were endless. Although the chance of throwing a butter chunk was small, there were enough corn pitchers. Continuously, they could catch a new one within 4 seconds to refresh the control time of the butter chunk. The assassin professions who had just fought with the Reapers and almost exhausted themselves all widened their eyes in amazement, staring at the scene before them. Some even tried to scrape some butter off the Reapers' heads, wanting to sneakily put it in a bottle for emergency use. Unfortunately, the butter chunk was only useful right after being thrown. Afterwards, it was just ordinary butter. Watching the job changers on the other side outputting without risk, Li Chen, who was spectating, couldn't help but marvel. One had to admit, the accuracy of these plants was simply terrifying. He had been paying attention to a sharpshooter profession behind the troops. When they fought, they often fired ineffective shots, but looking at his own plant archers and pitchers, each shot, although not fast, was as accurate as if they had aimbot enabled. Point and shoot, not a single miss. Li Chen even thought about getting a flower pot, putting some plants in it, and carrying it around to fight. Report, Captain Fongwen, there's something to report from the rear. Some of our leveling teams in the rear encountered an attack from the Sakura squad after being separated, and it seems this is not an isolated incident. A member of the military department, now assigned to manage the follow-up personnel, quickly stepped forward, saluted Fongwen, and spoke. Fongwen was next to Li Chen at this time, responsible for protecting Li Chen's safety. Upon hearing this, she couldn't help but furrow her brows slightly and asked, "Sakura squad? Why are they inexplicably harassing us?" The military member reporting shook his head. "I don't know, but we found some relevant personnel who can describe the situation at that time." With that, he waved towards the back. Soon, a few familiar faces appeared in front of Li Chen. Two of them were the twin brothers he had greeted outside the instance. Another was a female classmate he had talked to a few times in class. The rest were not very familiar, but they should also be students from Tianyun Academy. And the one leading, dressed in a red robe, should be the second brother, Su Gue, mentioned by the twin brothers. Li Chen remained silent, while Fongwen next to him asked about the situation first. The twin brothers and the other team members talked incessantly, eager to pour out all the grievances they had just suffered. Leading the team, Su Gui's face was full of complex emotions. Once, his vision for Li Chen was similar to that of the twin brothers. Although Li Chen has always excelled in his studies at school, as a life profession, he lacks combat power. Being able to reach level 20 in just 2 days is mostly due to power leveling. But now, the scene before his eyes completely overturns his understanding. In the nearby boss area, there are densely packed various bizarre plants, obviously created by the farmer Li Chen, surrounded by everyone. Recalling the time when Li Chen led all the graduates of the academy and quickly reached level 20 during the Beast Tide invasion, a terrifying thought involuntarily appeared in Su Gui's mind. Could it be that Li Chen's level at that time was achieved by facing the Beast Tide alone? After the Beast Tide night, there has been a rumor circulating. It is said that a mysterious job changer single-handedly defended against a small wave of beasts outside the city. The city government did not publicly acknowledge this at the time but did not directly deny it either. And after the city government took Li Chen away, these events were never reported again. So, The situation at that time was that Li Chen had just completed the job change and used his abilities to single-handedly deal with a small wave of beasts, and the level that surpassed all the graduates of the academy was only because the upper limit of the job change was level 20. This can't be possible? Thinking this, Su Gui's eyes widened. Looking at Li Chen in front of him, the gap that could have been bridged through effort in his mind had turned into an insurmountable chasm. You're Su Gui, the second-ranked student on our school's leaderboard, right? Just as Su Gui's mind was in chaos, Li Chen suddenly jumped down and walked over in a few steps. Su Gui was stunned for a moment and looked up. Yes, I am Su Gui. Li Chen casually smiled. I saw your information back then. A fire mage, second in the whole school. Apart from levels, you were just a bit behind me in theory classes. I have to say, you really rely on your true skills to make a living. You're much better than the likes of Lu Xing. Among peers, you're already quite impressive. Listening to Li Chen's words, Su Gui raised his head in a daze and met Li Chen's encouraging gaze. All the negative speculations about Li Chen in his mind vanished instantly. Overnight, he changed his fate against all odds, yet he remained graceful, neither arrogant nor extravagant. This was the true genius in his mind, and the role model for his studies. In comparison, his own talent and efforts were simply not worth mentioning. Li Chen, thank you. Su Gui nodded solemnly, feeling empowered. Li Chen then lightly patted his shoulder in comfort. Then he changed the subject. By the way, I heard you guys had a conflict with someone from the Little Sakura just now? Don't worry. In consideration of us being classmates, I'll help you settle this. Just as Li Chen was halfway through his sentence, Fongwen suddenly patted his shoulder and pointed towards the boss area. Hold on, Li Chen, look over there. Glancing over, under the joint attack of Li Chen's plants and a large group of job changers, the Dawn Reaper, who was immobile a second ago, suddenly cracked open. Its scarecrow-like body began to rapidly wither, as if something was being drained from it, collapsing entirely. The shadow beneath it grew larger, even spreading gradually under the feet of every job changer on the field. Then, from the shadow, large visible black mud-like spikes suddenly shot out, launching an attack on everything on the ground in the boss area. Oh my, ground spikes? Li Chen thought that besides himself, there might be other things in this world with similar abilities, but upon closer inspection, he realized the difference between that thing and the earth thorn. The earth thorn was a plant-like vine moss planted in a fixed area, whereas this black substance was simply a mass of movable black shadow. The job changers couldn't effectively attack the thing and could only choose to flee in a panic. Watching the job changers struggling over there, Li Chen sighed slightly and said, "No problem, I can handle both tasks at once. Fighting the boss and tidying up the little cherry blossoms won't be a problem." With that, he took out some enchanting mushroom seeds from his storage ring and casually threw them on the ground. While the crowd was still wondering what Li Chen was up to, several brightly colored and enticingly fragrant large mushrooms sprouted from the ground. Oh, this smell, so fragrant. The twin brothers over there suddenly lit up, drooling unconsciously at the corners of their mouths. This scent attracted all nearby job changers. Although those with keen eyes could see that something was amiss, the aroma was so tempting that one couldn't help but want to taste it. Go find some monsters and feed these mushrooms to them. Leave the rest to me, Li Chen instructed, waving for two agile output class professionals to come over. Handing them the enchanting mushrooms, he cautioned, "Oh, by the way, this stuff is poisonous, so be careful not to eat it randomly." The two looked at each other, then nodded together and left the area. Li Chen then refocused his attention on the boss. Watching the chaotic battle in the boss area, he fell into contemplation, murmuring to himself, "How can I effectively attack this guy?" Lost in thought, observing the Reaper's frantic movements underground, Li Chen suddenly noticed some strange phenomena. Whenever it transformed its shadow into spikes to attack, the base shadow would instantly shrink a bit, and its shadow would also become lighter and fainter when exposed to bright light. Such creatures could be defeated with sunlight. In that case, Li Chen blinked, pushed through the crowd, and headed towards that direction. The nearby job changers were somewhat surprised, but no one dared to intervene. In front of everyone, Li Chen took out a sunflower seed from his storage ring and scattered it in that area. Then, he threw a new seed in all the opposite directions of the sunflowers. After arranging them simply, he waited for the right moment. Before the shadow of the Reaper turned into spikes and reached the center of the field, Li Chen snapped his fingers, instantly releasing all the sunflowers he had planted earlier. Dozens of sunflowers sprouted from the ground, generating the first wave of sunlight for Li Chen. In an instant, an extremely dazzling light appeared before everyone's eyes. The reaper hidden beneath the ground couldn't escape the intense light and was forced to reveal its true form. Suppressed by the sunflowers, it could only flee straight ahead. Rise, Li Chen murmured. A large yellow pumpkin head grew from the ground, trapping the reaper that couldn't burrow back underground inside perfectly. Pumpkinhead, each planting consumes 125 sunlight. Cooldown of 20 seconds. Plant characteristics. The pumpkinhead can be used to protect or imprison any unit below level 60. This limit will increase with the advancement of the profession level, enduring attacks below that level 100 times. The thick pumpkin shell formed an indestructible wall, possessing a hardness more terrifying than any copper wall or iron barrier under the system rules. The harvester let out a hoarse cry and unleashed a massive sweep of slashes around him. However, he couldn't break free in a short time. While the light was still lingering, the corn throwers found their targets and simultaneously threw a dense hail of bullets upwards. One or two corn throwers might not be able to throw enough butter, but when an entire army of throwers launched an attack, the outcome was different. Corn kernels and butter pieces filled the sky, creating a barrage. Half a second later, the sound of Poochie Poochie echoed throughout the battlefield. The dawn harvester at the center was instantly submerged in butter. Bewildered, witnessing this scene, the onlookers nearby couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. This set of coordinated moves made some seasoned veterans around feel deeply impressed. Reflecting on themselves, could they make such a calm decision in such a situation? In the office of the municipal building, Zhang Mingshu and Wei Songfeng, watching the live broadcast on the screen, both raised their eyebrows involuntarily. I didn't expect Li Chen's on-the-spot judgment to be quite good. I remember old Su once said that Li Chen's academic performance in the academy was consistently in the top 3, especially in the tactical subjects of instances, where he ranked first in the whole academy. Tisk tsk. No wonder, if he hadn't already been reserved for the Transcendence Plan, I would really want to recruit him into the military. Zhang Mingshu smiled and ignored Wei Songfeng's words. Meanwhile, in the instance, after controlling the boss, Li Chen turned and left the area where the boss was located. Dealing with this guy was just a matter of time with the sunflower's illumination, the pumpkinhead's confinement, and the corn thrower's control. He still had some other tasks to complete. Li Chen took a deep breath and activated his third talent, plant empathy. With this talent, he could share senses with any plants he planted, even control targets charmed by the hypnoshrooms. The hypnoshrooms had already been fed to nearby monsters, and with Li Chen's control from the third talent, they gradually gathered in an area, forming a small-scale beast tide. The issue of dealing with the boss had been properly handled. Now, it was time to deal with those troublemaking cherry bombs from earlier. Li Chen's gaze began to shuttle through his talent space. In no time, he found the few he needed among the countless branches. He had only deployed about a dozen hypnoshrooms, but some of them had luckily fallen into the mouths of some boss monsters. Social monsters tended to follow their leaders. Therefore, Li Chen could even directly control the groups of monsters under those leaders by controlling the leaders. Although there were only about a dozen hypnoshrooms, they could control nearly 100 monsters. In terms of combat power, they weren't particularly strong, but they were more than enough to disgust people. The large number of controlled monsters moving through the forest provided Li Chen with an overwhelming amount of information. System, help me organize this information and find out the current locations of those cherry bombs. After several days of research, Li Chen had almost figured out the system's temperament. Ask it some random questions, and it might not answer you, but with a slightly firmer attitude, directly demanding it to do something, the chances of success were high. Information has been organized for you and automatically brought into your view. Indeed, following Li Chen's command, a large amount of useless information in the talent space was all filtered out, leaving less than 10 rapidly moving monster perspectives. Choosing to establish a connection, the next second, Baga, we're a step too late. Those Huaxia job changers have already started tackling the second boss, and they're dominating the whole way. If this continues, they will be the first team to defeat the final boss. Damn it, at this rate, everything will come to an end. A string of vulgar curses came from the perspective of a certain monster. Li Chen controlled the wolf-shaped monster to push aside the grass and quietly observed from the shadows. Other monsters around also took their positions. Under Li Chen's control, they gradually surrounded the forest before the cherry blossom job changers even noticed. Sasaki just sent back new intel from over there. According to his tracking, there is a very powerful plant summoner among the Huaxia team. The reason why the Huaxia team is progressing so smoothly in this dungeon raid is because of the assistance of that summoner. The scout in the team turned back and said seriously. The team leader, Fukuhara Yuji, furrowed his brow slightly. A powerful summoner? Could it be a special talent sent by Huaxia? If left unchecked, whether it's seizing this hidden dungeon or competing in world-class dungeons in the future, the existence of such special talents will pose a great threat to us. Pausing here, he took a deep breath and solemnly shouted, "Even though we are not official personnel, we must have the determination and courage to make efforts for the Empire. Let those foolish Huaxia job changers witness the strength and determination of our cherry blossom job changers." With that, he let out a slightly hoarse laugh. Even though he couldn't see him from afar, Li Chen could almost picture the arrogant smile under that person's black mask. A chubby guy beside him chimed in, boasting, "And that's Sasaki. He's a professional ninja we hired through connections from the official Cherry Blossom military. Unlike us civilian job changers, his level is the highest limit in this dungeon. Level 60. He crushes everyone in this dungeon. With such a powerful ninja, along with our team, we will surely claim the first spot in this hidden dungeon raid." Another team member nearby bowed slightly. "Lord Fukuhara, should we inform Sasaki to start moving?" Fukuhara Yuji nodded. "Have him prepare first. Continue monitoring the movements of the Huaxia job changers. Wait for our command. Get ready on our end. Create some commotion. Then let him coordinate inside and directly target that plant summoner. Also, if possible, have him carry out some disruptive actions. We can't let the Huaxia side progress so smoothly anymore." The rest of the team members straightened up and nodded heavily towards Fukuhara Yuji in the middle. Yes, the Cherry Blossom national team started to act, seemingly determined to secure victory this time. Watching this scene, Li Chen propped up his chin, his expression gradually becoming serious. From the words of these Cherry Blossom people, he had already learned two things. Firstly, this group of Cherry Blossom people wanted to grab the first clear of this dungeon raid by any means necessary, even planning to attack the majority of the Huaxia forces. Secondly, they intended to target him during this opportunity. Originally, Li Chen just wanted to slightly discipline these little cherry blossoms under the premise of escalating the visible conflict. Who would have thought they had already set their sights on him? They were truly going overboard, unable to distinguish between big and small targets. Alright then, there's no need to wait any longer. Li Chen's eyes sharpened, commanding the ambush of monsters lurking around to launch an attack. In just a blink of an eye, several unlucky fellows standing at the edge of the little Sakura team were engulfed by the surging monsters, disappearing without a trace. Quick, prepare for battle. Everyone, get ready to fight. Damn it, we've been ambushed. These monsters aren't even of the same race. Why are they cooperating to ambush us? This is not logical. Over 100 monsters. It would be difficult to wipe out these Sakura country adventurers. But faced with the sudden monster ambush, these guys would definitely shed some blood and maybe even lose one or two companions. Ha! Before you strike next time, better consider if you're up for it, Li Chen muttered, interrupting those connections. Coincidentally, their assault on the second dungeon boss was nearing its end. As a few corn pitchers once again hurled huge blocks of butter, the Dawn Reaper trapped in the pumpkin-headed cage finally met its end. Congratulations to Li Chen, the Xia adventurer, for successfully killing the boss Dawn Reaper. The second route where Li Chen is located has unlocked the path to deeper airwalls. Other route adventurers, please speed up your progress. New prompts appeared, and the blocked path was completely opened. Your corn pitcher successfully killed the elite monster Dawn Reaper, LV. 56. You gained experience, 11,200 points, congratulations. Your experience has reached the limit. Your level has increased, LV. 48 LV. 49, congratulations. Your experience has reached the limit. Your level has increased, LV. 49 LV. 50, as the first to kill the second boss. Congratulations on receiving the dungeon reward, Dawn Chest X1. After all, being an elite monster, the experience rewarded for killing it was much higher than usual. The aura representing Li Chen's level up flickered twice in a row. Then, with the final announcement, a dazzling white light burst from where the Reaper was located. A silver-white chest immediately emerged from the light, landing on the ground. Great! I didn't expect this raid to go so smoothly. At this rate, in less than an hour, we should be able to clear the Dawn Canyon, right? We're lucky to have Li Chen with us this time. Otherwise, With the strength of the monsters in this dungeon, we probably wouldn't have made it this far. Oh, this chest. Under everyone's gaze, Li Chen slowly walked towards the chest that emerged from the light. 1 step, 2 steps. He squinted his eyes, deliberately slowing down his pace. At the same time, his gaze kept scanning the faces of those around him. From the information provided by little Sakura earlier, Li Chen learned that he had been under surveillance by a ninja named Zaazaki. The ninja was at the dungeon's level cap of 60, powerful and highly regarded. Most importantly, the target of the so-called official hired ninja from Sakura country's Kyoto was himself. The Sakura people saw him as a threat, and upon discovering Li Chen's extraordinary abilities, they planned to seize this rare opportunity to eliminate him. Li Chen, of course, would not just sit and wait obediently. If it had been a few seconds ago when Li Chen realized he was being targeted, he might have been somewhat worried. But now, he was completely calm. Just after killing the Dawn Reaper, Li Chen's level had also surpassed the limit, reaching level 50. With only a 10-level difference from the 60-level ninja, Li Chen was now fearless, thanks to this level gap advantage. Setting aside the cherry bombs and fiery chili peppers that are only used as a last resort. Now, he still had a prop that he had bought from Dave's store a long time ago but never had the chance to use. Grass Rake, usable 3 times, 0/3. Current status, inactive. Prop characteristics, upon entering battle mode. The Grass Rake will ignore any defense mechanisms and forcibly kill an enemy whose level does not exceed yours by more than 10 levels, usable 3 times. Once that guy launched an attack on himself, it was like putting himself in battle mode. After that, he didn't believe that a mere level 60 ninja could react faster than the system. Unfortunately, he walked all the way to the treasure chest without encountering anything. It made sense. Even if that ninja was strong, he was alone. It was impossible for him to foolishly attack Li Chen in public. If he wanted to lure that guy out, he first had to deliberately expose a flaw. Li Chen opened the treasure chest in front of everyone, looking slightly surprised as a purple light burst out from it. He didn't expect that killing a level 50 boss would yield a purple epic reward. This dungeon was quite generous. The purple light gradually faded, revealing a silver-white staff floating in front of everyone. After seeing the staff clearly, everyone present burst into amazement. Oh my, isn't this the thing that was on TV before? The shadow staff that was auctioned for millions in the Imperial City. I remember it was taken by the Imperial City Museum for a high price, right? This thing, there are probably only a few in the whole of China. I didn't expect to see it here. Damn, these days I'm really witnessing history non-stop. Buddy, watch your language. To hell with manners. Li Chen, can I take a picture with you and this staff? Damn, I wanted to. This is something that can be displayed in the Imperial City Museum. Yang, can I touch it? Just once. Ha? Li Chen looked at the increasingly excited crowd around him, feeling somewhat puzzled. What's going on? Isn't it just normal to kill a monster and get equipment? Is it worth making such a fuss? He raised an eyebrow and used identify on the silver-white staff floating in the air. Equipment name, Shadow Staff. Equipment type, two-handed staff. Equipment quality, purple epic. Equipment description, a staff imbued with the power of shadows. The wielder can control shadows through the staff, releasing a fixed skill to transform into a shadow, merging into the shadows for rapid movement, with a maximum duration of 10 minutes, cooldown of 24 hours, hiss. After reading the equipment, Li Chen had only one question in his mind. This thing is of purple quality? Why is it purple? Does its epic quality match such a groundbreaking equipment effect? Control shadows, transform into a shadow, and move quickly in the shadows. With such top-notch survival ability, it should at least be legendary. Li Chen was speechless for a moment, then realized the issue. This thing was indeed a top-notch survival equipment, but its type happened to be a weapon, and a two-handed weapon at that. To use its skills, one must ensure they are holding it with both hands. In combat, if faced with danger and wanting to use this to escape, one would have to go through the cumbersome process of opening the backpack, changing equipment, and using the skill. If one kept this weapon equipped all the time for survival, for combat-oriented professions, it was like putting shackles on oneself. Li Chen specifically checked the attribute bonus of this magic staff. For all numerical bonuses, it was 0. You should know that even a white equipment that can be bought at any blacksmith shop would have 1 or 2 points of increase for specific attributes. It can only be said that as a life-saving item, this thing is truly top-notch, but as a weapon, as a weapon that must be equipped with both hands. It's a bit lackluster. No wonder that after seeing this equipment, the first reaction of the surrounding job changers was astonishment and disbelief, but no one offered to buy it at a high price. Also, because this thing is so rare, for normal combat job changers, its value as a collectible is obviously far greater than its practical value. But Li Chen is not a combat class professional. Obviously, Fong Wen and others on the side also realized this problem. The expressions on their faces changed from joy when they felt happy for Li Chen to contemplation, and then to shock. Li Chen's output had nothing to do with the equipment on his body at all. Even if he took off all his equipment, it wouldn't affect the output of those plants in the slightest. No, he didn't even need to take them off. Look at Li Chen's current equipment. Apart from the defense armor arranged by the military before entering the instance, it was basically just a plain white shirt and a pair of black casual pants. Apart from his quite handsome face, there was really nothing noteworthy about him from head to toe. At most, he had 2 life-saving wristbands given to him by the former president of the Blacksmith Association on his wrists. In comparison, the other job changers nearby were dressed in a much more flamboyant manner. A dress like Li Chen's. Entering this instance, either he was a confident big shot, or he was a complete lunatic. Holding a completely non-combat effective magic staff in his hand was just perfect. Alright, tidy up and get ready to continue forward. Li Chen held the magic staff in his hand and waited slightly. The people beside him immediately came to their senses, quickly agreeing and preparing to move on. Meanwhile, Li Chen raised the shadow staff and thought, aiming it at a thicket on the side. What's wrong, Li Chen? Fong Wen noticed Li Chen's strange actions and curiously walked up to ask. Li Chen nodded and slowly said, "The bonus this equipment gives me seems to be greater than I imagined." Fong Wen was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Li Chen pointed to the ground thorns that had grown under the shadows in the distance and said, "Look over there. With my strength, it's impossible for me to throw seeds that far, but with the help of the staff, I can directly place plants over there." The description of the staff says it can control shadows. I didn't expect it to have this kind of use. Fong Wen was puzzled for a moment. At the same time, in the office of the municipal building in Yunzhou City, Mayor Zhang Mingshu nodded slightly, supporting his chin and murmured, "By using the characteristics of the shadow staff, he extended his attack range, right? Although it's not a novel use, but combined with Li Chen's abilities, it can indeed achieve many unexpected things." "Hey, Lao Wei, didn't you say you wanted to give him something to remember when Li Chen leaves? I think it's better to give him some items and accessories that can extend his attack range. He shouldn't refuse." Wei Songfeng, sitting on the other side, did not reply. He had already opened the official Yunzhou auction software and started looking for similar items for Li Chen. 8 Grid Fong Road. Where did so many monsters come from? This is just too damn. On Li Chen's side, they had already regrouped and started pushing deeper into the area. The Sakura Country's team, who had originally planned a surprise attack, had just managed to deal with the large group of monsters brought by Li Chen. Watching the broadcast from the professional system in front of them announcing that the Huaxia team had successfully defeated the second boss, the ninja Sasaki, responsible for monitoring the movements of the Huaxia team, also relayed the news of Li Chen obtaining the shadow staff from a treasure chest. The team leader, Yuji Furuhara, gritted his teeth in anger. "Damn it, if it weren't for those monsters causing trouble, we would have already caught up to those Huaxia players who changed classes. If luck were on our side, we should have been the ones to claim that shadow staff." Beige Yaru, a scout responsible for keeping in touch with Sasaki, ran back from the front and bowed to Furuhara. "Lord Furuhara, Sasaki says that the Huaxia side is preparing to continue advancing. At their current speed of progression, it won't be long before they defeat the final boss. By then," although he didn't finish his sentence, Furuhara understood the consequences very well. "At this rate, before the main Sakura team here defeated the second boss, the Huaxia side would have completed the raid and returned victorious. They had put in so much effort for this raid. If they couldn't even secure a basic victory, they would be ashamed to face their compatriots. No, we can't wait any longer. Full team, pick up the pace. Head immediately towards the Huaxia team to create chaos and provide an opportunity for Sasaki to assassinate that special talent." With Furuhara's command, the team members responded in unison. "Yes." Then they activated their acceleration skills together and raced towards the direction provided by Sasaki. The group no longer concealed their killing intent and were now in a state of doing whatever it takes for victory. Even the nearby monsters were forced to retreat by this momentum, hiding in the nearby bushes and not daring to show themselves. Every Sakura player's face was filled with an unwavering determination, willing to do anything for their Sakura country. And then, not even 5 minutes later, they were blocked on the road by plants set up in advance by Li Chen. Nut walls wrapped in pumpkin heads densely blocked every essential passage that could be crossed. Any gaps that could be drilled through were also filled with spikes that had never been used before. Spikes, planting consumes 100 sunlight each time. With a cooldown of 7.5 seconds, plant characteristics, spikes will attach to any surface they cannot be destroyed by conventional attacks, automatically grab nearby enemies, and extend spikes, causing fixed damage to enemies below level 60. This limit will increase with class level. Some bold individuals attempted to cross, but as soon as they stepped on the plant like moss, vines spread out and tightly bound them, making it impossible to break free. A large number of white spikes shot out from these vines, each one capable of taking their lives. Damn it! It's a trap! This is a trap set up in advance by that plant summoner. No! Why didn't Sasaki inform us in advance? Beige Yaru. Of course, the ninja in charge of monitoring, named Sasaki, couldn't tell them, because all these plants were secretly arranged by Li Chen using the shadow staff. After moving a certain distance away, he then ordered these plants to start growing. Even though Sasaki had been closely watching Li Chen, without understanding the principles of his abilities, he couldn't guess what Li Chen had done. Fuohara Yuji suddenly used his samurai sword to cut off a white spike that had risen up, withdrawing from the range of the spike's attack. Looking at nearly half of his trapped teammates in front of him, he shook his head in frustration. Those who can still move freely, follow me and take the detour. Now is not the time for us to waste. We must stop the Xia's job changers from advancing, at any cost. After that, another half an hour passed. Li Chen, deliberately trailing behind the team, was leisurely moving forward with his staff in hand. After smoothly defeating the second boss, the level of monsters encountered behind had increased significantly. However, correspondingly, their numbers had decreased. In the situation where a large number of job changers were gathered together, those monsters with decent solo strength didn't even have a chance to launch an attack and were taken out instantly. The bit of experience gained, under the influence of such a large number of people, basically didn't amount to much. Li Chen had no interest in the little experience left. His attention was now focused on the so-called ninja, Sasuke. He had exposed his flaws like this, yet Sasuke, the assassin, hadn't made a move. Truly worthy of a ninja, so patient, isn't it? If he doesn't act soon, Xia will smoothly clear the level. Yang Gu, Sister Fongwen said if you're tired of walking, she'll have the main force stop and rest for a while. The twin brothers at the end of the team suddenly ran over waving their hands and shouting loudly. Fongwen interpreted Li Chen's deliberately slowing down his fatigue. Li Chen had already gone through 2 boss battles as a main force. Fongwen was worried he would strain himself, so she sent someone to ask if Li Chen needed a rest. The main force had already stopped, and Fongwen, accompanied by a few people, was coming towards them. Li Chen was speechless, shook his head, indicating he was fine. Let's continue. Let's take down the first pass first. I'm waiting for someone. The twin brothers looked at each other, asking together, waiting for someone? Who are you waiting for? Li Chen smiled and didn't say directly. Instead, he silently used his talent in space to shift his focus to the plants blocking the way behind. He thought those spikeweeds and walnuts could hold them back for a long time, but after shifting his gaze, Li Chen realized, those Sakura job changers were really ruthless. There were already more than half of the people missing from the original team. Those teammates entangled by the spikeweeds, unable to break free, were simply left struggling there. The rest of the people had disappeared without a trace. It was clear they had taken a detour. Those trapped by the spikeweeds and walnuts, without the help of their teammates, couldn't break free at all. Some had even been pierced by spikes and died on the spot. These damn little Sakura flowers, not even caring about their lives. How ruthless, Li Chen muttered to himself, heard by the twin brothers beside him. Yang Gu, what little Sakura flowers? What's wrong with the Sakura flowers? Li Chen shook his head. Let's first meet up with the main force. There might be. Before he could finish his sentence, a loud noise suddenly came from the jungle behind them. Boom! A beam of white light shot up from the ground, rushing towards the sky, then exploded violently. The monsters in the jungle were alarmed, becoming increasingly restless. Li Chen frowned. knowing without thinking what had happened. Those little sakura flowers were about to take action. Almost simultaneously, a shadow flashed on the trunk of a nearby tree. A short man dressed in a dark ninja suit landed behind the group, grinning wickedly as he twirled the dagger in his hand. Li Chen, right? You really made me wait a long time. The traps behind, were they also set up by you in advance? To be able to calmly set up traps right in front of me. You're truly a formidable person. If you were born in our country, you would definitely have a bright future. For the prosperity of great Sakura, you shall die here. With that, Sasuke directly used his skill, creating 5 or 6 shadow clones, all pouncing towards Li Chen at once. Sasaki was well aware that Li Chen was currently falling behind, but the main force of Huaxia was not too far away. If he hesitated even a little, the hope of killing Li Chen would be slim once the main force arrived. He needed to complete the assassination before anyone reacted and then escape under the cover of his own team without leaving a trace. Damn! There's really a cherry blossom. Yang Gu, what should we do? The twin brothers were completely caught off guard, startled by Sasaki's sudden appearance. However, they quickly drew their weapons and stood in front of Li Chen. It was clear to them that Li Chen had been targeted by the people from the Sakura country. Since the enemy wanted Li Chen dead, it meant they feared him. At this moment, they would not simply hand Li Chen over. Although they were still students, they understood this much. If someone wanted to harm Li Chen, they would have to go through them first, have the guts to try it. When the main force of Huaxia returned, they would see how this guy would fare. Sasaki's level was already at the ceiling level in this instance, surpassing the twin brothers who came in to level up by almost half. This level of suppression was not only reflected in their data but also in the overwhelming momentum displayed by both sides. Sasaki's clone had almost instantly rushed to the 3 individuals, the ninja blade in hand gleaming with cold light as it passed between the twin brothers, almost reaching Li Chen's neck. Far away, Fong Wen and the others were shocked by the scene, quickly raising their weapons and rushing towards Li Chen with a bunch of skills activated, but it was already too late. Among them, there were not many agile attackers, and facing a ninja who was already close to Li Chen, even if their speed increased 10-fold or 20-fold, they wouldn't make it in time. Host detected entering combat mode, item grass rake activated. In the next moment, just as the ninja blade was about to pierce Li Chen's neck, it abruptly stopped in its tracks. The ninja named Sasaki widened his eyes as if he had seen a terrifying sight. The shadow clones used to distract the enemy instantly dissipated, and his blade could no longer advance even a fraction. Something was threatening him. He couldn't describe what that something looked like, but his keen perception honed through years of experience still sent a signal of danger to his mind. Alarm bells rang loudly in his mind, and if he took one more step forward, he would undoubtedly die. What could possess such a strong oppressive force? His gaze slowly lowered and landed on an ordinary grass rake. Wait, when did a rake appear here? He hadn't seen it when he rushed over just now. Who could have placed a rake on the ground in such a short time? And whether he was going crazy or the world was, the thing that brought him such a strong sense of oppression turned out to be this inexplicably appearing grass rake in front of him. Watching Sasaki suddenly halt, Li Chen's face showed a look of disdain. Why don't you make a move? You coward! Weren't you acting all tough just now? Why the sudden retreat? If you don't make a move, don't blame me for taking action myself. With that, Li Chen bent down and picked up the grass rake from the ground, heading towards Sasaki. In an instant, an immensely powerful pressure descended upon Sasaki's head. The grass rake, less than 2 meters long, suddenly felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. With a force like an avalanche, it came crashing down on him. At that moment, as if everything around him was being crushed by the towering grass rake, the earth shattered, and all fell silent. He wanted to escape, but his legs felt as if they were glued to the ground, unable to move an inch. Ah! Sasaki screamed in terror, frantically using the substitution jutsu that could only be used once a day. His whole body turned into a wooden stake with a thud. In an instant, he appeared a dozen steps away, clutching his chest, watching Li Chen holding the grass rake in shock. There was no earth-shattering event, no doomsday. It seemed like just an ordinary grass rake hitting the ground, not even making much noise. Baga Yalu, damn Huaxia monkey, dare to play with me? Baga Yalu. Sasaki gasped for air, still a bit shaken. He couldn't understand what he had just seen. Was it an illusion? But that oppressive feeling was definitely real. That grass rake. No, that person named Li Chen. What was going on with him? Where the hell did you come from? "You damn dog bastard. Come back and face your death." Li Chen was just a farmer after all. His speed attribute was far inferior to other combat professions, but relying on the skills of the grass rake not being fully triggered, he confidently swung it and chased after him. The two were exactly 10 levels apart. As long as the grass rake hit him once, the cherry blossom ninja would instantly perish. Seeing Li Chen like this, Sasaki seemed to understand something. Once the thought of attacking Li Chen arose in his mind, it was followed by a world-destroying level of oppression. If controlled by that state again, he wouldn't be able to escape. How could Huaxia have such a monstrous existence? He couldn't understand. Far away, Fong Wen and the others who thought support was hopeless saw Li Chen chasing the ninja around chaotically with the grass rake. They were dumbfounded. What's going on? Wasn't Li Chen just attacked? How did this turn around? Who was trying to assassinate whom? Judging by the speed and skills the ninja displayed earlier, his level was definitely not low. Now he was being chased by Li Chen, not daring to get close. This was just too strange. And what was that grass rake Li Chen was holding? Why had they never seen it before? But after a second of confusion, Fong Wen immediately reacted. "Quick, catch that guy. Don't let him escape." Actively invading the national route in the instance and premeditatedly attacking the national transfer players, he has seriously violated Huaxia's laws. Don't think you can just slip away like this. Su Gue followed closely, closing the distance, creating a firewall to block Sasaki's escape route. After chasing for a while, Li Chen suddenly stopped, raised the shadow staff in his hand, and slammed it on the ground. Suddenly, various plants began to emerge from the shadows under the trees like mushrooms after rain. Large nut walls emerged from the ground, blocking all surrounding paths. The cherry blossom squad trying to support from behind was also blocked outside, unable to advance. Sasaki had no way out, forced to the nut wall. Watching Li Chen closing in step by step, he shouted, "I surrender. I admit defeat. I know I was wrong. I'm willing to be your captive. You're just a transfer player. You have no execution power. You can't kill me. Forgot already?" Attacking national transfer players in the instance is a violation of your Huaxia laws. Violating the law? I violated your mom's desert. Go to hell, you stinking bastard. For this despicable little cherry blossom, Li Chen was not used to it at all. He cursed directly. At the same time, he inserted the shadow cane beside him. He took out a blue nest melon seed from the storage ring and threw it at Zaki's feet. Nest melon, planting consumes 50 sunlight each time, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Plant characteristics, 3 seconds after the nest melon is born. It can lock onto a unit below level 60. This limit will increase with the advancement of professional levels, within a 5-meter radius. Leap high and smash down to achieve an instant kill effect. Watching the half-person high green nest melon grow wildly, Zaki on the opposite side turned pale with fear, and his shouting voice changed tone. "Wait, don't you want to know why I'm here? Don't you want to know why I'm attacking you? There is information on me that you don't know. I want to tell you the information. I have information that has not been disclosed." Before he could finish his words, Li Chen interrupted his plea with an extremely flat voice. "Save it, shut up and get lost. Ever since you guys planned to attack me, my eyes have been on you all the time. Damn thing, still trying to play tricks here?" This statement instantly made Zaki feel like he was in an ice cave. A bone-chilling cold spread from under his feet to the top of his head. How is this possible? As a ninja, trained by the official Sakura country in infiltration and assassination, his actions were actually seen through by Li Chen from the beginning? A simple sentence, more lethal than any insult. Zaki stood still, stuttering, his eyes becoming somewhat dull. At this moment, the nest melon beside him had completed its growth and made a sound. Then it leaped up and came crashing down with tremendous force. Boom! The ground cracked visibly with a large gap. The huge nest melon disappeared in the swirling dust, leaving a blurry mass of flesh and blood on the ground. Li Chen, spare. This. We should be able to get some information out of this guy. Fong Wen staggered over, through the smoke and dust, looking at the chaotic scene in front of her. Speechless, Li Chen shrugged. This guy is an undercover agent trained by the Kyoto official of Sakura country, hired to clear the instance, and has been following behind trying to kill me since the first boss was dealt with. These guys are planning to seize the first clear of the instance, so they are resorting to such tricks to obstruct us. That's about all the information. Anything else you want to ask? There are more people behind. With that, Li Chen raised his hand and pointed to the layered nut wall in front of him. By now, those who had caused a commotion and were preparing to cover Zaki's retreat had already encountered a new round of ground thorn attacks outside. The cries of agony could be heard clearly even here. Fong Wen was stunned. She never expected that the enemy's tracking and assassination, these carefully planned sudden events, all fell within Li Chen's calculations, including this time being left alone. It was also his calculated move. Li Chen had everything arranged long ago, setting up a trap and waiting for the enemy to come to him. It was simply terrifying. Seeing Fong Wen and the others looking at him, Li Chen shrugged slightly, picked up the shadow cane, and walked to the side. Only when the main force personnel approached did he raise his hand and remove the layered nut wall. The Sakura transfer students who were tightly bound were still trying to escape, but unfortunately, they were entangled by the ground thorns, and any struggling only made the thorns wrap tighter. Fujiwara Yujiro. Fong Wen skillfully stepped forward and took away the instance passes of those people, inspecting them one by one. After confirming the identities of several people, Huan furrowed his brows slowly, illegally entering another country's territory, seizing monsters, and plotting to attack the transferers of another country. Your actions can already be considered a serious act of aggression. Hearing Fong Wen's words, Fuyuan Xiong'er himself did not show any signs of fear. He even stated firmly that he had no regrets, attributing this incident to a mere misstep in his plan. If given another chance, he would make the same choice without hesitation. Now that they had been caught, whether they were to be killed or spared, he would accept it. The many little cherry blossoms beside him also behaved the same way, lifting their heads high, displaying a very dignified demeanor. It was as if they were not villains who had attacked another country's route without authorization, but rather messengers upholding justice. Thinking about having to interrogate these guys after they were taken away, Fong Wen felt a headache coming on. Watching the resolute cherry blossom people, Li Chen suddenly strode forward and stood in front of Fuyuan Xiong'er. With a slight smirk, he locked eyes with him. Dealing with scum like you requires some extreme measures. Fuyuan Xiong'er hadn't reacted to what he was about to do. The next moment, he saw Li Chen raise his foot and swiftly kick him in the crotch. Bang! Ah! Yamazaki! Fuyuan Xiong'er's face instantly turned purple. Then within a few seconds, it became ashen. A complete disaster. His brows furrowed tighter, and the corners of his mouth began to twitch unnaturally at a rapid rate. Finally, unable to hold back, he collapsed to the ground with a thud, writhing in pain. Seeing this, his teammates were all pale with fear, quickly begging for mercy. We were hired to be here, just to assist the ninja named Sasaki. We had no intention of harming the transferers from Huaxia. Yes, we were just following orders and did not commit any harm against you. We know we were wrong. We won't dare to do it again. We are all of the same skin color. One big family. One big family. Watching the obsequious expressions of those few guys, the twin brothers standing behind them both showed faces of disgust. Damn, who said we're one big family with you scum? Take a look at your own behavior before talking. You, ugh. Stop being disgusting, will you? Seeing Li Chen's actions yielding good results, Fong Wen also showed a hint of admiration on her face. After entering the information of these guys into the local criminal database, Fong Wen ordered them to be tied up. These cherry blossom transferers were helpless. Originally, they had heard that the officials from Huaxia were quite rigid and followed procedures strictly. They had thought of testing these people's limits by exploiting this. However, after witnessing Li Chen's methods, they completely lost their initial arrogance. Heads hung low, they seemed to have foreseen their future. Even if they were treated leniently, several years of imprisonment awaited them. Subsequently, Li Chen used a pumpkin head to immobilize all these guys in place. They still had dungeons to clear, and there was no time to waste with these guys here. After completely clearing the dungeons, they would deal with them slowly. Outside the dungeons at that moment, the military had already prepared transport vehicles and luxurious single rooms for these unexpected guests. Wei Tsongfeng personally ordered a thorough investigation of these guys. About half an hour later, with no more strange characters causing trouble, Li Chen no longer needed to prepare for any preventive measures against sneak attacks. Utilizing those plans, they pushed through the instance all the way. Before the appearance of the second country to defeat the Dawn Watcher, they swiftly dealt with the final boss at the speed of light. Congratulations to the Huaxia job changer Li Chen for successfully killing the boss Dawn Sovereign. The second route where job changer Li Chen is located has successfully cleared the instance. And the strategy for this hidden instance ends here. The teleportation gate to leave the instance has been opened. Please job changers on each route return to the starting point of the instance and wait for the final settlement analysis in progress. In this instance strategy, job changers from the second route of Huaxia created the highest overall output, accounting for 65% of the total output damage as a reward. The region to which this job changer belongs will receive a 10% increase in damage against Warcraft. The hidden instance Dawn Canyon has been converted into a fixed instance in Yunzhou City. The hidden instance will remain in an absolutely random state, so job changers do not need to be discouraged. The news of the successful clearance of the instance quickly spread to everyone's ears. At this moment, everyone in the Dawn Canyon heard the name that had appeared 3 times in a row, Li Chen. What's the deal with this job changer named Li Chen? Could it be because of levels? But the highest level limit here is only 60. Considering the strength of the monsters in this instance, even if there were a bunch of level 60 job changers, it would be impossible to defeat 3 bosses at such a fast pace. How could Huaxia be so fast? Although Huaxia has been at the forefront of instance exploration before, this is still quite unusual, isn't it? It's really strange. Could it be that there's something wrong with their route? Perhaps the current Huaxia has mastered some power that we are unaware of. Absolutely not to be underestimated. Teams on other routes were progressing slowly as usual, and many people received the news that the instance had been successfully cleared even before seeing the face of the second boss. They found Huaxia's behavior of taking down the instance at such a fast pace incomprehensible. They simply found it illogical. If it were themselves, even if they had 5 or 6 job changers around level 60 in the team, it would be impossible to clear the instance so quickly. How did Huaxia manage to do it? Forget it, let's admit defeat. We'll double our efforts next time. I didn't expect the quality of Huaxia's job changers to be so high now. They are really amazing. I wonder when the next hidden instance will appear. Mission: complete the strategy for the hidden instance. Dawn Canyon, January 1st, mission reward, 100,000 sunlight points. A plant formation storage card, capacity 500 plants. Already obtained your dual shooter. Successfully killed the Lord level monster Dawn Sovereign, LV. 60. You gained experience, 20,400 points. Congratulations. Your experience has reached the limit. Your level has been raised, LV. 52, LV. 53. Congratulations. Your experience has reached the limit. Your level has been raised, LV. 54, LV. 55 is the first job changer to kill the final boss. Congratulations on receiving the final reward of the instance. Dawn Treasure Chest X5 as the head of the final boss fell to the ground. The white throne located deep in the Dawn Canyon was completely shattered. New prompts kept popping up in Li Chen's eyes. Not only did he complete the system's tasks, but as the one who finally killed the boss, he also received the main experience and clearance rewards. Looking at the 5 chests gradually forming complete structures from the white light in front of him, Li Chen no longer hesitated and chose to open them all directly. Along with the purple light symbolizing epic quality shining from the chests, the shadows of some equipment appeared before everyone. This time's reward was not as special as the Shadow Staff. 2 sets of epic Dawn armor, 1 Dawn heavy sword, and 1 Dawn staff, as well as some materials. Most of these things were closely related to high attribute values, which meant nothing to Li Chen. But for the other job changers, they were all extremely rare items. Watching a group of job changers cheering excitedly beside him, Li Chen couldn't help but smile. Since these things didn't hold much meaning for him, he might as well distribute them directly. After all, this time clearing the instance was not solely his merit. He probably contributed about 70 to 80%. Well, not much more. So, during the following time, Li Chen took advantage of the gap before the main force left the instance to casually give away those equipment and materials. Among them, Li Chen had a slight selfish motive with the Dawn Staff, and he directly gave it to Su Guwei. Many people insisted on paying Li Chen, but he firmly refused. Anyway, money was meaningless to Li Chen, who owned a money tree. Dealing with these rare equipment was just for fun. After Li Chen gave away these things, the main force returned to the starting point of the instance. Passing through the rift, they returned to Yunzhou. The job changers around him were still excitedly discussing what had just happened. The captured Sakura job changers had no way to escape and were dejectedly escorted into the military vehicle sent by the army. Watching the departing convoy, Li Chen squinted slightly, standing pensive in place. Don't worry, based on the evidence we have now, this Fuyuan Xiongji, as the mastermind, will definitely face severe punishment. That guy can't stir up any more trouble. After Fong Wen and her colleagues from the military connected, they noticed Li Chen frowning, so she walked over and spoke. But Li Chen wasn't really worried about what those little sakura flowers would do. It was more like he was hoping they would take some aggressive actions. If those little sakura flowers could really cause more trouble, then he had enough reason to take drastic measures. Being Chinese in both lives, Li Chen's feelings towards the Sakura country need not be mentioned. If he had the chance to make the Sakura country completely submit or even perish, he would not hesitate. Moreover, he not only had ideas now but also had the power to put his ideas into practice. Well, I'm going back to the military. If you need, I can give you a ride. After a moment of silence, Fong Wen suddenly said. Li Chen shook his head, indicating he had things to do. After bidding farewell to Fong Wen, he left the location of the Dawn Canyon portal alone. After Li Chen completed the first passage, the hidden instance that used to disappear at regular intervals became a permanent ordinary instance. It would then stably exist in Yunzhou, becoming one of the many instance resources in the area. When Li Chen was about to return to the city, he encountered Su Gui's team gathered together. At this moment, Su Gui and the others were talking about Li Chen's performance in the instance. Just a few days ago, they were all classmates under the same roof. But now, Li Chen was already a master who could conquer the hidden instance along with the entire Yunzhou. The impact this had on them was extremely shocking. Just think about when they were in the instance. It was difficult for them to level up just by killing some small monsters. And Li Chen single-handedly killed 3 bosses in one go. The difference was simply terrifying. Brother Su, why is there such a huge gap between people? What did Li Chen go through to become like that? It's really exaggerated. Why can't I become like that? Ha! Li Chen! Someone shouted. And several members of Team Su Gui turned their heads enthusiastically to wave at Li Chen. It was this call that caught the attention of other players returning to the city, and soon all eyes were on him. At this moment, regardless of whether they had participated in the dungeon raid earlier, everyone had heard of Li Chen through various channels. Some keen journalists even drove all the way here to conduct an exclusive interview with him. Li Chen's performance in the dungeon had caused a sensation throughout the city. Overnight, he went from obscurity to fame. It was a bit unsettling for Li Chen, but he didn't have to worry too much now. His status had changed, and he was no longer the unknown and honest Li Chen. Such popularity would only attract paparazzi and trouble in the past. But now, with the city government and military behind him, Li Chen's position was on par with Zhang Mingshu and Wei Congfeng. People from all walks of life were busy flattering him. Who would dare to cause trouble now? So, Li Chen returned to his residence outside the city under the gaze of the public eye. He had planned to test the reward given by the system after completing the mission in his spare time. However, as he arrived at his doorstep, he saw a black car with a municipal license plate parked there. Mayor Zhang Mingshu greeted him with a smile and asked, Li Chen, do you have time now? The people from the capital have finally arrived. Let's go meet them together. It was quite an honor for the mayor to come personally. For the villagers, seeing Li Chen being picked up by the mayor was even more shocking than when he returned in a military pickup truck last time. At this moment, the villagers stood at Li Chen's doorstep, curiously watching. Many of them had learned about Li Chen leading a team to clear hidden dungeons from the news on their TVs. Their eyes now held a hint of respect when they looked at Li Chen. From Mayor Zhang Mingshu's words, Li Chen learned an important piece of information: the people from the capital had finally arrived. As the capital of Huaxia, the significance of the capital city needed no explanation. The officialdom of the capital was beyond comparison with the local authorities of Yunzhou. Directly interacting with these people was Li Chen's initial goal in showcasing his strength to the city government. Since Mayor Zhang Mingshu reported his affairs, Li Chen had been waiting for the arrival of the officials from the capital. Especially after facing hostility from the Sakura ninja in the dungeon today, Li Chen's intentions became even more apparent. He was not yet even level 60, but his displayed strength had already attracted the attention of formidable opponents like the Sakura ninja. If his strength continued to rise and his performance in the dungeons became more outstanding, Li Chen didn't dare to imagine how many such opponents he might attract. After all, he was just a life-class professional. Although he was already incredibly strong now, it was only relative to his peers. With the system's help, Li Chen had easily achieved invincibility among his peers. But when facing opponents above his level, to be honest, there was still a bit of risk. All the offensive plants and self-defense items in Dave's shop were limited by Li Chen's level under the system's rules. When facing opponents of similar levels, Li Chen could use the rules to easily deal with them. And when the level is raised, the rules limited by the level will be diluted. By then, specific rules like the pea shooter's 5 shots to maim and 10 shots to kill will no longer be Li Chen's sole means of suppression. Dealing with higher level enemies will rely solely on quantity to win. Pea shooters of the same level, 5 shots to maim, 10 shots to kill. So what about enemies above that level? Hundreds of shots, thousands of shots, even tens of thousands of shots. As long as Li Chen's plant quantity stacks up, he can still achieve instant kills. However, the difficulty will be incomparable. To avoid the repeated occurrences of ninja assassinations, rapidly increasing one's level is the most practical method. So, bring on everything like the Transcendence Plan and official training. With this in mind, when Zhang Mingshu proposed to take him to meet those visitors from the imperial capital, Li Chen didn't hesitate for a moment and agreed. He then got into Zhang Mingshu's car and headed towards the city. On the way, Zhang Mingshu praised Li Chen's performance in the instance endlessly. He admired the strategies and courage Li Chen displayed. He even mentioned that if Li Chen decided to move away from the Transcendence Plan in the future and showcase his skills in other fields, the doors of the Yunzhou city government and military would always be open to him. Well, he hadn't even graduated yet, and the secure job had come knocking on his door. Li Chen smiled, neither agreeing nor directly refusing. He just looked out at the bustling city and breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, by the way, Li Chen, there's something very important I forgot to tell you. Besides officially recruiting you for the Transcendence Plan, the visitors from the imperial capital have some other arrangements. Zhang Mingshu, driving the car, suddenly spoke up. Li Chen blinked, asking lightly. Zhang Mingshu didn't offer too many useless explanations, just pulled out a personnel file from the glove compartment and handed it to Li Chen. Take a look at this first. Li Chen took it with a puzzled expression, flipping through it page by page on his lap. The first thing that caught his eye was a portrait. The photo showed a sweet-looking girl with silver-white hair. Below it were her details. Name, Bai Ji, gender, female, occupation, to be kept confidential at her request, special talent, abundant herbalism, related achievements, main person in charge of the Huaxia grain increase plan, wheat, corn, soybeans, rice, and has successfully solved food production issues in most impoverished areas of Huaxia through abundant technology. Looking at those achievements, Li Chen felt a bit lost. This girl is quite impressive. But why show this to him? Li Chen, what do you think of her? Her? Yes, the white girl in the file. She's pretty impressive to achieve such feats at a young age. Hearing this response, Zhang Mingshu, who was driving, smiled and asked another question. Besides confirming your strength, the visitors from the imperial capital have another very important task. It's to introduce you to that Miss Bai. Li Chen was somewhat incredulous. Huh? Why? Zhang Mingshu smiled. It's a bit complicated to explain now. You'll understand when you meet her. Li Chen blinked, burying his doubts deep inside. Those visitors from the imperial capital coming to test his abilities personally as a precaution were understandable. He was mentally prepared for that and confident that he had no issues. But suddenly introducing a girl to him, what did that mean? Official matchmaking? Can't be that casual, right? Li Chen was silently pondering, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Unconsciously, the car quickly arrived near the city hall. As the car stopped and the door opened, what greeted their eyes were numerous luxury cars and crowds, several times more than usual. There were also a large group of reporters from various media outlets carrying all sorts of equipment. When Li Chen got off the mayor's car, the crowd immediately exclaimed in surprise. Flashlights were flashing, cameras were clicking non-stop, capturing the moment. Mayor Zhang, how will the successful strategy of clearing the hidden dungeon this time affect the economy of Yunzhou? Mayor Zhang, what kind of reward will Yunzhou City give to the adventurer named Li Chen who led the team through the hidden dungeon this time? Is this young man next to you Li Chen? Can we have a few minutes of his time for a small interview? A bunch of reporters holding microphones were eager to get in first. The city hall bodyguards who had been waiting there rushed forward, forming a human wall to block the crowd. Zhang Mingshu skillfully put on a smile, waved at the cameras, then led Li Chen into the building. While waiting for the elevator, Zhang Mingshu casually chatted with Li Chen. The reporters brought up this matter again. Li Chen, thanks to your efforts, the dungeon strategy was a success. With such high-quality dungeon resources, our Yunzhou will definitely develop better in the future. Your contribution to Yunzhou is invaluable. I'm not sure how to thank you. Tell me, what do you need? As long as it's within the scope of our city government and military, feel free to ask. What did he need? Li Chen entered the elevator, chin in hand, pondering for a while. Honestly, he didn't really need money, property, or even an official position. After all, he had the miraculous plant, the golden chrysanthemum, with one after another supply of wealth. Most of the world's problems were irrelevant to him. What he truly desired now was a way to level up at lightning speed. It would be best if he could reach over 100 levels and dominate the world the next day. But obviously, such a thing was not feasible in Yunzhou, let alone in the imperial capital. After much thought, Li Chen suddenly thought of something else. He raised a finger, lightly tapped his temple, and said, "Come to think of it, I do have a little request. I hope Mayor Zhang can help." Zhang Mingshu waved his hand. "What help? This time is a reward. No need to be so polite. Just make your request." Li Chen nodded and slowly said, "There is a matter concerning a mine in my village. Mayor Zhang should be aware of it." At the first sentence, Zhang Mingshu almost couldn't hold back. He certainly knew that the mine Li Chen mentioned was the kind of flower that spewed gold. But why did he suddenly bring up this matter? Li Chen smiled and briefly explained his thoughts. After all, he had grown up in that village outside the city, receiving much care from the villagers. Now, he also wanted to give back to the village through his abilities. He planned to plant golden chrysanthemums in the village under the guise of opening a gold mine. Firstly, a sufficient amount of gold could improve the overall living standards of the village. Secondly, a fixed and officially protected gold mine could also become a decent pillar industry for the local area. In this era, gold held significant importance in commerce. Having a gold mine that would never incur losses as support, no matter how you looked at it, was a win for Yunzhou. Zhang Mingshu initially thought that Li Chen would make some exaggerated requests to satisfy some personal desires. He never expected him to be considering such matters. At such a young age, to have such ideological awareness. After listening to Li Chen's words, Zhang Mingshu was left speechless for a long time. In the end, Li Chen repeated his request once more. Finally, Zhang Mingshu came back to his senses and quickly nodded. Of course, of course. Ding, the elevator made a crisp sound. They finally arrived at the mayor's office located on the top floor. The guests from the capital and the so-called white girl had been waiting inside for quite some time. When Zhang Mingshu pushed open the office door and saw the people inside, Li Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in surprise. The so-called guests from the capital seemed a bit lacking, right? Li Chen had expected a lively scene with a crowd of people when he opened the office door. He thought there would be a bunch of capital guys in military uniforms gathered here, chattering about things he couldn't understand. However, in the spacious office, there were only 4 people. Apart from Li Chen's Dean Su Minghong and a fully armed military bodyguard, there was a slightly familiar white-dressed girl and a tall, thin young man with glasses. This was the so-called investigation team sent from the capital? Shouldn't an investigation team be more of a team? Li Chen didn't know where to start with his complaints for a moment. It was actually the tall young man opposite him who reacted first. He pushed up the square glasses on his nose, revealing a gentle smile. "Mayor Zhang. Hello. If I'm not mistaken, this young man should be the legendary student Li Chen, right?" Legendary. Li Chen was almost choked by these 3 words. The young man pushed his glasses and a sharp light gleamed in his eyes. Then, he took a few quick steps and stood in front of Li Chen. With a harmless and friendly smile, he extended his hand. "Hello, student Li Chen. Nice to meet you. I am Dongfang Changming, the head of the capital's Xian department for new students." Xian department? Li Chen heard a somewhat unfamiliar name. He knew about the Xian plan, a special talent development plan in Huaxia, but this Xian department seemed unfamiliar to him. However, considering the Xian plan, this Xian department should be an institution similar to a special talent training camp. Thinking of this, Li Chen also smiled and shook hands with the director Dongfang, exchanging greetings. "Director Dongfang, you must have reviewed those materials earlier, right?" In fact, given Li Chen's growth rate, those materials are severely outdated and cannot represent his current strength. If there's anything you need to know, it's better to ask Li Chen directly. As Zhang Mingshu closed the office door, he took the initiative to introduce Dongfang Changming. Meanwhile, Su Minghong on the other side was also actively praising. "Yes, Director Dongfang, Li Chen not only has formidable strength, but his growth potential is the most terrifying I've seen in decades of teaching. As a novice professional who just awakened, in less than a week, he has reached. Faced with Su Minghong's hesitation, Li Chen directly waved his hand, displaying his professional information panel in front of everyone and said, "After finishing the instance just now, I am now level 55. Yes, level 55. Su Minghong smiled, but the next moment, he was suddenly shocked, trembling all over. Wait, level 55? You were only level 20 a couple of days ago." Su Minghong had heard about the incident where the military department helped Li Chen level up. He had initially thought that reaching level 40 was already the limit for Li Chen, but now, a new transfer student, after less than a week since transferring, had skyrocketed all the way to level 55. He was just 5 levels away from officially entering the ranks of a 4th-turn transfer student. Could a person really achieve such a feat? You should know that there aren't many combat transfer students in Yunzhou City who have surpassed this level. Hearing this, Dongfang Changming across from him also showed a hint of astonishment. Since the initiation of the Xian plan in Huaxia, he had been responsible for recruiting talents for the plan. Reflecting on it, he had seen quite a few exceptionally talented transfer students up to this day. However, a new transfer student rising over 50 levels within a week of transferring was unprecedented. Not just in Yunzhou, even if you looked at the whole of Huaxia, there was only this one person. The office fell into a strange silence, except for Zhang Mingshu, who had been watching the battle with Wei Tsongfeng in the office. Everyone was greatly shocked by Li Chen's age and level. Dongfang Changming's thoughts were clear. For these transfer students who were reported for selection in the Xian plan, having a high level was not particularly something to boast about, because those transfer students who received attention from the local government and were even willing to be reported were definitely somewhat exceptional in their abilities. In people-oriented Huaxia, such talents would surely receive assistance in leveling up from the local government and the military. Generally speaking, surpassing other transfer students of the same age by 10 or 20 levels was not a problem at all. But Li Chen had surpassed not just 10 or 20 levels, not to mention Su Guo, who was also hailed as a genius but slightly lower than Li Chen. In the academy, the students who were in the same year as Li Chen, under the guidance of teachers and various directors, were now also around 10 or 20 levels. Moreover, the higher the level, the more experience required to level up. Li Chen had probably killed more monsters in these few days than the entire class combined. This was already astonishing, but this was not the main point. Li Chen's position in the professional system was a solid civilian profession. Yet, the combat power he displayed had already reached a certain extreme. While waiting for Li Chen, Su Minghong showed Dongfang Changming the photos and videos of Li Chen's skills that he had saved before. After seeing the gunshots and cherry bombs that could withstand the beast tide and instantly create a mushroom cloud, Dongfang Changming understood. This talent must be recruited by the Xian division. This was not a matter of whether the Xian division was willing to accept Li Chen. It was a question of whether Li Chen himself was truly willing to join the Xian division. After a long period of shock, Dongfang Changming took a deep breath and his expression finally returned to normal. He smiled gently, appearing refined and courteous. Facing Li Chen in front of him, he slowly asked the most crucial question. "Student Li Chen, although Mayor Zhang, Dean Su, and others should have briefed you on various aspects of the Xian plan before this, I still want to ask a question. How much do you know about the Xian plan and the Xian division?" Li Chen pondered for a moment and briefly explained what he knew. It was nothing more than what Zhang Mingshu had mentioned before. Something about special talents and special training. He could guess that the Xian division was probably a product of the Xian plan, a special talent development institution directly under the authority of Huaxia. Inside, there should be elite talents recruited from all over Huaxia, but beyond that, he didn't know much. Dongfang Changming nodded thoughtfully. Zhang Mingshu behind the desk felt a bit awkward and shrunk his neck. Logically, this kind of popular science work should be carried out by the municipal government. However, due to the harsh environment and scarce resources in Yunzhou, the quality of career changers was generally low. Only a few could be rated as elites and receive recommended spots, let alone being elected to the Tongxian department. Over time, as the mayor, he only treated things related to the Tongxian plan as tasteless and regrettable leftovers. He never expected that such things would come in handy one day. With Li Chen's strength, joining the Tongxian department will definitely be more than enough. The most important thing now is not my judgment, but Li Chen's opinion. Before that, Let me give a detailed introduction to various aspects of the Tongxin plan to help Li Chen make a decision. Dongfang Changming said, casting an inquiring glance at Li Chen. After Li Chen nodded in agreement, he began the introduction he had done countless times before. The so-called Tongxin plan means understanding profound principles. It was an important project established by the Chinese authorities at the beginning of the world's gamification. Its scope was among the best on the entire Blue Star. The Tongxin plan was initially established to adapt to the rapidly changing world situation. All countries on the Blue Star began cultivating their own special elite talents in response to global changes. And China naturally could not be absent. With the development of the times, the Tongxin plan became associated with more and more things. In addition to training forces to compete with top career changers from other countries, it also involved exploring other realms, restraining beast tides, and even searching for new ways of human survival, all of which were more or less related to the Tongxin plan. The Tongxin Department, born in response to the Tongxin plan, evolved from a strictly combat-oriented career changer training camp to a secret organization that emphasized both academia and combat. In addition to training talents, the Tongxin Department also bore many other important responsibilities. For example, the girl next to him, Bai Ji, she was also a student in the Tongxin Department, but like Li Chen, she was a genuine life-class professional. Her series of achievements, such as achieving a rapid increase in Chinese grain production and developing new grain varieties, had nothing to do with combat. However, her achievements were still considered remarkable throughout China. To this day, the Tongxin Department had seen many people come and go, witnessing both brilliance and decline. In Dongfang Changming's eyes, none of them had the talent that Li Chen possessed today. He could even guarantee it. After Li Chen joined the Tongxin Department, he would definitely become an unprecedented figure, capable of making history and shaping the future. At the end, he couldn't help but praise Li Chen earnestly. Li Chen was almost embarrassed by the serious tone of the compliments. Finally, Dongfang Changming put away his smile, adopted a rather serious expression, and asked slowly, "So, Li Chen, I wonder if the current Tongxin Department aligns with what you have in mind. Regardless, personally, I hope you can join us and, with the strong support of the Chinese authorities, achieve great things. Of course, this doesn't mean you won't achieve anything if you don't join, as Li Chen's strength is undoubtedly powerful. But from your perspective, I believe joining the Tongxin Department would be more cost-effective. What do you think?" With that, Dongfang Changming slowly extended his hand. It was not from a high and mighty bureaucrat or elder's perspective. It was from the standpoint of an equal partner that the invitation was extended to Li Chen. After all, it was clear to discerning eyes that Li Chen of today did not really need the official support. It would just be an added bonus. Li Chen's strength far surpassed all the job changers that Dongfang Changming had encountered before. In today's world, strength held more sway than experience and capital. What Dongfang Changming spoke of aligned closely with Li Chen's initial ideas. Therefore, Li Chen naturally did not object. Faced with the invitation from the Bureau of Mysteries, Li Chen almost immediately reached out his hand without hesitation and said, "Director Dongfang, I look forward to learning from you in the future." Dongfang Changming nodded repeatedly, his smile softening considerably. Despite his deliberate attempt to maintain a calm and composed demeanor, he couldn't help but feel nervous deep down as Li Chen was about to make a choice. The admiration he had shown Li Chen just now was genuine. Li Chen was truly a rare talent, unmatched by anyone before or after him. If he were to let go of such a precious talent, Dongfang Changming would berate himself every night before sleeping, thinking, "I really messed up." Dongfang Changming let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Li Chen was contemplating another matter. When Dongfang Changming mentioned the Bureau's duty to suppress the beast tide, Li Chen recalled that his predecessor's parents had died in a massive beast tide that once swept through Yunzhou. The horrifying scenes of the beast tide entering the city had left a deep psychological scar on him as a child. Although Li Chen of today was not the same person as his predecessor, he still felt a curiosity deep within him about the beast tide. Was there really a way to control something like the beast tide, which had been classified as a natural disaster? Those relevant documents can be processed after returning to the capital. But before that, I have some tasks that I hope Li Chen can assist with. Li Chen? The director's voice interrupted Li Chen's thoughts. When he looked up, the director called over the girl who had been sitting quietly beside him. Assist? Assist with what? Li Chen was puzzled. The director gently patted the white-haired girl's shoulder and said, "Let's get to know each other first. Li Chen, I hope you can help us with an important experiment. If the experiment is successful, it will not only benefit you, it will also greatly help the entire Huaxia. Really? Starting off with something this significant? Li Chen was a bit bewildered. The white-haired girl across from him delicately lifted her skirt and performed a rather complex greeting towards Li Chen, saying, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Li Chen. I am Bai Ji, the main person in charge of the Bureau of Mysteries Food Production Increase Plan. It's an honor to meet you." "Ah, hello." Li Chen blinked and carefully examined the girl in front of him for the first time. She had a classical appearance, fair skin, and an elegant demeanor. Whether it was her elaborate and complex etiquette or her formal and convoluted way of speaking, her first impression was definitely not that of an ordinary girl one would see on the street. At the very least, her level of education was beyond that of an ordinary person. Truly someone from the capital. Quite an eye-opener. Li Chen nodded repeatedly, impressed. At the same time, the director beside him began to introduce himself. "Li Chen, no need to be too formal. Bai Ji is around your age. She just joined the Bureau of Mysteries a bit earlier than you did. She also has a profession similar to yours, but she has awakened extremely rare talents. Mayor Zhang must have shown you the information back then, right?" Li Chen nodded. Thinking back to Bai Ji's personal file, the talents section clearly stated herbal abundance. It sounded quite impressive, at least more impressive than Crazy Dave's plant shop. Next, Dongfang Changming cleared his throat and began to explain. Bai Ji's talent, in summary, is actually very straightforward. She can use her talent to create a substance that can induce mutations in any plant. We call this mutation abundance. Her achievements clearly demonstrate this. Among the plants we have experimented on, staple crops like wheat, corn, soybeans, and rice have all shown varying degrees of increased yield. The most extreme case was when the wheat yield in 1 acre of land expanded to over 10 times the usual amount. Although the introduction was delivered in a flat tone, Li Chen was still slightly shocked to hear about the tenfold increase in yield. Similar things had been achieved by an unparalleled master in his original world. Using the power of abundance to increase food production and feed the entire nation was a truly great endeavor. For a moment, Li Chen couldn't help but feel a bit more admiration for the white-haired girl in front of him, who seems somewhat otherworldly. Among the many plants we have tested, the manifestations of abundance vary greatly. Some fruits become extremely large, while others develop strange additional properties, and coincidentally, your power is also related to plants. So, Li Chen, if possible, we would like to conduct a test, to see if the plants you grow can exhibit even more exaggerated effects under Bai Ji's influence. As Li Chen's curiosity piqued, Dongfang Changming quickly explained everything that needed to be said, clear and concise. He successfully piqued Li Chen's interest. He also wanted to see how the power of abundance, capable of increasing wheat yield tenfold, could affect the plants he purchased for Dave's shop. Li Chen raised his hand and casually took out a seed from his storage ring. This action immediately startled Su Minghong and Zhang Mingshu beside him, who stood up and exclaimed, "Ah, don't! Li Chen, wait, don't do it here. Please don't. If the power of your plants suddenly increases tenfold, this office might explode." Hearing this, Li Chen chuckled helplessly. It seemed like they had worried about this issue during his previous power demonstrations as well. In that case, what should he do? He couldn't possibly go all the way to the instance dungeon to test it again, right? "Hey, I've got it. Li Chen, why not use that walnut?" "Yes, the walnut you used as a wall. That thing looks harmless and is a solid defensive plant. It shouldn't have any harmful effects even if it mutates." Zhang Mingshu had a bright idea, recalling Li Chen's walnut wall. It seemed harmless, and even if it mutated, it shouldn't go too far. Li Chen nodded. "All right, I'll go with your suggestion." He then summoned an infinite summoning flower pot and tossed the walnut seed into it. Dongfang Changming, still puzzled, wondered why a farmer like Li Chen had the skill to summon flower pots. A large walnut, about a person's height, sprouted vigorously from the flower pot. Watching the massive plant before him, Dongfang Changming couldn't help but marvel. Although he had watched related videos before, this was his first close encounter with Li Chen's plants. This thing looked much bigger in person than in the videos. "Well then, Bai Ji, let's get started." After observing for a while, he turned his head and looked at Bai Ji beside him. Bai Ji nodded, walked straight to the wall of nuts, slowly raised her hand, and activated her skill. Just as Li Chen was pondering whether the defensive nut wall could become harder under the influence of abundance, crack the flower pot cracked on the spot. Along with Baiji's abundant power being injected into the nut wall, in just a few seconds, that nut, as tall as a person, directly shot up from the ground in front of everyone present. With an unstoppable momentum, it pierced through the roof and straight into the sky. Bang bang, several pieces of rubble fell from the ceiling, making loud noises. This sudden scene left everyone present stunned in their tracks. This roof, in the end, cannot escape death. Dean Su Minghong sat on the sofa, helplessly supporting his forehead, and slowly said. Zhang Mingshu tilted his head slightly, looking at the sunlight pouring in from the gap, feeling somewhat amused and helpless. Fortunately, no one was injured. Baiji took a few steps back in fright when she saw the nut suddenly enlarge. It wasn't until she was sure there were no further abnormalities that she patted her chest in relief. Meanwhile, Dongfang Changming, who had been closely watching the situation here, appeared very excited. Although his expression remained extremely calm, the gleam in his eyes already revealed his current mood. Li Chen, if it's possible, I can, he said, turning to look at Li Chen beside him. Li Chen nodded, indicating he could proceed. Dongfang Changming then raised his hand and cast an appraisal spell on the giant nut in front of him. Nut wall, abundance plus addition planting consumes 50 sunlight each time. With a cooldown of 30 seconds, plant characteristics, the nut wall can withstand any attack below level 60, this limit will increase with professional level, up to 50 times. The damage sustained during attacks cannot be repaired. Abundance amplification, the nut wall's attributes, hardness, durability, volume, increase fivefold. Lasting for 3 hours, Li Chen's original plant abilities were already terrifying enough, enhancing them fivefold on top of that. Even though this was considered the most harmless plant among all of Li Chen's plants, Dongfang Changming couldn't help but feel his breath quicken. The strength of other plants after being amplified might be even more terrifying. He was already curious to see how powerful the cherry bomb would be after being amplified. A seemingly harmless nut wall was enough to pierce through a concrete ceiling. If it were something else, wouldn't it bring down the entire municipal building? At this moment, Dongfang Changming looked at Li Chen with a few more traces of admiration in his eyes. In his eyes, Li Chen was practically synonymous with talent. That. Director Dong. Just as Dongfang Changming was about to discuss future benefits and arrangements with Li Chen, Baiji suddenly clutched her head, staggered for a moment, almost falling to the ground. Dongfang Changming quickly caught her, smiling apologetically. I'm really sorry. I got carried away and forgot about you. Go sit over there for a while. After I finish discussing important matters with Li Chen, I'll take you back to the hotel to rest. Baiji nodded gently and unsteadily made her way back to the sofa. Looking at the suddenly weakened Baiji, Li Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, asking curiously, Director Dongfang, what's wrong with her? Dongfang Changming smiled and explained simply, this situation is actually quite common for Baiji. It's a small price to pay for her powerful talent. Every time she uses her talent, it consumes a lot of energy. As a result, she falls into this unusually exhausted state. Of course, if she uses her talent normally, the reaction shouldn't be this intense. Perhaps it's because of the amplification your plants? Li Chen, received. It seems like you two have good compatibility, and in the future, there will definitely be more room for development. With that said, Dongfang Changming glanced back at Baiji. Baiji on the other side was trying hard to maintain a dignified sitting posture, but she was clearly struggling to stay awake. Dongfang Changming smiled and regained his composure, then looked at Li Chen again. Alright, Li Chen, you don't need to worry too much about her. Since you've decided to join the Transcendence Plan, we should discuss the related benefits. Although it's officially supported by Huaxia, the resources of the Transcendence Plan are not unlimited. Therefore, we usually arrange different resources in education based on the unique talents and strengths of each transferee. However, although saying this now may be a bit sudden, but your situation is different from all the people we've recruited before. I think it's necessary to establish some new standards for your case. After that, Dongfang Changming had a thorough discussion with Li Chen. Everything from the resources the Transcendence Bureau could provide to the monthly allowance and tailored training plans was meticulously arranged. Li Chen deeply experienced the professionalism of the officials in the imperial capital. Dongfang Changming was not one to dawdle. After discussing almost everything, he directly talked to Li Chen about when they should set off. They decided to act promptly. As long as Li Chen's schedule allowed, they could take the airship back to the imperial capital early tomorrow morning. Moreover, according to Dongfang Changming himself, the imperial capital seemed to be in great need of Li Chen's help. Naturally, Li Chen wouldn't refuse. After agreeing, Zhang Mingshu and Su Minghong beside them became excited. This won't do. Such a big deal. And you're just leaving like this? I was thinking of organizing a farewell party for you at the academy before you leave, inviting your old classmates to send you off. Things were progressing smoothly, but the two of them looked regretful. Although they hadn't spent much time together, they didn't expect Li Chen to leave so quickly. Yesterday, they were immersed in the joy of discovering a peerless genius, experiencing the shock of Li Chen repeatedly. Today, they had to watch Li Chen leave the remote town and go to a bigger place to make a name for himself. Although this was the result everyone hoped for, when it came time to say goodbye, everyone felt a bit reluctant. After a moment of silence, Zhang Mingshu spoke slowly. Actually, when I first found out that Li Chen was the mysterious transferee we were looking for, I kept thinking about when to represent the city government and publicly thank you, but at that time, we couldn't reveal your situation so quickly due to confidentiality. The matter of giving you the reward was also kept quiet. And now, to the outside world, these things probably won't cause much of a stir. I always wanted to wait for an opportunity to tell every citizen of Yunzhou about your story. I didn't expect it to drag on until now. Coincidentally, the news of you leading the team to clear the hidden dungeon has caused quite a stir outside. Why don't we seize this opportunity? Let's give you a proper send-off before you leave. After Zhang Mingshu proposed this idea, they immediately celebrated and, in the guise of a farewell, invited Dongfang Changming to book an entire hotel. The banquet began at 8 o'clock as scheduled, and the lower floor was filled with people. However, the most important guests were all arranged in the private rooms on the second floor. There were the mayor of Yunzhou City, the minister of the military, members of the investigation team from the capital, deans from various colleges in Yunzhou City, and even some members of the previous council. Anyone related to Li Chen or wanting to establish a connection with him gathered here. Among them, the most eye-catching figure was naturally Li Chen, who had become the center of attention. Congratulations, Li Chen! Wishing you a soaring future and great success. Cheers! The glasses clinked, and the guests toasted each other, creating a lively atmosphere. Li Chen raised his glass, feeling slightly embarrassed as he wasn't much of a drinker. But now, all eyes were on him. Being the center of attention, he had to go through with it. He had no choice but to raise his head and down the drink in one go. The strong alcohol warmed his insides instantly. In no time, his face turned red. Seeing this, Zhang Mingshu sitting next to him quickly intercepted 2 more drinks, fearing he might overdo it and liven up the atmosphere with a cherry bomb. On the other hand, Wei Xongfeng sitting across from him seemed quite happy, joking, "We're used to being shocked by Li Chen on ordinary days. It's the first time I've seen him struggle with something. It's alright, nobody's perfect. Otherwise, I'd really start doubting if you're human." This banter sparked laughter, making the atmosphere even livelier. After the banquet, Li Chen was arranged by the city government to be driven home in a special car. He didn't care about anything else. Riding the tipsy feeling, he went straight into dreamland. Early the next morning, Li Chen, with a slightly dizzy head, got up from bed. He seemed to have had a bit too much to drink last night, still feeling a bit of a hangover. However, despite being a bit groggy, he remembered clearly what happened last night and the warmth of the people. He vaguely remembered that he and director Dongfang had agreed to take the boat the next evening. He had a day to deal with unfinished matters in Yunzhou. Li Chen washed his face, changed into regular clothes, and slowly walked out, watching the sunflowers swaying in the yard and the sunny sky. He couldn't help but feel good. Then he pushed open the courtyard door. Li Chen almost thought he was dreaming. The whole village was filled with a festive atmosphere. Windows were adorned with paper-cut decorations and banners. Many neighbors who were usually reserved came over with cheerful attitudes to congratulate and thank Li Chen. Reading the words on the banners around, Li Chen realized he wasn't dreaming. Warm congratulations to Li Chen for ranking first in Tianyun Academy, ranking first in the total ranking of new transfer students in Yunzhou City, and obtaining the title of Outstanding Graduate. Tianyun Academy transfer student Li Chen defended against the Beast Tide, led the team to clear the hidden dungeon, and made outstanding contributions. Special thanks and encouragement. Yunzhou City Municipal congratulations to the successful extraction of a small gold mine under the name of Li Chen, hereby issuing the extraction and processing operation permit. Yunzhou City Council. Although the matter of Li Chen entering the Profound Plan requires a certain degree of confidentiality, but with the achievements Li Chen currently possesses, Zhang Mingshu has more than enough reasons to make Li Chen famous. As for the so-called small gold mine, it was something Li Chen and Zhang Mingshu had discussed before. He hoped to use the name of the gold mine to plant some calendula flowers in the village where he was raised. This way, it could improve the living conditions of the villagers and greatly promote the development of Yunzhou City. Last night, after returning home, Zhang Mingshu contacted several council members responsible for mining development in Yunzhou City and discussed the feasibility of this matter with them overnight. In the end, overnight, he handed Li Chen a satisfactory answer. Looking at the familiar faces of the villagers around him, all showing expressions of joy or admiration, Li Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of comfort. The neighbor aunt who had treated him like her own since he was young seemed to sense something. When she saw Li Chen coming out of the yard, she had a strong premonition. Li Chen was about to leave. She had been standing in her yard, smiling and waving to Li Chen, but she felt a strange reluctance in her heart. She wanted to tell Li Chen to be careful when venturing outside alone. If one day he didn't want to struggle outside anymore, then come back. This village will always be his home. With the help of many media outlets and careful preparation by the municipal government, the news about Li Chen gradually spread throughout Yunzhou, resisting the beast tide, clearing hidden dungeons, and even opening a public gold mine. His actions have made immeasurable contributions to the entire city of Yunzhou. The whole city became lively. Some enthusiastic citizens even directly put up banners thanking Li Chen on their cars and strolled around the streets. The vast city became full of joy. Almost everyone's faces were filled with smiles, except for the three men who had just emerged from prison: Lu Xing, Lu Feng, and Li Chen's former homeroom teacher. Because today was a special day, so the three who had been detained underground in the Yunzhou City prison were given the opportunity to come out under the supervision of relevant personnel. Seeing the name Li Chen plastered all over the streets, the mood of these three people was at its lowest. Lu Feng and the homeroom teacher were itching with hatred, while Lu Xing seemed particularly lost. In the past, even if they were beaten to death, they could not have imagined that Li Chen would be so successful today. And they, on the other hand, had fallen to this point. He's here. That young man named Li Chen is here. Thanks to him, we have our new dungeon and a public gold mine in Yunzhou. I can't even imagine how good life will be from now on. Wow, is this handsome and powerful young man really real? Woohoo! Li Chen, look at me. Look at me. I like you. Li Chen sat in Zhang Mingshu's convertible, enjoying the praises from the crowd on both sides. The driver also followed Zhang Mingshu's instructions to slow down the speed as much as possible. There was no special reason. The attention he was receiving now was well deserved. As the car turned at the intersection in front of the transfer plaza, it paused for a few seconds due to the crowded crowd. Li Chen squinted and noticed the Lu family trio hiding behind the crowd, wearing electronic shackles. At that moment, Lu Xing was also shrinking his neck, looking in this direction through the crowd. In the instant when two gazes met, it felt like an eternity. Buzz! With the engine starting, the car carrying Li Chen drove away. Many citizens remained in the area, discussing the various aspects of this talented young man, unwilling to leave. Night. On a luxurious and massive flying airship, Li Chen stood on the deck, looking down at the faintly visible cloud state below, enjoying the cold breeze. This airship was the one that carried Dongfang Changming and others from the imperial capital to investigate Li Chen. In the current world, magical beasts roamed freely, including flying ones. As a result, the development of traditional human transportation was greatly affected. Unlike the supersonic planes in Li Chen's original world, the flying vehicles on Blue Star focused more on heavy armor and long endurance rather than speed. In some necessary situations, a well-equipped airship could hover in the air for months without landing. Of course, this time, Li Chen and the others were just on a short trip and didn't need such extreme capabilities. According to Dongfang Changming, with the speed of this airship, they only needed a day and a night to reach the imperial capital. Li Chen had already contacted the imperial capital in advance. Upon landing, they would immediately arrange for someone to handle Li Chen's procedures. They also promised to provide Li Chen with a sufficiently large piece of land for studying plant arrangements. Thinking about this, Li Chen took out the blank plant formation card given by the system and glanced at it briefly. Plant formation card No. 01, codename, unnamed, main plant species, none, total number of plants, none, 0/500, required area, none, required sunlight, none, cooldown time, none, as explained by the system before. This card allowed Li Chen to save pre-established plant formations inside it. When needed, all the stored plants could be released at once by consuming all the required sunlight, without the need to activate them one by one. Efficiency was the key. Through future tasks, Li Chen should receive more of these cards, but this was the first one after all. Li Chen planned to carefully consider whether he could create a preset with astonishing power all at once. For example, 500 cherry bomb plants? If they were all set off at once, perhaps no one in this world could withstand it. However, controlling such explosive power of that level was challenging. Once released, it would be a devastating blow to any area and might even harm innocent people. After much thought, Li Chen decided to stick to using normal formations that were practical. The outer layer consisted of walnuts covered with pumpkin heads, followed by kernel pults, torchwood, and repeater peas. This way, a versatile formation was completed, providing both control and output. Yes, he should note this down for now. After arriving in the imperial capital, he would immediately start experimenting. Li Chen put away the card, leaned on the railing, and gazed at the cloud state in the distance, whose contours were gradually becoming indistinct. Suddenly, he remembered some interesting things. There was a saying that when one person gains enlightenment, even chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. This saying seemed to be true for him. Before leaving, Zhang Mingshu specifically had a chat with him. The act of sending Li Chen out of cloud state had changed the fate of more than just Li Chen. Due to Li Chen's influence, Mayor Zhang Mingshu received commendation from superiors and successfully secured more resources for the development of Cloud State. Li Chen's dean, Su Minghong, became the director of education in Cloud State. Despite his advanced age, he managed to get a promotion and a raise, making the old man so happy that he couldn't sleep all night. On the other hand, the Lu family, who had numerous unpleasant encounters with Li Chen in the past, despite strong opposition from various factions in the council, it lost its original influence. Neither Lu Xing nor Li Chen's homeroom teacher escaped. Afterwards, Li Chen privately made another round of reports, prompting a new investigation by the city government and council, revealing Lu Feng's past actions. Lu Feng was removed from his position in the council, placed behind Lu Xing awaiting trial. The once illustrious Lu Xian was also implicated, being kicked out of the bank and having all his assets seized. Left alone, he didn't know where to turn. Feng Wen, who had missed the opportunity to become an elite transfer due to Lu Feng taking her spot, was forced to work in the military. Due to her outstanding performance, Minister Wei Tsongfeng took notice of her. When the next round of changes came, Wei Tsongfeng planned to strongly recommend Feng Wen to take over his position, becoming the new head of the military in Yunzhou. All of this, influenced by Li Chen, presented a flourishing scene. Surely, when Li Chen returned to Yunzhou in the future, he would see a Yunzhou completely different from his memories. Li Chen, would you like some fruit? As Li Chen reminisced about various things in Yunzhou City, a crisp, slightly tired voice came from the direction of the cabin. Li Chen turned around and saw Bai Ji in a fluffy pajama, carrying an exquisite silver tea tray towards him. On the tray were some unusual fruits. Li Chen looked at the contents, unsure how to proceed. There were various fruits in the plate: watermelon, apple, orange, you name it. But the proportions of these things seemed a bit off. TSK, the capital city truly lived up to its name. Even the fruits were so big. How could an orange, known for its good nature, grow as big as a watermelon? Looking at the palm-sized orange segment, Li Chen fell into contemplation. But upon further thought, he realized he wasn't in a position to say such things. After all, his nut wall was almost 2 meters high. Seeing Li Chen hesitating, Bai Ji placed the tray on the table, picked up a slice of orange, and handed it to Li Chen, smiling gently. Li Chen, don't worry, these are not strange plants, just influenced by my abilities. Their size may be larger, but it doesn't affect their taste. Li Chen blinked, took it with some doubt, and put it in his mouth. Instantly, the juicy flesh burst in his mouth. The cool and sweet juice filled Li Chen's mouth, making him praise, "This is good. Much better than the fruits you can buy outside." Bai Ji smiled, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Really? Then realizing her excitement, She coughed and said somewhat embarrassedly, "To be honest, these fruits are actually new varieties being researched and cultivated. To receive your praise is truly wonderful." This statement made Li Chen somewhat emotional. Researching increased food production, cultivating new fruit varieties. He never expected such business to exist within the mystical bureau. Hearing Li Chen sigh, Bai Ji sighed slightly regretfully. "Actually, if there were a choice, I also want to do more like most people." Through fighting, the mystical bureau was full of talent. That was true, but the vast majority were still traditional combat talents. People like Bai Ji were recruited for their special abilities, officially labeled as technical talents. But in reality, they didn't contribute much to dungeon clearing. After all, nowadays on Blue Star, almost 80% of the resources are directly obtained through battles and the copies. Whenever Bai Ji's abilities can be used in combat, she can play a role many times better than now. She stayed honestly in the mystery department to work on agriculture. In fact, it's because that's all she can do. If she had the chance to participate in battles herself. As she said this, she casually raised her eyes and glanced at Li Chen in front of her. Li Chen understood her meaning. This girl named Bai Ji, is she interested in him? No, that's not the right way to put it. Rather than being interested in him, she is more interested in her own abilities. After all, Li Chen's ability is to create many plants that can be directly used in combat, while Bai Ji's ability is to enhance plants. It's like indirectly giving Bai Ji the opportunity to participate in battles. If they develop it properly, the two of them working together might have a remarkable effect. This is actually why the mystery department sent Bai Ji over to find Li Chen. But Li Chen was still a bit curious. Has Bai Ji's current status already surpassed 99% of the life class professionals in the entire Huaxia? Yet she is not content with the status quo, but actively wants to engage in battles. This is not the attitude a life class professional should have. In this world, everyone is taught this concept. If you transition to a combat profession, you must be stronger than others, cherish opportunities, strive for greater power, protect your home and country, shed blood and sweat but not tears. And once you transition to a life class profession, you only have one thing to do: survive. Moreover, in this world, the ratio of life class professions to combat professions is actually about 6-4. There are more life class professionals than combat ones. In such a laid-back world, Bai Ji, as a life class professional, is still thinking so much about battles. Where did this idea come from? She doesn't seem like the impulsive type who resorts to violence at the drop of a hat. It's really puzzling. Seeing Li Chen's puzzled expression, Bai Ji lightly bit her lip, struggled with herself for a moment. Then, as if gathering courage, she smiled slightly helplessly, looked Li Chen in the eye, and briefly recounted her past. When Dongfang Changming introduced her before, Li Chen already knew that Bai Ji came from the largest mining family in all of Huaxia. But what Li Chen didn't know was that in such a chaotic world, to stably rise to the top of a certain industry, it wasn't just luck and wisdom, it also required real strength. Of course, the strength here refers to combat strength. Besides mining all over Huaxia, the Bai family was also one of the first families to guard the northern territories. 100 years ago, during the spatial turmoil and the massive invasion of demons, it was the joint effort of several major families in the north that formed an impassable steel wall with their flesh and blood. They kept billions of demons outside the wall, unable to set foot in Huaxia to this day. Among them, the Bai family was the most adept at auxiliary professions. With such a family tradition, Bai Ji grew up listening to heroic stories of her ancestors. She also fantasized about becoming a valiant female general like those in the stories. She studied day and night the complex etiquette and military regulations that had long been abandoned in the army, preparing herself wholeheartedly for a future military life. But somehow, all her relatives and friends around her became strong individuals who could stand on their own. As the eldest daughter of the Bai family who was highly expected, she became the only life class professional in the Bai family in nearly 100 years. Although, she still possessed exceptional talent, even gaining the favor of the Ministry of Mysteries. Although her parents still treated her the same, believing that pursuing a career in life-related fields was not important as long as their daughter lived happily. But for her, this experience was clearly filled with regret and irreparable. Until the appearance of Li Chen, with powerful abilities in life-related professions, capable of cultivating plants with destructive powers, she could not even dream that such a fortunate event could happen in the world. Inside the Yunzhou city government office, when she witnessed with her own eyes the nut that, due to her abilities, grew several times in strength, piercing through the ceiling. She began to feel that all of this seemed destined. Of course, she was well aware that many of these thoughts were wishful thinking. She was unsure of Li Chen's thoughts, so before that, she hoped to make an effort to bridge the gap between herself and Li Chen. At the very least, she didn't want Li Chen to dislike her. After recounting some trivial matters from her past, Bai Ji immediately fell silent. Calming her emotions slightly, she raised her head and looked back at Li Chen. Her energy had not been fully replenished yet. Talking too much in one breath made her feel a bit breathless again. Just as she had expected, Li Chen did not resonate much with her past. After all, whether it was a family of warriors or a mining conglomerate, these things were at most seen in novels or TV dramas for Li Chen. He had never experienced them, so how could he empathize with her? However, out of politeness, Li Chen politely expressed his understanding. He then noticed Bai Ji's slightly distracted eyes. Suddenly, a bright idea struck Li Chen, and he immediately took out a brown coffee bean from his storage ring. In fact, when he heard about the side effects of Bai Ji's talent, Li Chen had already thought of this thing, but at that time, he was too busy to pay attention to these things. But to be honest, Li Chen was indeed curious to see what changes Bai Ji could bring to his plants in the future. Let's help her solve this problem of constantly dozing off. Li Chen placed the coffee bean in front of Bai Ji, indicating for her to eat it. Bai Ji across from him was slightly puzzled, looking hesitant. It wasn't until she heard Li Chen say, "Consider it as a reward for eating your fruits," that she relaxed, took the coffee bean from Li Chen's hand, and put it in her mouth. Crunch, her silver-white teeth crushed the brown coffee bean. A rich aroma instantly filled her mouth. Bai Ji's somewhat dazed mind suddenly became extremely clear. A glint of light burst in her eyes. This is. Seeing the astonished expression on Bai Ji's face, Li Chen understood. It seemed that his coffee bean did have an effect on her. This feeling is so miraculous. My head hasn't been this clear in a long time. This feeling is simply unbelievable. Bai Ji's voice trembled as she spoke. Even the chest under her milky white fluffy pajamas began to rise and fall with increasingly rapid breaths. Since awakening her talent of herbal abundance, she had wished to sleep for 20 hours a day. Every time she used her ability, her mind would be in a chaotic state for the next 2 to 3 days. And now, that mushy feeling in her head had disappeared without a trace. She had reached a level of clarity she had never experienced before. Even her slow speech had become slightly faster. Li Chen, my classmate. She stood up instinctively and looked at Li Chen sitting across from her. She was eager to know what kind of magic Li Chen had used to help her solve the problem that had troubled her for so long. Li Chen yawned, calmly stood up, and stretched lazily. Patting his mouth, he casually said, "All right, it's good if it works for you. I don't use these coffee beans much now, so I haven't saved up many. I'll save up a batch for you in a couple of days. You can snack on them for fun when you're free. Although it can't cure your illness, it can still alleviate your symptoms a bit." Bai Ji opened her mouth. A kind of emotion she had never experienced before appeared on her beautiful face. She racked her brains, exhausted all her rhetoric, wanting to formally express her joy and gratitude to Li Chen from her heart. But those almost poetic sentences had not yet been spoken. Li Chen on the opposite side stretched lazily, casually said, "All right, I'm tired," and leisurely left. Bai Ji swallowed back her emotions from earlier, staring blankly at Li Chen's gradually departing figure. She then lightly lifted the hem of her nightgown, performing a cumbersome yet solemn ritual. The day quickly passed. When Dongfang Changming knocked on Li Chen's door and informed him that they had arrived, Li Chen was still a bit unresponsive. He changed his clothes and walked out of the cabin. Bai Ji, who had already dressed in her regular attire, was waiting on the other side. She first smiled and nodded, then performed a set of standard and strict etiquette that Li Chen completely did not understand. After spending this time together, Li Chen was already accustomed to her habits. After she finished her actions, she curiously asked, "By the way, Miss Bai, are these actions improvised? Why do they change every day?" Bai Ji was visibly stunned, then quickly explained seriously, "These are the movements recorded in the third set of amendments to the standard etiquette of the Northern Army of Huaxia. Morning greetings and evening greetings, paying respects to peers and elders, as well as bowing to men and women, all require corresponding standards." Li Chen just casually asked, not expecting to hear this kind of answer. He was somewhat speechless and secretly admired. Impressive, indeed, the young lady of a prominent family. To remember these things so clearly is simply remarkable. To Bai Ji, This was a form of praise. She scratched her head somewhat embarrassedly and replied softly, "Although, no one cares about these things nowadays, but I believe that without rules, there is no order. As warriors of the Tongshin division, we will certainly shoulder many responsibilities to save the weak and uphold justice. In today's world where everyone is in danger, the rules established by humans, representing reason, are the most reassuring and just things one can offer to others." This guy spoke like he was giving a lecture. Li Chen blinked, once again amazed. Truly, the young lady from a wealthy family had much higher ideals and ideological realm than him. Unfortunately, he, Li Chen, was just a rough man, without such noble thoughts. What he wanted to do was simply to enhance his own strength through the country and then make the country stronger through himself. Regarding Bai Ji's thoughts, he could only say, he didn't quite understand, but he respected them. "Li Chen, shall I take you to the Tongshin division first? I'll have someone take your luggage to your accommodation first. Let's go to the Tongshin division. I'll take care of all the procedures for you." Dongfang Changming's voice came from the side. Immediately, 2 soldiers came forward and took Li Chen's luggage from him. The group walked down the gangway and left the massive airship, leaving the docking area, passing through security, and exiting the waiting hall. Li Chen finally officially entered the imperial capital. Looking at the bustling city before his eyes, Li Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly the imperial capital." Skyscrapers towering into the clouds rose from the ground, emitting a modern and radiant atmosphere. Huge billboards flashed between the tall buildings, displaying various eye-catching advertisements. Adventurers in all sorts of attire roamed the streets, their armor bearing various marks and scars, as if telling their unique stories. Dialects from different regions mixed together, creating a wonderful harmony amidst the hustle and bustle of traffic noise. Dongfang Changming and the Imperial Capital Military Department are quite close, not within the city. I've already called a car, so please wait a moment, Dongfang Changming explained after putting down his phone. Then, he looked at Bai Ji beside him and asked, "Also, Bai Ji, do you plan to return to our department with us? Or, do you need me to help call a car to the 6th department for you?" Bai Ji shook her head. Li Chen is new here and probably still unfamiliar with the imperial capital. Later, Director Dongfang will probably help Li Chen with the necessary procedures, right? If Li Chen doesn't mind. During this time, let me accompany Li Chen to get familiar with the imperial capital, especially the situation in the communication department. With that, she quickly turned to Li Chen beside her and smiled slightly at him. Director Dongfang also looked at Li Chen with an inquiring expression. Li Chen shrugged. Still indifferent. He didn't really care who showed him around, only interested in what kind of big house Dongfang Changming had promised him before. Dongfang Changming had said it himself. Li Chen's situation was special and required specific standards. Just in terms of accommodation applications, they had provided him with the highest configuration directly. It was said that to accommodate Li Chen's abilities, the official side had directly allocated a large enough vegetable garden for him in the communication department. The so-called 6th department was an important power institution that had been passed down in Huaxia since ancient times, similar to the military departments in Yunzhou before. The planning in the imperial capital was more perfect and detailed. Apart from managing military affairs and mobilizing troops and armaments, there were 6 departments that oversaw personnel and official position adjustments, with the Ministry of Personnel being the head of the 6 departments. The Ministry of Revenue managed territorial land, taxes, and finances, while the Ministry of Rights handled foreign affairs and education. The Ministry of Justice managed judicial affairs, and the Ministry of Works oversaw engineering matters. Each department had its own responsibilities, working together to create the prosperous and colorful city of the imperial capital. And now, Li Chen was about to go to the communication department, an independent department outside the 6 departments that directly connected with the highest level of the imperial capital. The power of the communication department was as high as any of the 6 departments. The responsibilities it had to shoulder naturally covered a wide range. Basic adventurer training, battles, and dungeon raids were just the tip of the iceberg. Since various special adventurers had been discovered, people like Bai Ji, who directly corresponded to the Ministry of Revenue, had started to increase gradually. In addition to the basic task of cultivating special adventurers, the communication department gradually evolved into a 7th department parallel to the 6 departments, and even held a higher status than them. At this point, Dongfang Changming suddenly brought up another matter mysteriously. "So, Even though I shouldn't be the one to say this, I think it's better to mention it. In the imperial capital, even in the whole of Huaxia, reasonably using the identity of the communication department can actually bring us a lot of convenience. For example, when using public transportation in daily life, our token of the Tangxian department can even be used as a merit card. During the execution of special tasks, with our identity, we can temporarily requisition local military forces or directly coordinate with the local government. There are also some restricted resources in instances that cannot be used due to various limitations, which can be accessed using the identity of the Tangxian department. Ahem. Let's stop here. The Tangxian department holds considerable power, but at the same time, these privileges all stem from the responsibilities we bear. If abuse of authority is discovered, internal penalties within the Tangxian department are very strict. Light punishment involves permanent deprivation of the Tangxian department identity, while severe cases, Dongfang Changming spoke, gently extending a hand and making a gesture across his neck, but then he chuckled and shook his head. However, Li Chen, you don't need to be too nervous. The Tangxian department has been established for many years now, and such situations have rarely occurred. Those who can enter the Tangxian department, despite their varying abilities and personalities, but the character of each person has been personally supervised and approved by us old folks. In any case, I hope Li Chen can live happily within the Tangxian department. If you need anything during your stay, feel free to give me a call. Dongfang Changming seemed to have given this introduction many times before. As he finished his last sentence, the driver in the front suddenly hit the brakes, bringing the armored vehicle sent by the military to a stop at the entrance of the Tangxian department. Dongfang Changming got off the vehicle and opened the doors for Li Chen and Bai Ji. He then nodded at Li Chen and said, "Well, Li Chen, I will go and handle the procedures related to you first, and also apply for a token for you. During this time, let Bai Ji take you around here. There's no need to be too formal. From today onwards, we are all members of the Tangxian department, like a family. There are no complicated rules here. Treat it like your own home. You can do whatever you want." With that, he bid farewell to Li Chen and Bai Ji. He then turned and walked away in the opposite direction. Looking at the huge park built directly on the outskirts, Li Chen couldn't help but think of military bases. Scenes that he had only seen in movies and TV shows were now unfolding before his eyes. Seeing the armored vehicles parked at the entrance and the military soldiers standing guard in the distance, Li Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Li Chen, after watching director Dongfang leave, Bai Ji turned her head. She was about to speak when a loud explosion from above interrupted them. Boom, the thunderous sound startled them. Looking up, they saw a light high-speed airship flying out of the Tangxian department, passing low overhead and heading towards the distance. Li Chen opened his mouth in amazement. Impressive, truly impressive. No wonder it's a big city. Do they use this thing for transportation? That's awesome. Bai Ji felt a bit embarrassed. Li Chen, I don't think this is the normal mode of transportation for the Tangxian department. These airships are usually combat vehicles used by the military for short-distance transport. Given the situation, it seems like some squads within the Tangxian department are heading out for an urgent mission. This kind of situation is quite common, so don't worry too much. Li Chen nodded, then walked through the gate and entered the Tangxian department. The scene of young students leisurely strolling around, filled with a youthful atmosphere, did not materialize as he had imagined. Instead, as soon as he entered, the scene before Li Chen left him puzzled. Many armored vehicles and transport ships were parked on both sides of the main road. Fully armed individuals formed their own small teams and were boarding the military vehicles at a quick pace. There was a solemn and urgent atmosphere in the air. Seeing this scene, Li Chen could only think of one situation: going to war. Whether it was against a beast tide or something else. In any case, he had only seen this kind of mobilization scene in many war movies from his past life. Is this situation common as well? Li Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at Bai Ji beside him. But Bai Ji's expression of confusion was no less than Li Chen's. She was a bit puzzled too. She had only left the Tongxian department for 2 or 3 days. Why did it feel like she had missed 2 or 3 years? Miss Bai, I heard you were at the Imperial Capital Airport just now. Didn't expect you to really come back. Are you researching new crops again this time? Or attending some meeting? Who is this man next to you? Just as Li Chen and Bai Ji were full of doubts, a boy in a dark green suit, with a somewhat excessively short stature, ran excitedly towards them from a distance. The guy waved enthusiastically at Bai Ji. his face beaming with a smile. However, as he got closer, the wrinkles on his face seemed to solidify like frozen magma, accumulating in a crumpled manner, and Li Chen had something to say but hesitated. A green suit paired with this guy's excessively short stature. When he ran over from a distance, at first glance, Li Chen thought it was a goblin from somewhere. Seeing the goblin-like boy running over, Bai Ji's face also showed a hint of subtle unease. Before entering, she was still considering where to take Li Chen for a stroll, who to introduce Li Chen to first. But anyone would be better than this guy with a not quite normal mind. Although Bai Ji was not very familiar with him, she had heard about him from the director Dongfang. It seemed that this guy's family background had influenced him, making his whole mentality somewhat childish. However, Bai Ji, being an educated young lady, was quite adept at managing her expressions. Moreover, she was now tasked with guiding Li Chen, so she put on a professional smile and introduced them to each other. Li Chen, this is Meng Qing, also a student recruited by the Tongshan department, like us, in the life profession. Meng Qing, this is Li Chen. He was brought back from Yunzhou by me and director Dongfang, a highly talented life profession transfer. Upon hearing this, Meng Qing squinted his eyes. He started scrutinizing Li Chen up and down. A highly talented life profession transfer? Brought back by Miss Bai and director Dongfang? Is it true? I didn't get such treatment back then. The Tongshan department is not a place where ordinary people can enter. Those who have the qualifications to step inside the door are monsters among monsters. Li Chen, what's your level? Any powerful skills? Show me quickly. Li Chen ignored him. His eyes were fixed on the light airship behind this guy. It had to be said that although the technology on Blue Star was not as advanced as his original world, with the assistance of foreign powers, all kinds of black technology continued to emerge. This so-called light airship already bore some resemblance to a conventional swept-wing fighter jet. Moreover, on top of that, this thing had many peculiar transformation structures, looking quite futuristic, like a transformer. Cool. Which man could resist this thing? He felt like taking out his phone to snap a picture. I wonder if photography is allowed in the Tongshan department. Li Chen was about to ask Bai Ji about this issue. The guy opposite, named Meng Chung, started muttering to himself with his hands on his hips. Judging by your attire, you're probably not from a wealthy family, right? You're from Yunzhou. Where is that? Why have I never heard of it before? But since you were able to invite our Eastern director and the beautiful Miss Bai together, it shows you have some ability. However, as your senior, I must give you a warning. When we're out here, the most important thing is to have power and background. Which path are you on? Considering your good relationship with Miss Bai, call me Meng Ge, and I might consider covering for you. Before he could finish speaking, with a loud bang, the airship Li Chen had been eyeing took off into the sky. No chance for photography now. Li Chen felt a bit frustrated. He glanced at Meng Qing, then turned to Bai Ji. Your friend? Bai Ji shook her head. Not that close. Not that close. Li Chen looked at the guy in front of him, who was trying to act all high and mighty. With a friendly greeting, he blurted out, "Who do you think you are?" This sentence left Meng Qing and Bai Ji stunned on the spot. Meng Qing's eyes widened, unable to react for a while. "Ha? What did you say?" Li Chen smirked and impatiently added, "I said, who do you think you are? Do you have dog ears hanging on the sides of your head? Can't understand human language?" Such harsh words dealt a heavy blow to Meng Qing's young heart. He opened his mouth, stuttered for a while, then managed to say, How dare you speak so vulgarly in front of Miss Bai?" Li Chen cut him off. "If you can't even understand simple words, then don't embarrass yourself in public, okay?" Meng Qing felt suffocated, almost unable to catch his breath. Seeing Li Chen's disdainful expression, he suddenly became angry and embarrassed. "How dare you speak to me like that? Do you know who I am? I am the top combatant among the Tongshan department's lifestyle transfers. Do you dare to provoke me?" Li Chen almost burst out laughing. Okay, he admitted he was a bit too harsh just now. This goblin-like kid was quite funny. The top combatant among lifestyle transfers. Isn't that like being the tallest among dwarfs? Wait, isn't that his own positioning as well? Oops, spoke too soon. Li Chen chuckled at himself. Looking at Meng Qing, who couldn't even reach his height when jumping, he couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. The Tongshan department really had all kinds of people. He wasn't worried about the title of being the top combatant among lifestyle transfers. After all, when he came here, He at least had to compare himself with combat-oriented professions. A mere lifestyle transferer capable of combat. Hardly worth mentioning. If it weren't for Bai Ji's overpowering talent, he could probably use an enlarged durian 5 times its size to knock someone out and claim that title. Bai Ji beside him was still a bit out of it, still immersed in Li Chen's astonishing words just now. Looking at Li Chen's refined and friendly face, he just didn't seem like someone who would say such things. Could it be that he misheard? What's going on here? Just as the two sides were at a standstill, and Li Chen was about to continue speaking, Dongfang Changming suddenly walked in from outside. He was holding a palm-sized black token in his hand. Due to some unexpected circumstances, the processing of Li Chen's procedures needed to be slowed down a bit. He only issued a temporary token to facilitate Li Chen's freedom of movement during this period. As soon as he returned, Li Chen seemed to have gotten into a conflict with someone. Before Li Chen could speak, Meng Qing on the opposite side raised his hand solemnly. Director Dongfang, is this Li Chen the person you brought back? I don't know how he passed your test, but his character is definitely questionable. This was not just provoking Li Chen, but also questioning Dongfang Changming's judgment. Li Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at the serious Meng Qing in front of him. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Dongfang Changming furrowed his brow. He quickened his pace a bit, approached, and asked, "What's going on?" Meng Qing stared at Li Chen and said firmly, "He uses extremely foul language." Silence. The scene was as silent as death. Dongfang Changming seemed to have choked on something, almost out of breath. After a moment of calm, he sighed deeply. He reached out, patted Meng Qing's shoulder. "All right, I understand. Go play." His tone was dismissive, but Meng Qing didn't seem to notice. That guy smirked, squinted at Li Chen, looking like he had avenged a great grievance. Then he swaggered away. After that guy had gone far, Li Chen broke the silence. "If you can't win an argument, you run to the teacher. Is this guy too fragile in the head? Is that guy a 3-year-old? Dongfang Changming rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Li Chen, forgive me. After all, the people in the Transcendence Department come from all corners of the world, with all kinds of personalities." This Meng Qing was indeed overly indulged in his childhood, leading to overly simplistic thinking, but he is also under my wing, so in terms of character, there is actually no problem. Just treat him like a 3-year-old. Don't bother with him. Oh, here is the key to your accommodation. Let Bai Ji take you there. On the way, she can also help you get familiar with the surroundings here. With that, Dongfang Changming handed a silver-white metal card to Li Chen. Li Chen took the key, nodded slightly. Then Dongfang Changming, as if still busy with something, hurriedly left. Bai Ji slightly bowed and said, "So, Li Chen, shall I show you to your accommodation first? You can also see if there's anything else you need." Li Chen had no objections and let Bai Ji lead the way. From the main gate to the residential area, a journey of just over 10 minutes, Li Chen truly saw the diversity of the Transcendence Department. He was well aware that most of the transferees in the Transcendence Department had some skills. Some had innate talents that had not been properly developed, and Bai Ji was one of them. However, after wandering around for a while, Li Chen realized that compared to Bai Ji's tendency to oversleep after excessive spellcasting, it was really not a big deal. For example, when they passed by the trial field halfway, Li Chen saw with his own eyes a beast spirit assassin who had mutated into a spider-human hybrid, possessing the strength of a spider, its reflexes, wall-crawling abilities, and even the ability to spit out highly resilient spider silk. But the silk came out from its backside. There was also a Qi practitioner who could control the flow of Qi, easily achieving feats like hitting a cow from across a mountain. But when controlling the gas, he would uncontrollably release gas. There were plenty of transferees like this, truly broadening Li Chen's horizons. "We're here, Li Chen. This is your accommodation." While Li Chen was marveling at the endless wonders of the world, Bai Ji, who was leading the way, had already stopped and turned around. Looking at the magnificent sight in front of him, Li Chen couldn't help but be amazed. As for the interior of the house, that could wait for now. The front yard, which is the size of 2 to 3 basketball courts, already showed enough sincerity. In the corner near the house lay Li Chen's luggage. Using the card-shaped key to open the door, the interior of the house revealed a delicately decorated and minimalist scene. With the help of Bai Ji, Li Chen spent less than 2 hours tidying up his living space. Just as he was about to go outside to plant some sunflowers in the yard, a familiar person appeared outside the courtyard, waving at him. The person was Dongfang Changming, who had just left due to some urgent matter. "Sorry, Li Chen. You might have to postpone cleaning the house for now. There's an urgent matter at hand, and I hope you can help us out." Li Chen raised an eyebrow, feeling puzzled. He had just arrived, and he hadn't even completed the formalities yet, and now there was something that needed to be done? Really? For the current Tongshan Academy, he was just a new student. Director Dongfang seemed to trust him a lot. Dongfang sighed helplessly and said, "The situation arose suddenly. Although the local military has rushed in, the situation is not optimistic and is even approaching a critical point. To ensure that the northern Great Wall is not breached first, we have to temporarily mobilize forces from the nearest location. The demonic beasts in the upcoming tide are generally around level 60, similar to those you faced in the hidden instance before. If we succeed this time, I will definitely report to the higher-ups and apply for the highest rewards for you." Li Chen was still trying to grasp the situation. What was going on? The Northern Great Wall? Beast tide attack? How could such a thing suddenly come knocking at the door? This familiar feeling. Li Chen narrowed his eyes and opened his system. Current mission, none. Alright, it seems this isn't some glitch in the system. He thought he had inherited some protagonist's special abilities that attract trouble wherever they go. It seemed to be just a coincidence. Li Chen pondered for a moment and recalled some information about the Northern Great Wall. The wall, as an important means for humans to resist the beast tide, had been constructed in many places after the world became gamified. Among them, the Northern Great Wall was one of the largest in the history of China. Spanning 4 to 5 cities, it resembled a giant dragon lying across the mountains, firmly keeping numerous undeveloped instances and related beast tides at bay in the far north. Once the Northern Great Wall was breached by the beast tide, the border cities would instantly fall. Without these basic defenses, the imperial capital, as the core city of China, would be directly exposed. In short, the Northern Great Wall could be said to be one of China's most important and stable lifelines. How did it suddenly become critical? If you've made up your mind, please follow me. We'll take the fastest airship directly there to help fortify the defenses. I'll explain the details on the way. The fastest airship? Li Chen followed Dongfang Changming's gesture and saw a cool airship landing in the distance after completing a transport mission. Well, this was more than just a photo opportunity. He might even get to ride on it. Li Chen nodded in agreement and checked his level. Level 55. Just 5 levels more, and he could change his class again. It was a good opportunity to level up during this beast tide, Li Chen thought to himself, while Dongfang Changming turned to Bai Ji. "Miss Bai Ji, please come along as well. The far north is your hometown, and you are most familiar with the geographical environment. You would be the perfect guide. At the same time, this is also the first time you and Li Chen have cooperated in actual combat, which can be said to be of extraordinary significance." After hearing this, Bai Ji immediately nodded seriously and agreed. Then they boarded the airship together. It's true that this airship is really fast. It took less than 2 hours from the imperial capital to landing behind the northern border wall. And during the flight, Li Chen helplessly found that his system was acting up again. New mission, kill 500 magic beasts above level 60, 0/500, mission reward, 20 million sunlight. A rare item card. A plant formation save card. He hadn't even used the save card he had on hand yet, and now he was getting another one. However, this rare item card was quite good. Since impulsively spending at the item shop last time, Li Chen hadn't made any more purchases there for a long time. With the abundant sunlight he had saved up during this time, he planned to use the cards to stock up on some powerful firepower formations. In addition, this sudden beast tide was extremely unexpected. The location of the northern border wall was crucial, which led to the craftsman building it with the goal of being indestructible for 1,000 years. Therefore, theoretically, the northern border wall could be considered one of the strongest and most stable walls in the entire Huaxia. Over the years, there had been no issues with it. However, not long ago, this incredibly sturdy wall suffered the most severe damage it had ever faced. Suddenly, a large number of magic beasts that had never appeared before appeared on the outskirts of the far north. Although their levels were not high, their numbers were terrifying. The defenders inside the northern border wall immediately reacted by closing all the gates and forming a defensive line at the fastest speed. However, these suddenly appearing magic beasts were completely different from the ones they had previously faced. It was like a huge mix of all the magic beasts from the entire blue star. There were leopard species that only appeared in tropical regions, strange creatures that only appeared in the West, and even fish that only appeared in the deep sea. These were all types that the local military had never dealt with before. Therefore, despite their quick response, they still suffered heavy losses from the beast tide. The front line of the battle is temporarily fine, but there are too many magic beasts, and the defensive line is stretched too thin. Li Chen, the situation in the eastern region seems to be more severe. Can I ask you to help out there? I'll go contact the frontline troops to send reinforcements there, and I'll notify you once it's cleared out. Li Chen shook his head. If the levels of the magic beasts are all around level 60, I can handle it alone. His unexpected words made Dongfang Changming slightly stunned, but he soon nodded in agreement. Understood. Also, there is another transfer student from our mystic department stationed there. You can cooperate with them a bit. Another one? Well, it doesn't matter. We'll know when we get there. Li Chen raised an eyebrow and called Bai Ji. Let's go, Miss Bai. Let's take this opportunity to try out a few more plants. After landing, Li Chen, with Bai Ji, moved towards the target location while pondering the current situation. Currently, support was being rapidly provided to the northern border from all over. However, the military strength on the northern border side was clearly lacking. Until the subsequent small teams from the military arrived, the available combat power here basically relied on the elites from the Mystic Department. Fortunately, the transfer students from the Mystic Department were not idle. Although their numbers were insignificant compared to the military, each of them had the strength to fight 100, especially those transfer students with exceptionally strong talents. Almost each of them could guard a pass alone. The civilians living near the northern border wall were evacuating in a hurry under the instructions of the logistics personnel. Soldiers in uniforms and the elite of the Communication and Mystery Department became steadfast reverse travelers in the surging crowd. Walking against the flow, Li Chen couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. If it were in the past, he would never have imagined himself being one of these people. The bustling crowds on both sides reminded Li Chen of the villagers in his hometown of Yunzhou. Every time they encountered a beast tide, it was almost the same situation. Li Chen, look over there. After reaching the destination, Bai Shi suddenly raised her hand and pointed to a deserted house near the northern border wall. Following her finger, a 3-story building in the distance was suddenly lifted by an unknown force. On the ground, many sea-dwelling magical beasts crawled all over. Crushed by that immense force, dust mixed with gravel rose high into the air, covering the entire street. And from the thick dust emerged a giant humanoid figure over 10 meters tall. A giant? The magical beasts in your northern border are quite unique. Seeing that giant, Li Chen was slightly stunned and jokingly remarked. Bai Ji shook her head, her face showing some concern. Has the situation in the northern border really deteriorated to this extent? Li Chen, she wanted to ask Li Chen how to proceed with the battle. Although she had fantasized countless times about fighting magical beasts before, this was her first real battle. Compared to Li Chen, who had faced beast tides directly, her experience was almost zero. Li Chen squinted slightly, looking at the giant roaring angrily over there, appearing somewhat puzzled. Let's wait for now. That guy doesn't seem to be a magical beast. Li Chen noticed that the giant over there seemed to be constantly killing the magical beasts pouring in from the cracks in the wall. Could it be infighting among the magical beasts? This was clearly unlikely. Li Chen suddenly remembered what Dongfang Changming had said not long ago. To be on the safe side, a transfer student from the Communication and Mystery Department had been sent in advance to guard this area. It seemed that the giant currently fighting the magical beasts might be another transfer student. That guy could actually turn into a giant? Li Chen had never heard of such a talent, so he asked Bai Ji next to him. But judging from Bai Ji's reaction, she seemed to be clueless about this too. It seemed that even the young ladies from wealthy families didn't know everything. Li Chen shrugged, casually rubbing his storage ring. He took out the shadow staff he had obtained from the hidden copy in Yunzhou before. Holding it, he took a few steps forward and found a suitable spot. Then, he thrust it down. Instantly, the shadows within a few hundred meters connected with him. They became extensions of his arms, also linking to his storage space. Many seeds emerged from the shadows, planted in any soil they could find. Watching Li Chen standing still after taking out the staff, Bai Ji was puzzled. Wasn't Li Chen a farmer by profession? Why did he have to take out a staff before the battle? But the next moment, as Li Chen opened his eyes and snapped his fingers lightly, all of Bai Ji's doubts were replaced by greater astonishment. In the abandoned town in front of them, the once gloomy scene was suddenly covered in a lush green hue. Countless plants grew out of the shadows, reaching several meters in size in just a few seconds. Some thorns even climbed up to the roofs of buildings 3 or 4 stories high along the walls. Facing all the magical beasts in sight, an exceptionally intense barrage of firepower began. The emerald green and deep blue peas shot out like bullets. Green cabbages and large chunks of butter were also thrown high into the sky. A chili pepper, just a foot tall, swelled up at a visible speed. The next moment, with a raging momentum, it raised a wall of fire several meters high, devouring the deserted streets. A large number of sea-dwelling demonic beasts attempting to surge in were directly engulfed in the flames, emitting incredibly mournful screams, accompanied by crackling sounds, turning into pitch-black charred remains. The giant at the forefront of the battle was startled by the sudden change, subconsciously turned around, and happened to see Li Chen and the others standing in the distance. Then, the hostility in its eyes diminished significantly. It casually broke off a few buildings, smashing them onto the path that the beast tide continued to advance on. Then it suddenly leaped over several buildings and walked towards Li Chen. As it walked, it let out a deafening roar. With its footsteps, the ground trembled violently. The oppression brought by this giant was extraordinary. Li Chen was genuinely taken aback by this imposing presence. Could it be angry? No. Why does this guy still not have a good expression when asking for help? Could this really be a strange demonic beast? Just as he thought so, the low growl filled with anger from the giant gradually faded. Its massive body slowly turned into a mud-like pulp at a visible speed, collapsing in large chunks. A giant over 10 meters high actually melted in front of Li Chen. This scene, Li Chen had never seen anything like it. Most of the melted pulp had not even touched the ground before turning into white steam, disappearing without a trace. And an incredibly ordinary figure walked out from the white mist. The person was wearing the battle uniform of the communication department, with a thick and somewhat comical round-framed glasses on his face. He wore almost faded jeans and a pair of ordinary casual shoes. And perhaps it was Li Chen's illusion. This guy seemed to walk with a slight limp. He gave off an extremely ordinary feeling, the kind of person you could throw into a crowd and lose sight of in an instant. Compared to the towering and fierce giant from before, this person was simply the opposite extreme. Hey, hello, your support came just in time. If you had been a little later, I might have missed quite a few demonic beasts over here. The number of beasts in this tide is really too much. I was having a hard time handling them all by myself. After approaching a bit closer, the guy who had reverted from the giant form quickly thanked Li Chen and the others, clumsily bowing. At the same time, a simple and honest smile appeared on his face, looking somewhat like a llama. This honest and straightforward image was completely different from the decisive and fierce appearance just now. Look at this outfit. You're the senior combatant from the previous communication department, right? Bai Ji recognized the person at a glance, slightly bowing before introducing. I am Bai Ji, and this is Li Chen. We are the new transfer students from the communication department, assigned to support this area. Li Chen nodded. Yes, she has said everything I needed to say. Bai Ji felt a bit embarrassed, covering her mouth and apologizing softly. As expected, the person opposite had never seen Bai Ji greet so formally, and he suddenly became awkward. Rubbing his hands, scratching his head, he could only apologize with a guilty look. I'm sorry, I haven't specifically studied this kind of knowledge. I am Du Xingding from the communication department, level 82, a berserker. Thank you both for your support. With that, he bowed again. Between his every move and gesture, he displayed a humility and simplicity that were completely at odds with his own strength. Hearing this, Li Chen raised an eyebrow, looking somewhat puzzled. An 82nd level berserker. Such a character placed in Yunzhou could probably easily hold the position of a military department minister. Moreover, a berserker. But he didn't seem wild at all. Quite interesting. Although he still wanted to have a good chat with this guy named Du Shengding. But now was not the time for such things. The number of plants Li Chen planted using the shadow staff was very limited. And in such a complex terrain, many corners were left unattended. As the monsters over there gradually got used to the presence of these plants, they began to slowly attack from the blind spots around the plants, sneaking in through various crevices. That's how the beast tide worked. I wonder what principle they used. Anyway, when a bunch of monsters gathered together, they always knew exactly where the most densely populated area of people nearby was, and then launched an attack. Behind the northern border wall, Less than 100 miles away was the city of the far north. Once these monsters seized the opportunity to rush in, the losses caused would be immeasurable. Li Chen patted Du Xingding's shoulder and said, "Buddy, more reinforcements will be here soon, so hang in there a little longer and give it your best. You work hard. Help me buy some time, and I'll try to plant more plants and deploy them properly to try to block all these monsters here." Planting plants? Deploying troops? And Li Chen's tone as he said this, as if he was very confident he could hold off the beast tide alone here. If it were someone else, they would have to ask these questions for half a day. But Du Xingding just glanced at the greenery covering half the city behind him and the towering firewall. He already had a rough estimate of Li Chen's strength in his mind. So he nodded slowly. "All right, brother Li Chen. We'll have to rely on you more this time. Those beasts are everywhere. They really wore me out just now. Don't push yourself too hard. If you can't hold on, we'll retreat a few miles back." Li Chen waved his hand, reassuring Du Xingding. Then he took several seeds out of his storage ring and walked straight towards the gradually emerging beast tide. Watching Li Chen's incredibly determined figure, a wave of excitement gradually rose in Du Xingding's heart. He took a few quick steps forward, his eyes flashing with fierceness. Then he raised his hand to his face, and with a crisp sound, he slapped himself twice. The sound was so clear that it startled Li Chen. Walking ahead, Li Chen quickly turned around. "Come on, really? If you're tired, I have something to refresh you." Li Chen thought Du Xingding was exhausted from a long battle and wanted to force himself to stay alert. He was about to take out some coffee beans to help him stay awake. But the next moment, the change in Du Xingding's body made Li Chen instantly understand everything. Du Xingding's honest and simple face suddenly showed an extremely fierce expression. Steam began to rise from his entire body, his skin turning increasingly red. And then, roar! A deafening roar that didn't seem human at all, thundered like a sudden thunderstorm on flat ground. Du Xingding was completely surrounded by billowing white smoke, hot steam rising up fiercely, shooting straight into the sky. Countless crimson flesh and pale bones intertwined and reorganized within it, generating tough muscles and skin in half a second. Then the next moment, a giant, over 10 meters tall, agile in form, bursting with muscles, burst out from the white smoke. With a roar, his eyes gleamed fiercely as he charged straight into the beast tide. The earth trembled, houses wailed. The enraged giant seemed like a wild beast out of control, plunging into the beast tide, sending blood and flesh flying. Can one turn into a giant after being angry? I never expected such talent in this world. It's truly astonishing. Bai Ji's silver white hair was tousled by the wind stirred up by the giant. But it didn't affect her shock at the moment. She held her long hair by her ear and looked at the giant rising in the distance, slightly opening her mouth. Such people have always been in the Tongshin division. Why has she never heard of it before? TSK. With this level of ferocity, it's hard to tell who the villain is. Li Chen ahead had reached the right place, watching Du Xingding blocking the beast tide with a fierce battle, casually teasing. Then, he raised his hands slowly. "Well, I guess it's about time for me to start too." Snap of his fingers. Around Li Chen, an area of about 2 football fields, the solid ground was broken by lush green vines. Numerous peculiarly shaped pea shooters sprouted out of the soil, 100 ice shooters and 60 corn pitchers as restraints. 40 torchwood stakes lined up for enchantment, 100 walnuts in the front to block the gap, followed by 200 repeaters at the rear. The formation was complete. Li Chen took out the plant formation card obtained from the system and casually threw it in front of him. "Go, save this. Then, replicate the same formation 5 times for me." 2,500 plants lined up, enough to prevent those monsters from advancing any further. Host command detected. Saving current plant array in progress. Plant formation card NO-001. Activated. Codename, none. Main plant species, repeater. Torchwood. Walnut. Ice shooter. Corn pitcher. Total number of plants, 500. Area required, 40 by 50. Sunlight required, 75,500. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Host request accepted. Replicate the formation 5 times. Total sunlight required, 377,500. Total time required, 150 seconds. Terrain obstacles detected. Allow the system to automatically adjust plant positions within a certain range. Li Chen's mind was flooded with prompts. After choosing to allow, all the prompts were instantly cleared. Following that, a scene of numerous plants sprouting out of the ground emerged. With a countdown of 150 seconds, the number of plants lined up by Li Chen kept increasing. They even overwhelmed the monsters that emerged from the cracks. Many small and agile aquatic monsters slipped out from the giant's feet and charged towards Li Chen, but they couldn't run more than a few steps before being shattered by the pea shooters like raindrops, not even leaving a whole body behind. Some higher-level monsters that couldn't be easily taken down by plants could move slightly further, but only slightly. They couldn't go far before being hit by butter chunks thrown by hundreds of corn pitchers, freezing them in place. Pea shooters of ice and fire properties surged towards the beast tide. The continuous crackling sounds filled the air. The previously imposing beast tide was unexpectedly pushed back quite a bit. Even Du Shengding, transformed into a giant, couldn't help but show a very surprised expression at the scene before him. Looking towards Li Chen here, he couldn't help but feel a few more traces of admiration. Of course, he knew that there were many experts in the Tongshan division, but Li Chen, at such a young age, possessed this kind of power, and he could already fully control it. Skillfully, it was truly beyond his expectations. Looking at the monsters being pushed back by plants, Du Shengding hesitated for a moment, then began clearing the buildings on this side. He leveled all the houses nearby to create a better output environment for Li Chen. After all, they were dealing with a beast tide. Compared to his clumsy giant body, Li Chen's clearing efficiency was higher. Seeing Li Chen stretching lazily on the side, Du Shengding understood. The outcome of this battle was already certain. Quick, pick up the pace. The key area here has been breached. Quickly deploy reinforcements. Run faster up ahead. There are only a few elite transcendent masters guarding there. Who knows how long they can hold? Forget about this side. Darn it, the manpower is seriously lacking now. If this continues, not long after, a small team stationed in the northern region rushed over. The frontline battle consumed a large number of troops. Although they had gained some advantage, the northern region was still in a vulnerable state. In this situation, non-frontline military units needed to endure the pressure of the frontline and rush to various checkpoints of the northern border wall. Apart from the most intense frontline battles, the monster attacks were simultaneously launched from many angles. If the checkpoints in other areas were breached by the beast tide, it would expose the main forces on the frontline to attacks from all sides. At that point, not to mention the hard-earned advantage, once surrounded by the surging beast tide without the protection of the northern border wall, even experienced veterans would find it hard to retreat unscathed. Therefore, upon hearing the news that monsters had breached the city walls and entered the interior, the person in charge of the front line immediately dispatched 2 teams to provide support here. About 30 fully armed soldiers rushed over and finally arrived. However, upon seeing the scene on the ground, many of them were stunned on the spot. There was no surging beast tide crossing the city walls here, only lush green plants, scattered bullets flying in the air, leveled houses, and a large area turned into minced meat, making it impossible for the beast tide to advance. The majority of the monsters were around level 60, no match for Li Chen's fully formed plant army. Du Shengding, transformed into a giant, had no capital to participate in the battle at this moment. He could only help dismantle houses and build fortifications on the side, blocking the entry of monsters while clearing enough space for bullets to scatter. The peas flying swiftly could eliminate a monster with just a few shots. Their efficiency was astonishing. What's going on here? Are these green plants some transcendent master skill? No, this is too domineering, isn't it? 3 young people guarding a checkpoint. This is unbelievable. Is this the power of transcendent masters? I've heard that the transcendent masters are all exceptional individuals, and now seeing it, it's truly well-deserved. A group of soldiers stood in the distance, staring in astonishment at the battlefield before them. They came to provide support, but looking at the situation, these 3 transcendent masters didn't need their assistance at all. Your dual gunner defeated the Marine Dragon, LV. 59. Congratulations on gaining experience. 7860. Your corn shooter defeated the deep sea octopus, LV. 63. Congratulations on gaining experience. 9862. Your experience points have reached the limit. Congratulations on leveling up, LV. 58. LV. 59. Your experience points have reached the limit. Congratulations on leveling up, LV. 59. LV. 60. Current task, kill 500 demons above level 60, 385/500, task rewards, 20 million sunlight, 1 rare item card, 1 plant formation save card. Li Chen found a sizable piece of rubble, sat on it, and watched the continuous kill notifications in front of him, silently marveling at his current efficiency in grinding monsters. although many of these demons were already over level 60, surpassing the instant kill range of plants rules. However, as long as he planted enough plants, there was no need to worry about this issue at all. Just as he had thought before, the most powerful aspect of these plants lay in the chain reactions they generated when stacked together. Quantity leads to quality. An overwhelming number of plants enough to offset any shortcomings. By now, the bullets fired by Li Chen's plants had reached the other side of the city wall. Whenever a demon dared to show itself, it would be gone the next second. A bit more grinding. After the system task was completed, he could use walnuts to patch up the gaps in the city wall. Thinking this, Li Chen let out a yawn. It had to be said. Grinding monsters while AFK was satisfying, but playing too much, indeed, got a bit boring. Moreover, he hadn't given Bai Ji a chance to try out other abundant plants yet. Later, he would find some time to let her shoot at pea shooters or kernel pults casually. It was rare for her to come along. He couldn't let her do nothing, right? As Li Chen pondered about the abundant plants, soldiers who came to support him had gradually gathered around him. Seeing the upgrade auras emerging from above Li Chen's head, most could guess that the plants covering the ground were his creation. Each of them wore expressions of surprise or admiration as they approached Li Chen for handover. Upon learning that this place had basically been subdued by Li Chen alone, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Several squad leaders exchanged glances and unanimously expressed sincere admiration to Li Chen, truly deserving of being a genius transferee from the Mystic Department. I've long heard that one of you can match 100 ordinary transferees. Truly seeing is believing. And to think you're so young, judging by your ages. You should be around the same age as my son, yet possess such combat prowess, truly admirable. Thank you for your support. If it weren't for you, the main forces would have been in a dire situation with enemies on all sides. Saying this, the squad leaders bowed repeatedly with their soldiers. During his time in Yunzhou, Li Chen had grown accustomed to such praises, merely smiling politely and exchanging a few pleasantries. But Bai Ji, standing beside him, heard such praise for the first time. Joy sparkled in her eyes instantly. She quickly lifted the hem of her dress and returned the bow to the soldiers bowing before her. This action immediately caught the attention of the soldiers behind. Wait, that conspicuous silver hair. Isn't she from the Mystic Department? Isn't this the young lady from the Bai family? Upon hearing this, the nearby soldiers, as well as the squad leaders in front, also reacted simultaneously. The reputation of the Bai family might not be as high elsewhere. The title of the Bai family's young lady was not something everyone could hear. Just like in Yunzhou, there was no mention of such a figure. But this was the Northern Territory, the farthest northern region of the entire Huaxia. To put it bluntly, it was almost considered the Bai family's territory. The reputation of the Bai family here was well known to all. Even if no one had seen Bai Ji's specific appearance, most had heard something about her. And to suddenly appear in front of hometown elders, participating in battles, turning the tide on the front lines, making significant contributions. This was like fulfilling all of Bai Ji's childhood fantasies about the future. A feeling of dreams coming true in reality. Thanks to Li Chen, all of this was possible. Thinking about it, she turned her head and cast a grateful look at Li Chen. Their eyes met by chance. At this moment, Li Chen was also looking at Bai Ji dressed in white from head to toe. White clothes, white skirt, white skin. Even his pupils seemed to be a pale color. Are all the Bai family members like this? Li Chen pondered in his mind. But right now, his biggest interest in Bai Ji was actually, when would she bring out that abundant talent of hers? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the giant blocking the beast tied in front suddenly let out a deafening roar. At the same time, a violent tremor suddenly shook the wall. Everyone present instinctively looked up in that direction. The next moment, a huge claw suddenly reached out from the wall over there and heavily smashed into the rock wall. What's going on? Something is coming from over there. That claw is huge. What is this thing? The people present were shocked. They watched in amazement as the giant claw reached over the wall, showing expressions of utter astonishment. The problem of the beast tied at the front line was not solved yet, and now this happened. This new large enemy that appeared was definitely not something ordinary magical beasts could compare to just by its size. Conservatively estimating, it must be at the Lord level. Moreover, this guy's appearance was completely different from the marine magical beasts gathered here. It was impossible for any marine magical beast to have such a huge claw. This situation could only mean that the beast tied outside the wall had shifted. Their focus of attack had moved to other directions. Just like here. Oh no! Call for reinforcements. A magical beast of this size could directly demolish the city wall. Damn! How did this happen? We underestimated the scale of this beast tide. Call for help! Call for help! The soldiers were immediately anxious. Most of them grabbed their weapons and rushed towards that direction, while a few were busy contacting reinforcements from various places. One of the squad leaders hurriedly put down the walkie-talkie in his hand, frowned, and said, "I have already called several major families guarding the rear of the Northern Territory. The closest by family is assigning personnel to come our way. The other families have also sent reinforcements, but most of them are dispatched from the front line. If this continues, the advantage we have painstakingly built at the front line will." Another person next to him angrily interrupted. "What's the point of caring about advantages at a time like this? If that thing breaks through the Northern Territory Great Wall, forget about the advantage at the front line. The entire rear will be overrun by the beast tide. Call for reinforcements." The group of people was in chaos. Li Chen squinted slightly and looked at the giant beast using its claw to cling to the city wall. The Northern Territory Great Wall was 20 meters high. How big must the magical beast be to be able to place its claw on it? At least it had to be bigger than the giant transformed by Du Shengding. If such a huge creature entered, the damage caused would definitely be significant, but that was still manageable. If that creature relied on its massive size to directly smash the wall, the beasts piled up outside, unable to enter, would flood in and engulf everything in an instant. The consequences would be unimaginable. However, if its level was within a reasonable range, with Li Chen's strength, he might not be unable to deal with it. Thinking of this, Li Chen squinted slightly. He raised his hand and cast an identification spell on the magical beast. Elite Magical Beast, Ferocious Beast Abyss, Level, LV. Introduction: a ferocious beast crawling out from the depths of the abyss, possessing highly specialized dual wings and mouthparts perfectly adapted to its environment, is a demon deserving of its existence only in the abyss. As a ferocious beast, it can command any monster below its rank, forming a beast tide a level 75 elite monster. Although it's unclear which out-of-control dungeon it emerged from, its timing couldn't be more perfect. Li Chen squinted, already pondering what kind of plant could effectively harm it. Cherry bombs, fiery peppers, and similar plants were definitely not viable. Their damage range was too broad, and their effectiveness was limited by level restrictions. If he relied on quantity to boost firepower, in the end, the monster could be blown up, but most likely, the northern wall would collapse along with it. And at this moment, the plant that could inflict the highest damage on a single target was. Li Chen squinted, noticing the dual shooters outputting vigorously in front of him. It seemed that so far, the plant with the highest DPS was the dual shooter enchanted with torch tree stumps. If these two were given a bountiful buff. When Li Chen thought of this, more monsters had already surged in from the direction of the city wall. According to the feedback from the identification technique just now, this abyssal beast had the ability to command lower-level monsters. Under its command, more and more monsters were converging from all directions. Roar! Du Shengding, transformed into a giant, let out a roar, lifting up an abandoned tower as a weapon. Under his attacks, numerous monsters were smashed into minced meat, meeting a gruesome end. However, 2 fists were ultimately no match for 4 hands. Moreover, the number of monsters on the opposite side was far more than just 4 hands. Even if the giant's strength was formidable, in a prolonged battle, it was impossible to focus on every corner both physically and mentally. A large number of monsters surged like mad wolves, heavily pounding towards them. The plants on Li Chen's side fired in unison, barely holding back the surging tide on the periphery. However, under the command of the abyssal beast at the rear, the beast tide continued to advance inch by inch. The battlefield was filled with smoke, and the burnt bodies of monsters by the flaming pea shooters emitted a nauseating stench that rose to the sky. Huge blocks of butter rained down, blocking the foremost monsters, yet failing to stop the advance of the following beast tide. Li Chen raised his shadow staff, timing it right, and released several cherry bombs under the shadow of the beast tide. In an instant, a dazzling white light flashed, accompanied by several loud bangs. Clusters of mushroom clouds rose under the giant's feet. The cherry bombs that could have wiped out a whole group of monsters in Cloud Province had somewhat lost their original effectiveness. Although the explosion had a wide range, it did not cause fatal injuries to monsters over level 60. At most, they were left half-maimed. With over 2,000 plants firing at full force, they were able to significantly slow down the speed of the beast tide entering. But this was definitely not a long-term solution. The real threat was still behind, and it had yet to make a move. As Li Chen squinted, carefully observing the movements of the abyssal beast, a sudden phone call came in. Li Chen answered, and Dongfang Changming's voice came from the other end. Li Chen, I heard there's an abnormal elite-level monster on your side? That monster seems to be beyond our control. Retreat for now. The front line has decided to temporarily change strategy, abandon the advantage, and prioritize sending troops to support your side. Let the regular army handle the rear. The situation there is too dangerous. Retreat first and then we'll discuss. Dongfang Changming's voice sounded somewhat anxious, clearly genuinely concerned for Li Chen. He asked Li Chen to come and join the battle, hoping that Li Chen could use his own strengths to help them turn the tide, rather than risking his life in the dangerous battlefield. Li Chen now could be considered one of the most talented individuals in the entire Tongshin division. Coupled with Bai Ji, their combination undoubtedly possessed the power to change the future. Harsh as it may sound, regardless of the outcome of this battle, both Li Chen and Bai Ji must return safely to the capital. With Li Chen's participation, the depletion of frontline forces was greatly alleviated. They no longer needed to assign a large number of soldiers to defend this front, allowing them to fully engage in the battle at the front line. This was the advantage of the front line. Li Chen had already done enough, there was no need to put him directly in harm's way. Li Chen, if something happens to you, it will be a loss for all of Huaxia. Alright, we've tested our skills. Let's withdraw quickly. In the Tongshin division, there will be plenty of opportunities to fight monsters and level up. We don't need to rush it now. Facing Dongfang Changming's request, Li Chen did not respond immediately. Instead, he squinted his eyes, looking at the huge abyssal beast in front of him and the surging beast tied behind it. Taking a deep breath, he slowly spoke. Alright, I understand. But before that, I want to finish what needs to be done. After all, this is a rare opportunity to test the compatibility of abilities between me and Miss Bai Ji. It would be a shame to miss out on this. I will retreat to a safe distance first, then withdraw completely after confirming the power of the abundant plants. Dongfang Changming was momentarily speechless. He had intended for Li Chen to return to the capital directly by airship, but since Li Chen had spoken, he then inquired about Li Chen's current level. Li Chen smiled, checked his panel, and reported his level. Name, Li Chen, occupation, farmer, third transformation, level, LV, 60, stamina, 60, defense, 60, strength, 60, agility, 60, spirit, 60, available attribute points, 0, occupational skills, Dave's plant shop, plant management, plant empathy, has reached the level requirement for the fourth transformation. Please proceed to the transformation crystal to unlock new skills and higher level permissions. After slaughtering a large wave of monsters just now, Li Chen finally reached the threshold for the fourth transformation. Level 60. Fourth transformation. For transformation candidates, this marked a significant change in their profession. The fourth transformation was a threshold that many transformation candidates could not cross in their lifetime. Similarly, it was a new starting point for many experts. It should be noted that completing the fourth transformation would significantly increase the lifespan of the transformation candidate. Back in Yunzhou, Mayor Zhang Mingshu and Dean Su Minghong, who were of the same age, exhibited completely different aging states. It was also for this reason. Already level 60. Upon hearing that Li Chen had reached level 60, Dongfang Changming fell silent for a moment. He was both frightened by Li Chen's terrifying high level and carefully analyzing Li Chen's chances of winning. According to reports, the level of the abyssal beast was 75, 15 levels higher than Li Chen. The power gap brought about by this level difference was not something an ordinary person could make up for with skill. But looking at it from another perspective, Li Chen was not an ordinary person at all. Calculating carefully, it had been less than half a month since Li Chen awakened his profession until he was about to undergo the fourth transformation. To reach level 60 in such a short time, is this something a normal job changer can do? So, perhaps this 15-level gap can really be compensated by Li Chen. After all, Bai Ji is here. Even if Li Chen cannot defeat that monster, as long as he can successfully release skills in cooperation with Bai Ji to affect the monster, collecting real combat data would not be in vain. Thinking of this, Dongfang Changming quickly spoke up. Alright, Li Chen, you and Bai Ji first distance yourselves from the monster and conduct a fertility experiment. In addition, the Bai family has already rushed over there at the fastest speed and will arrive in a few minutes. If you cannot cause effective damage to the monster, The Bai family members will be there as a backup. Remember, your current identities are very important. You must prioritize protecting your own safety. Hearing this, Li Chen smiled, nodded. Although Dongfang Changming couldn't see through the phone, it was still a gesture. Then, looking at the huge claw clinging to the city wall, Li Chen glanced at Bai Ji and said, Miss Bai, let's get started. The target is these two things. Let's make it quick. With that, he pointed to the dual shooters and the torch stump in front of him. After hearing Li Chen's instructions, Bai Ji nodded and quickly walked up. But when she reached out her hand, she hesitated slightly. 1 or 2 plants. Since the last time she tried fertility on the nut wall in Yunzhou, she discovered a problem. Li Chen's plants were completely different from the crops she had encountered before. Originally, with her ability, she would only start feeling tired and drowsy after fertilizing 1 or 2 acres of crops. But Li Chen's plants could cover several acres with just one plant. It could drain her completely. Her body couldn't handle it. Bai Ji was sure that the sleep she had after fertilizing the nut wall was the deepest sleep she had ever had in her life. Now, to use fertility on 2 plants at once, Bai Ji shook her head, clearing her mind of the tangled thoughts. It was unlike her to show hesitation at this time. It was really inappropriate, but fortunately, no one noticed. Li Chen had actually talked to her a bit just now. In Li Chen's words, let's not talk about lofty ideals and justice for now. Simply from the perspective of talent discovery, if she didn't show her strength, no one would know what she was capable of. Without demonstrating enough strength, she wouldn't receive enough attention. That result was clearly contrary to her dreams. Miss Bai, what's wrong? Li Chen next to her thought something had gone wrong with Bai Ji since she was standing still, like her fertility ability suddenly malfunctioning at a critical moment. Bai Ji quickly shook her head. No, nothing. Don't worry, I'll act right away. This sentence from Li Chen was a small encouragement. Bai Ji took a deep breath, her eyes gradually becoming determined. Then she took out the coffee beans Li Chen had given her from her pocket. With this support, she could at least hold on until she finished using 2 sets of skills. Li Chen watched as Bai Ji, like a white butterfly, flew to the 2 plants he had pointed to, slowly reaching out her hand, chanting softly. Some pale green light spots flew out from her fingertips. Mixed with the fragrance of soil, they spread in the air. Most of these light spots merged into the 2 plants in front of her. Crack, before her eyelids trembled, Bai Ji bit her teeth lightly, chewed and swallowed the coffee beans. She forced herself to stay alert until the skill ended. About 5 seconds later, in Li Chen's system interface, a new prompt finally popped up: dual shooter, plus addition an upgraded version of the dual shooter. A special plant that cannot be saved in the formation card plant characteristics. The abundant state lasts for 20 minutes, during which the dual shooter will change its output mode, shooting once every 10 minutes, releasing 3000 Ps each time, and can be paused at any time. Torch stump plus addition an upgraded version of the torch stump. A special plant that cannot be saved in the formation card plant characteristics. The abundant state will persist, during which the torch stump's flames will turn into blue fire, increasing damage 5-fold. And the flames will have an adhesive effect. The flames will automatically stick to the target, causing continuous burning damage that cannot be extinguished by conventional means. 2 new abundant plants were born. Almost simultaneously, the 2 plants in front of Bai Ji visibly changed at a rapid pace. The dual shooter was actually fine. Its stem thickened a bit, and its head enlarged a bit. After gently shaking its head twice, even before Li Chen could give a command, it spewed out a large number of Ps from its dark mouth like a gushing well, a total of 3000 Ps. This was already devastating damage for a single target, and this was not even the final form in Li Chen's plan. The torch stump beside it had flames on its head that rose more than 3 zhang in height. The originally blazing red flames turned into a blue color similar to natural gas burning. The dual shooter, which instantly shot 3000 Ps, paired with the torch stump's 5-fold damage increase. When these 2 were unleashed, it was like a catastrophic event. Countless Ps formed a complete parabola, piercing through the blue flame torch stump and rushing towards the surging beast tide ahead. In an instant, a thick smoke billowed up. The monsters in a straight line were instantly cleared out. At that moment, the beast tide was split open like the Red Sea in the Bible, forcibly creating a vacuum straight line. The ground was ablaze with raging blue fire, rushing straight towards the northern border Great Wall, crashing onto the heavy city wall. It made a rumbling sound. For a moment, the spectacular scene caused many people present to exclaim in astonishment. Wow! What is this? Is this a meteor shower? This skill is simply terrifying. The soldiers looked at each other. Although they didn't understand the principle, just by seeing the fiery meteor-like scene, they felt immense pressure. A large group of people involuntarily stopped their actions, staring at the flames in the sky, their eyes wide with disbelief. For a while, they couldn't even speak. On the side of the beast tide, they were also frightened by this sudden outburst of firepower. Halting in their tracks, the abyssal beast overseeing the situation in the rear seemed to sense a problem. It began to become somewhat restless and agitated. In no time, it let out a deep roar. Suddenly, it flipped over from the other side of the city wall. And this fellow was indeed quite different from what Li Chen had imagined. The abyssal beast looked like a huge and bloated mole. Without its tail, its height when standing upright was almost the same as the northern border Great Wall. The positions where wings should have been on its back had grown into huge claws, each one almost as large as its own body. The so-called mouthparts, extremely adapted to the environment, split into 4 petals, opening up like a flower. Its body was covered in a layer of green scales, with many rocks and thick mud on top. It seemed to move underground frequently. The creature opened its large mouth and slowly crawled down from the city wall. While emitting a deafening roar, it began to drag its body forward using its 2 highly developed wings that had transformed into claws. The sight that the soldiers guarding this place least wanted to see finally happened. The massive monster itself entered the scene, leading the beast tide to launch an attack. Li Chen, that kind of attack just now. Several soldiers beside Li Chen seemed to see hope and quickly approached him, hoping he would make another move. However, Li Chen just held his chin, gently shaking his head. The only flaw was that the dual shooters after abundance needed 10 minutes to cool down after one shot. Although the firepower was strong, the cooldown time was too long. Li Chen was now certain that the next round of pea shooters would definitely take down the abyssal beast. But the problem was, at this guy's speed, it seemed like he wouldn't even need 10 minutes to reach them. By the time the dual shooters cooled down, even the cold dishes would have gone cold. So, the best solution for now was to make Bai Ji work hard again. Thinking about it, Li Chen turned to look at Bai Ji beside him. At this moment, she was already in an excessively exhausted state. Her eyelids were trembling, as if she would fall asleep if she didn't pay attention. At this rate, if we have another round, she might just drop dead on the spot. Seeing this, Li Chen was somewhat conflicted. However, Bai Ji beside him slowly struggled to get up. Enduring the strong urge to sleep, she took out a coffee bean from her pocket. Before eating it, she turned back slightly and glanced at Li Chen. Li Chen, can you take me back later? I want to see, with my own strength, how far I can go. But after this, I might really need a good sleep. Li Chen understood and nodded slightly. After all, he was also curious whether the dual shooters after abundance could achieve a higher level kill on this monster. But just in case, he reminded her a bit. The power of the coffee bean could only temporarily keep someone awake and couldn't completely eliminate fatigue. Now, every time Bai Ji released the abundance skill, she would feel drained. If she forced herself to release it 3 times in a row, he couldn't predict what would happen next. But Bai Ji just shook her head. Although she had no strength, her attitude was very resolute. Since she had already made up her mind, Li Chen didn't need to stop her. Adjusting the position of the torch stump with his hand, he then made a gesture of please. Bai Ji crushed the coffee bean in her mouth, once again raising her hand towards the dual shooters in front of her. Abundance was activated, and changes occurred simultaneously. Learning from the previous lesson, Li Chen understood that before the plants received abundance, he should temporarily stop the normal activities of his plants and cancel automatic attacks. Otherwise, after the plants switched to output mode, he might not react in time, wasting attack opportunities. After Bai Ji did everything she needed to do, she gently swayed a few times and weakly fell down. Li Chen quickly went forward to support her, summoning a pumpkin head to protect her inside. Then, he controlled the second dual shooter affected by abundance, aiming it far ahead at the approaching monster on the battlefield. Li Chen, go for it! The giant-sized Du Shengding, who was clearing the beast tide in front, roared again and rushed out from the ruins, directly blocking the path of the monster. Opening his arms, he forcibly tore apart the abyssal beast's mouthparts into 4 pieces. Using up all his remaining strength, he managed to stop the monster's advance. The speed of the abyssal beast was significantly slowed down, only able to roar and struggle with Du Shengding in a circle. Li Chen at the back squinted slightly, waiting for the right moment. Due to the long and intense battles prior to this, even Du Shengding, who was over level 80, was already exhausted. In the end, the beast prevailed in the battle. The beast let out a fierce roar and forcefully pressed down. Du Shengding, supporting all his weight with his hands and feet, let out a muffled groan and knelt on one knee. The solid ground had already collapsed under the weight of these two massive creatures, covered in cracks, but at the same time, a gap appeared above his head. This was the opportunity Li Chen had been waiting for. With Li Chen's command, countless peas burning with blue flames continuously shot out from somewhere, forming a bright line in the sky. The peas streaked across the sky, brushing past the surging beast tide, heading straight towards the fierce beast in front of Du Shengding. The peas with flames smashed fiercely into the beast's mouthparts, igniting a blazing fire. From a distance, it looked as if the beast itself was spewing fire. Roar! The abyssal beast let out a blood-curdling cry. Since its appearance, this was the first time it had made such a miserable sound. Along with the abyssal beast's cry, a large number of magical beasts under it seemed to empathize, stopping their forward charge and instead rolling on the ground, howling in agony. The once unstoppable offensive collapsed in an instant. The dual shooters were still firing, and 3,000 peas were not easy to shoot out quickly. With an increasing number of hits, the huge magical beasts also began to disintegrate under this terrifying firepower. The ferocious bodies crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. As the pea attacks reached their climax, the life of the abyssal beast began to count down step by step. Finally, as the last flaming pea entered the beast's flesh, the huge beast disintegrated completely, turning into ashes in the soaring blue flames. Your dual shooter, plus addition, successfully killed the elite magical beast, Abyssal Beast, LV. 75, congratulations! You have obtained an Abyssal Chest X1. The Abyssal Chest can contain weapons and armor from the Abyssal series. Recommended equipment level is LV. 70 or higher. It is recommended to open it after reaching the level requirement. Current mission, kill 500 magical beasts above level 60, 500/500. Completed. Congratulations on receiving the mission rewards, 20 million suns. A rare item card. A plant formation save card. Congratulations on obtaining a rare item card. Would you like to draw it now? After successfully killing the abyssal beast, Li Chen received numerous notifications. Killing elite magical beasts beyond one's level rewarded a card level chest. Unable to open it immediately, he decided to save it for later. Besides that, the biggest gain was the so-called item card. It was well known that Dave's item shop had many good things, but those peculiar little items were often expensive. Now, having this rare chance to get something for free, how could Li Chen not cherish it? With that in mind, Li Chen activated his thoughts and retrieved the item card from the system. Then, he held up the card, smiled slightly, and said, "Dave, my old buddy, how about giving me something good? Look at our relationship. If you give me better stuff, I'll be happy to come here and shop more often in the future, right?" Crazy Dave stared wide-eyed and replied without hesitation, "Blah blah blah." Well, what could he expect from him? Li Chen rubbed his forehead, and the card in his hand began to emit a dazzling light. As the light dissipated, the card displayed information about a new item. Item name, Nut Bandage Technique. Item feature, can directly plant new plants of the same type on injured nuts/tall nuts for repair without consuming sunlight. It's a skill to repair nut walls. Li Chen rested his chin on his hand, looking at the almost intact nut walls in front of him. These things were originally used to block monsters. Unexpectedly, those monsters turned out to be so weak that despite their heavy casualties from pushing for a long time, they couldn't even knock down the debris of the nut walls. Nut bandaging technique. It might not be very useful now, but it might come in handy in the future. Stock it up. Keeping things that are not needed for oneself. One more won't hurt. Besides, there are also 20 million units of sunlight. After this battle, some were used up, so receiving this sunlight was a slight replenishment. Is it over just like that? Looking at the desolate battlefield, the local soldiers from the Northern Territory looked at each other, some still not realizing what had happened. Such massive elite-level monsters, along with the surging beast tide behind them, they were prepared for a prolonged battle. However, they never expected that such a huge threat could be resolved in such a short time. This was simply beyond their comprehension. At the same time, Du Shengding, who had turned into a giant, slowly walked back from the front. A large amount of white vapor rose, and the giant's flesh dissipated. The man with funny round glasses, wearing blue jeans, looking like an alpaca, once again revealed his true appearance. He smiled foolishly, with a hint of fatigue in his eyes, walked towards Li Chen and thanked him. Hey, Li Chen, thanks to you for that just now. The number of beasts in this tide was indeed too large. If it weren't for your timely support, who knows how the situation would have developed. Li Chen politely smiled, indicating that it was just a small effort. And some thanks should also go to Du Shengding for helping to delay some time just now. Otherwise, the environment for the dual archers wouldn't be so comfortable. It seems that this elite-level monster is the reason for the abnormal gathering of beasts here. After eliminating this guy, the pressure here will be greatly reduced. The remaining tasks can be handed over to the follow-up troops. Li Chen, if you're heading back, let's go back together to report? Du Shengding handed over the tasks to the people nearby, marking the cracks that needed to be repaired on the Great Wall here. Then he turned around and invited Li Chen. Li Chen nodded, glanced at Bai Ji sleeping at his feet, breathing steadily, with a peaceful expression. It seemed like there was no major issue. Anyway, there was nothing left for him to do here. Let's go together then. If conditions permit, he would like to take the opportunity to transfer to a city in the far north. Of course, these matters should be discussed after Bai Ji wakes up. Before long, a black military armored vehicle rumbled to a stop here. The window rolled down, revealing the face of a very young soldier inside. Are the people from the Tongshan division here? 3 in total. Director Dongfang asked me to come and pick you up. Li Chen and Du Shengding exchanged a glance, then nodded simultaneously. Then, carrying the unconscious Bai Ji, they got into the vehicle. The armored vehicle accelerated and headed directly towards the front line. According to the soldier driving, Director Dongfang Changming and several other responsible persons from the Tongshan division are currently stationed at the frontline camp. According to the changes on the battlefield, tasks are timely assigned to each Tongshan division transferee. And since it's a task, there must be rewards. Li Chen was not very familiar with this, so he raised an eyebrow and asked Du Shengding next to him. Du Shengding honestly smiled and briefly explained, the plan to train transferees is essentially a long-term endeavor. As the strength of each transferee grows stronger and their level higher, the more resources needed to train them. Although the resources of the Tongshan department are supported by Huaxia, the resources of Huaxia are not unlimited. How to allocate limited resources to different career changers? In the early days of the Tongshan department, the managers came up with a brilliant method. In addition to the allocated resources that everyone has, if a career changer in the Tongshan department wants to obtain more resources than others, they must demonstrate strength worthy of those resources. The strength of career changers is determined by various factors: production, combat, support, occupational type, talent type, even academic performance. They all come from different sources but are ultimately converted into scores for easy unified calculation through a series of meticulous standards. Once a year, the Tongshan department ranks all career changers based on their scores. Finally, resources and privileges are allocated to each career changer according to their ranking. Upon hearing this, Li Chen raised an eyebrow, thinking of someone. When he first arrived at the Tongshan department, he met a guy named Meng Qing. It seems like he was the best among the career changers in the life category. This standard also comes from the ranking, right? At a glance, that guy seems to have something. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. As they chatted, Du Shengding suddenly remembered something. A gleam appeared in his honest eyes as he raised a finger and said, like Li Chen, who participated in such a crucial mission and achieved great feats, there's no need to mention the score this time. It's naturally substantial, especially for killing the abyssal beast beyond his level and indirectly repelling the beast tide. Achievements unmatched by anyone. After returning to the Tongshan department, Li Chen won't need to make any more effort. His ranking has already surpassed 80% of the people. Li Chen smiled and passed by. He wondered which was more, the resources obtained from the ranking or the highest standard resources promised by Dongfang Changming to apply for Li Chen. Or, could he have them all? Roar! While Li Chen was lost in thought, a piercing roar suddenly came from the distance near the Great Wall. The people in the car all looked in that direction involuntarily. It was towards the so-called front line, the direction of the most intense fighting. Surprisingly, a monster similar to the previous abyssal beast appeared. Those huge claws and mole-like appearance truly left a deep impression on Li Chen. Li Chen was thinking that he might have to go back into battle as soon as he was withdrawn. A sharp breaking wind suddenly resounded in the distance. The next second, a silver-white slender shadow suddenly shot out from behind the battlefield. It flew straight towards the head of the beast trying to climb over the city wall. Then, there was a crisp sound. A silver-white spear, 2 to 3 meters long, appeared on the forehead of the beast. As soon as the spear was seen, the young man driving the car cheered. "It's the White family's support. I recognize this spear, it belongs to the White family's lady, Lin Huayu." Along with the incredibly excited calls of these people, a graceful figure in white flew out from behind. At a very fast speed, she flew towards the beast over there. Hearing the familiar words White family, Li Chen raised an eyebrow, opened the window, leaned out, and looked towards the crowd not far away. A large number of aristocratic forces, along with fully armed soldiers, were launching an assault behind the city wall. The task of guarding the northern border of the Great Wall is mainly carried out by several major families from the far north, in conjunction with the local military. Just as the soldier driving the car said, as the largest and most renowned local aristocratic family, the Bai family always took the lead whenever there was an unusual situation. Just now, the person who threw the silver spear and accurately hit the beast's head was none other than the current mistress of the Bai family, Lin Huayu, the mother of Bai Ji. According to the young man's description, her profession seemed to be that of an 85th level gun knight, similar to a poor guy named Lu Xing. However, the difference in performance was clearly worlds apart. Earlier on the airship, Bai Ji mentioned that the Bai family was the most famous among the several major families guarding the extreme north, and also the most unique. Unlike other families focused on combat, what the Bai family was best known for by the world was their terrifying auxiliary abilities. The most common profession within the Bai family, and their signature occupation, was an extremely rare combat support profession, a diviner. This profession could constantly calculate auspicious and inauspicious positions on the battlefield and make timely adjustments, tilting all factors in favor of their side during combat, especially in large-scale battles against monsters. As long as the strength of both sides was not too disparate, this ability could directly determine the outcome of each battle. Lin Huayu was now on the battlefield. Where was Bai Ji's father, the current head of the Bai family? Li Chen looked around. Shortly after, several white discs rose from the crowd behind for support. Several complex hexagrams flew out of the discs and landed on the main combatants at the front line. The huge beast roared, attempting to lead the beast tide further. However, the bigger the movement, the easier it was to expose vulnerabilities. In less than half a second, Lin Huayu raised the silver spear, leaped onto the beast's head, and smashed downwards. With the amplification, the silver spear pierced through the beast's skull, smashing fiercely inside. The set of movements flowed smoothly like clouds in water, leaving Li Chen amazed. Truly a high-level combat class professional. Their fighting movements were as magnificent as a dance. Unfortunately, this fierce attack did cause damage but was not enough to severely wound the beast. The beast suddenly shook its body, throwing Lin Huayu off its head. Just as it was about to continue forward, there were several shouts from the side. Two similarly leveled professionals leaped up and joined the battle. The beast's speed was significantly slowed down, only able to roar and struggle against these powerful human professionals. The monsters that tried to rush in from below were immediately killed by the soldiers standing on the city wall, unable to advance further. Is the issue over there resolved? That's great. I heard that a similar monster appeared over there. Although the scale of the beast tide is not as large as ours, it's not much different. And the ones guarding over there are just a few young people from the Tongshin division. Can you believe it? I knew that the Tongshin division had many talents, but I didn't expect it to be this exaggerated. Thanks to the help of those professionals, we don't need to disperse too much of our forces over here. Otherwise, with the current size of this beast tide, a slight relaxation would lead to a bloodbath. On the towering city wall at the front line, many soldiers gathered together, fighting and discussing animatedly. They didn't have much understanding of what was happening on the other side. Their only feeling was one of gratitude and relief. Thanks to those young people from the Tongshin division being able to hold back the beast with just a few of them. If not for that, in order to prevent being attacked from both sides, they would have had to pull back manpower from the front line to help over there. And once the manpower was dispersed, the advantage they had painstakingly built up would have to start all over again. As time passed, more and more messages came back from the other side. The images of those few Transcendence Bureau transferers gradually became clearer in the soldiers' tales. It was said that there were 3 people blocking the ferocious beasts. One was a young man who could command plants to battle. Another was a berserker who could transform into a giant. And then there was the young lady from the Bai family. The Bai family head was overseeing the battle at the front line. Therefore, the soldier's words quickly reached his ears. Before long, he emerged from the crowd with a serious expression, inquiring about Li Chen. The surrounding soldiers chattered, recounting the messages from the front line. Upon hearing some local soldiers congratulating, mentioning how they saw their daughters cooperating with Li Chen to unleash a terrifying combination technique, the Bai family head's initially stern expression turned excited. Wait, what? My daughter has combat abilities? Or is it support-type combat abilities? Is it true? Where is this young man named Li Chen? Take me to see him. Upon hearing this question, everyone was at a loss. The information they received was from various soldiers coming and going, but to identify who Li Chen was, by phone, if you want to find Li Chen, you can go to the Transcendence Bureau over there. A soldier suddenly pointed to the nearby Transcendence Bureau tent. Since Li Chen came from the Transcendence Bureau, the Eastern director inside must know something. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng nodded quickly and headed in that direction. Initially just trying his luck, he didn't expect that the moment he opened the tent, he would freeze in place. His precious daughter, Bai Ji, was lying peacefully next to a young man in a very serene sleeping posture. And at the moment he saw Li Chen's handsome profile, a feeling of déjà vu inexplicably arose in Bai Feng's heart. He was the head of the Bai family and the most powerful fortune teller in the current Huaxia. Therefore, upon seeing things for the first time, he could vaguely perceive the underlying causes. Having practiced fortune telling for so many years, Bai Feng naturally believed in the theory of fate. A person's fate is predetermined. He could sense that the young man named Li Chen in front of him seemed destined to be Bai Ji's, even a distinguished person in their entire Bai family. Li Chen, thanks to your help this time, not only did we successfully defend the Great Wall, but we also collected valuable battle data. I remember you are Bai Feng, the head of the Bai family, right? Inside the tent, Eastern Changming was conversing with Li Chen. Turning around inadvertently, he saw Bai Feng standing silently at the door. Bai Feng immediately came to his senses, coughed awkwardly, and said, I heard that Li Chen, who single-handedly protected the northern Great Wall, is here, so I came to see. Hello, I am Bai Feng, the head of the Bai family. Thanks to Li Chen's help this time. Otherwise, if the northern Great Wall were breached, the consequences would be unimaginable. On behalf of the countless people of the far north, I express the highest respect to Li Chen and all those who came from the Transcendence Bureau to support us. With that, Bai Feng skillfully raised his head, shook his hand, and bowed elegantly to Li Chen. Although this gesture was not as elaborate as Bai Ji's, at first glance, it still carried a hint of Bai Ji's grace. Li Chen looked at Bai Feng, then turned to look at Bai Ji, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. That saying was right. Indeed, not being a family, not entering the same door. I never expected that my little Bai would one day be able to join the battle personally. Bai Feng spoke with excitement written all over his face. Li Chen, on the other hand, found some strange humor in Bai Feng's words. Bai Feng called his daughter Xiao Bai. So, what should Bai Feng's wife be called? Old Bai? Sounds reasonable. Dongfeng Changming, sitting behind the desk, nodded slightly at Bai Feng and acted as a middleman. Introducing each other briefly, Li Chen also stood up, bowed slightly to Bai Feng, and said, Master Bai, nice to meet you. Miss Bai's abilities played a crucial role in this battle. Without her assistance, we wouldn't have won so easily. Seeing Li Chen's response, Bai Feng was also good at socializing. He immediately politely returned the gesture to Li Chen, smiling and saying, Young Li Chen is too modest. We all know that your abilities were the key to our victory this time. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have known how great Miss Bai's potential is. It's not an exaggeration to say that all of Miss Bai's strength should be attributed to you. So in the future, we will need young Li Chen to take on more responsibilities. Bai Feng knew how to distinguish priorities. Obviously, for Baiji, Li Chen was of extraordinary significance. It was because of Li Chen that Baiji's talent underwent a qualitative transformation. Li Chen was to Baiji what rain was to a long drought. He was indispensable. So when Bai Feng saw Li Chen for the first time, he had already made up his mind. For Baiji, for the Bai family, he must bring Li Chen closer and preferably keep him around. But just as he was about to say something else, a loud noise suddenly came from outside the tent. It was the sound of a huge creature crashing to the ground. The three inside the tent went out to see and witnessed the scene of a huge ferocious beast being killed and falling heavily outside the wall. The one who delivered the fatal blow was the highly anticipated mistress of the Bai family, Baiji's mother, Lin Huayu. At that moment, she was pulling out a silver spear over 3 meters long from the beast's head, firmly planting it in the ground. Standing amidst the sea of corpses and blood, she looked like a war goddess heralding the dawn of victory. The strap on the spear's tip was torn off, and then, the Northern Territory flag, stained red with the blood of the beast, fluttered in the wind. The red flag waved, announcing the victory of the battle. Li Chen then noticed that Lin Huayu's weapon for battle was a long spear usually used in ceremonial occasions. It had to be said that these formidable figures each had their own unique personalities. After the huge ferocious beast declared its death, the gathered beast tide, due to excessive consumption, gradually showed signs of decline, even starting to scatter in disarray. Lin Huayu left the front line, leaving the relatively safe battlefield to other professionals for cleanup. She leaped up and jumped onto the 10-meter-high city wall, arriving in front of the camp station there. After listening to the chatter of a few people around her, she walked directly towards Li Chen and the others. Her steps were brisk, exuding a sense of purpose. Her high-tied black ponytail fluttered in the wind, showcasing her elegance. This formed a sharp contrast with the mature and steady Baifeng. "May I ask which one of you is Li Chen?" When she reached near the camp, Lin Huayu stopped, loudly asking. The few people closer turned their heads simultaneously and looked at Li Chen. Seeing the young man beside her husband, Lin Huayu grinned, took big strides, and walked over. "Li Chen, nice to meet you. I heard that you and our Xiaobai defended the northern Great Wall on the other side together, so I couldn't wait to come and see. Now that I see it with my own eyes, you truly are a talent. Ha ha ha. Oh, right, Lao Bai has already introduced himself to you, hasn't he? Then let me add a few words. I'm Lin Huayu, Bai Ji's mother, level 85, Gun Knight. You, well, no need to be too formal, just call me Auntie." When introducing herself, Lin Huayu always wore an infectious and hearty smile on her face. Just by looking at her, one's mood would involuntarily become very good. Moreover, it should be due to her high level. Her appearance seemed very young, making it impossible to tell that she was from the same generation as Baifeng. With a sunny personality, graceful demeanor, and beautiful appearance, someone like her would be welcomed wherever she went. And, so Baifeng is really called Lao Bai. Li Chen bowed politely to Lin Huayu and introduced himself courteously. "Junior Li Chen, level 60 life profession. Farmer, nice to meet you, Aunt Lin." When Li Chen slowly uttered the word farmer, the scene fell silent. Almost everyone knew the saying that the Tongsu division did not harbor idlers. They also knew that those qualified to join the Tongsu division must have some extraordinary qualities. But a level 60 farmer, who could repel the recent wave of beasts and even kill another abyssal beast? Who could believe such words when spoken? After all, he was just a farmer. Even if he was extraordinary, this seemed a bit too far-fetched, right? The crowd fell silent, each person looking at Li Chen with a hint of shock in their eyes. Until, marvelous, truly marvelous. You two, a farmer and a fertilizer master, are simply a perfect match. Ahem. Sorry, that was not meant to be derogatory. I was just expressing my admiration. Lin Huayu suddenly giggled and patted Li Chen's shoulder. Li Chen blinked, catching something from Lin Huayu's words. Fertilizer master? At this moment, it could only refer to one person. Bai Ji's profession turned out to be a fertilizer master? Li Chen chuckled helplessly. It was hard to imagine that Bai Ji, a lady who seemed detached from worldly affairs, would have such a down-to-earth profession. No wonder she always kept her true profession a secret, not only choosing to keep it confidential in her records but even speaking softly when releasing skills. Unconsciously, time passed by minute. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, the battle outside the city walls was also nearing its end. Lin Huayu took the initiative to pat Li Chen's shoulder and, together with Baifeng, invited Dongfang Changming and his group to return to the far north. The assistance of the Tongsu division was crucial in this battle, especially on Li Chen's side. He significantly contributed to the victory of the entire battle. Since they returned victorious, it was only natural for the Bai family to host and express gratitude to all those who had protected the far north. Dongfang Changming initially wanted to decline, but unable to resist the warmth of the Bai couple, he could only nod in agreement. Coincidentally, Li Chen could take this opportunity to change professions within the city of the far north. he could also investigate the cause of the beast wave outbreak on site. On the way back to the far north, whether out of interest or simply being talkative, Lin Huayu kept chatting with Li Chen all the way. I used to be one of the military leaders guarding the northern Great Wall, and I met her father on the battlefield. That little bai. She used to pester me to tell her stories about Dungeons and Warcraft when she was young. It's probably because of the environment she grew up in. She always wanted to be like me, fantasizing that one day she could be like me, charging into battle and raising the flag high when the people were in danger. Of course, I also advised her that professions are highly random, and she might not achieve her wish. But seeing her work so hard, over time, we subconsciously thought that she would definitely become a combat professional like me in the future, or an assistant like her father. But you know what happened later. The profession of a fertilizer master is far from her dream. Since awakening as a fertilizer master, she has been melancholic, unable to muster enthusiasm for anything. As parents, of course, we hope she can excel, but we also know the inevitability of fate. Since she can't excel, it's better to let her be happy. But in reality, both she and we, there is some lingering regret about this matter. But fortunately, we have you, classmate Li Chen. Oh, it's truly destined that we met you. One is a farmer of plants, the other is a fertilizer master enhancing plants. How can such a coincidence exist in this world? Lin Huayu grinned broadly, looking very pleased. At the same time, he nudged Baifeng's ribs quite forcefully. Old Bai, why don't you also give a fortune-telling for him? Look at this classmate Li Chen. Is he destined to our Bai family? Baifeng rubbed his forehead, sounding somewhat helpless. Nonsense. I can't casually use my skills. You know that. It's harmless to tell fortunes for ordinary people. But Li Chen, his destiny is not something anyone can pry into. One slip, and it's prying into the secrets of the heavens. Then my old life will be at stake. With a tinge of regret, Baifeng sighed. Then, he turned to Li Chen and said, actually, even without divination, I dare say that this young Li Chen's future is bound to be bright and promising. With such strength and talent, he is unmatched in the entire Blue Star. Such a presence will surely stir up a huge wave in the future world. He was the head of the Bai family, the most powerful fortune-teller in all of Huaxia. Indeed, but that didn't mean he could predict everything as if he were a god. His ability could be considered as obtaining information by overdrawing his life, and the importance of the information would directly determine how much of his life he would overdraw. People like Li Chen were obviously destined for great things in the future, even capable of changing the world's landscape. Casually prying into the fate of such a person was like prying into the fate of a nation. One misstep could easily jeopardize one's own life. Listening to the conversation between the couple, Li Chen smiled slightly and didn't say much. He was used to hearing such evaluations 4 or 5 times a day and had long been accustomed to it. He was now just curious about when he would enter the city in the far north to change professions. After killing so many monsters, his level had long reached the limit of the 4th transformation. Once he completed the 4th transformation, not only would he gain new talents and unlock new plant species, but his lifespan would also be significantly extended. And not just him. It seemed that Baiji could also change professions. After Baiji assisted in killing the dual gunman and the high-level abyssal beast, her level did not light up with the upgrade aura again. This indicated that her level had also reached the limit for changing professions. When both of them changed professions, they could let Baiji try out more abundant plants. He would keep records on his side so that he could easily cooperate when needed in the future. In any case, changing professions first was the most important thing. Li Chen had planned it out very well. So as soon as he entered the city, Li Chen shared his thoughts with the Bai couple. Lin Huayu readily agreed. While Baifeng offered to send a few people to take Li Chen to the job change square, Li Chen did not refuse. After all, he had no intention of wandering around the city. The sooner he completed the job change, the better. So shortly after entering the city, Li Chen, under the guidance of several Bai family job changers, arrived at the central job change square of the city. The Northern Territory was a famous snow city in China, similar to the climate on the Great Wall side. As far as the eye could see, it was all ice and snow. Although the atmosphere was nice, it was also very inconvenient due to the climate, making transportation extremely difficult in this area. Ordinary civilian airships were difficult to take off. The common vehicles could not travel normally in the thick snow. Therefore, in the far north, one could see special vehicles with tracks or sleds pulled by dogs everywhere. When Li Chen arrived at the job change square, He saw many souvenirs with the style of the far north in nearby shops. He took a look inside and picked out some things that caught his eye, like brass bells, pine needle-filled pillows, Christmas tree-shaped hats. The Bai family job changers who came with Li Chen wanted to show the hospitality of the far north and were eager to pay for Li Chen. However, Li Chen calmly waved his hand, took out an unusually large gold coin from his storage ring, and placed it on the shopkeeper's counter. He even said there was no need for change, as he had no spare storage ring for loose change. The shopkeeper, who had been gloomy due to the downturn in business, suddenly beamed with joy. After running the business for so many years, it was the first time he had encountered such a generous customer. Real gold, casually thrown. Even the Bai family was not so extravagant, right? While helping Li Chen pack his things with a nod and a bow. Li Chen, a student? What a coincidence. Are you here to buy something? As Li Chen was packing things on the counter, a familiar voice came from beside him. Turning around, he saw the honest and straightforward Du Shengding, who had just parted ways not long ago, standing next to him. He was holding a gray and white cat in his hands. Senior Du, what are you doing here? Li Chen raised an eyebrow, puzzled by Du Shengding's sudden appearance. The latter placed the cat on the shopkeeper's counter, rubbed his head in embarrassment, and smiled. Apart from major tasks like fighting monsters, taking various commissions in daily life also counts towards points. Although the pay isn't much, every little bit helps. With Du Shengding's words, the cat lay lazily on the counter, looking very content. The cute appearance made Li Chen think of the papyrus kitten in Dave's shop. If he remembered correctly, it seemed to require 5 transformations to unlock. Mr. Du, thank you very much, the shopkeeper thanked with a smile. He then took the commission letter handed over by Du Shengding, pressed his handprint, and attached the reward. After walking out of the shop together, Li Chen puzzledly asked Du Shengding his question. Speaking of which, Senior Du, judging by your strength, you don't seem like someone who would lack points. Could it be that the Transcendence Department is really full of experts? And even a level 80 plus berserker like you who can transform into a giant has to work hard for credits? Du Shengding scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment flashing in his eyes behind his round glasses. No. In fact, my strength is among the top few in the Transcendence Department. It's just that these points, I have some other uses for them. Li Chen raised an eyebrow, indicating for him to elaborate. Du Shengding had nothing worth hiding, so he briefly explained to Li Chen, you should remember what I said before. In the Transmission Department, scores can be exchanged for resources. Besides the annual leaderboard, there is also a direct exchange option to obtain resources. Although direct exchange won't get you rare equipment or leveling opportunities like in the leaderboard, but as a way to acquire material resources, there is no better cost-effective option in the whole of Huaxia. After all, backed by the higher-ups in Huaxia, directly connected to the 6 departments, what they provide to the Transmission Department is all top-notch goods. Top-notch goods? What kind of risky statement is this? Li Chen squinted, cautiously assessing the guy in front of him. Faded jeans, thick glasses, and honest demeanor. Could this guy be some kind of deadly alchemist in the Transmission Department's version? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. Look at me, Du Shengding said, then suddenly tapped his forehead, giving an apologetic smile. He then solemnly adjusted his clothes, stood a bit straighter, and said, Li Chen, besides being a combatant in the Transmission Department, I am also a member of the Transmission Department's Transferee Research Center, and one of the main researchers. Our research focuses on the correlation between transferee professions and talents. Although we receive official funding, no matter what research we do, there will inevitably be some necessary expenses. To cover these costs, we have to use our status in the Transmission Department to exchange scores for the materials we need for experiments. So, these scores can earn us a bit of profit. As he spoke, Du Shengding scratched his head, looking quite embarrassed. After all, he was a combatant transferee at level 80-something. Yet here he was, racking his brains for a few measly scores, reduced to taking tasks like finding cats from the bulletin board. As a senior, being seen by a junior behaving like this, he felt he had no face to continue in the Transmission Department. But at this moment, in Li Chen's mind, the image of the Transmission Department had quietly changed. Wait, what's going on? Isn't the Transmission Department supposed to be a training institution similar to a higher-level transferee academy? Why does it seem more and more off? First, Bai Ji made progress in agricultural research in the Transmission Department. Now, There's a lowly senior working hard to maintain the operation of the laboratory by taking on low-level tasks. Even combat professions are doing research? Wow! Is this place really caught up in internal competition? Du Shengding noticed the change in Li Chen's expression but couldn't figure out the meaning. He just smiled slightly and said, "It seems like you have something to attend to, Li Chen, so I won't disturb you. I'll go check the bulletin board and take on some other tasks. I'll try to earn another 100 points before returning to the transmission department." With that, he was about to leave. Working so hard for 100 points, Li Chen muttered to himself, then promptly stopped him, asking tentatively, "May I ask, how many points would we get for defeating the giant beast with Bai Ji earlier?" Du Shengding pondered for a moment, nodded, and replied, "Around 800 points, plus the points for defending the Great Wall and resisting the beast tide. Combining them should get you around 12 to 1300 points. You guys are new this year, so you have additional evaluations. With these points as a foundation, not to mention the top 10, the top 20 should be well within your reach." Li Chen understood and bid him farewell. Watching the figure in faded jeans walk away, Li Chen felt lost. Regarding the mystical department, Li Chen gained some new insights. Let's set these things aside for now. Li Chen stretched lazily and quickly headed towards the nearby job transition square. He was already well versed in the process of job transition. Li Chen briskly walked up to the altar, reached out his hand, and touched the blue crystal floating in the air in front of him. Then, the crystal lit up with white light. The familiar interface and sound appeared once again. "Connection successful. Your level meets the job transition requirements. Please choose whether to proceed with the transition. You have chosen to transition. Level cap unlocked to LV 80. Here are the new talent skills you have acquired. New talent, plant life, white common, talent description. With this talent, you can consume sunlight to transform any plant within a 500-meter radius into your own plant. Your talent, Dave's Plant Shop, has been upgraded, unlocking more plants to be unlocked. Here are the new unlocked plant cards: Tallnut, Melon Pult, Gatling Pea, Ice Shroom, Cob Cannon, Garlic." Enough said. The name of this new talent does sound quite pleasant. Transforming the surrounding plants into one's own. Li Chen withdrew his hand, then turned around and looked around. The climate in the far north was harsh, with very few plants able to survive. However, he could still sense nearby plants through his talent. Consider it an experiment. He casually picked a grass stem and transformed it into a sunflower. As the talent skill was implemented, Li Chen saw his sunlight value suddenly increase by 25 points. Indeed, it worked. Watching the suddenly towering golden sunflower in the square flower bed, Li Chen nodded in satisfaction and walked away. In the time to come, he planned to empty out Dave's shop. Then, he would test each plant's abundance with Bai Ji. Additionally, in the system's recent prompt, there was a name that particularly caught his eye: Cob Cannon. He had been eagerly anticipating this and finally got his hands on it. On the way back, Li Chen directly emptied out all the new items in Dave's shop. Looking at the array of plant cards in front of him, he nodded in satisfaction. The fourth transition truly deserved to be called the watershed for job transitioners. The benefits it brought were unparalleled at any other time. Just by looking at what these newly released plants could do, like Melon Pult, Ice Shroom, Cob Cannon, high damage, wide range, back in the original game, these were all formidable entities. Having bought them, it was only natural to check them out. Melon Pult, each planting consumes 300 sunlight, cooldown of 7.5 seconds. Attack interval of 2.9 seconds. Plant characteristics: Melon Pult can deal high damage to any monster below level 80. This cap will increase with the advancement of professional levels. Upon melon shattering, it splashes nearby enemies within a 30-meter range, causing the same damage. Ice Shroom, each planting consumes 75 sunlight, cooldown of 50 seconds. Plant characteristics: once planted, Ice Shroom explodes after 3 seconds of charging in place, instantly freezing all enemies within a 1000-meter range below level 80. This cap will increase with the advancement of professional levels. The enemy will be frozen for 4 seconds, then continue to slow down for 15 seconds. Corn Cannon, each planting consumes 500 sunlight, cools down for 50 seconds, and cools down for 35 seconds each time. Plant characteristics: Corn Cannon can only be placed on 2 adjacent corn launchers. Corn Cannon can be manually fired, no distance limit, causing a wide range of explosive damage within the specified range, capable of instantly killing all enemies below level 80 within the range. Apart from these classic 3, There are also things like bloom shrooms and garlics. However, the allure they bring to Li Chen is incomparable. What he cares about now is amplified by Bai Ji. How much more abundant effect can a plant like corn cannon, which is already considered top tier, receive? After leaving the job change square, Li Chen immediately asked the Bai family about Bai Ji's whereabouts, only to find out that Bai Ji had not yet recovered from the previous excessive consumption. She was currently resting in her own bedroom. Helpless, Li Chen could only first find Bai Feng to discuss borrowing a place to mass-produce plants. After hearing Li Chen's needs, Bai Feng didn't say a word and immediately cleared out a large area on the back mountain of his own mansion for Li Chen to use as he pleased. Shortly after, Li Chen followed the Bai family's steward to a clearing halfway up the mountain. A space as big as 2 football fields had been temporarily cleared out. The snow swept from above had piled up into 4 white hills. Looking at the black soil beneath the snow, Li Chen couldn't help but feel puzzled. As a farmer by profession, he was sensitive to soil quality. At a glance, he could tell that the soil here was exceptionally fertile. Whether it was the soil's aeration or water retention, it was much better than elsewhere. In comparison, the soil in Yunzhou where Li Chen was located was not as good. The soil here is good. I suppose agriculture in your area must be quite developed, right? Li Chen squatted down, picked up some soil with his hand, examined it carefully, and confirmed his thoughts even more. But upon hearing this, the steward beside him just smiled helplessly. Mr. Li Chen is joking. The impact of the climate cannot be compensated for by fertile land alone. The far north is covered in ice and snow all year round, with a harsh climate and harsh environment. Therefore, places where edible grains can be grown are actually few and far between. To be honest, even to this day, much of the grain in the north relies on purchases from elsewhere. Before Miss Bai's professional talent awakened, the situation was even worse than it is now. The land here is actually the experimental field that Miss Bai personally cultivated in the past. Under the ground, there should be many seeds that failed to develop. Bai Ji's profession seems to be a fertilizerist. Li Chen nodded thoughtfully. He never expected that the noble Miss Bai would personally engage in activities like tilling and growing vegetables. With her status, she could live a very comfortable life without doing anything. It seems that this Miss Bai Ji is different from the typical pampered young lady. Lost in thought, Li Chen reached into his storage ring and took out a sunflower seed. The land here is so fertile. Perhaps the sunflowers grown here will also produce more sunlight. Thanks to the third talent, plant empathy, Li Chen can establish a connection with the plants he has planted anytime and anywhere. The originally limited system collection range has been extended infinitely thanks to this talent. Therefore, as long as Li Chen wishes, he could plant sunflowers anywhere to provide him with a continuous supply of sunlight. In fact, Li Chen had long harbored the idea of establishing a large-scale sunlight production base. Hindered by various trivial matters, he had to temporarily slow down. But now, with rare leisure time at hand, he decided to start building his own plant kingdom. Beginning from the far north, Li Chen held the seeds in his hand, squinting slightly. Of course, this was the scene seen by the steward. The White Peak family head had instructed to treat Li Chen well, as he was the hero who saved the Northern Territory. So, the steward, seeing Li Chen so focused, dared not disturb him. He stood respectfully by, watching, until he couldn't wait any longer and suggested preparing some hot tea in the kitchen for Li Chen. In reality, Li Chen was using his newly awakened talent to sense the plants beneath the land in front of him. The steward had mentioned that this was the experimental field used by Bai Ji. Many plants that failed to grow were buried underneath. Utilizing his new talent, plant spirit, obtained at the fourth turn, he could transform any plant into his own. This way, he could quickly and efficiently plant a large area of sunflowers. As the talent skill plant spirit was activated, there was a stirring beneath the dark and soft soil. Seeds left by Bai Ji in the land years ago began to rapidly take root and sprout, claiming a small space for themselves. Listening to the faint buzzing sound like mosquitoes in his ears, Li Chen could almost feel the smiles blooming on the sunflowers' faces. Though it didn't take long, Li Chen was fully immersed in his work. During this time, Dongfang Changming and Bai Feng also came to see Li Chen, but to avoid disturbing his work, they didn't dare to speak to him. By the time they arrived, it was already quite late. After Li Chen finished everything, dusk had set in. Li Chen straightened up, stretched his stiff muscles, and then looked at the dark soil. Snapping his fingers, snap, countless green roots instantly rose from the soil, each topped with a huge flower bud. growing straight up to human height. Then, the flowers bloomed. Warm light shimmered in the flower's center, contrasting with the sun-colored petals, giving a warm feeling that touched the heart. In an instant, golden light shone on the earth, illuminating the entire White family. Noticing the dazzling light that almost reached the sky, many people from the White family were drawn to the sudden commotion. A group of people chattered as they approached, wanting to see what was happening. But everyone, including the members of the Tangshan division invited by Bai Feng, was nearly blinded by the dazzling golden light in the courtyard. Although they knew it was Li Chen's ability, many were still speechless at the sight before them. At this moment, Li Chen stood in his vegetable garden, raised his hand slightly, and instructed the system to start working, gathering all the sunlight produced in the surroundings. Hosts needs detected. Automatic collection initiated. Total number of sunflowers nearby, 2. 800 plants. Total sunlight detected, 70,000 inches. Li Chen's command was executed by the system. All the sunlight produced from the sunflowers instantly dissipated, turning into data saved in front of Li Chen. This was just the first batch of sunlight. Sunflowers produced around every 24 seconds. In about a minute, this field could bring Li Chen around 140,000 sunlight values. In an hour, it would be over 8 million. It was much higher than the system reward, as long as Li Chen didn't sever this connection. In this field, the sunflowers could provide him with so much sunlight 24 hours a day. The flowers seemed endless. Wait a minute, I remember. The plant originally in that pot wasn't a sunflower, right? Exactly. How did it suddenly turn into a sunflower? Could this be Li Chen's ability? Is he able to modify any plant within a certain range? I've never seen such an ability before. Besides being unexpected in battle, it seems like it could also be quite helpful in transforming our Chinese environment. Several directors from the same department whispered excitedly, their faces showing great enthusiasm. They had discovered Li Chen's new potential. According to the reported data, each of the abilities displayed by Li Chen was quite extraordinary on its own. To have all these abilities concentrated in one person was even more unbelievable. Along the way, they had witnessed too much, so they were certain this young man would surely become great. At that moment, Li Chen wasn't paying much attention to what these people were discussing. Instead, he was trying to explore other uses of his innate talents. The third talent, plant empathy, allowed him to establish a connection with his plants. The fourth talent, plant spirit, enabled him to transform plants that were not his own. When these two talents combined, could he control naturally occurring plants without altering them? While Li Chen pondered this, Bai Feng approached, smiling as he asked, Li Chen, is this place big enough for you? If it's not sufficient, tomorrow morning, I'll have some acres of land set aside for you in the outskirts of the city. The land near this city has been enriched by my family's abilities, making it very suitable for you to cultivate plants. If Li Chen is willing to grow more of these plants here, it would also bring glory to our place. Upon hearing this, Li Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. Luminous plants. In a sense, they did make the northern territory shine. Nearby, as soon as Bai Feng finished speaking, Dongfang Changming, who was not far away, curiously approached. Speaking of which, didn't Li Chen just change jobs? I remember the report from Yunzhou mentioned that every time Li Chen changes jobs, he unlocks some new plants, right? This time it's the fourth change, with some additional enhancements. I wonder what plants Li Chen awakened this time. If you don't mind, could you show us? Li Chen looked at the new plant cards he had just unlocked. Ice mushrooms, corn cannons. Demonstrating them was not a problem, but it seemed inconvenient to do so in this place. He needed to find a spacious place with few people, and since he was going to test his combat power, why not also bring out Bai Ji's enriching ability and test different combinations with his plants? Upon hearing Li Chen's suggestion, not only Dongfang Changming and the other directors from the department, but even Bai Feng showed a hint of joy on his face. He also wanted to know how strong Li Chen's abilities were and how much his daughter's enhancements affected these plants. He quickly sent someone to call Bai Ji. After planting for so long, Bai Ji on the other side should have had enough rest by now. However, after a while, the steward who went to look for Bai Ji did not find her. Instead, Bai Feng's wife, Lin Huayu, who had just returned from outside, brought her over. I heard that Li Chen has planted some glowing flowers, so I hurried over to take a look. Lin Huayu changed into her usual attire, looking much more dignified, but her essence remained the same, straightforward and unrestrained. After Bai Feng repeated Li Chen's request, Lin Huayu suddenly realized and nodded. Oh, you're looking for Xiao Bai. She got up earlier and even mentioned that she reached level 60 and can change jobs. I took her there. On our way back, we stopped by the front line, and now Xiao Bai is outside helping repair farmland in the suburbs. Bai Ji, helping to repair farmland? Li Chen raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that not only would she work in the fields at home but also willingly engage in tasks like helping repair farmland outside. At first glance, it didn't seem like the behavior of a young lady from a prestigious family. Ah, this Xiao Bai is really. Post-disaster repairs cannot be completed overnight. How can we rush for immediate results? Alright, let her come back and test some new things with Li Chen. Bai Feng standing nearby sighed helplessly. After all, agriculture was not a pillar industry in the Northern Territory, so there was no rush for repairs. Comparatively, Li Chen's matters were more important. Not to mention, anything that could bring him closer and persuade him to leave some defensive plants on the Northern Territory side of the Great Wall would significantly increase the livability and safety of the far north. However, Li Chen raised an eyebrow and stopped Bai Feng. Since Bai Ji was in the suburbs near the battlefield, it worked out perfectly. There was no need to prepare a testing ground. Whether it was abundance or Li Chen's new plants, why not conduct experiments directly in the suburbs? Weapons like the corn cannon were of such a level of destructive power that they could be aimed outside the city to test its might. After Li Chen changed jobs again, the special attack rules of his plants had jumped to level 80. Dealing with the small Karamis and the beast tied outside the city was a piece of cake. Bai Feng was taken aback and apologetically said, "Just returned, barely rested, and now you're off to the battlefield again. I'm really sorry." Li Chen waved it off, not bothered at all. Since his battles didn't consume mana or much effort, killing those monsters would also level him up. Why not do it? Unable to persuade Li Chen otherwise, Bai Feng reluctantly agreed. However, there was no need to make a big deal out of testing Li Chen's skills. Someone was needed to host and prepare for the Bai family's celebration. Bai Feng and the just-returned Lin Huayu needed to entertain other members of the Xian sect and some military officers. Unfortunately, they couldn't accompany them this time. Lin Huayu was very open-minded, smiling as she patted Li Chen's shoulder and said, "Probably because of Li Chen's influence, our Xiao Bai has become much more cheerful than before. During this time, thanks a lot for taking care of her. Li Chen, let's see, after the banquet ends, I'll give you a little something as a token of gratitude." She flicked the stray hair on her forehead slightly and winked at Li Chen with a smile before turning around, linking arms with Bai Feng, and leading everyone out of the courtyard. For some reason, Bai Feng and Lin Huayu seemed to get along like siblings. "Well, Li Chen, let's go find Bai Ji. I'll arrange a tracked vehicle, you wait here for a moment." With a nod, she turned and left. A while later, Li Chen, along with several directors of the Xian sect, including Dongfang Changming, sat in a local armored transport vehicle in the Northern Territory. The driver, with a hearty smile, kept turning back to look at Li Chen in the rear seat and said, "This beast tide was really terrifying. Thank you so much for your help. Li Chen, a life-saving favor is unforgettable. When I have the chance, I'll have to gather some brothers to pay respects to Li Chen properly." Along the way, Li Chen had heard plenty of praise and thanks, but this was the first time someone shouted to kowtow to him. Li Chen was somewhat amused and politely stated that it was just a small gesture. No need to be so polite. Then, the driver stepped on the gas, and the tread spun rapidly, carrying Li Chen and his group. They left the city. Under the setting sun, the vast white ground was reflected into a pleasing golden hue. The distant trees had already fallen into the darkness of night, appearing particularly lonely. Under this snowy scenery, numerous houses stood alone, forming a village. Wisps of smoke rose and dissipated in the sunset, giving Li Chen a sense of familiarity. Villages in Yunzhou also evoked this feeling. It was unexpected that just a few days after leaving Yunzhou, Li Chen was starting to feel nostalgic. The heavy armored vehicle slowly came to a stop, and after bidding farewell to the driver and Li Chen's group, it headed towards the distant Great Wall like a sleeping dragon. According to Lady Lin, Baiji is helping to repair farmland nearby, Dongfang Changming said, leading the way into the village. Although most of the monsters were blocked outside the Great Wall, some sneaked in through the cracks. The creatures Li Chen dealt with at the time were of this kind. If a few monsters rushed into the village, they could destroy farmland and even crush houses, although they would eventually be dealt with by the soldiers from the military base that arrived later. the damage they caused was still irreparable. The northern territory was already harsh, making it difficult for various crops to survive. The wheat in the fields, which had just started to sprout, was immediately destroyed. As Li Chen walked out of the village, looking at the damaged farmland and scattered monster corpses on both sides, he couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. With more incidents like this in the future, the number of people persisting in farming in this icy land of the north would likely decrease. Li Chen, look over there. Dongfang Changming suddenly stopped in his tracks, pointing to the farmland in front of them. Li Chen leaned out and followed his gaze. In a relatively intact field, several villagers with hoes gathered, eagerly waiting. Baiji, with her hair tied up neatly in a bun and dressed in white sportswear, stood in the center of the crowd. Folks, after I purify the soil, we will plow the land together and inspect it, she said. If there are no issues, we can start planting immediately, as long as everyone is united. Rebuilding our homeland is just around the corner. Accompanied by Baiji's silver bell-like words, emerald green lights slowly emanated from her hands, like fireflies diving into the soil and the crops before them. In an instant, the plants destroyed by monsters began to grow vigorously again. The land contaminated by monster blood also became fertile once more. A miraculous change emerged amidst the cheers of the crowd. After completing everything, Baiji breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and without resting, picked up a hoe to work alongside everyone. Alright, let's not disturb her for now. Let Li Chen negotiate with her alone. Watching this scene from afar, Dongfang Changming stopped the two superiors behind him who wanted to go over and greet them, and exchanged a glance with Li Chen. Li Chen smiled and walked straight over there. As he walked, he waved his hand and called out in a carefree manner, "Oi, little Baishi." Upon hearing this address, Baiji visibly trembled. She turned slightly stiffly, meeting Li Chen's harmless smile. The nickname Little Baiji carried a slight derogatory tone and an inexplicable sense of closeness. So basically, only her parents would call her that. Li Chen now calling her that meant her parents had already told Li Chen everything. This was definitely not good news. In fact, after witnessing Li Chen's abilities in Yunzhou, Baiji was determined to leave a great impression on Li Chen. She knew very well that Li Chen could still be an outstanding warrior even without her. Without Li Chen, her career path would be permanently fixed in a non-combat role, fading into obscurity. Therefore, every expression, every move she made in front of Li Chen was carefully calculated. She wanted to present herself as a strong and cultured individual, someone who truly matched Li Chen's abilities and status. But it seemed like she might have tried too hard. Honestly, she couldn't understand why. Growing up with a fortune teller for a mother and a knight for a father, she ended up in a profession like this, a fertilizer specialist. Just the sound of those three words was discouraging. She knew they were testing her compatibility with Li Chen and she couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. She didn't want to disappoint her childhood dreams or the expectations of those around her. And she definitely didn't want Li Chen to discover that beneath her dignified exterior and outstanding achievements, she was actually a fertilizer specialist. She was futilely hoping her mother's information to Li Chen was limited, that Li Chen still didn't know her profession. As long as that was the case, she still had a chance to maintain her image. Xiaobai girl, your mom said your profession is a fertilizer specialist? Those three words were particularly harsh, striking Baiji like lightning. It was over. Everything was over. The image she painstakingly maintained, the demeanor of a refined lady she tried to portray, all devalued by these heartless three words. Li Chen, classmate, let me explain. Baiji visibly panicked, but Li Chen's next words took her by surprise. Quite an interesting profession. Why hide it? Ha? Interesting? Are you sure? Baiji seemed to doubt her own ears, asking softly. So Li Chen repeated his words. After confirming Li Chen wasn't joking, Baiji was at a loss. She had never imagined Li Chen would describe her profession as interesting. Seeing Baiji's bewildered expression, the nearby farmers all showed genuine smiles. Thank you so much, Miss Bai. Without you, this land would probably go to waste, unable to plant anything else in the short term. We're nearing the end of the warmest time in the north. If we miss it, this year's harvest will all rot in the ground. The farmers expressed their sincere gratitude. Blushing, Baiji waved her hands repeatedly, unsure if it was out of shyness or embarrassment. She noticed Li Chen was still looking at her. Baiji knew he had understood everything. After much hesitation, Baiji sighed heavily. I'm sorry, Li Chen. I've been hiding things from you. I've been struggling to accept reality, not knowing how to face my profession. I don't know if a non-combat support role like mine can be accepted by you. I often wonder if someone like me really deserves to be recruited by the Bureau of Mysteries. This girl, clearly lacking life experience, still hadn't figured out her place in the world. She both wanted to join the battle like the others in her family, sacrificing herself for the country, and felt that since she had become a fertilizer master, she shouldn't be thinking about unrealistic dreams every day. She should just do what a professional in the life category should do. This kind of conflicting mindset made her feel extremely conflicted. In fact, in the Tianyun Academy where Li Chen used to stay, there were plenty of people like her. By the way, when did you awaken to your profession? Li Chen's question seemed unrelated to what Bai Ji had just said, but without much thought, Bai Ji subconsciously replied, "Probably about half a year ago." Li Chen asked again, "What about your level now? How many advancements have you made?" Bai Ji clenched her fist slightly in front of her chest. "In the end, it was all thanks to you using the abundant plants I provided to kill the previous elite monster. After gaining the assist experience, I also broke through the barrier of level 60 and completed the 4th advancement." Li Chen raised his hand and patted her on the shoulder, smiling slightly. "That's great. An 18-year-old at level 60 with 4 advancements in a life category profession. Isn't that exceptionally talented?" Bai Ji hesitated for a moment and hurriedly explained, "No, these levels were not achieved by me alone." She was well aware that the reason she leveled up so quickly was simply due to the care of her small family since childhood, combined with the recognition from the Xian sect. But Li Chen shrugged. 6. Have you seen many support professions that rely entirely on themselves to level up by killing monsters? Professions are for your strengths, not your limitations. Ultimately, where your future goes depends on your choices, right? It's as if life category professions have to hide away obediently for a lifetime. According to your thinking, wouldn't I, as a farmer, have to return to Yunzhou to farm for the rest of my life? Li Chen's profession was a farmer, and he was currently the only one in the whole of Huaxia who, less than half a month after graduating from the academy, completed the 4th advancement. Coming from him, these words didn't seem out of place, and even if he didn't mention it, there was just a senior warrior who was solely focused on research earlier. Bai Ji was slightly stunned, touched by Li Chen's words that resonated with a corner of her heart, and Li Chen timely reached out his hand, inviting, "So, I'm going to test some new plants obtained after the advancement. Do you want to join?" After hearing this, Bai Ji hesitated for a moment, then quickly nodded, holding the hand that Li Chen extended. "Steady, steady. As long as these two can get along over time, their combat power will definitely overturn everyone's perception." In the distance, Dongfang Changming, upon seeing this scene, immediately exchanged glances with several other directors of the Xian sect, showing a rather pleased expression in their eyes. Powerful plants for combat, coupled with extraordinary plant enhancements. These two being accepted by the Xian sect at the same time. How fortunate is that? They were originally worried about what to do if Li Chen and Bai Ji couldn't get along, but unexpectedly, things went so smoothly. When the White family's banquet started in the evening, they had more reason to have a few extra drinks. A moment later, Li Chen and his group arrived at an open space outside the village. They had originally planned to go to the northern border Great Wall to test the power with magic beasts. However, they were informed that the beast tied on the front line had already receded, and now all the soldiers were out cleaning up the battlefield. So, there was no way. The damage caused by these plants could only be assessed visually, but most of Li Chen's plants had to target a single entity. After some contemplation, Dongfang Changming stepped forward and led by example. He was an 86th level shadow dancer profession. His 5th talent could create a temporary shadow clone that would inherit about 90% of the main body's panel attributes, roughly around level 77. The beast from the abyss that Li Chen had dealt with before was even taller, making it a perfect target for the new plant. On the other hand, there was good news from Bai Ji. She had already completed the 4th transformation and gained some new abilities and talents. The new talent reduced the energy consumption needed for her abundance release by nearly 70%. In the future, she wouldn't fall asleep all day after releasing abundance once. The newly acquired skill was also quite extraordinary. It allowed her to hybridize any plants without causing any rejection reactions. She could easily grow oranges with apple flavors or potatoes growing on trees. As for what kind of enhancement it could bring to Li Chen, that would have to be tried to be known. There was no time to lose. Dongfang Changming released his clone and stood on a mound over 300 meters away. Several directors next to him quickly set up cameras, holding pens and paper to record. The first one was a heavyweight corn cannon. Fire! Li Chen threw 2 corn pitcher seeds side by side. Then, he stacked the corn cannon on top. In an instant, the 2 large cornstalks on the ground began to entwine. They merged together at a visible speed, gradually growing into different shapes. After about 5 seconds, a giant corn, 4 to 5 meters long and as tall as a person, appeared before everyone. Li Chen, is this the corn cannon? Dongfang Changming was startled by the monstrous size of the object. He bent down slightly, looking at the distinct yellow corn kernels on top, feeling curious. If this thing were replaced with an equivalent amount of explosives, how powerful would it be? The directors behind him had already recorded the information of the corn cannon using appraisal techniques. Their surprised expressions had not changed since earlier. When they were all ready, Li Chen stretched lazily and said, "If you're all prepared, shall I begin?" After receiving confirmation, he snapped his fingers lightly. Snap! With the sound of Li Chen's snap, the giant corn lying on the cart slowly raised its head. Like a missile silo, the corn meant to be a projectile was placed vertically on the ground. Then, hiss accompanied by a violent tremor on the ground. The bottom of the corn husk peeled off, emitting the sound of compressed gas being released. 3 to 4 meters high, as thick as several people hugging, corn slowly rose into the air in front of everyone's eyes. The corn began to accelerate the moment it left the base, soaring straight towards the clouds and disappearing. The people present looked at each other, appearing somewhat surprised. It just flew away? They thought it would make a bigger impact. However, at that moment, Li Chen suddenly narrowed his eyes. Sensing a hint of danger, he directly activated his 4th talent, Plant Spirits, transforming the small grass buried under the snow into 3 rows of nut walls in front of everyone. The sturdy nuts broke through the soil, forming shields in front of everyone. Almost simultaneously, the golden giant corn that had just soared into the clouds locked onto its target and smashed straight towards the mound over 300 meters away. When the giant corn hit the ground, a blinding light erupted at the moment of contact, making it impossible for the people behind the nut wall to look directly at it. Ice and snow splattered, rocks scattered, and dust filled the air. The explosion of the cannon's power shook the entire snow-capped mountain, causing it to tremble. The massive shockwave dispersed the cold air, lifting the ice and snow on the mountaintop high into the air. The swirling snowflakes resembled chaotic petals, spreading in all directions, forming a white mist that extended nearly a kilometer. The explosion instantly leveled the entire hill, with raging flames engulfing the sky in thick smoke. The scorching heat wave swept through, turning everything near the hill into ashes. The original hill was surrounded by billowing white mist in an instant, which dissipated with the impact, leaving behind a lifeless ruin. As for the clone of Dongfang Changming left at the center of the explosion, it was instantly vaporized, disappearing without a trace. Although the shockwave was partially blocked by the nut wall, the tremors still spread through the Earth's crust, causing the directors of the Xian department behind Li Chen to stagger and almost fall. These directors had seen their fair share of storms, but at the moment of the mind-shattering explosion, they couldn't help but feel a palpitation. It was hard to imagine that these level 70 or 80 professionals would be frightened to weakness by a level 60 farmer's released skill. The power. Perhaps even Li Chen hadn't expected it to be so great. Looking at the ice and snow scattered at his feet, and the white mist covering the sky, Li Chen smiled awkwardly and said, "It seems, a 300-meter safety distance might not be enough. Ha! Next time, pay more attention, at least keep it at 500 meters away." For the combat-oriented directors present, this was already quite a feat. Honestly, they couldn't easily match this level of destructive power, right? The thick smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the previously obscured center of the explosion. The flames ignited by the high temperature gradually extinguished with time. The previously protruding hill had turned into a charred pit, covered in thick dust. The white ice and snow had completely melted, leaving behind a mixture of dark mud and water on the ground. At the White family manor at this moment, the White family members were all exceptionally busy. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the place. Flower vases on the tables and decorations on the walls fell in large numbers. Earthquake! Earthquake! Emergency evacuation! Quickly move to open areas! Damn! The far north never has earthquakes. What's happening today? No kidding, even the beast tide wasn't this intense before. I think a change is coming. The White family servants chattered, carrying pots and pans on their heads, rushing out of the house in a panic. The remaining soldiers of the White family immediately reacted, preparing to evacuate the civilians. By phone in Lin Huayu frowned. The far north was not on an earthquake fault line and had never experienced such a disaster in 100 years. Such a sudden occurrence must have a reason. While Lin Huayu directed the White family members to evacuate and called the military stationed at the northern Great Wall to inquire about the situation, Bai Feng directly activated his skill to roughly divine the event. However, the divination result was auspicious. Bai Feng was puzzled. It wasn't until Lin Huayu hung up the phone with a smile and walked over that his confusion was resolved. What? This commotion was caused by Li Chen? In just one day, Bai Feng felt like he had been shocked by the name Li Chen 4 or 5 times. Recalling his casual conversation with Dongfang Changming, who mentioned that Li Chen's profession was a farmer. Yes, a farmer. A farmer who could casually unleash massive explosions. Bai Feng walked out, looking back at the outskirts. A huge white mushroom cloud slowly bloomed on the distant hill. In the wind, there seemed to be a hint of popcorn fragrance. At the outskirts at this moment, Li Chen and his group's testing was still proceeding vigorously. Next, let me see. Let's try cultivating a charm mushroom plus, and then let's crossbreed the charm mushroom plus with the melon pitcher. See if we can breed something outrageous like a charm mushroom pitcher, Li Chen said, planting both the charm mushroom plus and the melon pitcher on the ground. Bai Ji nodded, stepped forward quickly, and activated her ability. Green and red lights scattered from her palms. Then, new information appeared before Li Chen's eyes. Charm Mushroom Plus, an upgraded version of the Charm Mushroom. A special plant that cannot be saved in the formation card plant characteristics, permanent abundance status, during which the charm effect of the charm mushroom does not require the target to be consumed, but charms on contact, enhancing control effects, increasing target's combat power, prolonging control time. Melon pitcher, crossbred with charm mushroom. A crossbreed of the melon pitcher and charm mushroom, cannot be saved as a plant card, but can be saved in the formation card plant characteristics, absorbing the advantages of the melon pitcher and charm mushroom, capable of causing high splash damage. When enemies consume the melon pitcher, they will be subject to the control effect of the charm mushroom. The upgraded version is quite impressive. But this crossbreeding, isn't it too reliant on luck? Li Chen looked at the charm mushroom, now glowing with a golden light, quite satisfied with it. But the melon pitcher with a mushroom on its head beside it, being consumed to charm. But the melon pitcher never had a chance to be consumed by monsters. Who in their right mind would place such an expensive output plant in the front row? What is this? Wait a minute. What if we reverse it and plant the melon pitcher on the charm mushroom? Would that work? With this idea in mind, Li Chen immediately had Bai Ji change the order slightly. He crossbred the melon pitcher onto the charm mushroom. The red light entered both plants and then dissipated. The next moment, the two unrelated plants began to merge visibly. Charm mushroom, crossbred with melon pitcher. A crossbreed of the charm mushroom and melon pitcher, cannot be saved as a plant card, but can be saved in the formation card plant characteristics, absorbing the advantages of the charm mushroom and melon pitcher. It will throw charm mushrooms, causing non-damaging splash effects, and enemies hit by the splash will be charmed, effect equivalent to a regular charm mushroom. What emerged this time was not the same as before. A charm mushroom swayed on the ground, with two iconic dizzy circles on its stalk. A long, curvy stem resembling a watermelon vine extended from the back of its head, with a small umbrella hat inside. It looked extremely bizarre, but within the strangeness, there was a hint of reason. Li Chen couldn't help but smile wryly, secretly noting down this combination. Although plants produced through crossbreeding cannot be saved as ready-made plant cards, they can still be saved in the formation protection card like regular plants. The key is that these crossbred plants combine the characteristics of two plants but are counted as one plant. Testing out a few more interesting combinations now and saving them directly to the formation protection card later will be much more cost-effective. But now he only had one unused protection card left. It would be better to think carefully before deciding what to save. Li Chen, what's this called? It looks so cute. Bai Ji suddenly pointed to a huge mushroom. It was a mushroom with a purple umbrella hat, looking solid and soft. It was also one of the most representative plants in Dave's shop. Li Chen raised an eyebrow and casually said, "This one is called the Big Blast Mushroom. Also, if you want to see something, just use an appraisal spell." Bai Ji nodded, bent down, and reached out her hand to touch the huge umbrella hat of the Big Blast Mushroom. The springy feeling of the QQ bullets instantly lifted her spirits. Watching Baiji's performance, Li Chen raised an eyebrow. "Do you like this?" Baiji nodded without hesitation. "I think it's chubby and soft, feels very cute, and gives a sense of security." Li Chen pursed his lips, suddenly reminded of a buddy on the forum who was asking for explicit images of mushrooms. There are really people in this world who are into mushrooms. "Li Chen, may I try to enrich it?" Baiji's voice rang out again. Li Chen nodded, letting her proceed. According to Baiji herself, after completing the fourth transformation, she was far less tired when using these divine plants for enrichment. Besides, coffee beans were the plants that helped her the most. In the following process, Baiji successively tested enrichment and hybridization. As for the results, coffee beans, plus version and upgraded version of coffee beans, a special plant that cannot be saved in the formation card, plant characteristics, enrichment state lasts permanently, during which the refreshing effect of coffee beans will be greatly enhanced, transforming into a berserk effect, lasting for 30 minutes. The target of berserk will gain a certain degree of attack power increase, as well as a continuous state of rage. Coffee beans, multiple hybrid version. A hybrid version made up of multiple coffee beans cannot be saved as a plant card but can be saved in the formation card. Plant characteristics effectively stacks multiple coffee bean effects, extending the refreshing effect of coffee beans. Duration depends on the number of coffee bean hybrids. The former enrichment enhancement effect is more suitable for combat professions. It didn't mean much to Baiji. However, the multiple hybrid coffee beans could provide Baiji with longer periods of alertness on top of the original effect. For Baiji, this was undoubtedly a significant enhancement. To make it easier for her to use, Li Chen also handed her all the coffee beans he had accumulated during this time. Baiji thanked him repeatedly, her excitement still evident on her face. On the other hand, Dongfang Changming, who was eagerly waiting nearby, had long given up the idea of using his clone as a target for Li Chen. Under Li Chen's extraordinary plants, his clone couldn't last more than a few seconds each time, making it meaningless. He was busy writing with several directors nearby, his camera clicking away madly, documenting the plants displayed by Li Chen. After a while, Baiji finally showed some signs of fatigue. Li Chen asked Dongfang Changming for the things they had recorded, giving them a brief check. This time, they tested the enrichment status of 10 plants, as well as several hybrid plants, some useful and some not. There were many noteworthy hybrid varieties at the moment. For example, the enrichment version of the sunflower could emit a large amount of sunlight in a short time. This skill could be used in emergencies when sunlight was scarce. However, it seemed unlikely that Li Chen would encounter such a situation now. In addition, the enchanting mushroom in the enrichment version could strengthen control effects and extend control time. The enrichment version of the big-mouthed flower could extend its roots significantly, greatly expanding its attack range. The enrichment version of the corn cannon could, after flying into the sky, spread explosive corn kernels like a swarm bomb, automatically tracking the target designated by Li Chen and causing devastating strikes to the target area. However, according to Baiji, the energy consumed when enhancing the corn cannon was 3 times more than other plants. This was probably due to the special nature of the corn cannon. After all, it was a brand new plant synthesized from 2 corn pitchers, but the power it wielded was truly worth the energy consumption. Furthermore, any mushroom plant hybridized with coffee beans can be used directly regardless of day and night conditions. In the future, frozen mushrooms and giant spore mushrooms can also be used during the day. Speaking of giant spore mushrooms, through Baiji's positive testing, the enriched version of giant spore mushrooms has the ability to attach extremely corrosive effects to the spores it sprays. It can still be useful when dealing with enemies with strong defensive measures. Li Chen, your power is truly amazing. The strength you two display is unparalleled in the entire Blue Star. Blessings upon Huaxia, truly blessings upon Huaxia. At this moment, several directors from the Tongshan department approached. Despite trying to restrain their emotions, they could not hide the joy on their faces. After a moment, they exchanged glances, seemingly understanding each other's thoughts. Well, the time is almost ripe. Now, should we tell Li Chen about that matter? About that instance. Which instance? Watching the hesitant expressions of the directors, Li Chen couldn't help but become curious. Dongfang Changming, who was beside him, smiled slightly and began to explain. When we first met, I introduced you to the Tongshan department and its business scope. Do you remember? Speaking of this, it was only 2 or 3 days ago. Li Chen blinked and remembered. The Tongshan department, or rather the purpose of the Tongshan plan at its inception. was to cultivate special talents for Huaxia to adapt to the rapidly changing world situation. With the development of the times, the Tongxian department gradually took on more responsibilities, exploring other realms, restraining the beast tide, and similar tasks are within the business scope of the Tongxian department. Thinking carefully, it seemed that Senior Du Shengding was in charge of the Tongxian department's transferee laboratory. Their actions should also fall under the concept of exploring other realms, right? So, this instance mentioned should also be. In fact, it's not just the beast tide that occurred in the Northern Territory this time. Abnormal magical beasts, spatial rifts appearing out of nowhere, increasingly frequent beast attacks everywhere. All these things are related to an instance. Dongfang Changming spoke, but the details in his words puzzled Li Chen. As far as he knew, the frequent beast tide issue seemed to be a global disaster. What instance could affect the whole world? Just as this doubt arose, a concept suddenly emerged in Li Chen's mind, a super large-scale world-class instance. Seeing Li Chen's expression, Dongfang Changming understood that Li Chen had realized something. He relaxed and continued to explain, as we all know, what we commonly call instances are essentially spatial rifts that appear in our world. About 5 months ago, all spatial monitoring agencies on the Blue Star received a very special signal. Shortly after the signal appeared, about 100 or so rifts appeared simultaneously in over 200 countries and regions on the Blue Star. And all these rifts lead to one place. At this point, Dongfang Changming paused slightly. He took out his phone from his pocket, flipped through it, and found a photo. He showed it to Li Chen and slowly pronounced the name of that place, Mishi Yudu. Li Chen squinted, looking at the photo of the spatial rift leading to Mishi Yudu on Dongfang Changming's phone, feeling a slight shock. Generally, these rifts are actually bidirectional portals. Not only can human job changers enter, but things inside can also come out. The creatures inside the rift, in their own way, constantly change the environment around the rift, making it more and more similar to their own interior. Therefore, the so-called instance not only refers to the space inside the instance, but also to a small area near the rift where changes have also occurred. This area is usually called the outer domain, which is generally the most reflective of the interior space of the rift. And what the Eastern Changming photo shows is the world-class instance, the outer domain of the City of Eternal Silence. Looking at the background, the rift of the City of Eternal Silence is located in a forest. The originally green grass on the ground has been twisted into crimson by some kind of force, and the overall growth momentum has become particularly strange. The branches of the surrounding trees also appear quite rough, with many grim eye-shaped patterns on their wrinkled bark. In addition, the most eye-catching thing is a light red mist that spreads out from the rift and shoots straight into the sky. This mist is spread all over the world. Through our comparison and research, we can already confirm that it is the diffusion of these mists that has caused the chaos in instances all over the Blue Star. Whether these mists will have any effect on the human body, we do not yet know, but it can indeed make the monsters in various instances become ferocious and bloodthirsty, out of control, leading to a beast tide that escalates. Moreover, these red mists will accumulate more and more in the atmosphere, unable to dissipate. If allowed to continue, the ultimate consequences. The recent beast tides are all related to this thing. Although Eastern Changming hesitated to speak, the seriousness of the problem has already been revealed. The red mist can disrupt stable instances, causing monsters of all kinds and levels to fall into a frenzy. If this continues to evolve, it will only lead to one result: the beast tide will escalate and gradually slip out of human control. The monster crisis that accompanied the world's gamification 100 years ago will happen again. And the solution to the problem is actually very direct. As long as you clear this instance, everything will be resolved. As the first world-class instance faced by the Blue Star, the country that clears it for the first time may even receive a so-called hidden grand prize. The rewards provided by world-class instances are naturally things that can change the world order. In order to solve this global disaster and to seize this so-called reward, countries have united to establish teams that regularly raid instances. Every 2 weeks, they gather and collectively launch attacks on the instance. Unfortunately, due to the special rules of the world-class instance itself, humans have not been able to successfully break through its first layer so far. Hearing this, Li Chen became curious. What kind of extraordinary rules does this instance have that so many job changers on the Blue Star have been unable to conquer it for months in a row? And he does have his own selfish desires related to these issues. The red mist has spread throughout the Blue Star. Although invisible to the naked eye, it does exist. It is uncertain what impact it may have on humans for now, but the increasingly frequent beast tides caused by the red mist are devastating blows to ordinary people. It is no exaggeration to say that a beast tide of sufficient scale can easily destroy a city. Li Chen has personally experienced beast tides, and he is all too familiar with the catastrophic level of destruction they bring. Director Dongfang suddenly mentioned this matter. There must be something I can help with, right? Hearing this, Dongfang Changming nodded. Student Li Chen, to be honest, because we have witnessed your unparalleled strength firsthand, we all agree that with your power, the mission to conquer the end of the world Ghost City will surely be a great success. The world-class instance, the end of the world Ghost City, is quite special in various aspects. It possesses the power to change the entire world and is governed by rules that surpass those of our world. At the very least, for those adventurers attempting to uncover its secrets, it is so. Dongfang Changming solemnly laid out a bunch of preambles, looking rather solemn. Another director beside him couldn't bear it and, holding his forehead, straightforwardly explained, the recommended level for the end of the world Ghost City is between level 80 and 100, and you are not allowed to bring your own equipment inside. It is well known that as levels increase, the importance of equipment also grows. However, no matter what kind of adventurer you are, once you enter the spatial rift of the end of the world Ghost City, all your special quality equipment will be instantly disintegrated. Even storage rings are not exempt. A bunch of combat-oriented adventurers going in with no gear, facing monsters above level 80, will naturally end up with only death awaiting them. Although China boasts many strong individuals, ordinary combat-oriented adventurers naturally cannot showcase their abilities in such instances. In this way, for the conquest of the end of the world Ghost City, we can only rely on the mystical department. After the director finished speaking, he let out a slow sigh. The rules of this instance were clearly designed to be unpleasant, but in a sense, it was a form of balance. After all, the resources of the instances in various countries on Blue Star differed, leading to significant gaps in the strength of adventurers from different countries. The rule of not allowing any equipment to be brought into the end of the world Ghost City fundamentally leveled the playing field among adventurers. Li Chen propped his chin up, nodding slightly as he suddenly realized. No wonder Dongfang Changming emphasized the importance of his abilities, even claiming they could change the world. It turned out that it was not just praise but a statement of fact. The strength of combat-oriented adventurers, apart from their high attributes and various skills, heavily relied on their equipment. In contrast, life-oriented professions were not affected by this rule, like pea shooters, spicy peppers, cherry bombs, and corn cannons. Essentially, they were just plants. Placed in this instance, they were natural killing machines, while everyone cautiously fought monsters, striving to obtain barely usable equipment. The Chinese raiding team sowed seeds and turned them into soldiers, leading the way by a large margin. The scene was truly thrilling to imagine. Li Chen understood the intentions of the directors, so he nodded without hesitation. All right, use my plans to conquer the instance, right? Simple. Just give me enough time to prepare properly. Also, I'm quite curious, does Baiji need to enter the instance with you guys? Saying this, Li Chen raised an eyebrow, glancing at Baiji who was casually munching on another coffee bean. If they wanted to be far ahead, they would have to utilize all available resources. But Baiji's abilities, Li Chen recalled the scenes of her using skills. With just a wave of her hand, she released something like fireflies that flew into the soil and plants. Such auxiliary profession skills surely had to be used as needed, right? But Baiji was only level 60 now, and the minimum recommended level for the end of the world Ghost City was 80. It wasn't that he looked down on Baiji, it was just that the 20-level gap after the 4th advancement was simply an insurmountable chasm. After reaching level 60, the experience required for each subsequent level would increase exponentially. The exaggerated amount of experience between each level brings about significant differences. There is a 20-level gap between the 4th and 5th transitions. A vast difference indeed. Even if a powerless person like Baiji were to enter, no matter how well guarded, the risk would still be considerable. She would have no chance of survival against level 80 monsters or other malicious transitioners. Going in like this is no different from being cannon fodder. Dongfang Changming noticed Li Chen's concern and chuckled. No worries, we certainly won't send you on such a risky adventure. When strategizing, we only need to bring some plants you've grown and the fertilizer produced by Baiji. When needed, combining the two will surpass everything obtained in the instance dungeon. Oh, right, Baiji is a fertilizer master. Li Chen nodded thoughtfully and then looked at Baiji. Your profession is essentially about production, but whenever I see you using skills, it's just a bunch of light points shot out with your hand, right? I haven't seen you use fertilizer. Upon hearing this question, Baiji was stunned on the spot, her cheeks slightly flushed. Fertilizer? I do produce it. It's just that I don't often show it in public. Those things you scatter are actually fertilizer. It's just that the process of making fertilizer isn't convenient to demonstrate. After all, most of the best quality fertilizers I produce are organic. Upon hearing this, Li Chen was taken aback and almost blurted out, organic fertilizer? Are you using manure? Baiji hastily interrupted. No, I haven't used it. Then, realizing her reaction was somewhat embarrassing, she blushed and lowered her head. It's just ordinary things like straw, soybean meal, distiller's grains. I don't use those filthy things, even though I know they might be effective. But I will make the fertilizer needed for the dungeon as soon as possible. As Baiji spoke, her head drooped lower and lower, almost wishing to bury her chin in her collarbone. Laughter erupted among the group. Without her haughty demeanor, Baiji seemed much more approachable, finally giving Li Chen a sense of closeness. On the way back to the Bai family, Li Chen casually inquired about other information related to world-class dungeons. For example, the list of strategists selected this time and the plans to be implemented by the Huaxia side. It was then revealed that the next dungeon raid was scheduled for 3 days later. The team consisted mostly of outstanding talents selected from the Profound department. The leader was a highly skilled but somewhat lazy female martial artist. She should be the most suitable combat profession for tackling such tricky dungeons. The deputy leader was a berserker responsible for managing the Profound department's laboratory, Du Shengding, who possessed the bloodline of giants. As for the team members, they were all Profound department transitioners with guaranteed strength. Among them, the most noteworthy was an exceptionally talented life profession transitioner, Meng Qing. Meng Qing. Li Chen felt like he had heard that name somewhere before. Who was it again? With Baiji's reminder, Li Chen suddenly realized. Wasn't it the immature goblin he encountered when he first arrived at the Profound department? According to that guy, he seemed to be the combat power representative among life profession transitioners. Li Chen originally thought this title was a joke, but seeing the evaluations of him by Dongfang Changming and the other directors, it seemed like this guy had some real strength. And there was also Du Shengding, adding the plants he provided himself, along with the fertilizer Baiji provided. Why does it feel like everyone in this strategy group knows each other? Out of curiosity, Li Chen casually asked what talents Meng Cheng and Du Shengding possessed. Dongfang Changming had no intention of keeping it a secret. After all, they were all on the same team. There was nothing to hide. In fact, Meng Qing's profession was a pickpocket, a despised existence in real life. However, he awakened a special talent called Seize and Plunder. The ability was straightforward to the extreme. One word: snatch. He could directly seize a designated target's skill and make it his own for a period of time. Similarly, the target being seized would lose the right to use that skill for a short period. At critical moments, it could instantly turn the tide of battle. It was precisely because of this that although Meng Qing was not yet at level 80, he was also included in the official strategy team. As for Du Shengding's talent, it was called Giant's Bloodline. When he was enraged, the ability would passively activate, turning him into a huge giant over 10 meters tall, with all his attributes exponentially increased. Now Li Chen finally understood why Du Shengding had to slap himself a couple of times before transforming into a giant when he supported him before. It turned out he was building up his anger. But this talent, was it passively activated? Would he inevitably turn into a giant as long as he was angry? With this talent, it was likely that his previous life had been tormented. No wonder he had developed such a simple and honest character. Thinking back to Du Shengding's face, which couldn't be more honest, Li Chen couldn't help but feel emotional. In the time that followed, as they walked and chatted, they quickly returned to the Bai family's mansion. At this moment, the Bai family, and even the entire city, were brightly lit, with decorations everywhere. It was more lively than during the New Year. The snow on the streets had been cleared, and the street lamps on the roadside were lit with a warm yellow light. The residents of the city took to the streets, sharing the joy of surviving the disaster together. Li Chen and the others entered from the direction of the Job Change Plaza, and as they passed by the plaza, they saw some familiar faces. The owner of the gift shop was holding his cat. with the cat's paws adorned with 4 small red boots. Du Shengding, busy earning points, was hanging on a chimney near the square. Not knowing what commission he had taken on, Bai Feng was nowhere to be found, but Lin Huayu was dressed in formal attire, standing on the street near the Bai family, welcoming guests. When Lin Huayu saw Li Chen and his group, her face lit up with a smile. She waved enthusiastically towards them, appearing more lively than Bai Ji, her own daughter. At this moment, the atmosphere inside the Bai family's mansion had become even more lively. Some officers who had arrived early were toasting and chatting merrily. When Li Chen entered, Bai Feng, who was in charge of entertaining important guests, quickly came out with several military officials to greet them with a smile. Hurry, hurry, all of you from the Tongsu department, please take your seats. The delicious food and fine wine are all ready. Once you're seated, we can officially begin. Oh, Li Chen, as the hero of this event, would you like to say a few words on stage? Li Chen politely declined with a wave of his hand. Instead, Dongfang Changming, as a representative, skillfully took the stage and spoke for over 20 minutes. Although Li Chen didn't feel much, Dongfang Changming's words resonated with many members of the Northern Border Military. The crowd below enthusiastically shouted the name of the Tongsu department, expressing their gratitude with excitement. Many local dignitaries came forward during this time, found Li Chen, and greeted him, mixing in with the familiar faces. In the far north, the people there were much warmer and more formal compared to those in the Cloud Province. Li Chen was overwhelmed by the continuous toasts and various rituals. Bai Ji stepped in skillfully to help Li Chen politely decline many people. Li Chen's tolerance for alcohol was not great. After 3 rounds, he started feeling the effects. Lin Huayu had noticed Li Chen's slightly flushed cheeks and smiled knowingly, then gestured to Bai Ji. With a smile, he handed Bai Ji a small box and asked her to help Li Chen rest. Li Chen observed all this silently. On the way back, Li Chen nonchalantly chewed on a coffee bean. Coffee beans were known to help sober up a bit. Bai Ji supported Li Chen to his room and helped him sit on her bed. She quickly made him a cup of honey water and brought it over. As Li Chen sipped the water leisurely, Bai Ji didn't leave but stood in front of him, looking hesitant. I'm fine now. Why don't you go back to the banquet? Li Chen finished the water and looked at Bai Ji with interest. Bai Ji hesitated for a moment, then pulled out a beautifully decorated wooden box from behind her. Li Chen, thanks to you for guarding the Great Wall in the north. My mother wanted to give you something, and it's in here. Despite being eloquent and composed in front of strangers, Bai Ji seemed awkward and clumsy in front of Li Chen, like an inexperienced child. Li Chen smiled, rubbed his stiff face, and took the box from Bai Ji. It didn't feel like coins or money inside. Under Bai Ji's curious gaze, Li Chen opened the box directly. A silver pendant lay quietly on the velvet lining of the box, reflecting the warm light with a sense of age. Is this the heirloom from my grandmother to my mother? Bai Ji recognized the item and covered her mouth in surprise. Li Chen raised an eyebrow, not rushing to ask but directly appraised the item. Immunity talisman, quality, gold, legendary, item description, a talisman carefully crafted by artisans from the far north, carrying a mother's heartfelt wish for her daughter. It can be passively triggered when the wearer's health drops below 10%, granting the wearer 30 seconds of invincibility. During this time, the wearer is immune to all damage and abnormal status but will be immobilized. Disposable item. Use with caution. Li Chen was astonished. This was Bai Ji's mother's heirloom? Seeing Bai Ji's surprised expression, Li Chen understood the situation. Although slightly tipsy earlier, he clearly saw Lin Huayu handing the box to Bai Ji. Now she was passing it on to him. It was definitely more than just a gesture of gratitude. Lin Huayu had some hidden intentions. Li Chen was speechless. Anyway, whether it's the Northern Territory or me personally, I owe you a lot this time. Please accept it, and I'll need your guidance in the future. After Bai Ji finished speaking, she breathed a sigh of relief. After a quick farewell, she hurriedly left the room, but once outside, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. Carefully turning around, Bai Ji gently helped Li Chen close the door, peeking half of her face through the crack. Well, Li Chen, good night. Li Chen nodded. Good night. Bai Ji's face showed a hint of joy and quickly closed the door. After confirming that there was no movement inside the house, she walked slowly into the courtyard. Leaning against the courtyard gate, she gently stroked her slightly heaving chest, calming her emotions. Xiao Bai, did you send it out? Suddenly, a familiar voice came out of the blue. Bai Ji startled. turned back towards the voice, and saw her mother's smiling face. I sent it out, but I didn't expect it to be that kind of thing inside. Bai Ji's voice seemed to still carry some lingering fear. Lin Huayu always had a sunny smile on her face. After hearing her daughter's words, she approached a bit and embraced Bai Ji's head, softly saying, "Silly girl, once you miss the opportunity to actively pursue many things, it will be too late for regrets. I asked your father to help me figure it out. This young man might be a bit rough, but he has a good character and is honest. If we miss this chance, I won't forgive myself. That's why I gave him the family heirloom. It's to thank him for his deeds and hope that this young Li Chen will treat you well in the future." As she spoke, she gently stroked Bai Ji's soft silver-white hair. Clad in white, Bai Ji shone brightly under the sunflower's radiance in the courtyard, resembling stars in the sky. Rustle, the sunflowers swayed without wind, their leaves rubbing against each other, making the night sky appear exceptionally serene. Inside the house, Li Chen lay on the bed, using his connection with the sunflowers to hear the entire conversation between the mother and daughter. He had been worried that such a valuable item might have some hidden agenda. Turns out, Lin Huayu just wanted to be his mother-in-law. Hearing this, Li Chen chuckled in embarrassment. He casually picked up the silver pendant and hung it around his neck. Then he reopened the system and began organizing all the plants he had obtained since his first job change. Initially, he had pea shooter, sunflower, walnut, marigold, potato mine, and repeater. At this stage, his firepower was already capable of withstanding small-scale beast tides in Yunzhou. In the next job change, he acquired many more deadly plants on top of that. Snow pea, chomper, cabbage pult, kernel pult, squash, and cherry bomb. Especially the power of the last cherry bomb had shocked many during the Yunzhou test. In the third job change, he gained the talent of plant empathy, and the unlocked plants gradually shifted from pure output to functionality. Pumpkin head, torchwood, spikeweed, hypno shroom, coffee bean, jalapeno. Among them, the coffee bean provided significant help to Bai Ji. It was from this moment that he came into contact with the Tongxin division. Unfortunately, shortly after joining the Tongxin division, he encountered the matter of the northern border wall. He rushed over, using existing plants to resist the beast tide, and with Bai Ji's abundant skills, he killed over 70 elite-level monsters. He smoothly reached the fourth job change, unlocking the talent of plant spirits. As the most crucial turning point in the life of all job changers, the plants unlocked at the fourth job change returned to their original purpose. They were greatly strengthened in terms of killing power. Bloom shroom, melon pult, gatling pea, garlic, ice shroom, cob cannon. Most of these were considered top tier in terms of output abilities in the original game. Although they were a bit expensive, these things were definitely worth the price. And it was during this stage that Bai Ji also acquired the talent for hybrid plants. Not only did she free herself from the energy constraints of using abundant skills through multiple hybrid coffee beans, but she also helped Li Chen come up with quite a few absurd plant combinations. What an enchanting mushroom pitcher! A nut wall shooter. Let's not even mention the intensity for now. It's really fun. So, next, Li Chen looked at the remaining unlocked plants in Dave's shop and began to feel more and more excited. Although the unlocked plants existed only in silhouette form, it was quite easy to recognize them through the silhouettes. The plants about to be unlocked at the 5th level, Li Chen already knew a lot just by looking at the icons. Clover, cattail, doom shroom, hiss, clover, cattail and doom shroom. One for full map tracking attacks, the other a thermal nuclear weapon. What's so special about this clover? As soon as this idea came up, Li Chen caught on. His system wasn't about numerical monsters, but rule monsters. Clover. It's not just blowing in the wind. It's an airborne unit. Remember in Plants vs. Zombies, no matter what it was, as long as it left the ground, it could be blown away by clover. This thing was a concept god in the game back then, let alone here. It might even blow away planes and airships directly. Damn, that scene. Just thinking about it feels exciting. Li Chen stretched and yawned lazily, drifting off to sleep in a tipsy state. Early the next day, with the sun already high, Li Chen sat up, holding his somewhat heavy head. Listening to the chatter of unknown people outside, Li Chen put on his coat and went out. Overnight, the sunflowers planted outside had already produced over 70 million units of sunlight for him. Looking at the accumulated sunlight value, Li Chen felt ecstatic. Lack of sunlight? Non-existent. With so much sunlight now, he could squander it without worry. Later, the Tongsu faction wanted to use his plants to conquer world-class dungeons. When the time comes, he'll just unleash dozens of corn cannons to sweep the floor. Wouldn't that scare the strategies of other countries? Mr. Li Chen, breakfast is ready. If you need, we can bring it to you. Li Chen was admiring the view in front of his sunflower field when the White family's butler poked his head out from the gate and spoke. Li Chen nodded in agreement. During the butler's trip back to the kitchen to fetch the meal, taking advantage of last night's enthusiasm, Li Chen opened Dave's equipment store to take a look, and with a wabba-lubba-dub-dub sound, what first caught his eye was the thing he had been dreaming of. Item, lawn mower, locked, unlock requirement, kill 1,000,000 demons, 3279/1,000,000. It still felt like a long way to go. Indeed, one couldn't rush things like a lawnmower. The system had mentioned that if others used his plants to kill monsters, it would also count towards this kill count. It seemed like he needed to find opportunities to deploy more plants for combat. During the interval when the butler brought the meal to Li Chen with the small cart, Dongfang Changming also came to see Li Chen. However, this time it was about official business. Since the issue in the Northern Territory had been resolved, there was no need to stay any longer. Although the White family wanted to keep him a bit longer, the Tongsu faction was not always available. If Li Chen didn't have any other matters to attend to, then today, he should return to the imperial capital. Coincidentally, since last time they had to leave in a hurry without completing Li Chen's documents and procedures, they could take care of them together this time. When Li Chen mentioned the matter, he took out a black blank token from his storage ring. The back of the token was engraved with the emblem and name of the Tongshuan division, but the front was empty. Due to the urgency of the situation, Dongfang Changming didn't have time to customize one specifically for Li Chen, so he had to make do with this one. However, according to Dongfang Changming, the one exclusively for Li Chen was already prepared. Once they returned to the Tongshuan division, it could be sent to Li Chen along with other important documents. Additionally, the higher-ups carefully examined Li Chen's actions in the battle in the Northern Territory. They ultimately decided to allocate more resources specifically for Li Chen's growth. In response to Li Chen's desire to cultivate sunflowers on a large scale, they considerately mentioned that there was an undeveloped circular mountain behind the research area of the Tongshuan division. If Li Chen needed, they could send someone to thoroughly clean the mountain, creating enough space for him. The higher-ups also expressed their willingness to provide personal protection for Li Chen due to his special status. They assured him that they would try to fulfill any reasonable requests he might have. The only regret was that Li Chen, both in terms of profession and talent, belonged to a level never seen before. Therefore, even in a place like the Tongshuan division, known for its eccentric individuals, it was challenging to find suitable educational resources for Li Chen. The development of Li Chen's talent could only be entrusted to the various directors within the Tongshuan division and Li Chen himself to research together. Throughout this process, the Tongshuan division would do its best to assist Li Chen. Dongfang Changming talked a lot, leaving Li Chen feeling overwhelmed. Towards the end, Dongfang Changming specifically asked if Li Chen had any other needs, promising to report them promptly. Li Chen quickly shook his head, indicating he had none for the time being. Jokingly, with all this attention, he almost felt like the Tongshuan division was there solely for his benefit. The influx of official resources made him feel a bit overwhelmed. Dongfang Changming had recruited quite a few special career changers in the past. These career changers came from various backgrounds and had different experiences. Having seen so many, he had developed a keen eye for judging people. So, when he noticed Li Chen appearing somewhat uncomfortable, Dongfang Changming quickly smiled and reassured him, saying, "It's okay, no rush. Whenever you have a need, just let me know, and I'll report it immediately." The Tongshuan division exists to cultivate powerful career changers, and its resources naturally serve the strong. So, don't be reserved. I've said it before, treat the Tongshuan division as your home once you're here. Alright, go ahead and have your meal. Once Bai Ji wakes up, we'll take the light airship from the military department back. As they were chatting, the butler pushed a food cart into the courtyard. After the meal, Li Chen packed up his things and, as agreed, arrived early at the Bai family's reception room to wait. Lin Huayu and Bai Feng had been waiting there for a while, and upon seeing Li Chen, they immediately greeted him warmly, especially Lin Huayu. Upon noticing the silver-white pendant around Li Chen's neck, couldn't help but grin broadly. After bidding farewell, Li Chen left many plant seeds for the Bai family, instructing them to plant them when needed. In case a similar situation occurred again, having the help of a plant army would at least alleviate some pressure for them. Shortly after, Bai Ji hurriedly arrived at the reception room, lightly touching the back of her neck. After confirming that everyone was present and there were no forgotten matters, Li Chen's group boarded the light airship they had arrived in and flew towards the direction of the imperial capital. Along the way, Bai Ji kept touching her neck, looking particularly awkward as the ship swayed back and forth. Li Chen asked out of curiosity. Bai Ji smiled shyly and explained, "I slept too much, and the pillow is too soft, so if you're not careful, you might get a stiff neck." As she spoke, a hint of fatigue appeared in her eyes. She looked like she could fall asleep at any moment. Li Chen had given her a lot of coffee beans before, but in this situation, there was no urgent need, and she didn't want to waste them. Besides, there was still some time left before they returned to the imperial city. Taking advantage of this time, it was nice for her to rest a bit. Bai Ji leaned against the window and muttered softly in a voice as light as a mosquito. Her neck was sore now, and she couldn't sleep comfortably. Wanting to sleep but unable to was truly tormenting. Li Chen raised an eyebrow, suddenly thinking of something. He then opened his storage ring and, in front of Bai Ji, took out a half-person high pillow. Bai Ji was stunned, her mouth hanging open without a word. Who brings a pillow with them when they go out? Li Chen directly stuffed the thing into Bai Ji's arms and explained casually. He had bought this pillow made of pine needles as a souvenir from a nearby gift shop when he first went to the Northern Territory Transfer Plaza. It was the first time he had seen a pillow made of pine needles, so he bought it out of curiosity. He didn't expect it to come in handy. It also served as a return gift for the pendant. Reciprocity is a traditional virtue. After all, Li Chen, you really exceed my expectations in every way. You are truly amazing. Bai Ji blinked admiringly, then took the pillow, sniffing the familiar scent of pine needles on it, feeling like she was back by the fireplace in her hometown. Immediately, a wave of drowsiness hit her, and she fell asleep. The slight furrow on her brow due to the neck pain also eased in the fresh scent of pine needles. She didn't change her position until the airship landed. Why? I refuse. Why is this year's year-end bonus already decided? Who is this newcomer on the leaderboard? I refuse. There must be some conspiracy. The system must have gone wrong. I worked hard all year to accumulate just over 600 points, and now suddenly there's an unknown person with over 2,000 points. What's going on? Did this person save the world to earn so many points? Moreover, he's not anonymous on the Tongshin Division leaderboard. Who is this guy? Just as the airship landed, a noisy voice came from outside the porthole. Bai Ji struggled to open her eyes and looked outside. At this moment, the street was already filled with young transfer students who were indignant and protesting loudly, claiming that there was some strange conspiracy in this year's annual leaderboard and demanding a re-evaluation. It seemed that when the leaderboard was updated last night, the original first place suddenly became a blank name. This person's information was not displayed at all, only showing a score of over 2,400, leading the original first place by over 200 points, becoming the new first place. Who was the original first place? That was the strongest combatant among the transfer students in the Tongshin Division. The perpetually carefree first place in the Tongshin Division. The unbeatable white moonlight female boxer, Jiang Xiaoxiao. She had been the winner of the year-end leaderboard for 3 consecutive sessions, and countless students looked up to her. She was the one who had once defeated almost half of the Tongshin Division's directorate just to avoid training. If she took the first place, no one in the Tongshin Division would have any objections. But now, this well-deserved first place had been stolen by an unknown person. Isn't this a bit biased? Who is this person with a blank identity? Could it be a system error? SSS. Director Dongfeng. If all requests can be fulfilled, this airship, I want. As a large group of people outside clamored for fairness, Li Chen beside them was still considering what requests he could make to the Tongshin Division for help. Hearing this, Dongfeng Changming could only smile wryly. Well, I guess it's possible. But can you fly this airship? This high-precision light airship needs regular maintenance at a specialized location, which can be quite troublesome back and forth. If you just want to use this thing as a means of transportation, I can help you contact the military department later. Li Chen nodded. That works too. Mainly because this thing is really cool. The streamlined fuselage, the sleek swept-back wings, TSK. Just looking at it every day can prolong your life. Li Chen sighed as he unbuckled his seatbelt and got up from his seat. Dongfang Changming had already stood up and opened the cabin door. The retractable ladder extended to the ground, and the people in the cabin finally set foot on the land of the Tongshan division again. As soon as they stepped out, several directors, including Dongfang Changming, were surrounded by other students. A large group of people questioned loudly, wanting an explanation for the mysterious scores on the leaderboard. It wasn't just the anonymous one. This Northern Region support mission allowed many combat job changers to achieve high scores, but to leap into the top 10 straight away was truly unheard of. The directors looked at each other, observing the students raising their phones high. They finally understood the situation. That anonymous figure leading the rankings by a large margin. How could that be a system bug? It was clearly Li Chen, whose file identity hadn't been fully entered yet. In fact, during the communication with the higher-ups last night, including Dongfang Changming and the other directors, they had already discussed it. Killing a level 75 elite monster, blocking the beast tide. These actions added up to over 3,000 points, distributed among the participants at the time. Du Shengding, Li Chen, and Bai Ji were the only three. Later, Du Shengding specifically stated that killing the elite monster and defending against the beast tide didn't really help much, so he was willing to take only a portion of the points. Therefore, most of these over 3,000 points were divided between Li Chen and Bai Ji. Li Chen naturally received the lion's share, along with additional points for his life class profession and the high bonus points from cooperating with Bai Ji. 2,400 points were more than enough. This guy Li Chen, even without special approval from the higher-ups, could rely solely on his ranking on the leaderboard to obtain the most resources within the Tongshan division. So, facing the students' inquiries, the directors smiled at each other and unanimously stated that the rankings were accurate. If you want to know who this anonymous figure is, just be patient and wait for the leaderboard to refresh tonight. Seeing the mysterious expressions of the directors, the students below suddenly understood something, suddenly pulling off this act. Could it be that within the Tongshan division, there was something even more terrifying than the fish-slapping King Jiang Xiaoxiao? How outrageous would that be? The students' inquiries quickly turned into various speculations. People looked at each other, suspecting that a master was among them. Alright, Li Chen, if you don't mind, come with me for a moment. Let's get your paperwork done, and also make sure your badge and everything else is in order. To appease the curious students, Dongfang Changming turned back and looked at Li Chen. Li Chen nodded, bid farewell to Bai Ji for the time being, and followed behind the directors, leaving the tarmac. Regarding the scores and such, Dongfang Changming had already explained everything to Li Chen on the way there. He even thoughtfully connected Li Chen to the internal network of the Tongshan division, making it convenient for him to check the leaderboard and other things at any time. Watching the figure in the lead, far ahead of everyone else, Li Chen couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed, especially after learning about the year-end reward this time. Li Chen understood why there was such chaos surrounding it. The reward for topping the list this time was an item that could grant an additional talent awakening opportunity, following the normal process, while others were at level 60 with 4 transformations. With this item, level 60 was equivalent to 5 transformations for him. More transformations, more talents than others. On the battlefield, it meant crushing strength. No wonder this item was considered a year-end reward. Such an important item naturally had to be distributed to transformationists with sufficient strength to best utilize its advantages. Despite many people feeling disgruntled, Li Chen didn't really have any feelings about it. Only the second on the list caught his attention. A girl named Jiang Xiaoxiao. It was said that she had been the top for 3 consecutive sessions. A ruthless individual. Would she come to retaliate quietly because he had taken her position and reward? Feeling somewhat helpless, Li Chen specifically asked Dongfang Changming. However, upon hearing Li Chen's question, Dongfang Changming burst into laughter. Ha ha, you mean Xiao Xiao? No worries, with her temperament, she wouldn't bother with you about this. Besides, when it comes to raiding world-class dungeons later, she will have to rely on your plants a lot. Ah, perfect. She's here too. Why don't you two get to know each other during this opportunity? With that, Dongfang Changming raised his hand and pointed to the lawn below the office building. Looking in the direction Dongfang Changming pointed, a girl with short brown hair, wearing sunglasses, a light yellow short shirt, and a very well-proportioned figure, was lounging comfortably on a recliner on the lawn with her legs crossed. The golden sunlight shone down, making her skin glow. giving off a vibrant feeling. Noticing the newcomers, she sat up, slightly lowered her sunglasses, squinted and smiled. Director Dongfang, you're back? And this handsome young man next to you, a new student? Dongfang Changming walked between the two, introducing them. Li Chen, this is Jiang Xiaoxiao. Xiao. Meet Li Chen, and please take care of each other in the future. Upon hearing the name, Jiang Xiaoxiao blinked, then gracefully leaped up, took off her sunglasses, propped her chin, looked him up and down, and nodded lightly. Li Chen, I've seen your information from the archives manager. I heard that the new top of the list emerged out of nowhere is you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Please take care of me in the future. Her tone was very lazy. After shaking hands with Li Chen casually, she stretched lazily, yawned, and made way for them. Li Chen raised an eyebrow. Feeling a bit strange, he asked in confusion. People outside say there's a conspiracy behind this top list, but it seems you don't really care about the ranking on the list, do you? Jiang Xiaoxiao tilted her head slightly, turned back, and casually replied, doesn't matter. Those who can make it to the top of the list must be quite capable. The rewards from the Bureau of Mysteries are for those with strength. If your ranking surpasses mine, it already proves your strength. With that, she waved her hand, looking nonchalant, and returned to the recliner on the lawn. Putting on her sunglasses again, crossing her legs, she lay back slowly. Dongfang Changming shrugged, giving Li Chen a look that said, see, I told you so. Then, he led Li Chen into the office building. Before entering, Li Chen turned his head back. He happened to see Jiang Xiaoxiao on the recliner, tilting her head back, looking in their direction. Although Li Chen couldn't see the eyes behind the sunglasses, he always felt like he was being stared at by sharp eyes. This Jiang Xiaoxiao shouldn't be as simple as she appeared. After entering the government building, Li Chen didn't need to worry much about the remaining tasks. Various files had already been prepared by the staff inside the government building for him. All that was needed was for Li Chen to come and confirm the information was correct before it could be directly imported. Then, he would wait for the rankings to be updated tonight. Li Chen's name, along with the source of his scores, would appear at the top of the list. By then, Li Chen's name would probably echo through the entire Tongshan department, just like Jiang Xiaoxiao did back in the day. After dealing with the files, Dongfang Changming took out a token engraved with Li Chen's name and solemnly handed it to him. Looking at the token with dark cloud patterns, Li Chen nodded slightly and stored it back into his storage ring. Oh, by the way, if you need any equipment or materials, feel free to contact me anytime, Dongfang Changming reminded him, so Li Chen wouldn't forget. After all, Li Chen had official support behind him, and any needs he had would be met by the Tongshan department. Li Chen nodded, cooperated with them to complete all the necessary procedures and documents, then left the place with his token. When he came out, it was already evening. Jiang Xiaoxiao, who had been sitting on a lounge chair at the door, was nowhere to be seen, and the bustling crowd in the distance had gradually calmed down. Under the night sky, the Tongshan department looked no different from an ordinary university town. The towering buildings, lush plants, and the young men and women coming and going, except for some people displaying peculiar abilities. It really gave him a feeling of reminiscing about Yunzhou. Returning to his residence, Li Chen opened the door. He was planning to plant sunflowers in the yard to gather sunlight. However, upon entering, he was lost in thought as he looked at the several bulging packages placed at the door. Was it a delivery? Li Chen saw the familiar delivery slip, and the destination was very conspicuous, Yunzhou. These were a bunch of deliveries sent from Yunzhou. He had only left Yunzhou a few days ago, so who would send him a delivery? Puzzled, Li Chen closed the door behind him, picked up a small knife, and opened the packages. Suddenly, a mess of things spilled all over the floor. The most eye-catching item was a square box containing a bracelet emitting a purple light. The rest were various Yunzhou local specialties of different sizes. Some were snacks made from unique mushrooms found only in Yunzhou, while others were sealed cheeses and pastries. This was clearly the work of the villagers, especially the large bag of rice cakes placed in the middle, which was obviously handmade by the neighbor aunties. Li Chen smiled knowingly, picked up a piece and popped it into his mouth. Then he stuffed the rest of the food into the refrigerator. Next, he appraised the bracelet with an identification technique. Item name, Starlight Bracelet, quality, purple, epic, item description, meticulously crafted bracelet imbued with the power of the stars. No occupational requirements. Upon equipping this item, the wearer can gain an additional 20% spellcasting range, a bracelet that increases spellcasting range. Who would have thought of sending him such a thing? Although it was an epic level equipment, it was definitely not cheap in Yunzhou. But since it had arrived, Li Chen shrugged and put the bracelet on his wrist. Then, he activated the fourth talent, Flora and Fauna. Indeed, he could feel that the range of plants he could sense had increased significantly. Currently, the range was already over 600 meters, easily covering the residential area where he was. It was just right. Now that the talent skill had been activated, Li Chen also used his talent to transform the weeds in his courtyard into sunflowers. After a while, nearly 200 sunflower plants appeared in front of Li Chen's courtyard. The already abundant sunlight received a certain degree of growth once again. It's a pity that Bai Ji is not here now. Otherwise, he could use her skills in plant hybridization to create something like a sunlight mushroom combined with sunflowers. Just as he was thinking about this, the phone suddenly rang. The caller's name was Zhang Mingshu. Zhang Mingshu, the mayor of Yunzhou City. Li Chen immediately understood who sent those messy packages, so he quickly answered the call. Unexpectedly, besides Zhang Mingshu, he also heard the voice of the neighbor aunt on the other end. Because there were too many people calling, it sounded noisy over there. Li Chen couldn't help but smile knowingly. Listening to the inquiries and concerns of the people on the other end, Li Chen couldn't help but smile knowingly. Unconsciously, he had become a traveler who was missed by so many people. After a brief chat, assuring them that he was not facing any difficulties in his life here and thanking the city government for the gifts, Li Chen casually asked about the recent situation in Yunzhou. Having been away from his hometown for so long, it would be false to say that Yunzhou had not changed. However, when Zhang Mingshu talked about the situation there, Li Chen was still somewhat surprised. Firstly, in terms of personnel arrangements, as the mayor, he had not changed. Of course, previously, the dean of Yuntian Academy, Su Minghong, due to recognizing Li Chen's achievements, successfully took on the position of director of the Education Bureau. A case of old trees bearing new flowers. Li Chen had already heard about these things before leaving Yunzhou. What he never expected was that there had been changes in the position of the minister of the military department in Yunzhou during this time. The former minister, Wei Songfeng, was transferred to guard another area, leaving the ministerial position temporarily vacant. So it was temporarily filled by the squad leader Fong Wen, whom Wei Songfeng valued the most. At the same time, the second-ranked fire mage of Tianyun Academy, Su Gue, followed Fong Wen's footsteps and entered the military department. As for that bracelet, it was actually specially auctioned from the local auction house in Yunzhou before Wei Songfeng left, emphasizing that it was a gift for Li Chen. As for the village and the suburbs, Li Chen's old home, with the help of the gold mine left by Li Chen, it developed rapidly. In a short period of time, it completely changed. Not only were tall buildings erected on flat ground, but many professional defense works were also set up. Combined with the plants left by Li Chen, it could be said that it had become an impregnable small fortress. This time, even if Li Chen was not there, facing the kind of beast tide that had occurred in the past, this village could pass through unscathed. At the same time, the entire city, due to the existence of the gold mine, had a solid economic foundation, and the improvement and construction of various infrastructure facilities were also being carried out intensively. In addition, the hidden instance, Dawn Gorge, which was previously cleared by Li Chen, had brought great benefits to the job changers in Yunzhou. Now, the average level of job changers in Yunzhou had jumped from the pitiful level of over 40 to 55. With enough strength to explore outward, it was believed that soon, the comprehensive strength of job changers in Yunzhou would gradually approach 60, even 70 levels. Once reaching this level that could cause a qualitative change in job changers, the fate of the entire Yunzhou would definitely undergo earth-shaking changes. Perhaps one day, it could rival the first-tier cities in China. And all of this was thanks to Li Chen. At this point, Zhang Mingshu specifically expressed heartfelt thanks for Li Chen's achievements. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Li Chen finally hung up the phone. Looking at the bracelet on his hand emitting a faint purple light, he felt a hint of warmth in his heart. Cough, cough. Sorry to disturb you. Can I come in and sit for a while? A somewhat familiar voice suddenly sounded. Li Chen raised an eyebrow and turned around. He saw the lazy figure outside the door. It was Jiang Xiaoxiao, casually propping open the half-closed door, lazily stretching. Senior Jiang? Li Chen recognized the person and gestured for her to come in. Jiang Xiaoxiao, upon receiving the invitation, smiled and walked into the room, casually closing the door with a bang. Then, without hesitation, she sat on Li Chen's sofa, reached into her pocket, took out a handful of dried fish, and waved it towards Li Chen. Li Chen was momentarily speechless, waved his hand in refusal. Jiang Xiaoxiao, unfazed, just shrugged, tossed the dried fish high into her mouth. The sunglasses she wore during the day were now stuck in her hair like a hairpin. She was the epitome of nonchalance. Just by looking at her, it was hard to imagine she was a recognized expert in the field. It's getting late. I wonder why Senior Jiang came to find me. What's the plan? Li Chen asked curiously. Jiang Xiaoxiao grinned. Don't call me Senior. It sounds too formal. Just call me Xiaoxiao. Director Dongfang just talked to me about the world-class instance dungeon. He assigned me a few team members, made me the team leader, and asked me to chat with them separately in these few days to get to know each other. So, I came to butter you up. Upon hearing this, Li Chen was puzzled. Jiang Xiaoxiao recruiting teammates for a world-class instance dungeon? But he only provided plants. That shouldn't count. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Xiaoxiao sitting on the sofa waved her hand. I know. Strictly speaking, you're not my team member. You can only be considered, well, an external aid? But Director Dongfang speaks highly of you. He even said that it's no surprise your abilities are the key to our successful clearance of the world-class instance dungeon. Moreover, your ranking on the leaderboard is higher than mine. So, I'm really curious to see how exaggerated your strength is. After speaking, she took out another dried fish from her pocket and handed it to Li Chen. Seeing Li Chen refuse, she explained somewhat seriously. This one is different. The previous one was spicy. This one is savory. Li Chen remained composed on the surface, but he was starting to feel a bit powerless to comment. Who asked you about this? And weren't you here to please me? Are you testing officials with dried fish? And you took it out of your pants pocket. Li Chen rubbed his forehead, while Jiang Xiaoxiao on the opposite side quickly finished the snack in her hand and playfully blinked at Li Chen. So, what do you think? Can you satisfy my curiosity? As an exchange, I'll also tell you what my abilities are. I'll demonstrate my, two successful powers for you. Looking at Jiang Xiaoxiao making a serious gesture, Li Chen felt his head spinning, coming to him in the middle of the night to do all this. This person's thinking is indeed quite unique. Oh, and one more thing, based on my past experience, it's not entirely a good thing that you got such a high score right after arriving. I reckon before long, there will be a bunch of sore losers coming out to question you, following you around like paparazzi. If you agree, I'll help you deal with those people. How about it? This was actually a good proposal. Li Chen propped his chin, finally starting to seriously consider her words. The ranking of this big list has clearly attracted a lot of attention, as seen from the commotion during the day with those crazy crowds. When the big list refreshes tonight, I will definitely become the center of attention, dealing with one challenger after another who refuses to accept defeat, or those who want to dig up information. It's indeed a waste of time and energy, quite troublesome. Jiang Xiaoxiao also has some reputation among the students. If she, the former top-ranked, can vouch for me, it will save a lot of trouble. Since that's the case, then okay. Li Chen pondered, supporting his chin. After all, sooner or later, they will all come into contact with my plants. It's better to let them get familiar early on than to rush at the last minute. Jiang Xiaoxiao jumped up and nodded in satisfaction. All right, let's not delay. Let's go straight to the martial arts hall. Oh, by the way, besides you, I heard there's a newcomer named Bai Ji who will assist you with your plants, right? How is this person? And what's your relationship with them? Ah, it's nothing. I just asked casually. You don't have to say if you don't want to. I don't mind either. Also, do you know the other team members well? Ahem. Don't look at me like that. I'm usually very busy. I don't have that much free time for socializing. Along the way, Jiang Xiaoxiao chatted randomly without much substance. For some reason, her tone of speech made her sound like a newcomer. Logically, as a 3-time consecutive top-ranked celebrity, she shouldn't be like this. The martial arts hall was not far from the residential area, because most of the combat-oriented students were from the transmission department. There were actually quite a few martial arts halls around, convenient for students itching for a fight to step up at any time. The main feature of the martial arts hall was a square arena with reinforced granite in certain formations to enhance its solidity. Its hardness was comparable to diamond, making it difficult for ordinary students to damage it with their combat abilities. Unexpectedly, when entering this martial arena, Li Chen encountered two familiar figures again, so familiar that he could even call out their names directly, Du Shuachang and, Goblin? Who are you calling Goblin? Not far away. Hearing this, Meng Qing's forehead bulged with veins. Stomping her foot in anger, Li Chen smiled and ignored her. Du Shengding put down the mop in his hand, straightened up with a smile, and greeted Li Chen. Li Chen, I didn't expect to see you again. Wait, who is this person next to you? Jiang Xiaoxiao. Seeing the familiar figure who was constantly stretching and yawning next to Li Chen, Du Shengding's eyes widened. No one expected that Li Chen, a newcomer, would be able to meet this top-tier figure from the transmission department on his first day at school. Jiang Xiaoxiao blinked and casually waved at the two in front of her. Oh, I've heard of you, Du Shengding. And this, Goblin? This name is quite rare. Meng Qing almost couldn't help but curse on the spot. I'm not called Goblin. I'm Meng Qing. Still, no one paid attention. On the side, Li Chen looked at Du Shengding and asked curiously, Du Shuachang, are you working part-time here? Both of them were holding cleaning tools. In a place like the martial arts hall that was particularly prone to mess, their purpose was already self-evident. Du Shengding didn't expect to bump into Li Chen twice and didn't know how to respond, so he just smiled awkwardly. Meng Qing was completely caught off guard and explained, I'm working part-time to support my studies, and this senior Du is raising funds for his laboratory. What about you guys? What are you here for? Someone like Jiang Xiaoxiao, a big shot at that level, shouldn't be so broke as to work odd jobs for the communication bureau, right? Li Chen wanted to say that Jiang Xiaoxiao was so poor that she relied on dry fish every day, but after some thought, he kept it to himself. Jiang Xiaoxiao was straightforward, not hiding anything. We're here to test Li Chen's abilities. Oh, wait, your name is Meng Qing, right? I remember you. Both of you are on my strategy team list. Great, perfect timing. Let's show off your abilities together. With that, he beckoned. Leaping up, he directly jumped onto the martial arts stage. The three below looked at each other, each with their own confusion. Meng Qing was the most puzzled, almost completely out of the loop. What team member am I? What abilities does Li Chen have? What's going on here? You go first, little goblin. Jiang Xiaoxiao on the stage gestured towards the bottom. At the same time, Du Shengding, who was the first to react, finally understood the situation and explained the world-class dungeon to Meng Qing. Meng Qing then remembered being approached by Director Dongfang not long ago. He was appointed to participate in some world-class dungeon strategy. He had always treated this matter as top secret, keeping it to himself and not telling anyone. But, why was Li Chen here? What did he have to do with dungeon strategies? He didn't even know what profession this guy was. Goblin student? Jiang Xiaoxiao was already sitting lazily on the stage, chin resting on her hand, waiting for Meng Qing's response. Meng Qing awkwardly climbed onto the stage, dusted off his clothes, and then asked in confusion, So, what do I do? Jiang Xiaoxiao wanted him to show his abilities, but his ability was to steal others' skills. How could he demonstrate that? Jiang Xiaoxiao across from him let out a sigh of relief and slowly stood up. Fight me. I refuse. Meng Qing turned and ran off the stage without looking back. No way. He was just a life class professional. Fight the top-ranked female boxer of the Communication Bureau? Even if he could steal one of her skills, what good would it do? He would still be knocked out by her in one punch, right? Watching Meng Qing rush off the stage, Jiang Xiaoxiao blinked innocently, then turned to Du Shengding. How about you? Du Shengding also smiled awkwardly. I'll pass. My ability is giant transformation, and using it in this narrow space might bring down this building. No choice. Jiang Xiaoxiao sighed and finally turned to Li Chen. Then, Li Chen. Just the two of us. Li Chen sighed. Fine. How do you want to fight? Upon hearing this, Meng Qing, who had just rushed off the stage, immediately turned back, his eyes wide open in shock. He blurted out, Li Chen, are you crazy? Do you know who she is? She can punch through this martial arts hall with one blow. Although Meng Qing was initially irritated by Li Chen's sharp tongue, he wasn't the kind of person to stand by and watch someone get hurt. Li Chen was just being recklessly fearless. If he died on stage later, no one would collect his body. But after hearing Meng Qing's words, Li Chen grinned and said, "Look down on me. Ha! I can blow up this building by planting a cherry tree." With that, he took a few steps onto the stage. Du Shengding, having witnessed Li Chen's strength, became excited when he saw Li Chen facing off against Jiang Xiaoxiao. One was the three-time champion, and the other was the savior of the Northern Territory who killed elite-level monsters at least 10 levels higher and almost single-handedly repelled the beast tide. The match between these two could possibly become excellent research material. Jiang Xiaoxiao also moved her joints slightly, twisted her wrist, looking eager to give it a try. Only Meng Cheng stood disheveled in the wind. He stood still in place, hesitating whether to call an ambulance. "So, what's the plan?" Li Chen stepped onto the stage, stood up straight, and looked at Jiang Xiaoxiao across from him. She just shrugged casually and said, "You hit me, I hit you. Let me see how skilled you are." So casual? Li Chen was a bit speechless. He then took out a flower pot from Dave's shop, quietly stuffed a pumpkin seed inside, and threw it over. Jiang Xiaoxiao blinked, casually raised her hand and caught it. With a puzzled look on her face, she asked, "A flower pot? Is that your ability? I can't see through this thing." Before he could finish his sentence, Li Chen snapped his fingers. Boom! The second talent, exquisite plant management, activated. The seed in the flower pot grew rapidly, instantly turning into an incredibly huge pumpkin head. From top to bottom, it firmly trapped Jiang Xiaoxiao inside. Finally, it even cracked the ground of the arena beneath her feet. Watching the cracks spreading out, Du Shengding and Meng Cheng, who were watching below the stage, widened their eyes. Especially Meng Qing. He immediately recalled some strange stories his grandmother had told him when he was a child. It was said that people living in the mountains had a great taboo, never to sleep in a bamboo forest on a spring night. After the first rain of spring, the vigorous spring shoots would grow upwards without hesitation, piercing through anything above, be it rocks or human bodies. The power of plant growth was far more terrifying than it appeared. This story aimed to teach people to respect nature. But now, Meng Qing witnessed what it meant for fantasy to become reality. The huge yellow pumpkin, with that eerie smile, lay on the ground unmoving like a boulder. This is. Meng Qing stared at the scene in front of him, unable to speak for a while. Before this moment, he had no idea of Li Chen's strength. The only thing he knew was that Li Chen, like him, was a life-class professional. Yeah, like him. What a joke. Li Chen, this monster, could be called a life-class professional? Clap, clap, clap. Just then, applause came from inside the pumpkin head. Then Jiang Xiaoxiao's voice came from under the pumpkin. Impressive, impressive. I now understand why Director Dong chose you. A pumpkin, able to reach such hardness. Truly rare. But you surely can't only grow pumpkins, right? Hearing this, Li Chen smiled and didn't say much. But the next moment, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. The cracks under the pumpkin head increased instantly. Obviously, Jiang Xiaoxiao inside was trying to attack the pumpkin head. However, with her strength, it would be difficult to cause any effective damage to this thing in a short time. After all, his plants were not numerical monsters but entities that played with the rules. Under the rules, all beings are equal. Li Chen was now level 64. Therefore, the targets restricted by his plant rules had also increased significantly. The current pumpkin head could withstand attacks from any unit below level 80, up to 100 times. Even if it exceeded this level 80 limit, each level higher would only reduce the impact slightly. To pierce through this pumpkin head in one strike, Jiang Xiaoxiao would need to be at least level 180. Otherwise, it was out of the question. But obviously, Jiang Xiaoxiao is very good at improvising on the spot. After swiftly punching the pumpkin head a dozen times in a row, she looked at the unscathed pumpkin head and fell into contemplation. Then, she gladly switched her target, landing a punch on the ground beneath her instead. Compared to the pumpkin head that couldn't be moved no matter what, the ground of the arena seemed much more fragile. Accompanied by an extremely violent shake, Jiang Xiaoxiao suddenly smashed through the arena floor and emerged from the cracked gap. At the moment the ground split under his feet, Li Chen threw out 2 seeds of the nut wall, stepping on them steadily. Jiang Xiaoxiao leaped lightly onto the inverted pumpkin, crossed her legs, and looked at Li Chen in front of her with admiration in her eyes. On the other hand, Meng Qing and Du Shengding in the audience were completely dumbfounded. Despite Jiang Xiaoxiao's undisputed status as the strongest in the Tanshen division, no one questioned it. But this kind of real destructive power, was unheard of to them. At this moment, including Li Chen, everyone felt a certain level of shock at the strength Jiang Xiaoxiao displayed. Although the pumpkin head was not an offensive plant, its weight hitting the ground would surely leave a big dent. The fact that it only left 2 shallow cracks on the arena floor indicated its high hardness. The material used to make the arena was definitely extraordinary. Li Chen was sure of that. But even so, it was eventually pierced through by Jiang Xiaoxiao's fist. This girl, TSK, that lazy appearance was purely an act. I can see you're curious. Feel free to ask anything, Jiang Xiaoxiao said, crossing her legs and speaking. Li Chen, not one to beat around the bush, asked directly, tell me about your profession and abilities. Jiang Xiaoxiao stretched lazily, rubbed her face, and then casually opened a professional interface. At the same time, she said, level 88, 5th rank boxer. As for talent, it's called Qi. As the name suggests, it's like having an endless sea of qi. Oh, this so-called qi can be seen as the mana bar for boxers and similar combat professions. I can release skills endlessly, with almost no limit on exertion, plus a tiny bit of insignificant talent in martial arts. That's about it, she added, shrugging. She then gestured towards the mess of arena debris beneath her. It seemed like what she had just done was a trivial matter. After saying all this, she jumped down from the large pumpkin, clapped her hands, and said, all right, that's all for my introduction. Now it's your turn. Li Chen sighed and also displayed his panel. The 3 people opposite immediately leaned in curiously, squinting to examine it closely. Upon seeing the LV 60-inch level displayed, even the usually lazy Jiang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but show a particularly surprised expression. Am I seeing this right? You just completed the 4th rank? A level 60 life class transcender with this kind of strength. Faced with Jiang Xiaoxiao's astonishment, Li Chen's face remained emotionless. After all, he was used to it. However, at that moment, there was a sudden thud. Meng Qing beside him suddenly turned pale and knelt on the ground, muttering to himself, no wonder Director Dongfang went to great lengths to personally bring you to the communication department with Bai Ji. A life class profession that can reach level 60 and demonstrate such strength in a short period of time. It's no wonder the communication department is paying so much attention. It's simply terrifying. Too terrifying. He could only think of using the word terrifying to describe it. Li Chen rubbed his temples, although he didn't hold high hopes for this guy's cultural level. But isn't this wording too limited? What's the deal with this goblin? It's hard to imagine how this guy was selected in the first place. It's truly intriguing. However, as Li Chen pondered, Meng Qing on the opposite side suddenly seemed to have made some kind of determination. He got up from the ground, looked at Li Chen with determination, and said, Li Chen, I admit, I underestimated you in the beginning, but I will prove with my strength that I, Meng Qing, am no less than you. I will reclaim the title of having the highest combat power ceiling in the life class profession sooner or later. Watching Meng Qing's competitive spirit, Li Chen smiled helplessly. Jiang Xiaoxiao suddenly approached and whispered, you seem to be quite familiar with him. Is he always like this? Should I tell Director Dongfang to kick him out and let you in instead? Li Chen's face darkened, quickly denying. Familiar? Familiar with this guy? What a joke. Maybe Bai Ji should be the one familiar with him. Jiang Xiaoxiao wasn't interested in complicated relationships. She just rubbed her eyes and turned to Meng Qing, saying, you are also one of the members on the raid team list. You must have some special abilities, right? Come on, show us. Whether it's a mule or a horse, take it out for a walk. Otherwise, I'll have you lead the team in the dungeon. Meng Qing, of course, dared not disobey Jiang Xiaoxiao's command. After all, she was not only the top of the communication department, but also the leader of a world-class raid team. In a broader sense, she was a senior figure in her own right. Meng Qing followed Li Chen in Jiang Xiaoxiao's example, raised his hand, and displayed his information interface. At the same time, he explained, I am a level 68 life class profession, a pickpocket, with the talent ability of seize and plunder. In short, I can seize the skills of others within a limited distance and use them for a short time. The person whose skills are seized will also temporarily lose the right to use those skills. At this point, Du Shengding, who had been silent with his head down, suddenly asked, can you seize any skill, without level or profession restrictions? For example, at level 68, Can you forcibly take a level 89 or 90 priest's greater blessing and apply it to the whole team? Meng Qing hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Yes, I have already conducted experiments with director Dongfang a long time ago, and this can definitely be achieved. Du Shengding and Jiang Xiaoxiao exchanged a glance, nodding slightly. They were considered seniors in this group, and their understanding of skills was definitely deeper than someone like Meng Qing. The potential for Meng Qing's skill seizure was vast. At the most basic level, he could lock onto support classes in enemy teams from a distance and snatch all their buffs to benefit his own team. In more advanced scenarios, he could seize the core skills of the enemy combatants during battle. For example, widespread crowd control or high-damage killing blows, silencing the opponent's core class at a critical moment, or even turning the tables. In the battle between the team of career changers, it can be quite effective. Li Chen nodded slightly beside him, finally having some changes in his perception of this goblin. This kid, although he feels a bit young and his personality is a bit childish, his personal strength is still very good. Just right. As Meng Qing also finished introducing himself, the last person on the field, Du Shengding, also consciously revealed his professional information. An 83rd level berserker, with the talent of the giant's power that can be triggered when angry. An 80-level berserker over 10 meters tall is a real killing machine wherever he is placed. At this point, Li Chen also roughly understood Dongfang Changming's approach to finding people. The 4 people present, including Bai Ji, are special career changers who can maximize their strength without relying on any equipment. Recalling the description of the world-class instance by Dongfang Changming and others at that time, it was a recommended level 80 instance, where the rules of the instance were greater than those of the human world. After passing through the cracks and entering the instance, all career changers are not allowed to carry any equipment. This is like taking advantage of a loophole in the instance, and such special career changers can indeed only be found in the Tongshin division, and these selected individuals, with a giant as a frontline damage dealer, a powerful boxer for output, and someone who can both silence and replicate the opponent's skills as a support. It's simply perfect. Li Chen couldn't help but admire Dongfang Changming's wisdom. But besides that, he also considered some other uncertainties. Logically speaking, with such a big gap, shouldn't more than just Huaxia have noticed it? Other countries might also have similar career changers. When the two sides meet, it's about who is more unexpected. At this point, with Li Chen's plants that are not even considered equipment, and Bai Ji's fertilizer, it's hard to say who will lose. Alright, it's not over yet. Li Chen, this pumpkin should be considered your defensive skill, right? Next, show your combat plants. Don't be polite, just release whatever you have. I can handle it. Before the others could continue their conversation, Jiang Xiaoxiao waved at Li Chen and resumed her carefree appearance. Li Chen nodded and lightly stomped his foot. Several flower pots suddenly emerged from the ground. Then, the plants flourished. 2 pea shooters, 2 melon pitchers. Next, let Jiang Xiaoxiao see the output of his plants. Jiang Xiaoxiao's gaze on the opposite side suddenly sharpened, and she furrowed her brows slightly. Finally, she adopted a serious posture and initiated the first move. As for the subsequent battle, there was actually no suspense. Li Chen was on the offensive, while Jiang Xiaoxiao focused on evading. Although the attack effects of Li Chen's plants were very intimidating, most of them were held back and easily dodged. For a moment, it seemed like they were evenly matched. However, this apparent equality was only temporary. Jiang Xiaoxiao was very strong herself, with a level difference of over 20 levels compared to Li Chen. In addition, as the attacker, Li Chen also held back some of his strength. The peas and melons flying out were either deftly avoided or neutralized by Jiang Xiaoxiao's strange boxing techniques. That's how it seemed. But in reality, whether it was the barrage of bullets fired by Li Chen or Jiang Xiaoxiao's terrifying speed and mysterious body movements, the strength displayed by both sides was still enough to astonish ordinary people. Du Shengding and Meng Qing had completely forgotten their purpose for being there. Hastily creating some distance, Meng Qing sat in the spectator seat to enjoy the show. As she watched, Meng Qing's eyes widened. She turned to Du Shengding beside her and asked in confusion, "Senior Du, where exactly did Li Chen come from? Have you heard of this person before?" Du Shengding didn't answer but took out his phone to check the time. It had just passed midnight. The perfect time for the leaderboard to refresh. Du Shengding opened the leaderboard and placed it in front of Meng Qing without saying a word, which spoke volumes. At the top of the Tongshan department's leaderboard was Li Chen's name. Opening the drop-down menu revealed the sources of the points clearly listed. As the main guardian of the northern border Great Wall, plus 1,200, killing elite-level monsters and assisting in repelling beast tides, plus 600, additional points for life-class professions, plus 100, participation in major research projects in Huaxia, plus 550, total, 2,450, Li Chen was exactly 250 points ahead of the second-place Jiang Xiaoxiao. But none of these bonus items could be questioned. At this moment, Meng Qing was at a loss for words. The more he understood Li Chen, the more distant he felt. Just now, he was eager to test his true combat power against Li Chen, but now, he only wanted to know the most efficient way to apologize. In fact, those who had participated in the defense of the northern border Great Wall had some understanding of Li Chen's situation. However, there were too few members of the Tongshan department who had participated in the battle, so it didn't cause much of a stir in the overall public opinion. By tomorrow, when the directors come forward to explain, Li Chen's situation would become clear. As for whether there would be other dissatisfied students who wanted to challenge Li Chen, watching Jiang Xiaoxiao being chased around by peas and watermelons, Du Shengding shook his head and dismissed the idea. With Li Chen's strength, there was no need to fear any so-called challengers. Phew! Stop! I give up. I'm exhausted. At the same time, Jiang Xiaoxiao, who had been chased by a barrage of bullets, finally waved her hand in surrender. After Li Chen stopped all shooting, she somersaulted from the ceiling's light fixture. Landing steadily, she bent over to catch her breath and looked up at Li Chen. Impressive. Your ability to chase enemies is much better than when you used to skip class and chase after my group of teachers. You're still holding back. Phew, not bad. Li Chen chuckled in amazement. He didn't expect her to have actually done such a thing. He thought titles like Slacker King were just fitting nicknames for her personality. Well, with these plants of yours, our basic combat abilities are also guaranteed. I feel like this time, we won't need to put in much effort to smoothly clear the instance. Jiang Xiaoxiao said as she sat on the ground, casually taking out 2 small pieces of dried fish from her pocket and chewing on them. Li Chen also noticed that even though she had been running around evasively for nearly 10 minutes, she wasn't completely exhausted when she came down. Instead, after a brief chat, she returned to her previous carefree demeanor, as if the tired appearance earlier was just an act. Thinking about this, Li Chen squinted, looking at Jiang Xiaoxiao resting on the ground. Jiang Xiaoxiao noticed Li Chen's gaze and involuntarily shrank her neck. Hey, the way you're looking at me now is just like Director Dong's. You don't think I'm slacking off, do you? Hey, don't look at me like that. I was really trying hard just now. For such a long time. It really, about 40 to 50% of strength. That's already impressive. Don't forget, we have a gap of over 20 levels between us. When Director Dong asked me to practice, I didn't even need 30%. Jiang Xiaoxiao looked at Li Chen with a serious expression and made a 3 gesture with her hand. Li Chen sighed once again, truly worthy of being from the imperial capital's mystical department. Indeed, big cities have a lot of unique individuals. After resting for a while, Jiang Xiaoxiao got up again, emphasizing, well, after seeing the strength of the 4 of you, I have much more confidence in dungeon strategies. Then she turned to Du Shengding behind her and said seriously, Du Shengding, right? You're our vice captain. I remember you working in the mystical department's laboratory, doing research. Your brain must be sharp. So, as the captain, I'm going to assign you the first battle plan. After we return, you need to organize tactics based on our team's composition and equipment types. You'll be in charge of the whole operation inside the dungeon. Du Shengding was taken aback, then nodded. All right, I understand. Jiang Xiaoxiao then turned to Meng Qing. So, Goblin classmate. Meng Qing waved his hand in protest. My name is Meng Qing. Jiang Xiaoxiao nodded. Goblin Meng Qing, I'll give you the list of other team members later. Contact them for me and confirm their strengths. Send 1 copy to me and 1 to Du Shengding. Hearing this, Li Chen raised an eyebrow and reminded, You're the captain. So what will you be doing? Jiang Xiaoxiao replied seriously. Leading the team is the backbone of a group. Such an important responsibility requires maintaining one's mental state at all times. If you don't rest well, the team's chances of winning will significantly decrease. In simple terms, it's about slacking off. Li Chen rubbed his forehead and caught her before Jiang Xiaoxiao could slip away. Wait a moment. You need to understand the purpose of the core items. Apart from the plants I showed you earlier, There are some others that might be useful. Let's study them. Without waiting for Jiang Xiaoxiao's response, he directly handed her a bunch of seeds. Jiang Xiaoxiao hesitated, not letting go but not resisting either. Reluctantly, she was dragged by Li Chen to a small grove near the martial arts hall. A night passed in silence. Time passed, and it was now early morning. Li Chen was awakened by the sound of the doorbell. Rubbing his eyes, he went downstairs, looking at the still somewhat unfamiliar room, realizing he had officially become a student of the mystical department. Ding dong, the doorbell rang again. At regular intervals of 1 minute, the person outside seemed quite meticulous in pressing the doorbell. Who could this meticulous person be? Li Chen casually grabbed a coat from the sofa, walked to the door, and opened it. Outside, the first thing he saw was his lush sunflowers. Lowering his gaze, he saw a shining white head. Oh no, it was just that the white hair was too eye-catching. White Gigi outside withdrew her hand, ready to press the doorbell again, and sweetly smiled at Li Chen. Good morning, Li Chen. As agreed yesterday, I've come to continue the plant abundance test with you. Did you not sleep well last night? White Gigi noticed the fatigue on Li Chen's face and looked a bit embarrassed. Li Chen ran his hand through his hair, briefly recounting what happened last night. The former top of the list from the mystical department came to find him in the middle of the night, took him to the martial arts hall, and had a fight. Bai Ji's eyes lit up. That Jiang Shui actually came to find you in person. She even personally sparred with you. Ugh, darn it, why wasn't I there last night? As a fertilizer master dreaming of becoming a combat professional, witnessing the battle of the strongest in the Tangshan division was truly a great fortune. Maybe she could learn a lot from Jiang Shui. Li Chen chuckled. Learn? The only thing worth learning from her is how to slack off. That girl can even sleep hanging upside down on a tree, drooling in her sleep. Bai Ji was left speechless. Li Chen mercilessly shattered her illusions of the strong. Li Chen, do you want to rest first? I can wait for you to take a nap, and maybe bring you breakfast. Coming back to her senses, seeing Li Chen yawning from time to time, Bai Ji couldn't help but worry. When she returned from the Northern Territory, her mother repeatedly reminded her to nurture her relationship with Li Chen. So today, besides coming to study hybrid plants with Li Chen, she also wanted to have breakfast together. But she didn't expect Li Chen hadn't rested at all. Disturbing someone's rest was very impolite. Bai Ji knew this well. Seeing Li Chen like this, a strong sense of guilt surged within her. However, Li Chen just stretched and took out a coffee bean from his ring, crunching it. No need. We agreed on this yesterday. Let me freshen up, have a meal, and then get down to business. Hearing this, Bai Ji hesitated for a moment, then nodded quickly. She then reselected the reserved seats in the restaurant. A few minutes later, Li Chen followed Bai Ji to a cell-phone coffee shop within the Tangshan division. A coffee shop. Li Chen blinked, looking at the exquisitely decorated building in front of him, then at Bai Ji beside him. Wait, this girl eats this for breakfast every day? Still not tired of chewing coffee beans? The stuff in this shop, TSK, doesn't seem as good as fried dough sticks, soy milk, or tofu pudding. Looks like he needs to find out where the proper dining places in the Tangshan division are. Li Chen, what would you like to order? Bai Ji handed him the menu, indicating he could order anything. She would foot the bill. Li Chen blinked, looking at the menu filled with sweets, lost in thought. Oh, Li Chen, having breakfast here? A familiar voice called out from beside him. Li Chen turned around to see Dongfang Changming and several directors sitting by the window, smiling and waving at them. Just as the directors were getting up after finishing their meal, Dongfang Changming walked over and casually greeted. How was your first night at the Tangshan division, Li Chen? If there's anything you're not used to, or if you need anything, just let me know. We'll arrange it for you immediately. Li Chen smiled and shook his head, indicating that everything was fine except for Jiang Xiaoxiao's sudden visit in the middle of the night. Dongfang Changming sighed. I'm really sorry, Li Chen. I assigned her a task and specifically told her to make time to meet you. I didn't expect this girl to bother you in the middle of the night. I'll definitely give her a good scolding when I get back. After a pause, he brought up another matter. Oh, by the way, this afternoon, Tangshan Division will hold an award ceremony. Don't forget to come. Li Chen hadn't heard about this. Ceremony? For what? Dongfang Changming took out his phone, checked the Tangshan Division announcement board, and then showed it to Li Chen. After looking around to make sure that no one could hear, he lowered his voice and said softly, Originally, these days were supposed to be the time for the final settlement of the rankings, and coincidentally, the incident at the northern border Great Wall has earned the Transmission Mysterious Department some credit. Up top, they even specially organized some outstanding contribution awards for professions in the field of life, planning to give you a title first, so that you can move around within the Transmission Mysterious Department in the future. Coincidentally, during these days, after some consideration within the Transmission Mysterious Department, it was decided to just do it all together. Perfect. The department also plans to take advantage of this opportunity to talk about world-class dungeons and the crisis of beast tides, to raise the vigilance of the students and tighten up academic discipline. In any case, you are the protagonist of this award ceremony. I was actually planning to inform you in person after dinner, but since we've met here, I'll tell you in advance. After saying these mysterious words, Dongfang Changming got up and left. On the other side, Baiji also earnestly added this matter to her schedule. Your bread, coffee, and tea, please enjoy, the waiter said as Dongfang Changming left. Shortly after Dongfang Changming left, the items they had ordered were brought to them. However, Li Chen's attention was not on the bread in front of him. Instead, he squinted his eyes and glanced at the waiter next to him, who was wearing an apron and had a sturdy build. Then he blurted out, Du Xue Zhang, why is it you again? After encountering Du Shengding, who was working to earn points at the coffee shop, Li Chen and Baiji met another familiar person on their way to the Agricultural Research Center in the research area, Meng Qing, who was chasing after a doctor in a white coat, crazily asking for contact information. After a casual conversation, it turned out that Meng Qing was actually carrying out a task assigned by Jiang Xiaoxiao last night. Moreover, after witnessing the scene last night, Meng Qing's attitude towards Li Chen underwent a complete 180. This guy was noticeably more polite in his tone and demeanor towards Li Chen. Later, as if to show some courtesy, he made a copy of the information he had collected on several teams of transition players and gave it to Li Chen to review. After bidding farewell to him, Li Chen and Baiji continued with their original plan to test things like plant hybridization and abundance. Of course, considering there were activities in the afternoon, the focus of this test was all on plant hybridization that was not so energy-consuming. After a morning of tinkering, Li Chen finally succeeded in growing impressive plants like sunlight mushrooms, fireball shooters, spiky walnuts, and big mouth squashes. It was a riot of colors. After replacing the last fireball shooter with a sunflower, Li Chen took out the shadow staff, combined with his fourth talent, and the bracelet from Yunzhou that extended the range of his spells. With the three working together, Li Chen directly planted nearly half a mountain of sunflowers in the back mountain of the research area. Looking at the golden flowers covering the mountains and the continuously rising sunlight value, Li Chen even felt a bit inflated. Jiang Xiaoxiao's talent was the ability to infinitely release skills with her Qi Si. So, could he call his ability Sunlight Si? It would be great if there was a way to directly convert sunlight into attacks, like a massive jet stream, sunlight beams, celestial cannons, or simply transforming into a giant of light. Of course, that was a bit of a dream. Even if Dave was crazy, he couldn't sell a divine light stick. Wait a minute. Just in case, let's take a look. Li Chen opened Dave's item shop and quickly browsed through it. Unfortunately, he didn't see anything resembling a transformation device. Oh well, what a pity. Dave, oh Dave, you're given a chance, but you're useless. Ding. This system is the God Planter system. Host, please give up your fantasies and stay grounded. The system will adjust the inventory in Dave's store based on the host's performance. Stay tuned for future updates. The system's voice echoed in Li Chen's ears. Although it advised him to give up his fantasies, the second half of the sentence, Li Chen's body shuddered, and goosebumps rose on his skin. Damn! This thing even comes with future updates? And it will adjust the inventory as needed? This means there are still many things to develop in the future. Li Chen felt his breathing quicken. However, he quickly adjusted his mood. As the system said, everything must be done step by step, staying grounded. Currently, he had just unlocked the corn cannon, not to mention getting the destruction mushroom after 1,000,000 kills or the little cart. The things he was thinking about were even more ambitious than the little cart, which was not something he should be considering at this stage. However, keeping some expectations was always right. Li Chen rubbed his face, took a deep breath, and exhaled. After Baiji finished tidying up the area, she returned to Li Chen's side and softly reminded him, the award ceremony is about to begin. Let's go. Director Dongfang said you will be the protagonist this time. The two walked together, and along the way, Baiji actively explained the layout of the Tongsu Hall to Li Chen. When they arrived at the largest hall in Tongsu, it was already filled with people inside and out. Almost all the students were particularly interested in this ranking list. Zhang Xiaoxiao's abdication was shocking enough, but the person replacing her, Li Chen, was even more unbelievable. Clicking on Li Chen's name revealed undeniable authoritative achievements, resisting beast tides, killing monsters. Many who participated in the defense of the northern border wall could attest to this, and participating in major research projects in Huaxia had official proof from the upper echelons of Huaxia, leaving no room for doubt. The only remaining points were the additional points for this lifestyle profession. But even without these points, Li Chen still scored 150 points higher than Zhang Xiaoxiao. Moreover, how did this Li Chen, a lifestyle profession, achieve such terrifying feats? Everyone was eagerly anticipating witnessing this legendary figure in Tongsu. Some even suspected that Zhang Xiaoxiao might feel resentful about being overtaken by this newcomer at the top of the list. In response, Zhang Xiaoxiao actively posted a statement on her personal account in Tongsu Challenge last night. Lost. I admit defeat. She also attached a photo of herself shivering on a lampstand. The burst watermelon behind her head resembled a shattered skull, creating a visually explosive effect. The outcome was clear. This statement further increased Li Chen's prestige. Who would dare challenge him now? Many students discussed and worshipped the big shots on the internal forum of Tongsu. Unfortunately, neither the Tongsu official nor those who participated in the northern border defense battle had ever released a photo of Li Chen. Whether Li Chen was tall or short, fat or thin, remained unknown to all. At this moment, the revered Li Chen himself stood at the main entrance of the hall, watching the comings and goings of handsome men and beautiful women around him. Lost in thought, most people passing by were dressed formally, looking quite serious and focused. It seems I need to pay a little more attention to my appearance. Li Chen had never specifically prepared formal wear before. Buying it now would take some time. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chensu directly called Dongfang Changming. Since Dongfang Changming himself had said to contact him if needed, Li Chensu succinctly explained the situation, and Dongfang Changming promptly hung up the phone. Shortly after, he briskly emerged from the staff passage with a brand new suit. Handing over the items to Li Chensu, he expressed gratitude that Li Chensu had thought to call him. It was indeed his oversight this time, neglecting such a situation. The ceremony had important figures attending, and if Li Chensu casually went on stage, it might have some unfavorable consequences. Moreover, this was a formal occasion, so it was better to take it a bit more seriously. While speaking, Dongfang Changming also gestured slightly towards Zhang Xiaoxiao, who had already entered the venue early. Zhang Xiaoxiao, known for her laziness, was rarely seen in a formal dress, sitting in the back row nodding off. Li Chensu smiled, took the clothes, and followed Dongfang Changming into the backstage dressing room of the hall. Listening to Dongfang Changming's narration, Li Chensu nodded in agreement and then simply put on the suit. However, not being used to formal wear, Li Chensu felt something was off. Let me handle this small issue. Seeing the situation, Baiji quickly volunteered to take care of it. With astonishing efficiency, she quickly tidied up everything on Li Chensu. Even the tie around his neck went through 4 or 5 different ways of tying, ensuring Li Chensu's comfort. After everything was sorted, she even styled Li Chensu's hair temporarily. Looking at himself in the mirror, Li Chensu secretly admired, not only for Baiji's skill but mainly because he looked quite handsome after the adjustments. The front row seats have been reserved for you, just go over there later. The third and fourth seats in the second row. I have something to attend to, so I'll go busy myself first. Feel free to call me if needed. Dongfang Changming pointed to the seats over there, then made a phone gesture and hurriedly left. Shortly after Li Chensu entered, the award ceremony began as scheduled. This ceremony covered a wide range and naturally attracted a lot of attention. Awards related to the Northern Border Defense War and outstanding contributions were not the focus. Most people in the Tongxian Bureau wanted to see for themselves who the legendary Li Chensu really was. After a few directors came forward and symbolically repeated some content that had been said countless times before, the award ceremony officially began. The first to be announced was the highly anticipated ranking of the Great List by all Tongxian Bureau students. The head of the archives department responsible for tallying the Great List scores quickly took the stage and projected the real-time ranking of the Great List onto the large screen behind him. Starting from 20th place, rewards were distributed one by one. First place, ranked 20th, 1800 points, combat class transfer, Du Shangding. Second place, ranked 19th, 1820 points, combat class. After that, it was basically the same routine. The person in charge called out the name and basic information. Immediately, a young transfer student in formal attire and neat appearance would walk up from below the stage. However, when Jiang Xiaoxiao's name was called, it was always for combat class. In the past, the rewards for the top 20 were usually dominated by combat class transfers, without any suspense. After all, the scores in the Tongxin Bureau mainly came from various contributions. In such a gamified world, the most significant and common contribution was combat. But this time, the situation was completely different. A life class transfer student emerged out of nowhere and took the top spot on the great list. Even in the competition with the former top-ranked Jiang Xiaoxiao, victory was achieved. The impact of this event was no less than a meteor hitting the earth. Throughout history, life professions have always been associated with logistics, support, and production responsibilities. Although their numbers are numerous, most are mediocre in combat. Even those life professionals who were recruited indeed have some unique abilities. But this is the Department of Mystical Affairs, a department that does not accommodate idlers, those who can enter. How can they not be special? In a situation where both combat and life professions possess special abilities and talents, the gap between them remains difficult to bridge, except for the current top-ranked, Li Chen. After Jiang Xiaoxiao, the next one is Li Chen. I deliberately brought a camera to record this historic moment. For so many years, only a few life professionals have made it to the top 20, let alone the top spot. Who exactly is Li Chen? I must see for myself. Jiang Xiaoxiao took the reward voucher, rolled it into a tube and tucked it behind her ear. Then she waved her hand and calmly walked off the stage. Finally, the long-awaited moment arrived. The audience below focused their attention, eagerly watching ahead. Facing the expectant or skeptical gazes of the crowd, Li Chen slowly stood up from the second row of seats and walked onto the stage. There were no grand words or proud speeches. Li Chen, like everyone before him, calmly approached the person in charge and received the trophy and prize from his hands. Then he turned around and looked down at the audience. The crowd below was in an uproar. Is this the Li Chen who defeated Jiang Xiaoxiao? Is this the legendary ceiling of life professions? This young man has truly made history. If it weren't for the leaders present today, I would rush up and take a photo with him. Am I the only one who finds this young man appealing? I really want to get Li Chen's contact information. The audience below praised endlessly. The initial doubts and curiosity disappeared in an instant upon seeing Li Chen in person. Immediately after the update of the leaderboard, many had already seen the sources of Li Chen's extraordinary high scores. They were unquestionable things, with no room for doubt. And after Li Chen took the stage, they struck while the iron was hot. Dong Fangchangming then took the stage, briefly recounting the defense of the northern border wall. In particular, he emphasized the importance of the northern border wall, the consequences of its destruction, and the dangers of dungeon chaos and beast invasions. After making everyone present fully understand the importance of the defense of the northern border wall, he suddenly turned the conversation and handed the medal to Li Chen. Unexpected yet expected. At the same time, many other participants who had been involved in the battle were called up by name to the stage. However, it was clear that none of these individuals received the same level of honor as Li Chen, the greatest hero of the battle, who directly thwarted the beast conspiracy and led the battle to victory. Dong Fangchangming spared no praise for Li Chen. Subsequently, other professionals who received the same honor as Li Chen also took the stage one by one to receive their medals. Dong Fangchangming delivered some words of encouragement and then had all the participants in the defense battle gather on stage for a group photo. Of course, Li Chen was inevitably standing in the center position. The applause thundered from the audience below, and the people on stage descended amidst the applause. However, the ceremony did not seem to be ending there. Dong Fangchangming stepped down from the stage, exchanged a few words with a certain big shot sitting in the front row, and then returned to the stage after some whispering. Just as everyone was puzzled, Dong Fangchangming suddenly waved his hand and said, "Next, please welcome Mr. Lu Owen, the direct person in charge of the Huaxia Tianfu, to give a speech. Let's give him a round of applause." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole venue was in an uproar, and the audience below erupted in excitement. It's actually Tianfu. I heard there would be some high-level leaders attending the ceremony. I thought it might be leaders from the 6 departments, but it turns out to be the direct person in charge of Tianfu. That's above the 6 departments, below the emperor's position. Usually, figures of this stature deal with international affairs, and yet they are here at the Tongsu ceremony. I can't believe it. I'm feeling short of breath. Unconsciously, the voices of the people below became much quieter. Then, under everyone's gaze, a middle-aged man wearing a white windbreaker and with some wrinkles on his face slowly stood up and walked onto the stage. In an instant, silence fell over the venue. This man named Luo and exuded an aura of authority as soon as he appeared. Every move he made radiated undeniable dignity. This feeling was closely related to the words Tianfu. It was well known that the 6 departments of personnel, revenue, rights, war, justice, and public works managed all the trivial matters, big and small. In Huaxia, in cities of different scales, the 6 departments might have some adjustments. For example, in remote Yunzhou, due to its small population and size, there was basically only a military department stationed there. The other 5 departments' respective heads were assigned to municipal work. The relationship between municipal affairs and the military department is akin to the relationship between Tianfu and the 6 departments in the capital city today. If the 6 departments are the executors with clear rules and regulations, then Tianfu is the planner and rulemaker. The direction of Huaxia's progress, its attitude internally and externally, and various major issues are basically determined by Tianfu and then handed over to the 6 departments for implementation. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to say that Tianfu is the highest unit below the emperor and above the 6 departments. Within Tianfu, there are further divisions based on responsibilities, but those details are not important now. The man Luowen standing on the stage was the direct person in charge of the entire Tianfu. He was the second most powerful figure in all of Huaxia. Such prominent figures were usually only seen on television news. It was unexpected to see him at the Tongsu Awards ceremony today. The people present could only feel one thing: change was coming. Something significant had to happen at today's Tongsu ceremony. All the students of Tongsu, you must have heard of the realm of the dead souls, right? Luowen, on stage, didn't beat around the bush but went straight to the point, talking about the world-class dungeon. A brief pause allowed the audience to grasp his message. Luowen continued, speaking earnestly, the realm of the dead souls is the first supersized world-class dungeon that defies logic, intuition, and rules in the 100 years of gamification. Initially, when the rift leading to the realm of the dead souls was discovered, everyone thought it was just a larger hidden dungeon. But after several months, the entire Blue Star has undergone more or less changes due to the appearance of this world-class dungeon. Increasing evidence proves that the realm of the dead souls is slowly altering the ecological structure of our world in its own way. If we do not take it seriously, all that awaits us is a path to destruction. With that, the whole venue fell into silence. To be honest, many people had heard about world-class dungeons before. They would actively follow every worldwide dungeon raid, but for the past few months, every attempt to conquer the realm of the dead souls had ended in failure. In the worst-case scenario, the team that went to conquer the dungeon even met with a disastrous end. The influence of the Morning Ghost City on the Blue Star was evident, and if it is not conquered soon, who knows what will happen in the future. Due to the uniqueness of the Morning Ghost City and the impact it is gradually beginning to have, the Heavenly Mansion has finally decided to personally intervene in the conquest of this instance. At the same time, the cultivation of talents in the transmission department will also rise to a new level of importance. On behalf of the Heavenly Mansion of Huaxia, I hereby announce to all in the transmission department, starting today, the Heavenly Mansion will fully support the talent cultivation of the transmission department and various research projects. Those with special abilities who can make significant contributions to Huaxia will receive the absolute support of the Heavenly Mansion. And Li Chen, as the representative of the first collaboration between the Heavenly Mansion and the transmission department, will be the first in Huaxia to receive this honor of a career change. With that, he stepped down. Dongfang Changming returned, announcing in an official capacity that Li Chen was the first in the transmission department to receive direct support from the Heavenly Mansion as an extremely special career changer. The whole place was in an uproar. Amidst the discussions, Dongfang Changming, following tradition, handed the microphone to Li Chen, asking if he had anything to say to everyone. Seeing this, Li Chen slowly stepped forward to take the microphone. Then, he fell into contemplation. At first, The audience was full of anticipation, holding their breath. But as time passed, they began to feel puzzled. Why? He's been standing there for so long. Why isn't he saying anything? Could he be stage fright? Cough. It's not impossible. After all, he's new here. The audience below discussed one after another. And Dongfang Changming and the others on the stage also became slightly nervous. They even wondered if Li Chen, who had created history one after another, was experiencing stage fright. But suddenly, Li Chen's voice broke the silence. Why did you all come to the transmission department? To fulfill your dreams? Or to earn a hefty reward? Or just because you were chosen? So you came here in a daze? So, do you know why I came? The audience fell silent. Li Chen paused for a moment, then slowly spoke. Actually, it's simple. I joined the transmission department to use the power of the country to make myself more awesome. To be so awesome that I can single-handedly stop the beast tide. To use my own strength to protect the people I want to protect. I think many of you here must have heard these noble and righteous words. You must be tired of hearing them already. Since childhood, teachers, parents, and all kinds of elders have been using similar words to educate you. Study hard, strive to become stronger, protect humanity from the monsters, and so on. But have you ever personally experienced the despair brought by the beast tide? The dark horde of monsters surging like waves, instantly destroying our proud buildings, ruining our facilities, slaughtering our loved ones, turning the bustling city into a sea of corpses and blood. I'm not lying. I, Li Chen, crawled out of that sea of corpses and blood. With that brief statement, the atmosphere in the room fell into silence. Especially Bai Ji sitting in the front row subconsciously covered her mouth. Through Li Chen's words, the apocalyptic scene seemed to manifest in her mind. Back then, I witnessed the towering walls of Yunzhou being overturned with my own eyes. Monsters rampaging in the streets. And my parents torn to pieces in an instant, dying right in front of me. That beast tide, perhaps for the vast majority of you, is just a string of numbers, or a report long forgotten. But I, Li Chen, an orphan who has relied on the kindness of others since childhood, if it weren't for the help of those kind villagers and the care of the neighbors as if I were their own. Now, I'm just one of those numbers. At this moment, in places unseen by everyone, there are still many people suffering. The wealth they accumulated through a lifetime of hard work can vanish into thin air with just one beast tide. So, I'm here, to crush that damn beast tide, not just for the deceased, but for the living. Li Chen finished speaking, nodded lightly, and returned the microphone. As he watched him leave the stage, the people below had various expressions. After a moment of silence, thunderous applause followed. Thus, the ceremony ended. Listening to the discussions of those who left their seats, this was the most talked about ceremony they had seen in recent years, including Li Chen's feat at the northern border wall and the support of Tianfu's leader, Lu Luowen, and Li Chen's final speech. All of these topics were being discussed on the Tongxian forum. Originally, after the ceremony, many people approached Li Chen wanting to get closer to him. However, upon seeing the large group of directors around Li Chen and Tianfu's Luowen, they all shrank back like timid turtles, afraid to approach. Jiang Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, flipped over from behind, jumped to Li Chen's side, and lightly tapped his chair. Hey, your speech was really moving just now, but congratulations, Li Chen, you are now the new leader. How does it feel to be above everyone else? Li Chen raised an eyebrow, looked at the medal hanging around his neck, and smiled faintly. Honestly, it doesn't feel like much. Jiang Xiaoxiao instantly felt like she had found a kindred spirit, full of emotion. Right? I've always felt that way too. It's really strange how they fight and scheme for rankings, as if being first on the list can make you immortal. I've said it more than once, but they all say I'm pretending. Li Chun chuckled helplessly. It's one thing for others to say that, just joking around, but coming from the top-ranked person, isn't it similar to saying, I don't like money? In no time, Du Shengding and Meng Qing also squeezed through the crowd and made their way from the back row. They were the first to congratulate Li Chen. Although they had a rough idea of the outcome after seeing Li Chen's strength last night, the unexpected appearance of Tianfu's leader Luowen still shocked them. Speaking of Luowen, who was discussing matters with several directors in the front row, turned around cheerfully and congratulated Li Chen. He also praised, "When I saw your skill video, I already had a feeling that you were extraordinary. I didn't expect that in such a short time, you would grow to this extent. It seems that not only do you have special professional talents, but your personal talents are also extraordinary. Keep up the good work, Li Chen. I believe your potential is definitely more than this." When chatting face to face, Luoan no longer exuded the same sense of majesty as he did on stage. Instead, he became much more approachable, almost like an ordinary uncle next door. After praising Li Chen, Luoan looked around at the people beside Li Chen and then said with some confusion, "The main members of the team that tackled the world-class dungeon this time are mainly you guys, right? But I remember there were 5 other people besides you." Hearing Luoan mention this issue, previously entrusted by Jiang Xiaoxiao, Meng Qing, who was in charge of compiling team member information, immediately stood up and respectfully reported. Reporting to the leader, "Miss Nada from the medical area is busy with 2 surgeries and cannot attend the ceremony." Similarly, the siblings working in the military department are also busy with affairs. Before he could finish, Luoan gently waved his hand to stop him, saying, "It's all right, it's all right. There are still a few days left before the raid strategy. During this time, you must work together well and learn to make good use of the assistance provided by Li Chen and Bai Ji. As long as the operation is reasonable, the first completion of this world-class raid will definitely be a success for all of us in Huaxia. I have full confidence in this." With that, Luoan turned his head and nodded slightly towards Li Chen, giving him full approval. Afterwards, Luoan gave many encouraging words to everyone and instructed on the precautions for the world-class raid. It was as if he wanted to write extra vigilant on his forehead. Apart from getting to know Li Chen during this visit to the Mystery Bureau, he had another important task, which was to personally supervise and command all matters related to the world-class raid. Judging by his attitude, the raid strategy this time seemed to be a sure thing. As for the other 5 people he mentioned, Li Chen wanted to ask, but then remembered the list Meng Qing had shown him before. Raid teams generally consist of 8 members. The structure typically includes 2 frontliners, 2 support, and 4 DPS. Li Chen and Bai Ji, as external aides, naturally did not count. So, aside from Jiang Xiaoxiao, Meng Qing, and Du Shengding present, there should indeed be 5 other people. According to the list, the remaining 5 individuals were Nada, an 82nd level pharmacist from the medical area of the Mystery Bureau, an 85th level spirit hunter and an 83rd level spirit assassin who transferred from the Mystery Bureau to the military department, the siblings Feng Songyu and Feng Songyu, an unnamed Dark Knight, and an 85th level summoner, Su Qingcheng. Due to their respective reasons, these people did not attend the ceremony, so they missed the chance to meet. However, with a few days left before the raid, it was not a big issue. When they had time, they would surely meet formally. After all, being a hastily assembled team, if they couldn't even achieve basic coordination, they would only end up as food for the monsters in the raid. By the way, these combat professions recruited might not be the top strength of Huaxia, but they were definitely the most suitable. Almost everyone perfectly matched the characteristic of not being able to bring equipment into the world-class raid. Each person had some bare-handed combat skills to varying degrees. For example, the siblings Feng Songyu could fight completely without equipment. Their weapons were spirit weapons created through their own skills. As for the Dark Knight, as a genuine frontliner, his ability was to condense black mist to forge armor for himself. The selection eye of the Mystery Bureau was indeed excellent. With such a team, they could maximize their advantages in the raid of the desolate capital, coupled with the various abundant plants used by Li Chen and Bai Ji as means of cooperation. Sweeping through the raid was not a dream. After bidding farewell to everyone in the hall and leaving, the sky had gradually darkened. Li Chen walked back, briefly reviewing today's gains. The reward for the top ranking on the leaderboard was an item that could provide him with an additional job change opportunity. It was said to be obtained from an extremely rare hidden raid. Very precious. As for the reward from the Northern Border War, it was a medal and a large sum of money. In addition to the Tianfu's fundraising, it's almost around 7 to 8 million. For ordinary people, it is indeed quite tempting. But for Li Chen, who has the golden flower, this money is just a drop in the bucket. What is more worth looking forward to is this extra job change opportunity. Detected that the host has an additional job change opportunity. Please go to the job change crystal for the job change. It seems that Li Chen's emotions have been detected, and the system's voice timely sounded in his mind. Li Chen no longer hesitated and turned to Bai Ji, who was following beside him. By the way, where is the job change crystal of the Xian department? Bai Ji was slightly stunned for a moment. then immediately said she could take Li Chen there. The two arrived at the central position of the Xian department. A huge job change crystal stood in the square of the Xian department, floating slowly. It is indeed the Xian department, so rich and powerful, even having its own large job change crystal. Although Li Chen didn't know much about crystals, just by the volume, this one in the Xian department is much larger than the one in the Yunzhou square. TSK TSK TSK. Li Chen went straight forward and placed his hand on the crystal. The system began to resonate, connecting with the crystal. Then, the process was almost the same as before. Connection successful. Detected that you have additional job change conditions. Please choose whether to change jobs. You have chosen to change jobs. Here are the additional talent skills you have obtained. Extra talent, 100 herb seed box, white common. Talent description, you have obtained a seed box, which can manually save any plant as a plant card and place it in the seed box. The seed box limit will depend on your level, with an additional storage slot for each level up. Remaining slots in the 100 herb seed box. 10. Save any plant? What's the use of this? What plants in this world can compare to the things in his Dave's shop? Li Chen rubbed his forehead, feeling that this thing seemed a bit redundant. Maybe in the future, he could encounter some healing herbs or deadly poisonous plants that he could conveniently save? Li Chen subconsciously only thought of this one use. Then, he thought to remove his hand from the crystal. Then, supporting his chin, he glanced at Bai Ji beside him. In an instant, a flash of inspiration. Yes, save any plant. Would the fertile and hybrid plants count? The fertile ones are needless to say. Each time he uses them, he has to consider Bai Ji's condition, which is a great limitation. Those hybrid plants, many of them can be very useful. With this new talent, wouldn't it be much more convenient? Thinking about it, Li Chen suddenly became somewhat excited. He looked down at Bai Ji and asked, "Do we have any other plans for tonight? If not, help me with something." Bai Ji was a bit puzzled, but seeing the expression on Li Chen's face, she knew he must have awakened some powerful new ability, and it's rare for Li Chen to ask for her help. Where is the reason to refuse? So without hesitation, she nodded repeatedly in agreement. In the following time, without various trivial matters disturbing them, Li Chen and Bai Ji were fully engaged in the experiments of fertile and hybrid plants. At the same time, Li Chen almost understood the characteristics of his new talent. The 100 herb seed box can indeed save the hybrid plants modified by Bai Ji as plant cards. The price and cooldown time of the hybrid plants after modification are slightly higher than those of ordinary plants, but they will have the characteristics of two plants at the same time, which can be considered as a kind of enhancement in a certain sense. As for those plants strengthened by fertility, they can be saved, but the plant cards saved are disposable items. The fertility status is very strong, so it cannot be easily replicated, which Li Chen can understand. Although it is a bit regrettable, it is not a big problem. Furthermore, in order to facilitate Li Chen to be able to use the abundant skills anytime and anywhere when she is not around, Bai Ji specially packed a lot of fertilizers she had processed and handed them to Li Chen. Of course, the fertilizers produced by her were not as effective as when she personally handled them. However, the differences mostly lied in the speed and duration of the fertilizer's effects. It did not have much impact on the strength of the abundant plants themselves. In terms of combat power, there were already terrifying existences like the cherry cannons and the chili pitchers that could be considered at their limits. There were still a few days left before the estimated dungeon raid. Li Chen planned to take advantage of this time to stock up on some hybrid plant seeds. Accumulating more firepower would be a great help to the raiding team. Unconsciously, the time had come for the last day before officially entering the dungeon. Li Chen specifically asked Zhang Xiaoxiao to come over and handed her the newly developed hybrid plant seeds and a bunch of regular plant seeds. Li Chen was too lazy to categorize the various hybrid plants and just instructed Zhang Xiaoxiao to remember to use the identification technique before using them. When it came to plant damage, she also emphasized the need for caution to avoid accidentally blowing up the entire dungeon. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoxiao happily stated that with the plants provided by Li Chen, she could confidently show off during this raid. After clearing the dungeon, she would definitely treat Li Chen to a big meal. Meanwhile, on the other side, above the Tongxian division, a uniquely shaped airship descended. Some familiar faces gradually emerged from the airship. Bai Feng, Master Bai, nice to meet you. Let me introduce. This is the direct person in charge of Tianfu, Mr. Lu Owen. Mr. Lu Owen. This is Bai Feng, the strongest fortune teller in China today. Master Bai. Dongfang Changming stood outside the airship gangway, introducing both sides. The silver-haired Baifeng first bowed and smiled at Luowen. Luowen also returned the gesture, politely saying, "This dungeon raid is very special. It is our first attempt to form a team entirely of special job changers. Its success is crucial. I hope Master Bai can make accurate predictions and guide us through." Baifeng nodded gently, "Of course. Coincidentally, my daughter is also involved in this operation, and I am very concerned about whether this trip will be successful." Dongfang Changming made a gesture of, "Please, we have already prepared the place. Please come in, Master Bai." Baifeng nodded and waved his hand. His attendants behind him carried bags of various sizes down from the airship and followed him into the Tongshin division. In fact, Baifeng was specifically summoned by Luowen. In order to confirm the success or failure of this trip, Luowen had made all the necessary preparations. Not only did he bring all the raid records from the previous Mishi Yudu, he also thoroughly investigated all the monsters that could be encountered in the dungeon. Based on the characteristics and abilities of the raid members, he carefully formulated different battle plans. The responsibility that was originally assigned to Du Shengding by Jiang Xiaoxia was unexpectedly resolved perfectly by this big shot who came from Tianfu. It made Du Shengding feel somewhat embarrassed. After personally seeing Luowen's battle plan book, he was even more shocked. The plan mentioned by Luowen not only included various matters that each member should take care of in the dungeon, it even considered how to fill the gaps when certain members were unable to participate in the battle due to accidents. It was said that this big shot Luowen was a prominent military commander before becoming the person in charge of Tianfu. Now, it seemed undeniable. As for why, according to Luowen himself, this time's strategy for the copy was not only planned by the country of Huaxia, the neighboring countries, the ugly country next door, the empire where the sun never sets, and the country of cherry blossoms, all showcased their unique skills. The possibility of completely conquering this world-class copy is not low, if Huaxia does not exert all its efforts. The ownership of this world-class copy may not necessarily fall into their hands. This is the first copy of such a large scale since the world became gamified, following the usual experience of conquering ordinary copies and rare copies. After clearing the world-class copy, apart from being able to stop the crisis of the beast tide spreading across the entire blue star, the successful country or region in the strategy should also be able to obtain some unprecedented huge rewards. This could potentially change the world's landscape as well. This is a huge temptation and a reason to go all out. There's no time to lose. Form up. Get ready. Baifeng obviously understood the importance of the matter, so as soon as he arrived, without resting, he ordered people to help form up. Many professional props were placed on the ground. Baifeng held a brush, dipped in bright red dye, and sketched patterns on the ground. After everything was arranged, Baifeng lightly brushed his sleeves, looked up at the sky, and slowly said, "Next, we need to observe the celestial phenomena and wait quietly for nightfall. If you don't mind, during this time, I would like to go check on the situation with the little girl." Dongfang Changming naturally had no objections, quickly bowed slightly, and said, "Of course, Bai Ji should be with Li Chen in the research area. Please follow me, Master Bai." Luowen nodded beside him. "Then I'll go check on the situation with the strategy team later. Please convey my regards to Li Chen for me. I'll visit him personally later." The few of them bid farewell and then left. The Bai family's attendants stayed behind to protect Bai Feng's formation from being disturbed. On the way to the research area, Bai Feng habitually calculated Bai Ji's fate. Currently, most of the Bai family members had a turbulent fate. Only Bai Ji, born into an ordinary profession, although her life would not have any earth-shattering achievements, it was the most stable and peaceful. She did not experience great fortune or misfortune throughout her life, but under Bai Feng's guidance, she could walk steadily on the path of small fortunes. Bai Feng's divinations had always yielded this result, never changing, until now. Bai Feng anticipated that Li Chen's appearance would change Bai Ji's fate, but he did not expect that. Since Bai Ji left the Bai family with Li Chen, her fate had been obscured. It was no longer the fate of an ordinary person that Bai Feng could easily calculate, but it was tightly linked to some vast existence. After following Dongfang Changming to the research area, Bai Feng squatted in a large cluster of flowers, contemplating the hybrid plants. Bai Ji raised her head. At a glance, she saw her father, with his striking silver hair, standing out in the crowd. She stood up immediately, with a look of obedience, and went forward to greet him. Bai Feng smiled and nodded, then raised an eyebrow. looking around with some confusion. However, he did not see Li Chen's figure. Bai Ji noticed the curiosity on her father's face and slightly gestured towards the back mountain of the research area. Li Chen is planting sunflowers over there. He said we should make the most of everything and not waste an inch of land. Bai Feng nodded, already understanding. The large pile of sunflowers left by Li Chen at the Bai family had almost become a sacred place. Many soldiers who had participated in the Northern Border War and residents of the Northern Border who were saved because of Li Chen specifically applied to enter, hoping to pay their respects in person. Bai Feng even planned to enclose that patch of sunflowers as a monument to the Northern Border War, although he didn't know why Li Chen planted so many sunflowers. But since it was him, there must be his reasons. Bai Ji's face was filled with excitement, constantly bombarding her father with questions. The losses caused by the beast tide in the Northern Territory had now been greatly alleviated. Moreover, thanks to the fertilizer Bai Ji had improved before leaving, almost all of the scarce farmland in the Northern Territory had been saved. The earliest batch of crops had even sprouted in just a few days. The scene of Bai Ji and Li Chen guarding the Great Wall of the North had been turned into a local nursery rhyme, spreading through the streets and alleys. Bai Ji's hero dream from childhood had also been partially realized in a different way, and without Li Chen, none of this would have been possible. Bai Ji looked at the occasional light shining from the back mountain, filled with gratitude. Before long, Li Chen returned alone from the back mountain, slightly surprised to see an unexpected visitor. He called out to Bai Shu and exchanged pleasantries. After learning about Bai Feng's purpose for coming, he couldn't help but admire Luo En's dedication. Under Dongfang Changming's arrangements, they had a meal with Bai Feng and then wandered around the Tongshan division for a while, finally waiting until nightfall. Bai Feng suggested going to the formation area together. Li Chen's plants and Bai Ji's fertilizer were indispensable factors in this dungeon raid. With them present, the probability of a good fortune prediction might be significantly higher. Li Chen accepted eagerly and followed the others. It was also a good opportunity to witness the scene of the so-called strongest diviner in Huaxia at work. Looking at the faint stars in the sky, Bai Feng walked to the altar and closed his eyes gently. He muttered something under his breath and then used a skill that Li Chen couldn't quite discern. A few seconds later, the formation on the ground began to glow faintly, reflecting the starlight in the sky. It projected the reflections of many stars in the center. Bai Feng stepped into the center of the formation, as if immersed in a sea of stars. The light around him kept flickering, conveying fortunes and misfortunes through the vast starry sky. Bai Feng's silver hair shimmered in the starry sky, like a floating silver ribbon. The same colors reflected on Bai Ji, who was watching from outside the formation, giving her a hint of her father's demeanor from a distance. Li Chen was thinking about this. Inside the formation, Bai Feng suddenly frowned, his expression becoming somewhat shocked. How is this possible? His voice was filled with astonishment and doubt. Bai Feng in the center of the formation immediately became serious, raising his hand slightly to make a gesture. The stars in the projection changed with his movements, as if altering the direction of observation. But no matter how they changed, Bai Feng's expression never eased. Just then, Luo En, who had returned from the training camp, arrived. As soon as he came over, he heard Bai Feng say with an extremely serious tone, the two words he least wanted to hear, great misfortune. No matter how the position changes, the divination results all point to great misfortune. How is this possible? In the previous raids, such a situation has never occurred. The people present were somewhat stunned. This was Huaxia's first attempt to raid the Forbidden City of the End with a completely new strategy. The members of the raid team were all highly skilled and powerful experts, and without equipment restrictions, these people should have been the most suitable candidates in all of Huaxia. Great misfortune? Does that not mean that this brand new plan has already failed before it even officially began? Dongfang Changming turned to look at Luoan, the narrator. Luoan furrowed his brow, looking more serious than ever. Bai Feng's strength was unquestionable, with countless achievements to his name. As the universally recognized strongest diviner in all of Huaxia, his divinations could almost be described as absolutely precise. So, Luo pondered for a moment, then furrowed his brow and asked slowly, Master Bai, the strategy for this instance is crucial for Huaxia, so, can you reveal some clues? Bai Feng's ability fundamentally involves peering into the ways of heaven, which can shorten his lifespan. Many things cannot be plainly stated. At most, only vague clues can be described. Bai Feng sighed slowly and nodded. Let me take another look. Even with a minor calamity, there is a possibility of reversal. But, A major calamity. That is absolutely not acceptable. Knowing there is a major calamity, to still demand Jiang Xiaoxiao and the others to enter forcibly is akin to pushing them into a fire pit. If this continues, it would be better to send in the usual strong individuals as before. However, this would leave defense forces in various places vulnerable. Moreover, ordinary job changers would be restricted by their equipment and find it difficult to compete with special job changers from other countries in the Moshi Yudu. It would be very difficult. I found it. The issue lies within the instance itself. Some unexpected people and items did not play their proper roles, Bai Feng said intermittently, then shook his hand vigorously, dispersing the gathered star patterns in the air. Just by saying a few words, he was already sweating profusely, feeling somewhat exhausted. The involvement of the ways of heaven in a world-class instance truly made everyone present uneasy. Bai Ji hurriedly went forward to support her father, helping him sit on the steps at the door to rest. Luo thanked Bai Feng, his gaze becoming sharper. He did not obtain the position of Tianfu's leader for nothing. Although the two clues were somewhat vague, they were sufficient. The cause of the major calamity is closely related to the instance itself. Due to the instance's influence, certain crucial people and items are unable to play their roles at critical moments, ultimately leading to a failed outcome. Therefore, as long as the key people and items are identified, the problem can be solved. And as for who these people and items are, Luo actually had a rough idea in his mind. If Bai Feng had given clues about people or items, Luo might have had to ponder for a while, but with people and items, it was different. Although it was just a difference of one word, the implications were vastly different. In this instance strategy, there are only two items that play a crucial role. One is Bai Ji's fertilizer, and the other is Li Chen's plants. These two things might lose their effectiveness due to the instance's effects, leading the expedition team to a major calamity in the instance. Bai Ji is relatively fine, as her ability serves as a support. The crucial point lies with Li Chen. The original plan for this instance strategy was to rely on Li Chen's plants as the main output method, emphasizing Li Chen's importance. If, for some reason, Li Chen's plants fail to function as intended, it would indeed be a significant disadvantage for Huaxia. Thinking this, he slowly turned to look at Li Chen beside him. If the issue truly lies with him, then there would be some trouble. Despite knowing that Li Chen possesses unexpected means, being a life-class professional in a world-class instance filled with high-level magical beasts still carries certain risks. If the problem does lie with Li Chen, then, Luo hesitated, slowly voicing his speculation. However, before this could be confirmed, Dongfang Changming suddenly received new information, a message from the instance management team. Specifically the group monitoring Moshi Yudu, came through urgent, emergency situation. In this round of the end of the world scenario, an additional rule emerged in the Ghost City. Items can only take effect when both the item and its creator are present, otherwise, they are ineffective. The Eastern Changming fell silent and displayed the message to everyone. The scene was filled with a dead silence. Li Chen furrowed his brows slightly, pondering with his chin resting on his hand. Obviously, the key to success or failure lay within himself. Since that's the case, with this thought in mind, Li Chen smiled faintly and spoke up. At this point, there's no other way. Let me handle this, leaving aside everything else. When it comes to self-preservation, I'm quite skilled. Everyone was surprised. However, Luoan frowned and shook his head slowly. No, this is no joking matter. After all, you belong to a life-oriented profession. And your four-dimensional attributes alone cannot compare to combat-oriented professions. The monsters in the instance, as well as the transferees from other countries, could easily break through to the backline and kill you in a very short time. And those plant seeds of yours, from planting to growth, would take at least 3 seconds. Hearing this, the people present nodded in agreement, their faces showing concern. But Li Chen shook his head with a smile. I think you might have forgotten something. Well, let me demonstrate it here. With that, Li Chen lightly stomped his foot. His fourth talent, Spirit of Plants and Trees, was activated. The weeds under his feet instantly transformed, turning into giant nuts in less than half a second. In an instant, they surrounded the people present. On the other hand, Li Chen himself held a grass rake that he had somehow pulled out. He was protected by a huge pumpkin head. Several nests of melons and plants like Venus flytraps sprouted around him as guards. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was amazed. The growth time of the seeds is limited only because they are not in my hands. If it weren't for the instance rules, I have many life-saving equipment to use. As for Baiji, she doesn't need to enter the field. We saved some abundant plants from our previous experiments, and now they come in handy." Seeing Baiji eager to volunteer, Li Chan added, "Actually, if it weren't for the rules of the world-class instance, whether it's the immunity talisman Baiji gave me or the blood spring wristband from the Yunzhou Craftsman Association, they are good life-saving equipment. But even without these, relying solely on plants is more than enough." The strength Li Chan suddenly displayed took everyone by surprise. The people present, especially Luowen, were wide-eyed and took a while to recover. Strictly speaking, although Li Chen belonged to a life-oriented profession, his self-preservation ability was somewhat stronger than those combat-oriented professions like Jiang Xiaoxiao. When it comes to the instance, who protects whom is really uncertain. Afterwards, Luowen shook his head, regained a serious expression, and said earnestly, "I understand, Li Chen, although I don't want you to take risks, but now that we have no other choice, our hopes are now pinned on you. We here at Tianfu will do everything we can to assist you." Li Chen nodded without saying much. He had long understood the rules of this instance from Eastern Changming. All weapons, armor, and functional equipment like storage rings would be disintegrated. However, potions, materials, and other useful or useless items would not be disintegrated. This was why the Tongshan department initially wanted to use Li Chen's plants as the main output method. But at this moment, a new rule was suddenly added. Items and their creators must enter together, or else they would be ineffective. Isn't this a bit too much? Yet, it felt somewhat familiar. It always feels like I've encountered this before. Li Chen calmly opened the system and checked the task interface. As expected, new task, successfully conquer the world-class instance. Moshi Yudu, 0/1, task reward, 3 million sunlight points. Zen Garden. 1 plant formation preservation card. Zen Garden, you can plant various plants in the garden space, and the plants will bring you various additional effects. Seeing this, Li Chen was taken aback. Zen Garden? How come this thing exists? Could that seemingly useless phonograph from Dave's prop store before come in handy now? Upon careful consideration, it does seem quite interesting. Early the next day, at the entrance of the world-class instance, Moshi Yudu, a flying airship from the Tongshan sect, slowly landed. Li Chen and 7 others walked out of the cabin, stepping onto the crimson grass. Except for Li Chen and Jiang Xiaoxiao, the faces of the others revealed some uneasiness. Luowen specially instructed them that the world-class instance was different from previous instances, and if any issues arose, they should immediately exit without hesitation. Each of them was an important special talent of Huaxia, and not a single one could be spared unless necessary. As usual, the 8 split into 2 teams, each taking a different path but staying in contact. The agile siblings, Anqi and Yaoshi, led the way with their swift tactics, forming one team. Zhang Xiaoxiao and the more cautious individuals formed the second team, responsible for the rear in case of emergencies. Li Chen directly took the place of the original summoner and joined Zhang Xiaoxiao's team. After all, in a sense, Li Chen's abilities could also be considered a form of summoning. When the time came, everyone made final adjustments to their equipment and nervously entered the instance. World-class instance, Moshi Yudu recommended level, LV. 80 instance introduction. This is a world fallen in the endless void, a kingdom of the deceased. Once you cross the gate, there is no turning back. Their equipment was disassembled, but other items were retained. Fortunately, clothes were not considered equipment and were not disassembled. Otherwise, the first thing upon entering the instance would be to pick leaves from the bushes to make clothes. Without time for regret, they immediately began testing their skills at the exit. Luckily, their abilities worked normally, unaffected by the changes in the instance. Li Chen's plants were the same. The seeds he planted could still take root, sprout, and mature instantly in the soil. Seeing this, the others present felt somewhat relieved. Fortunately, the changes in the instance rules were detected in advance. Otherwise, if they encountered strong enemies and found the seeds ineffective, their fate would likely not be good. Moreover, Jiang Xiaoxiao carried thousands of different plant seeds that Li Chen had spent a fortune on. If they had entered without Li Chen, all those seeds would have been useless. Just the thought of such losses was heartbreaking. Li Chen stretched lazily, then checked the abundant plant cards in the 100 herb seed box. After confirming everything was in order, he turned to the others and asked, "All right, if everything's fine, shall we prepare to enter the instance?" As Li Chen's words fell, the raid team officially delved into the depths of the instance. Looking at the slightly muddy soil, the blood-red vegetation, and the dim sky around them, Li Chen felt a somewhat oppressive atmosphere enveloping him. Heavy mist spread around, and a faint smell of decaying flesh lingered in the air. Looking ahead along the path they were on, they could vaguely see some towering black buildings. Without a doubt, that was the main city of Moshi Yudu. According to the information provided by the Tongshin department, the entire instance of the Mishi Yudu was divided into 4 layers from the inside out. These are the outer Crimson Forest, the outer layer of Mishi Yudu, the inner layer, and the deepest part, the biochemical laboratory. Led by Li Chen, the raiding team began their operation. As agreed beforehand, the 8 individuals split into 2 teams, one in front and one behind, always maintaining a distance. One team was responsible for reconnaissance and covert protection, while the other team shouldered the main combat and rear support responsibilities. With a glance exchanged between the siblings, they condensed weapons with their powers and then disappeared into the darkness. The Dark Rider also conscientiously enveloped the team's apothecary in black mist, disappearing with her in front of Li Chen. At this moment, only Jiang Xiaoxiao, Du Shengding, Meng Qing, and Li Chen remained on the main road. Let's maintain our speed and proceed slowly. This time's Mishi Yudu was probably different from before, Du Shengding said solemnly, then quickly moved up to the front of the group. According to Jiang Xiaoxiao, Du Shengding, a researcher, had the sharpest mind among the 4 present. Naturally, the responsibility of commanding the battle fell to him. As for Jiang Xiaoxiao, the team leader, she yawned slightly, showing no signs of nervousness. According to the information obtained beforehand, the monsters in Mishi Yudu were mostly undead creatures like ghouls and zombies. Individually, they weren't a significant threat, but in groups, they relied on numbers to win. Which team are we in terms of entry order? Li Chen suddenly asked. Du Shengding, who was walking in front, raised his hand and summoned a visible information interface. It displayed a leaderboard listing the entry times of each team from top to bottom. Since the time each instance rift opened varied, there was a slight gap in the order of entry for each team. Their team was among the 30s to enter. Their progress seemed to lag slightly, but it wasn't a big issue. What concerned Li Chen more was whether the countries that entered earlier would take advantage to spawn monsters early or ambush unexpectedly at other countries' spawn points. After all, according to past records, such incidents had occurred in this instance before. However, shortly after, a team sent to scout ahead relayed a message. They reported that there were no other countries' job changers nearby, but there was another problem. In the front area, some commotion had stirred up, causing a chaotic gathering of undead monster creatures. These mindless creatures were converging and advancing from all directions. One group was charging towards Li Chen and his group. The average level of these creatures was around 75. They weren't particularly fast or exceptionally strong individually, but their sheer numbers were terrifying. Shortly after this news came in, the ground suddenly trembled with a rumble. The people present immediately became alert and prepared for battle. In the distance near the buildings, a faint gray-white dust began to rise. It seemed as if some colossal creature was swiftly moving close to the ground. Li Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. Why are there monster waves everywhere? Then, he raised his hand to stop Du Shengding and Jiang Xiaoxiao, who were about to activate their abilities. He told them to watch from behind and leave it to him. After that, he casually threw 2 seeds on the ground. Hybrid plants, cherry shooters, take the stage. Machine gunner, hybrid cherry bomb. The hybrid version of the machine gunner and cherry bomb has been preserved in the herb seed box plant characteristics, absorbing the advantages of the cherry bomb and machine gunner. The machine gunner turns red, and the peas sprayed from the barrel will also turn into single cherries. Upon explosion, the blast radius is 50% of a regular cherry bomb. After obtaining additional talents, Li Chen specifically went to experiment with Baiji. There are a total of 10 empty slots in the herb seed box, 5 for hybrid plants and 5 for abundant plants. Moreover, due to limited slots, the hybrid plants he saved naturally had to maximize cost effectiveness, representing the high output cherry shooter, firing 4 shots per second, bombarding wildly, and the ultimate control effect of the ice shroom, freezing the entire field in a few shots. Also, the double-barreled corn cannon, which requires a long time to load but offers exceptional firepower. Of course, in addition to these, he also included the previously tested hypnoshroom and walnut stacking. As for abundance, because the abundant plants stored in the herb seed box are disposable, in choosing plants, Li Chen naturally pondered carefully.
In the end, he chose the highly functional ice shroom, pumpkin head, corn cannon, tall nut, and coffee bean. The focus is on unexpected tactics. After all, his combat power is sufficient so far. What needs to be addressed with abundance are various unexpected situations. Roar! The horde of beasts in the distance has already rushed to the forefront. Seeing those densely packed and extremely ferocious undead creatures, Du Xingding's brow slightly furrowed. The leader, a zombie dog with rotting fur, with numerous tendons exposed, revealing stark white bones. Dragging such a body, it burst out with astonishing speed. Upon seeing humans, it increased its speed several times, almost reaching the crowd. Jiang Xiaoxiao was about to take action. Pu, the first cherry shooter planted by Li Chen, finally began its first round of barrage. Four bright red cherries shot out, hitting the head of the leading zombie dog squarely, knocking it to the ground. In the next moment, a dazzling white light burst out from the bright red cherry, almost blinding everyone present. Following that, there was a scorching heat wave, a sweet cherry scent, and a visceral shaking impact. Within a range of about 50 meters, that cherry cleaned up everything. The frontmost zombie dogs, unable to even make a sound, turned into powder in the deafening explosion, shattered into pieces. Boom boom boom, the remaining 3 cherries flew straight towards the horde behind the explosion, followed by an explosion, scattering a large number of rotten limbs and arms. Just by planting 2 plants, the horde of beasts in front could be kept 100 meters away. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoxiao and the others saw a change in Li Chen's expression. The strength displayed during the test with Jiang Xiaoxiao was like a drop in the bucket compared to now. They all knew Li Chen had many means and was very strong. But looking at the current situation, it's clear that Li Chen still has many tricks up his sleeve that they don't know about. Boom boom boom, another round of bombardment. Watching the undead monsters being blocked hundreds of meters away, scattered by the explosions, Li Chen sighed softly, temporarily giving up on the idea of planting 2 more cherry shooters. He is currently at the 4th level, and the cherry bomb's maximum kill limit is level 80. These things in front of him are just appetizers. 1 cherry can kill a group. Dealing with the current scale, just relying on the 2 cherry shooters under his command is more than enough. Thinking about this, Li Chen couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. With his current strength, dealing with the beast tide in Yunzhou would be a piece of cake. Back then, he had to strategize and plan to defend against the beast tide. And now, by evenly planting some cherry bombs on the walls of Yunzhou, he could easily keep the beast tide at bay 100 meters away. Maybe he could send some newly developed seeds back when he had the time, so that the Yunzhou military could arrange for defense. Ding! All transcenders detected entering the instance. Instance channel about to activate, issuing the first mission, defend against the undead tide. Mission brief: the chemical virus laboratory in the central area of the instance has been destroyed, and a large number of undead creatures imprisoned within have leaked out. These undead crave to transform all life into their own form. Survive their attacks. Mission reward: level 1 pass for the city of the dead. While Li Chen was lost in thought, such information suddenly popped up on his professional panel. After confirming with others, it was found that everyone had received the same message. Obviously, this mission was aimed at all transcenders. At the same time, Du Shengding provided new information. Everyone, take a look at the leaderboard. Saying that, he opened the leaderboard that had just been checked, displaying it in front of everyone. The list, originally sorted according to the order of teams entering the instance, had undergone a very obvious change. Their ranking, from over 30, jumped directly to 3rd place. The 1st and 2nd places were held by the Ugly Nation and the Bear Nation. Behind the team information, there was a constantly changing number: 489, 495, 510. The few people looked at each other, momentarily not reacting. It wasn't until another cherry bomb exploded in the undead horde, sending a large number of undead flying. The number behind the Huaxia team rose again. This is the monster's spawn count. This instance ranks us based on the spawn count. Meng Qing exclaimed in surprise, drawing the puzzled gazes of the other 3. Jiang Xiaoxiao, holding her chin in doubt, muttered to herself, since there's a ranking, there must be rewards. I think we can make a little effort, she said. Although she wasn't interested in competing for rankings and rewards herself, her position was different now. She was representing Huaxia in battle and couldn't afford to be lax. So saying, she flexed her joints slightly, preparing to enter the fray. But then, the fist she had just clenched was pressed down by Li Chen beside her. No need. If you guys go in, It might affect my output. Li Chen pointed behind the group. There, out of nowhere, 2 carts carrying huge corn cobs appeared. Oh, I remember this. The corn artillery. I've seen it in training. Zhang Xiaoxiao recognized these 2 things at a glance, but Li Chen shook his head with a smile, indicating her to look closer. Each cart didn't carry just 1 corn cob, but 2 hybrid plants, dual-barreled corn artillery. The effect was as straightforward as its name. Instead of firing 1 shot, it now fired 2. In contrast to the cherry bombs that focused on reducing range for efficiency, the dual-barreled corn artillery sacrificed its loading time for a doubled explosion range. The coverage area reached 1,000 meters. Without taking protective measures in advance, nothing would grow within a kilometer. Li Chen lightly stomped his foot, activating the 4th talent, plant life. A row of walnuts sprouted from the ground, enclosing everyone present, including the other team members who hurried back. Then, the artillery fired. Swoosh! A loud release of pressure echoed from behind as the massive corn cannon slowly rose from its flat position, gathered strength briefly, and shot straight up into the sky. About half a second later, it descended from above, heading directly towards the position set by Li Chen in advance. 2 sets of golden corn, one after the other. One set to clear the screen, the other to make up for any deficiencies. Boom! Unlike the previous cherry explosions, when the huge corn collided with the ground, it transferred a large amount of energy synchronously to the underground. The resulting sound was extremely muffled, even causing intense vibrations on the ground. The explosion site was about 800 meters away from Li Chen and the others. Despite the nut wall serving as a defense, the almost visible shockwave brought great shock to everyone. In an instant, silence fell. The previously noisy and aggressive zombie tide seemed to have been wiped off the ground, leaving nothing behind. At the same time, a series of upgrading halos appeared above Li Chen's head. Your dual corn cannon successfully killed the LV-72 end-of-world undead. You gain 68,730 experience points. Your dual corn cannon successfully killed the LV-77 end-of-world undead. You gain 78,961 experience points. The kill records began to flood the screen, forcing Li Chen to close the system interface to find some peace. Dealing with thousands of monsters in one move brought a massive amount of experience, especially for Li Chen, who was only at level 60. It was more than he could use. He watched his level rise rapidly, with the experience bar almost constantly full. It wasn't until he reached level 78 that it finally slowed down slightly. On the leaderboard, there was no doubt that Huaxia instantly rose to the top from over 500 to more than 4,000, surpassing the 2nd and 3rd places of the Ugly Country and the Bear Country. Ding ding ding, the so-called instance channel finally activated at this moment, starting to buzz. Upon opening it, messages from various countries appeared inside. Clicking on the translation option, the densely packed messages in the channel finally became clear. Leader of the Empire of the Setting Sun, wasn't that an earthquake just now? Leader of Gaul, thanks for the invite. I'm in the forest, evading pursuit. I'm struggling to protect myself. How can you focus on killing monsters? Leader of Sakura, what's going on with Huaxia's ranking? Did they really kill over 4,000 undead in a few seconds? How is that possible? Are they cheating? Leader of the Ugly Country, indeed suspicious. Even we, as strong as we are, have only scored over 1,000 points so far. How did the people of Huaxia get over 4,000? Leader of Gaul, at Leader of Huaxia, are you there, bro? Did you find some extra bonus items to increase efficiency so much? Share it. Seeing the words coming out in the world channel, Zhang Xiaoxiao couldn't be bothered. She directly closed the interface in front of her and turned off the channel notification sound. At this point, Li Chen had already removed the nut wall barrier used to protect his side. Alone, he walked to the empty space that had been blasted before, squatting down and flipping through the charred soil. Then, he pulled out a decent-looking one-handed axe from it and waved it towards Du Shengding. Senior Du, do you want this equipment? Du Shengding was a bit surprised and quickly nodded, walking over briskly. The end-of-world Ghost City did not allow transmigrators to carry their own equipment. Transmigrators had to rely on their own abilities and what they obtained from instances for combat. Coupled with the new temporary restrictions that appeared this time, transmigrators couldn't even bring in necessary potions and magic scrolls. To use these items, one must sacrifice the support position in the team and switch to a life-type alchemist. But how much combat power do life-type professions have? Many teams suffered heavy losses due to this, and even before half an hour had passed, Some teams from small countries had hurriedly fled. Yes, the zombie tide is just the first trial of the city of the dead. As written in the dungeon introduction, from the moment you cross the gate, there is no turning back. In other words, as long as you haven't crossed the gate, you can still retreat. As for what this gate is, no need to say more. It must be the place you can enter after obtaining the level 1 pass of the City of the Dead. While Li Chen was searching for equipment ahead, he suddenly heard a system prompt, detected that the remaining number of undead creatures within 3 kilometers of you is less than 500. Congratulations to your team for completing the mission and receiving the mission reward. The route to the City of the Dead has been marked for you. Please use the pass to enter. Reminder, once you officially enter the City of the Dead, you cannot exit the dungeon until you kill the next elite level monster. So choose carefully. With the prompts, a faint golden light shone in front of Li Chen. A white card appeared from it. Li Chen raised his hand to put it away, and then everyone in the team received the same prompt. Understanding each other, a team member took the card from Li Chen's hand, disappeared into the darkness once again, and went to explore. After about 10 minutes, a message from the dungeon was directly posted in the dungeon channel. The Huaxia team has used the pass and opened the gate to the City of the Dead. The Huaxia team has settled accounts and received ranking rewards. First place reward, legendary equipment, death enchantment staff. As soon as the announcement was made, the already bustling dungeon channel exploded. Leader of the Sakura country, what the heck? We only killed 500 undead. How did the Huaxia team already enter the city? Leader of the ugly country, the first place reward is actually a legendary death enchantment staff? Damn it! If I had known, I would have been a bit more serious. Leader of the camel country, at Huaxia leader, do you sell the equipment you get? Let's set a place for trading. We have an alchemist in our team. We can exchange a lot of potions with you. Leader of the empire where the sun never sets, at leader of the camel country. Do you want epic equipment? We got it. We have wounded soldiers here, urgently needing life potions to save lives. Leader of the camel country, we don't lack epic equipment, and our potions are limited, but you can withdraw. Leader of the empire where the sun never sets. Huaxia leader, at all members. Want to know the secret of the Huaxia team's rapid strategy? Huaxia's secret weapon is now available. A mysterious weapon that can kill an undead with just 10 bullets. Now exchangeable for 500 bottles of life potions. City of the Dead. We won't leave until we meet. Huaxia leader, click to view location. Leader of Gaul? Leader of Sakura country? This message was sent by Jiang Xiaoxiao as requested by Li Chen. After sending it out, Jiang Xiaoxiao pondered for a while and still had some concerns. Trading with other countries in the dungeon. Li Chen, are you serious? At this, Li Chen just smiled mysteriously. Of course. I'm serious, everything is within the plan. Watching Li Chen's mysterious look, Jiang Xiaoxiao was a bit puzzled. Meng Qing beside her suddenly had a glint in her eyes and exposed Li Chen's scheme. I get it. 500 bottles of potions for a pea shooter. You're taking advantage of the situation, aren't you? Taking advantage of the situation? After hearing this, Li Chen chuckled and shook his head. Too small. The scale is too small. Do you really think that I only care about those potions? In the end, this trade was inherently unequal. In reality, Li Chen's idea was very simple. There were no potions in his team, but others had them. So, he found a way to get some from others. You see, in order to bring an alchemist along, the teams from other countries must have weakened their own combat units to some extent. Since that's the case, why not help them out a bit by providing some pea shooters or the like? Of course, Li Chen was not some overly compassionate saint. I'll sell you, but whether you can use it or not, that's up to me. After the trade, the activation and deactivation of these plants all depended on him. Besides, because of the existence of the third talent, plant empathy, Li Chen could even share senses with plants, achieving surveillance and eavesdropping effects. By then, he would have the opportunity to eavesdrop on everything about the lineup composition, strength, position, and strategic tactics of other countries. It could be said that knowing oneself and the enemy would ensure victory in 100 battles. Alright, let's prepare to continue the battle. Li Chen waved his hand, signaling everyone to engage in combat. According to the prompt from the instance, the goal after entering the City of the Dead was to kill an elite-level demon beast. He didn't plan to waste time on those random wandering mobs, so he arranged a team to search for the traces of that demon beast in the shadows. He would set up shop here to earn some extra money. Once the team found the demon beast, he would go directly to harvest it. That's called efficiency. As he spoke, he had already set up about a dozen pea shooters in front of him, just waiting for customers to come in. During the wait, Li Chen also took the opportunity to check the legendary weapon that had just been settled on the instance leaderboard. Activating the identification spell, the equipment information unfolded before him: equipment name, Necromancer's Enchanted Staff, equipment quality, legendary, golden, equipment description, a staff filled with the power of necromancy. Can be used to enchant any item with necromantic properties. The enchanted item will transform into a unique necromantic state, e.g., a skeleton can be enchanted into a skeletal soldier. This thing seems to be equipment for a necromancer, but like the shadow staff before, it doesn't have any class requirements for the wearer. Truly legendary. But keeping this necromantic enchantment, would it be of much use to him? In simple terms, this thing is just a staff for summoning undead creatures. But undead creatures? Would they be useful with his plants? Thinking about this, Li Chen suddenly fell silent. Wait, this thing says it can enchant any item. Can his plants be enchanted? What could be the necromantic state of plants? With a mindset to try it out, Li Chen slowly raised the necromancer's enchanted staff. Pointing it at the several pots of pea shooters in front of him, he used the enchantment skill. Buzz, accompanied by a barely audible buzzing sound. A beam of black-green light shot out from the skull on the top of the staff. The light instantly merged with the pea shooter he had selected. Crack, without warning, the flower pot suddenly cracked open, spilling the soil inside all over the place. The few people beside him looked at each other in surprise. But the changes did not stop there. Under the gaze of Jiang Xiaoxiao and the others, the thin layer of soil on the ground gradually swelled up. The pea shooter only left its head outside, being completely engulfed by that patch of soil. Then, in the next moment, a pale, withered arm suddenly emerged from it, accompanied by a creepy and terrifying howl. A zombie slowly crawled out from this thin layer of soil, staggering to stand upright. Jiang Xiaoxiao clenched her fists, instinctively becoming alert. But after seeing the appearance of the walking corpse, they couldn't help but laugh and cry before putting down their hands. The walking corpse in front of them was no different from what they had seen in the copy. The only crucial difference was the head, which was supposed to be a weak point, had turned into the head of a pea shooter. This bizarre sight caught everyone present off guard, including Li Chen, who all wore expressions of "what on earth is this? Oh my, a plant zombie?" After a moment of bewilderment, Li Chen blurted out this name. The name was straightforward and very descriptive. However, Jiang Xiaoxiao and the others were unaware that the name Li Chen mentioned actually had another layer of meaning. Plant zombies were a special type of zombie that appeared in the original game Plants vs. Zombies. Their main feature was having a zombie's body with a plant's head, possessing both plant and regular zombie abilities. In a way, they could be considered Li Chen's own hybrid plants. Li Chen had been pondering over this issue all along. While his plants had good firepower, their biggest drawback was the inability to move freely. After eliminating enemies in one area, he had to replant in another. Plant zombies, on the other hand, were completely different. They might be slower in movement, but essentially, they were mobile plant pots, a horde of zombies with pea shooters on their heads. What a spectacular scene that would be! Li Chen was starting to feel excited. He then planted a variety of different plants on the ground, both for mass production and testing. Which plants could be transformed into plant zombies, and which ones could maximize their advantages after the transformation. Unfortunately, the skills of the Staff of Necromancy consumed the staff's energy. Although it could slowly recover over time, the number of undead enchantments that could be cast at once was limited. Currently, Li Chen could create around 50 plant zombies in a single session. That should be enough. Through experimentation, except for the kernel-pulled zombie, which was too large and got flattened after turning into a zombie. Most other plants successfully changed their forms. There were even many hybrid plant zombies among them. Li Chen tested and confirmed that he could establish a connection with these plant zombies through his third talent, plant empathy. With a wave of his hand, he commanded them to disperse and head towards the depths of the Morning World City. Relying solely on the first team to search for elite monsters was inefficient. Luckily, there was a large amount of free labor here, so why not make use of it? At the same time, Li Chen assigned them the task of automatically attacking dungeon monsters when encountered. This way, as they advanced on their own, they could also brush up on some monsters, gain experience for Li Chen, and unlock the progress of the little cart. Speaking of the little cart, Li Chen contemplated and opened Dave's item shop. Locked, Unlock requirement. Kill 1. 000 monsters, 8926/1. 000 The number of corpses and walking corpses he had just cleared was almost equivalent to all the monsters he had killed so far. It seemed like he should consider killing more of these monsters that walk like corpses in the future. Unlocking the little cart sooner would make him invincible sooner. Your machine gunner zombie successfully killed the walking corpse killer. Howling Demon, LV. 82. Congratulations on gaining experience, 87. 935. Your experience has reached the limit. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, LV. 79. As he watched, a halo representing leveling up suddenly appeared above Li Chen's head. He blinked inside. If only we could change classes inside the Moshi Yudu. I could easily reach level 100 if I stayed here for a couple of days. Zhang Xiaoxiao sat on the railing above, swinging her legs leisurely. Then she squinted suddenly and looked towards a distant spot. Li Chen, someone's coming. Li Chen dispersed all the plant zombies he had summoned and clapped lightly, looking in that direction. From another entrance, a small team from another country slowly approached. The leader was a sturdy holy warrior, bearing numerous wounds. A team of 8, all seeming a bit worse for wear. This team had come for Huaxia, and upon seeing them from afar, they vigorously waved towards the side. Friends from Huaxia, don't attack. We come in peace for trade. We have brought many potions to exchange with you. Du Xingding glanced at Zhang Xiaoxiao. She sought Li Chen's opinion, got his approval, nodded slightly, and signaled to let the group pass. They hurried over to this side. As soon as they met, the alchemist at the back of the team began unloading goods. Due to the special rules of the instance, they couldn't bring in storage rings or similar items, so all the potions were stored in the alchemist's treasure chest. With a clang, a variety of potions appeared before everyone. The alchemist explained, the treasure chest can only hold a limited amount of potions. We only have 400 bottles of health potions. The rest are some other items, such as invisibility potions, beast transformation potions, berserk potions. Altogether, there are about 800 bottles. If possible, could you show us what your secret weapon is first? After all, we are here to trade. We can't just do it blindly. Right. Want to inspect the goods? Li Chen casually gestured towards the 4 pots of pea shooters placed nearby. Watching the 4 green heads swaying back and forth, the team where the alchemist was looked at each other in confusion, taking a moment to react. Is this Huaxiao's secret weapon? They exchanged glances. Their expressions gradually shifted from confusion to doubt. Red-faced, white-faced. They were transfer players from Gaul. After experiencing the intensity of this instance, they found it difficult to clear it with their own strength. So, they decided to cut their losses. But before that, they wanted to create some value for their country with this final opportunity. For example, figuring out what Huaxiao's secret weapon really was. They knew that the people of Huaxia wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal all their secret means. What they were willing to reveal must be relatively outdated. But even so, it was something that could help Huaxia wipe out thousands of zombies in a few seconds. Even if it was outdated, it could still provide some clues. They planned to exchange potions for some of Huaxiao's secret weapons, take them out of the instance, and study them carefully. But, after seeing the actual items, they were all somewhat stunned. This harmless-looking potted plant was Huaxiao's so-called secret weapon? This joke was a bit too much. Are they trying to fool them? The alchemist smiled awkwardly, suppressing his anger, and said, "This young man from Huaxia, are you really not joking? These few potted plants can help you kill so many zombies? You see, our potions are different from ordinary ones. All the materials used to make them are carefully selected. Even the distilled water is made from melting ice and snow from polar regions. If sold outside the instance, 1 bottle could fetch the price of 10. Love to buy. Don't buy then leave." Li Chen smirked, too lazy to listen to his nagging. The guy opposite was stunned, never expecting Li Chen to have such an attitude. His expression turned serious, furrowing his brows, and said earnestly, "Young man from Huaxia, we are serious about trading with you. The difficulty of this copy is different from before. To explore deeper, we must have potions." Li Chen stood up slowly. "Zhang Xiaoxiao, see our guests out." Zhang Xiaoxiao leaped down and casually twisted her wrist. In a way, Li Chen was just killing time with this trade. If the guy wanted to buy, fine, if not, then leave. Why so many words? He wasn't going to indulge him. The knight opposite stepped forward, blocking the alchemist. Tension filled the air. The alchemist's face tensed, breathing slightly quickened. Okay, he admitted. He spoke too loudly earlier. He was just a life profession player. In such a narrow space, he had no combat abilities and would be shattered by the aftermath of a battle. He quickly raised his hand, breaking the deadlock. Wait. Friendship first. Friendship first. Our attitude was wrong just now. We apologize. We'll buy. He had planned to exit the copy anyway. Why risk it here? 500 potions. We'll take a slight loss. 400 healing potions, plus 100 other potions. We'll trade for a plant with you. I made these potions myself. Quality and safety guaranteed. You can use appraisal to check, the alchemist hurriedly explained. Before he could finish, Li Chen calmly interrupted. Changed my mind. Now, all your potions, plus your bag of treasures, can only exchange for one plant. With a slight wave of his hand, he signaled. Meng Qing picked up a pea shooter from the ground and walked up to the group. The alchemist opposite widened his eyes, almost swearing on the spot, raising the price while sitting down. Shameless. He was a renowned alchemist in Gaul. Even the most ordinary healing potion could be sold for tens of thousands. Not to mention other items. The potions he brought could easily fetch billions on the black market. And now, you want to trade for a potted plant? Is there no justice left? Li Chen raised an eyebrow, watching him with interest. His expression vividly reiterated the phrase love to buy. Don't buy then leave. The Gaul alchemist stared at the plant in Meng Qing's hands, struggling internally. Eventually, he reluctantly nodded. Deal. Let's trade. They knew they couldn't clear the copy, but after investing so much this time, they needed something useful to take back. Once they deciphered the composition of Huaxia's secret weapon, they might be able to develop a similar power. Jiang Xiaoxiao walked up, closed the bag of treasures with a clang. After seeing them off, Du Shengding quickly used appraisal to check all the potions. Then, he gestured okay to Li Chen. The alchemist was right. The quality of these items was good, with no strange substances mixed in. Safe to use. Ding. Not long after, a new message appeared in the copy channel. Li Chen opened it and saw the Gaul leader's exclamation. Gaul's team leader, wow. The young man from Huaxia wasn't lying. This thing can take down a zombie with just a few shots, and it has unlimited ammo. What kind of principle is this? At the same time, a photo of a holy warrior killing monsters with a flower pot was attached. It looked a bit funny, but the zombies on the other side were no joke. These monsters with extremely strong survival abilities can only be truly killed by completely destroying their heads. During chaotic battles, frontline damage-dealing professions find it hard to balance, often leading to situations where the opponents can still get up and continue attacking after being fought for a long time. But the bullets shot from these flower pots, no matter where they hit, it's an instant kill. Absolutely terrifying. And this is just the version Huaxia put up for sale. The one they use themselves must be even more exaggerated. Thinking about it, the idea of them clearing thousands of zombies in a few seconds seems quite reasonable. The leader of Gaul cheered, feeling like they had made a huge profit in the recent trade. With this thing, they could take it out and study it thoroughly. They would definitely discover something useful. However, what they didn't know was that Li Chen had already seen through their little schemes. For now, he was still inside the instance, leaving the pea shooter for them to experience. But once out of the instance, that pea shooter would immediately follow Li Chen's preset command. It would wither instantly, turning into dust and disappearing. After the news from Gaul spread, many weaker countries that were still hesitating made up their minds. Even if they couldn't use these plants to progress in the future, taking them outside the instance to study for their own countries was still profitable. Although they didn't know where Huaxia's immense power came from, as long as they studied diligently, perhaps in time, they could catch up with Huaxia. Later, the plants created by Li Chen were quickly sold out. Except for the wealthy camel country, the people from stick country, white elephant country, and maple leaf country all traded their potions to get a pea shooter and left satisfied. However, the neighboring ugly country and bear country, following closely behind Huaxia, were nowhere to be seen. Everyone, we've found traces of a large-scale battle, not something ordinary zombies could create. The location has been sent to the team channel. What should we do next? A notification sounded in Li Chen and the others' ears. Opening the channel interface, a message from a team stood out prominently. Looking at the coordinates they sent, Li Chen discovered that 2 plant zombies were also there.
So, while instructing Jiang Xiaoxiao and the others to pack up, he switched to the perspective of the plant zombies, intending to investigate. However, the connection was abruptly cut off just after being established. Checking from the talent space, it was found that the signals of the two plant zombies over there had completely disappeared. Obviously, they had been taken out by something. Those two taken out seemed to be machine gunner zombies. The combined firepower of these two should have no problem defending against some small-scale zombie waves. At the very least, they shouldn't have been killed instantly. Li Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, feeling puzzled. Then, together with Jiang Xiaoxiao and the others, they ran towards that direction. After running just a few steps, another message came through the team channel: Bear Country and Ugly Country are fighting, and the zombies are helping Ugly Country fight Bear Country. Ha! What on earth is going on here? Although the message from the team was very simple and easy to understand, this is just too fantastical, isn't it? So, the traces of a large-scale battle are from the fight between Ugly Country and Bear Country? After a few minutes passed, Li Chen and the others finally arrived at the location marked by the team. It was a large venue building located in the city, with an overall design that resembled an ancient Roman Colosseum. From the younger sister at home, from the rain, squatting by a window at the edge of the arena, she was there to meet Li Chen and his group. Before the two sides could meet, a roar of the undead came from inside the arena. Roar. The sound was deafening, as if the ground itself was trembling. Li Chen knew without thinking that this commotion was definitely not caused by something small in size. When the two sides met, Du Shengding quickly inquired about the situation. A member of the team approached and briefly explained the situation. Based on the clues and evidence collected along the way, it was enough to prove that there was more than one elite-level monster. And this arena was one of the locations of elite-level monsters in the outer city area of the Mishi Yudu. Unfortunately, they were not the first group to come here. The Ugly Country and the Bear Country had also set their sights on this place, engaging in a fierce battle to be the first to kill the elite-level monsters. As for those undead who were helping the Ugly Country beat up the Bear Country together, according to the observations of a team member, they all came from the rear of the Ugly Country team. The Death Mage dressed in black robes. Most of the equipment that the Ugly Country team had obtained in the dungeon was now piled on that mage. It even included a staff rewarded by the dungeon. Moreover, that guy seemed to have awakened some special professional talent. Unlike other ordinary death-related professions that needed corpses and undead to create undead creatures, he could directly control the undead in the dungeon. So much so that the undead near the arena were now being pulled over by him to fight. Upon hearing this, Li Chen suddenly realized, no wonder the Ugly Country was clearing monsters so quickly when they first entered the dungeon. It was all because of that death mage, directly controlling a large number of units for battle. In that case, maybe his enthralling mushroom could have the same effect. However, the current situation was more tense. In terms of direct combat power, the Bear Country clearly had the upper hand, but that death mage seemed to have some trick up his sleeve. Every time he was killed, he could instantly recover and throw himself back into the fight with full energy. It looked as if he had an undying body. So even though the Bear Country's group of berserkers could handle one child with one punch, facing the endless tide of undead and the unkillable death mage, they were only wasting their energy. They were now retreating step by step, almost on the verge of being wiped out. But Li Chen didn't care about who was stronger between the two sides. Instead, he asked a crucial question: after these two teams have been fighting for so long, what about the elite-level monster? The pharmacist from the team sighed and pointed to the sea of undead covering the entire arena below, slowly saying, "It's down there, underneath the entire arena. Do you see the crack in the middle of the ground in the arena? Jump down, and you'll find the monster room where the elite-level monster is located." These guys on both sides are fighting for the chance to go down there. After all, if only one side goes down, there's a high probability that the other side will steal the monster during the battle with the elite-level monster, or even stab them in the back. They will only dare to officially engage the monster in battle after driving everyone else away. By the way, that should be a very big creature. The roar just now came from it. Li Chen pondered for a moment. Ah, I see. Since they are all being so polite, let's do a good deed and go down to help them take care of the monster. As long as we defeat the monster quickly, they won't have a chance to steal it or stab us in the back, right? The pharmacist was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. That's true, but Before he could finish speaking, Li Chen stood up and raised his hand slightly. Be prepared. We'll charge in directly later. Later,
Looking down at the chaotic battlefield below, he squinted slightly, aiming at a crevice. Activating the fourth talent, Life of Plants. Selecting any plant at the center of the battlefield, he transformed it into an ice shroom and a coffee bean. Sunlight consumed. Ability activated. A blue mushroom emerged in a corner unnoticed by anyone. A brown coffee bean sprouted beside it, then dissipated, turning into dust floating away. Ice shroom, planting consumes 75 sunlight each time. Cooldown of 50 seconds, plant feature. Upon activation, the ice shroom briefly chants for a second, instantly freezing all hostile creatures within a 500-meter radius for 4 seconds. After thawing, all creatures will experience a continuous slowing effect for 15 seconds. This effect is weakened against enemies above level 80. In the blink of an eye, the blue mushroom slowly expanded, resembling a slumbering fairy opening its eyes. Then, crack! The entire field was frozen. A deep blue light began spreading from the ice shroom at its center. In an instant, it spread across the entire battlefield, freezing everything solidly in place. The battlefield, once filled with the deafening sounds of battle and the howls of the undead, fell into a moment of silence. Faintly, some sparkling snowflakes drifted down. After controlling the field with the ice shroom, Li Chen and the others who had been waiting on the side immediately rushed towards the crevice in the center of the field. The ice shroom could only freeze for 4 seconds. Afterward, the effect would turn into a slowing effect. But for them, 4 seconds were completely sufficient. Li Chen casually tossed a coffee bean to Du Shengding, instructing him to eat it. The appearance of this coffee bean was somewhat peculiar. Its overall shape was not the usual brown but a dark red emitting a faint glow. Somehow, at first glance, it gave off a slightly restless feeling. This was the plus version of the coffee bean enriched with fertilizer by Bai Ji. Coffee bean, plus version, an upgraded version of the coffee bean. A special plant that cannot be saved in the formation card. Plant feature, the state of enrichment lasts permanently. During this period, the coffee bean's refreshing effect will be greatly enhanced, transforming into a berserk effect, lasting 30 minutes. Targets under berserk will receive a certain degree of attack power increase and remain in a state of rage. This was a plant of enrichment experimented in the Northern Territory at that time. After understanding Du Xingding's abilities, Li Chen secretly confirmed the usefulness of this thing. Du Xingding's giant transformation required him to become angry, and this berserk coffee bean, when eaten, would provide him with continuous anger, conveniently solving the problem of his gentle and unassertive nature. Without hesitation, Du Shengding chewed it up. Immediately, a roar. A giant over 10 meters tall stood up out of nowhere, grabbing Li Chen and the others in one go. Then, directly stepping over the heads of the undead below, he leaped into the crevice. In an instant, within the entire Mishi Yudu, a message appeared before each transferee's eyes. The Huaxia transferee team is the first to reach the location of the elite-level beast. Mishi Titan, there are 60 different types of elite-level beasts in the outer city area of Mishi Yudu. Other transferees, please hasten your progress. Subsequently, the 4 seconds had passed. On the huge arena, the slowly thawing sides of the Ugly Nation and the Bear Nation faced each other. The higher-level human transferees had gradually returned to normal, while the undead were still in a state of blue light-induced deceleration. While frozen, they all retained their consciousness. In other words, they can only watch helplessly as the Huaxia people suddenly rushed into the crevice from the corner, unable to do anything themselves. The Ugly Nations group was extremely frustrated. They had been gradually moving towards victory after a fierce battle, and now this. They were actually ambushed by the Huaxia people who appeared out of nowhere. It was truly a great humiliation. Ha ha ha, didn't expect that, did you? Fellow warriors of the Ugly Nation, after all the hard work we put in, it doesn't feel good to have our prey snatched away by someone else, does it? The group from the Bear Nation burst into laughter, appearing less angry than the Ugly Nation. After all, they were the ones who found this place first. The Ugly Nation later took the lead, on the verge of defeating them and claiming the elite monsters for themselves. But little did they know, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Ha ha, serves them right. Now, due to the Ugly Nation's attack, the Bear Nation is severely weakened and can no longer compete. They can only step back for now and watch the Ugly Nation's predicament with a smile. Damn it! Forget about those uglies. Let's deal with the Huaxia people below first. They dared to snatch the prey we were eyeing. They must be tired of living. The Ugly Nation's necromancer glared fiercely at the gloating bears across from them, then waved his hand, commanding the undead horde to rush towards the crevice. The Huaxia people were caught off guard, but the elite monsters below were no pushovers. Although these Huaxia people managed to show some cleverness, they were still too naive. Thinking that jumping into the monster room first would give them an advantage, the reckless consequence of this was that, in the midst of battling elite monsters, they had no time to consider their surroundings. They were eventually engulfed by the horde of undead they were so proud of, ending up with nothing. He didn't care what the Huaxia had obtained seconds before by eliminating thousands. He was confident enough. In the entire city of death, he was the only one who could instantly kill an elite undead monster. But the next moment, ding! Huaxia Transcender's team successfully defeats the elite undead monster, Death Titan. Meeting the conditions for passage, Huaxia Transcender's team acquires the item. Level 2 pass card for the City of Death. Huaxia Transcenders gain the right to enter the buffer relay station for rest, and are directly teleported to the relay station area. Remaining elite undead monsters, 59. Other Transcenders? Please continue to strive. The Ugly Nation Transcenders gathered at the crevice, ready to charge in, all petrified in place instantly. The leading necromancer's face turned pale and green alternately. His expression was quite a sight. The Bear Nation team at the entrance of the arena, preparing to retreat, first froze, then burst into laughter. A bunch of muscular men were rolling on the ground, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, they got wiped out in an instant. Ha ha ha, you guys fought us for over 10 minutes. The Huaxia people went down. Not even half a minute. Ha ha ha, why bother? Why fight us at all? It's really hilarious. Ha ha ha. The Ugly Nation group felt a mix of shame and anger, unsure where to direct their frustration. After all, they were also guilty of stealing monsters. How could they blame others for doing the same? But how did things escalate to this point? The leading undead necromancer was furious and puzzled, unable to make sense of it all. It was truly strange. Elite monsters were akin to mini-bosses of the Lord level. The elite monsters in this dungeon were at least level 90. It would take him 2 to 3 minutes to control them using necromancy skills, yet they were done in just over 10 seconds. What method did these Huaxia people use? Time rewinds. Over 10 seconds ago, when Du Shengding transformed into a giant and jumped into the crevice with Li Chen and the others, they realized that this seemingly dark crevice was much deeper than it appeared. A roar echoed from the depths, sounding distant and somewhat melodious. Fortunately, 2 seconds later, they reached the bottom of the pit. The dark surroundings suddenly lit up, revealing the true appearance of this area. It turned out to be a huge underground laboratory. A cultivation tank over 10 meters high stood in the center, its glass body already shattered, green liquid spilling all over the floor. Behind it, a pair of murky yellow eyes slowly lit up. A giant almost as tall as the giant Du Shengding, who had grown in size, stood up facing the sudden light, letting out a deafening roar. At the same time, information about the monster appeared on Li Chen and others' interface. Elite Beast, Titan of the End, Level, LV. 92. Introduction. A huge experimental body discovered underground in the end of the world. Its body has undergone countless modifications, becoming the largest creature in the end of the world, hence earning the nickname Titan. The end of the world Titan possesses pure physical strength, an extremely tough body that requires high output to defeat. If encountered in a narrow space, one can only rely on luck. It sounded quite mystical, but to Li Chen, it was just an enlarged version of a walking corpse. Before taking action, he had already planned out all the strategies. The necromancer from that ugly country controlled the actions of other walking corpses, which could be determined by the instance as a quick kill. In that case, wasn't his enthrall mushroom also complete control? So, using the enthrall mushroom to control an elite level beast, could it be considered a kind of instant kill in a sense? Theory concluded. Practice began. As he fell from the crack, he had already prepared 2 things in his hands: hybrid plants, enthrall mushroom throwers, and simple enthrall mushrooms, the former for groups, the latter for individuals. This way, no matter what kind of enemy he encountered, he could handle it perfectly, and the current Titan was clearly the latter. The first to land, Meng Qing raised his hands high, emitting a golden light all around. This was the invigorating technique he had casually taken from the holy warrior of the Gaul team during the potion trade, which significantly increased the attack speed of all his units. Jiang Xiaoxiao, cooperate with Senior Du, and stuff this thing into the mouth of the end of the world Titan. Li Chen also uprooted the enthrall mushroom from the flower pot and threw it to Jiang Xiaoxiao in front of him. Jiang Xiaoxiao caught it casually, looked up at the giant Du Shengding, and grinned. Got it. Du Shengding, go, give it a punch. Du Shengding, still in a rage, didn't bother to speak. He let out a roar and strode towards the Titan on the opposite side. Zhang Xiaoxiao took the opportunity to activate true chi possession and leaped onto Du Shengding's shoulder like lightning.
The end of the world Titan on the opposite side also roared back at Du Shengding, charging towards it.
But before it could do anything, Du Shengding was already in front of it. The next moment, its somewhat rotten cheekbone took a solid punch. With a dull thud, its nasal bone instantly shattered. The huge Titan fell backward, stumbling. Almost at the moment Du Shengding punched, Zhang Xiaoxiao, who was already prepared, leaped into the air with the enthrall mushroom half his height, like an arrow leaving the bow. The impact of the jump even made Du Shengding, a giant, retreat several steps, showing an incredulous look. Zhang Xiaoxiao instantly assumed a stance in the air, mobilizing the chi in his body, turning it into an invisible dragon. He shattered the Titan's teeth and smashed the enthrall mushroom into its mouth. Then, he landed steadily from a height of over 20 meters, relaxed, and took a deep breath. Li Chen squinted and found the end of the world Titan in a state of enchantment in the talent space. Then, using the third talent, he controlled it. The whole process flowed smoothly, seamlessly. The total time consumed didn't even exceed 10 seconds. Congratulations! Your team has successfully defeated the World Titan and met the pass conditions. Congratulations on obtaining the item, the World Titan's second level pass card. You have defeated the elite monster, World Titan, LV 92, and gained 102, 385 experience points. Your experience has reached the limit. Your level has been raised, and your current level is LV 80. Your team has gained the right to enter the relay station. Do you want to enter the relay station for a brief rest? Li Chen took the card that appeared in front of him in a glow and put it away. Looking at the information displayed in the system, Li Chen was slightly puzzled. Relay station? What is this place? Glancing at Zhang Xiaoxiao and Meng Cheng beside him, both of them also looked puzzled. Has this situation never occurred in the previous strategies for the World Titan Shadow City? This is indeed strange. But, since it's a place for a brief rest, might as well go. Li Chen chose to confirm. Immediately, a white light emanated from everyone in the team. Half a second later, they were collectively transported and disappeared without a trace. After Li Chen and the others successfully defeated the boss, chaos erupted in the instance channel. Leader of the Bear Country, this is hilarious. The people from the ugly country standing at the monster room's door, helplessly watching their monster being stolen. Just like clowns. Ha ha ha. Leader of the Bear Country, click to view image, Leader of the Bear Country, at Leader of the Huaxia team. Thank you, Dava Lishi, for helping us vent our anger. Ha ha ha. Leader of the ugly country, damn it. Shut up. Dare to boast even though your subordinates are defeated. Don't want the next elite monster either. Ha. Leader of the Sakura country, to actually snatch monsters from the ugly country's subordinates. What methods did Huaxia use? Leader of the Bear Country, who knows? From entering the monster room to the announcement of victory, the Huaxia team took less than half a minute in total. This speed is simply incredible. System announcement, the Gaul team has successfully defeated the elite monster, Wrathful Light Undead Tide, and met the pass conditions. The Gaul team has obtained the item, the World Titan's second level pass card. There are 58 elite monsters remaining. Other job changers, please keep up the good work. Leader of the Empire where the sun never sets, at Leader of the Gaul team. Didn't you withdraw? How come you popped out to fight monsters? Leader of the Gaul team, haha, bought that thing from Huaxia, 1 shot for a normal zombie, 20 shots for this kind of elite monster. It's simply too powerful, but our holy warrior inexplicably lost a skill. Don't know if it's related to this thing. Leader of the Gaul team, I won't say more. Friends, we are content with reaching this point. Taking a step first, goodbye. After sending that message, the alchemist of the Gaul team closed the interface in front of him. It was also thanks to their good luck that they encountered that type of group elite monster. Although their numbers were many, individually they were not strong. After applying control skills and adding buffs by the holy warrior, they just shot randomly holding a flower pot and it was over. In fact, most of the job changers in the Gaul team leaned towards support and frontline roles. Although they were highly regarded in the world, it was all in terms of being teammates. For them to independently form a team and tackle such a world-class instance, reaching this point was already quite good. Thinking carefully, this time they really owed it to Huaxia. After getting out,
They could persuade the higher-ups to improve relations with Huaxia as soon as possible.
Huaxia, possessing such power, standing at the top of the world. It's probably just a matter of time. Thinking this, he nodded slowly and turned to signal his teammates, preparing to leave together. But as soon as he turned around, Pucci, a silver-white ninja sword suddenly pierced through his chest. Following that, there was a sinister cold laugh. Don't blame us. Blame the Huaxia who gave you this thing. This voice was the language of cherry blossoms. The alchemist from Gaul opened his mouth, trying to make a sound to alert his teammates, but when he spoke, only a lot of blood gushed from his throat. As life gradually slipped away, the alchemist staggered and fell to his knees. Wide-eyed, he watched as his teammates fell one by one in front of him, along with the black-clad cherry blossom ninjas. His mind blank. They had been ambushed. But when did this happen? This is the special power of Huaxia. Truly extraordinary, perhaps even a divine object. Ha! The ninja who betrayed him slowly walked up to him, picking up a pot containing a pea shooter from the ground. Then, looking at it, he muttered to himself, this thing, it didn't automatically attack us. It seems that the attacking units only target monsters. After scrutinizing it for a while, the ninja casually threw the pea shooter to a nearby companion. Then, squatting down, he stared coldly at the alchemist kneeling on the ground and let out a chilling laugh. In this world, only the fittest survive. Blame yourselves for being too weak. With that, he gave a signal. A large group of ninjas instantly disappeared, as if they had never appeared. Only 2 open bottles were left in the place where they had been. Inside the bottles, a very strong smell of blood wafted out in all directions. Seeing the cherry blossom ninjas all gone, the alchemist from Gaul, trembling, took out a bottle of healing potion from his pocket, trying to remove the stopper with his gradually cold fingers. When trading with Huaxia, he had actually been a bit cautious. Not all of the potions used for trading. He had secretly kept a few bottles, just in case. As long as he could drink the potion in his hand, he could be saved, and his teammates too. Roar accompanied by a low growl. The ground trembled. The grass from all directions made unsettling noises. The horde of corpses within a few kilometers was attracted by the strong smell of blood. Obviously, those cherry blossom people intended to use the opportunity to kill and destroy the evidence. Watching the approaching corpses at the end of the road, the alchemist shook his hand and threw the potion bottle on the ground. The bottle cracked, but the deafening growls of the corpses could not be drowned out. In the end, system notification, Gaul team encountered an external horde of corpses. All members wiped out, other transferees. Please be cautious and keep up the good work. Instance channel, leader of Bear Country, the Gaul team was wiped out. What happened? Weren't they supposed to leave? Leader of the empire where the sun never sets, haven't the external corpses been dealt with almost? They managed to come from the external area into the city of the dead. There's no reason they should be wiped out by the horde. Leader of Cherry Blossom Country, bad luck. They just happened to run into the remaining horde of corpses. This instance is just that cruel. Leader of White Elephant Country, that's really unlucky. Sigh. Does anyone know where they died? I'll go see if I can pick up some equipment or something. Leader of Cherry Blossom Country, give up. We've already checked. The methods of the corpses are extremely brutal. We only found the second level pass they dropped. So we'll take the lead. Leader of Bear Country, hey, have you no shame, picking up things from the dead? You're using what others have worked hard for as stepping stones? Is this the only lowly tactic you cherry blossoms have? Leader of Cherry Blossom Country, survival of the fittest, that's how cruel this world is. You powerful nations are oblivious, never considering a small country struggling to survive in between. Ugly country leader, from a rational perspective, Sakura Country does have a point. Bear Country leader, one loots corpses, the other steals monsters. You two are just competing with each other. Sakura Country leader, you're just jealous that we got a big advantage for free. Sunset Empire leader, at Sakura Country leader. Enough, it's disgusting. The entrance to the Twilight City instance, located in a separate space. Its design resembles a human city, with the only difference being the absence of living beings inside. As the only safe zone in the entire instance, it provides all the resources that players need. Food, water, alchemical materials, safe resting spots, and the essential job advancement crystals for players to level up. Li Chen and the others gathered some food nearby and were taking a brief rest in the job advancement square. Ding, 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 the instance channel kept buzzing. Meng Qing casually checked and furrowed her brows in confusion. Huh? Gull Country got wiped out. Li Chen, munching on an energy bar, remained silent.
Jiang Xiaoxiao shrugged and said,
not surprising,
their strength was lacking.
Meng Qing continued reading, trying to understand the situation. After a while,
she clenched her fists and slammed the ground in frustration. Damn.
This is disgusting.
Sakura Country looted the corpses and took the passes Gull Country just obtained.
How is this any different from stealing someone's offerings?
As Meng Qing spoke,
she blinked and asked in confusion, and did they only find the passes? I remember.
Yang's pea shooter also. Before Meng Qing could finish her sentence, Li Chen had already activated plant empathy and located the pea shooter he had traded to Gull Country. As the connection was established, he heard familiar Sakura language. Yo, this plant weapon is really awesome. We hit the jackpot this time.
Hit the jackpot?
As his vision cleared, Li Chen smirked coldly, directing the pea shooter. He aimed at the leader of the small Sakura group and fired.
Thud, a dull sound. The small Sakura, who was smiling seconds ago, was instantly sent flying by a huge pea. What? Isn't this thing for fighting monsters? Why is it suddenly attacking people? What the heck? Seeing this, the other Sakura players present were on high alert. After a moment of panic,
they quickly used strong control skills to restrain the rampaging pea shooter.
Li Chen shrugged indifferently, initially planning to eliminate the pea shooter remotely. However, he reconsidered, thinking it might be more useful to keep it on the other side. After all, he always had control over all plant firepower. Leaving it there would allow him to monitor the actions of the small Sakura group. These guys were used to playing dirty tricks, so having a monitoring tool was a precaution. With that in mind, Li Chen severed the connection and returned to reality. Then, it was time to eat, drink, replenish energy with teammates, and eventually change jobs. Everything proceeded smoothly. With Li Chen's help, the Huaxia team was far ahead, advancing with astonishing momentum. As long as they maintained this pace, clearing the world-class instance first was no problem at all. Roar, not far away.
The giant-sized Du Shengding let out a muffled roar, then gave a moderate punch to the Titan zombie beside him. It seemed like he was frustrated that he couldn't eat with Li Chen and the others. After all, the plant cards that had been used were disposable.
Du Shengding rarely transformed into a raging giant,
only to revert back after defeating an elite monster.
Wasn't that a waste?
As for the Titan zombie beside him, it had simply become a friendly unit under Li Chen's control and had been transported to the instance together. This meant that Li Chen's team now had two giants overseeing them. The upcoming battles would surely be much easier.
Hey, Xiao Xiao, try planting these corn cannon seeds on the Titan's shoulders.
I want to see what kind of chemical reaction these two things can produce when combined.
And then, I'll go change my class, rest a bit more, and then we'll continue forward. With these words, Li Chen slowly walked towards the huge class change crystal below. The towering blue crystal, several meters high, emitted a faint glow. Suspended high in the open square,
the power it emitted was enough to repel all visitors from other realms. No one knew whether these glowing blue crystals were gifts or cunning tools used by other realms.
But for now, they were humanity's last and only means of defense against the monsters.
Li Chen held his breath and focused,
establishing a connection with the crystal. Connection successful.
Your level meets the requirements for class change. Please choose whether to proceed with the class change.
You have chosen to change class. Level cap unlocked to LV 100. Here are the new talent skills you have acquired. New talent, plant replacement talent description. With this talent,
you can ignore distance and spatial limitations to replace connected plants with any unlocked plant.
Your talent, Dave's Plant Shop, has been upgraded. More unlockable plants are now available. Here are the new unlocked plant cards: Twin Sunflower, Tall Nut, Imitator, Spike Rock, Cattail, Doom Shroom. Wait, Doom Shroom? Li Chen was stunned, his expression showing excitement, even blurting out, "This is incredible."
Jiang Xiaoxiao and the others nearby approached,
curious about the situation. Li Chen didn't hold back.
He immediately entered Dave's shop and bought all the newly lit plant cards inside. Then he casually threw a flower pot and dropped the Doomshroom seed into it. The menacing black mushroom slowly emerged,
startling everyone.
Li Chen waved his hand, signaling them to use appraisal skills to check the situation.
Jiang Xiaoxiao, the leader, walked towards the black mushroom thoughtfully. Then, she slowly raised a hand. Doomshroom, each planting consumes 125 sunlight. Cooldown of 50 seconds. Plant characteristics. After a 1-second chant upon activation, the Doom Shroom explodes. With the power equivalent to a nuclear weapon explosion of 10,000 tons of TNT, the destructive impact will directly kill all class changers below level 150 within range. The explosion's shockwave can spread up to 5 kilometers, and its radiation effects will persist long-term. Please use with caution. Note, the plant's upper limit will increase with the advancement of professional levels. The introduction of the Doom Shroom was lengthy and seemed somewhat cumbersome at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, it became clear. All the information about the Doom Shroom was about the immense power it could unleash. A nuclear weapon equivalent to 10,000 tons of TNT. A shockwave range of 5 kilometers. Along with long-lasting radiation. The sole purpose of this thing's existence was pure slaughter. If detonated here, it would likely flatten the entire instance in an instant, indiscriminately killing all class changers within. With such powerful weapons, it only costs a little over 100 suns. Not even half of a corn cannon. How incredible is this? As long as Li Chen wishes, he could easily stock up on a bunch of destruction mushrooms and thoroughly clean up the surface of Blue Star. Li Chen possesses the power to destroy the world, yet he is only at level 80 now. This is simply. Jiang Xiaoxiao's face showed an unexpected expression for the first time. She looked at the destruction mushroom in front of her, then at Li Chen beside her, and clapped silently. Meng Qing was completely dumbfounded. Mouth wide open, eyes widened, unable to speak for a while. After holding back for a while, he finally cautiously asked, Yang, can I try your skill? Seeing Li Chen's many outrageous actions along the way, Li Chen's image had completely changed in Meng Qing's mind. From an unknown person at the beginning to the amazing performance in the battle with Jiang Xiaoxiao, and now, the strength to easily flatten dungeons. Meng Qing dared not speak any more big words about catching up with Li Chen sooner or later. Such immense power already made him content just by touching it. Li Chen, on the other hand, became interested and wanted to know if the legendary skill of seizing by force could replicate his own abilities. So, he nodded in agreement. Meng Qing, excited to have permission, quickly walked to Li Chen's side and activated the ability. Without hesitation, he placed it on the ground. Then, a huge black mushroom slowly grew, standing quietly there. It seemed no different from the destruction mushroom nearby, but the feeling it gave was completely different. Li Chen approached and used the appraisal skill on the thing. Item, big black umbrella mushroom, type, plant, description, a relatively rare fungus. Not edible, obviously. Meng Qing successfully seized his skill but couldn't replicate it. This was not surprising, as Meng Qing had already thought about it. His ability to seize by force was to take others' skills, not innate talents. For example, Jiang Xiaoxiao, he could take any of her skills, but without the support of Qi Hai, the power he could exert was still very limited. These strange plants of Li Chen's, like Jiang Xiaoxiao's Qi Hai, were unique talents that only he could use, unattainable and uncopyable. Alright, get ready. Preparations complete. Let's set off. Li Chen put away the destruction mushroom and then glanced at Jiang Xiaoxiao beside him. Jiang Xiaoxiao nodded, tapped on the popped-up dungeon interface. System prompt, you have chosen to complete rest. About to be teleported out of the relay station, please confirm here to start the teleportation. Jiang Xiaoxiao clicked confirm without hesitation. The familiar white light appeared again, enveloping everyone. Then, the light dissipated. The vast job change square was devoid of any human presence, while Li Chen and the others were busy raiding the end of the World Ghost City dungeon. People outside the dungeon were also busy dealing with their own troubles. The people outside had already connected with the Dungeon Management Bureau and the interior of the dungeon. When they saw the Huaxia team perfectly snatching monsters, being the first to kill elite-level monsters and enter the relay station, almost everyone cheered. Li Chen and the others were not the first group of job-changing teams to enter the relay station, but given the increased difficulty of the dungeon, they were the first to enter the relay station at such a fast speed. Almost everyone thought that the possibility of success in raiding the dungeon this time was high and had begun to prepare to celebrate victory when alarms suddenly came from military departments across Huaxia, and what these alarms were conveying was the same message: a surge of beasts, the scale of which had spiraled out of control, requesting support. The Imperial Capital Military Department, in a sense, was the core of the military in Huaxia. Various complex strategic matters encountered by military departments across the regions could generally be handed over to the Imperial Capital Military Department to seek solutions. For example, the turmoil caused by transcenders, or the crisis of overwhelming beast surges. But simultaneously, beast surges were erupting across various regions of Huaxia. How could such a coincidence occur?
The 6 departments of the imperial capital swiftly sprang into action to investigate the matter.
Tianfu also began bustling, participating in the suppression tasks of beast surges across the regions. At this moment, in the Tongxian division, in the courtyard prepared by Dongfang Changming for Baifeng, the head of Tianfu, Lu Owen, hung up the 18th call he had answered, supporting his forehead with a serious expression. A beast surge erupting, and at a time like this. What on earth was happening? Coincidence? Or was some force scheming in the shadows? Baifeng, who was setting up the formation, sighed slowly and raised his head to say, "There are no coincidences in this world. Everything has its connections. If one cannot figure it out, it's simply because they haven't thought of it yet." This was a hint that Baifeng must have seen some clues to say such words. Luoan understood very well and gradually calmed his restless heart. Taking a deep breath, he pondered deeply. What could be linking these simultaneous beast surges? What kind of connections should there be between the beast surges? At this moment, coincidentally, new information arrived from Tianfu.
According to reports from various countries, the frequent occurrence of beast surges was not limited to Huaxia. This situation was happening across the entire Blue Star.
Correspondingly, all the cracks of the deathly realm in various regions were sealed shut. Upon hearing this, Luoan suddenly brightened up and exclaimed with sudden realization, "No wonder. That statement was not just for the strategists in the instance dungeons. It's also for all humans on the entire Blue Star."
One of the initial purposes of strategizing the Deathly Realm was to prevent the increasingly frequent beast surges caused by it.
The world-class instance dungeon, the Deathly Realm,
possessed the ability to make all beasts go berserk.
And now,
because the Deathly Realm had realized it was about to be successfully strategized, it had resorted to some means to try to slow down the pace of human strategizing.
At least, that's how it appeared so far.
And once this assumption was established, humans would have to face a very serious problem.
That is,
these instances born from other realms,
or spatial rifts.
Perhaps they had their own consciousness, or some other mysterious force was pulling the strings behind the scenes.
Luoan didn't need to think about what would come next,
as Li Chan and his team delved deeper into the strategizing of the Deathly Realm.
The beast surges triggered by the Deathly Realm would surely become more severe. And then, under this premise, two outcomes would emerge: either the Deathly Realm would be strategized first,
and the beast surges would be eradicated, or humans wouldn't last until that moment, and would perish before the Deathly Realm was strategized, under the onslaught of endlessly growing beast surges.
As for giving up the strategy, unfortunately,
the Transcender team had already ventured deeper,
long past the gates of the Deathly Realm. Just as stated in the introduction of the Deathly Realm Instance Dungeon,
from the moment they crossed the threshold, there was no turning back. This statement was not just for the strategists,
but for all humans on the Blue Star.
The strategy of the Deathly Realm could no longer be interrupted, and the option of giving up naturally did not exist.
And giving up? Countless Transcenders had followed one after another, spending over 5 months,
exchanging so much blood and sweat for the opportunity,
finally achieving results. Why did they give up? This is a trial, and the object of the trial is every individual. Luoan furrowed his brows, took out his phone, and dialed a number. Putting it to his ear, he slowly spoke. "Initiate emergency plan.
Balance the military strength of Huaxia in various regions. Use maximum force to combat the beast tide.
Must persist until the dungeon is cleared." Is everyone clear on this? Luoan's voice was firm and unquestionable.
The person on the other end of the phone hesitated for a moment,
then quickly responded. "Understood, Lord Luoan." Subsequently, Luoan's orders were formulated by the Heavenly Mansion and sent to the military headquarters.
The military then processed them and passed them on to the skilled individuals guarding various regions of Huaxia. The military and the Heavenly Mansion operated at full capacity, swiftly analyzing the situations faced by various regions of Huaxia and compiling a list based on the threats encountered in each area.
The strong defenders in each region, as well as renowned groups of job changers or families,
would be dispatched to provide support to various regions of Huaxia according to the rankings on this list. This way, it ensured that cities across Huaxia had sufficient strength to deal with the beast tide. This would prevent a situation where one side had an excess of defensive forces while the other was instantly overwhelmed by the beast tide.
Baifeng, located within the star array, nodded slowly,
his serious expression slightly easing.
Evidently, through divination, he had understood what was happening. Faced with the challenge posed by the alien world, Huaxia chose to confront the threat.
And the outcome of this choice was undoubtedly great fortune.
Wait, no, that's not right. Bai Feng's expression gradually changed.
Celestial phenomena and fate would slowly change over time.
The choices of certain individuals could often lead to a completely different outcome. And now,
he watched helplessly as the auspicious hexagram before him changed. The biggest issue was in the southeast direction.
Unable to delve deeper,
Bai Feng had to first inform others of the information he had obtained.
Upon hearing this information, Dongfang Changming and Luowen exchanged a glance, both looking puzzled.
Luowen immediately called the person in charge of the military headquarters to inquire about any potential weak points in the southeast direction.
Surprisingly, some were indeed identified. Due to the gamification of the world,
the southeast of Huaxia had become filled with rugged and complex terrain.
What were once large cities had been divided by various terrains into small provinces.
If each provincial city had to assign a defender, there simply weren't enough strong individuals in Huaxia. So, some less important areas with minimal threat from the beast tide were left unguarded for the time being. Only a portion of troops were dispatched,
without assigning any strong defenders. As for the far southeast, that should be Yunzhou City, right? Yunzhou? Isn't that where Li Chen is from? The people present were somewhat shocked. However, the military's explanation was indeed correct. The southern terrain was complex, and it was unlikely that each provincial city could send a defender.
They could only assign a few more flexible high-level job changers to move where needed.
Yunzhou, with its scarce dungeon resources, city resources, and defense forces, was far inferior to large cities. However, even if a beast tide broke out, it would likely only be at a level around 40.
With their own forces and the troops sent from the imperial capital,
it should be manageable. But, to prevent any unexpected occurrences, it was prudent to provide more attention to weaker areas like Yunzhou. Speaking of Yunzhou, I have a suitable candidate in mind. Suddenly, Dongfang Changming spoke up. At the same time,
he turned to look at Baiji.
In fact,
when Yunzhou was mentioned earlier,
Baiji, standing in the crowd,
had already shown a noticeable change in expression.
At this moment, Dongfang Changming suddenly made a suggestion. Naturally, it was related to her abilities. Yunzhou was Li Chen's hometown. Li Chen's power also began to manifest from Yunzhou. Previously, Li Chen had a record of single-handedly blocking a small wave of beasts. Therefore, Li Chen also left many plants in Yunzhou. Dongfang Changming specifically confirmed this with Yunzhou.
As long as those plants were there, Baiji's ability could play a huge role. The threat of the beast tide over there was not too great,
and giving it to Baiji to handle was a rare opportunity for practical combat.
Now it was just a matter of seeing if the miss of the Bai family,
who was a lifestyle class professional, could muster the courage. The next moment, despite all eyes being on her,
Baiji did not hesitate at all.
She decisively said, "Yes, I'll go. I'll protect Yunzhou." At this moment, in Baiji's view,
as a member of the Bai family, she was also a part of the Tongshin division.
How could she not take the initiative to stand up and take responsibility? Moreover, the last time Li Chen helped defend the Northern Territory, how could she stand by and watch without helping Li Chen's hometown? Yunzhou,
with Li Chen's traces, was the most suitable place for her to go? What else was there for her to hesitate about?
This made a lot of sense. Li Chen's plants, combined with Baiji's fertilizer, should be more than enough to deal with those level 40 to 50.
No, even if the danger increased this time,
dealing with a level 60 beast tide should still be more than manageable. Several people all looked at Bai Feng. After all,
he was Baiji's guardian. Letting their own daughter take risks like this,
no matter how you looked at it. Bai Feng nodded over there, his expression unexpectedly calm. "All right, take your mother with you." With that said, he turned to look at Luowen. "Arrange for Lin Huayu to guard the key cities near Yunzhou. Is that okay?
With her there, one person can alleviate the majority of the beast tide pressure.
The surrounding state-level cities will also be much easier." Luowen nodded. "I'll have someone arrange it right away." With that, he looked down at Baiji, his expression softening slightly. Then, "Miss Bai, the task of guarding Li Chen's hometown is entrusted to you."
Baiji nodded solemnly and saluted Luowen with great seriousness. The standard of her gesture even made this military man,
who had come out of the military, marvel. He couldn't help but sigh. Nowadays, no one cared about these old-fashioned formalities. Baiji, as a lifestyle class transfer, actually paid attention to such things. It was truly unexpected.
Then she picked up her phone and directly contacted the Northern Territory Military Department.
Indeed, it's pretty much as I expected. With Li Chen around,
our dungeon raid has become much easier.
Inside the dungeon, in the city area of the inner city of the Nishi Yudu,
Jiang Xiaoxiao stretched lazily, sitting on Du Xingding's shoulder,
yawning, and speaking very leisurely. As for Li Chen,
he was with Meng Qing, sitting on Du Xingding's palm,
busy pondering his new plants and abilities.
The first team continued with their usual work,
using their speed advantage for frontline reconnaissance.
The responsibility for the output of Li Chen and his team was all placed on the Mishi Titan controlled by Li Chen.
The giant zombie, over 10 meters tall, could smash a building with one punch. Each of its shoulders carried a corn cannon.
Once the cooldown was over,
it would be remotely controlled by Li Chen to randomly bombard.
On top of its head were a bunch of machine gunners and watermelon throwers.
It was decorated to look like a Christmas tree. The zombies and various mutants surging around couldn't even get close.
As soon as they showed themselves, they would be killed to bits by the intense firepower on the Titan.
The group hung on Du Xingding, who was also a giant, feeling quite relaxed. Plant replacement.
Replacing small plants with things like cherry bombs and doomshrooms should work.
Speaking of corn cannons,
they are directly transformed through corn pitchers.
Isn't this already a form of plant replacement?
Li Chen sat cross-legged on Du Xingding's hand,
with several flower pots around him. Occasionally, they would be replaced by all sorts of strange plants.
The appearance of the twin sunflowers made Li Chen extremely delighted.
Originally, a sunflower hybrid with a sunshroom, or a sunflower self-pollination, could already achieve double the output. Now, directly double crossbreeding twin sunflowers, 4 times the sunlight output of a regular sunflower. Absolutely delightful. When he returned, he would replace all the sunflowers in his vegetable garden. Additionally,
due to a consecutive increase of 20 levels,
his extra talent, the capacity of the 100 herb seed box, expanded from 10 to 30. Now, he wouldn't lack grid space.
He would stockpile a bunch of enriched doomshrooms and crazily throw them out when needed.
Oh, and the cattails and imps. These two are heavyweight as well.
The cattail was already formidable in the original game.
It tracks the entire field, hitting whoever it catches. After the system conversion, it became even more outrageous. Cattail costs 225 sunlight per planting. Cooldown of 50 seconds. Plant characteristics. Cattail can release guided thorns, releasing 2 each time, with an attack power equivalent to a pea shooter. Once the thorns lock onto an enemy, unless the enemy changes their own dimensional plane, they will be hit until death. Single target tracking bullets that chase until death. As for what changing dimensional plane refers to,
Li Chen speculated it should be related to instances and blue stars.
But it doesn't matter. With an attack power equivalent to a pea shooter, it means it only takes 10 shots to take down an enemy. Cattail shoots twice at a time, so that's 5 shots. Its attack interval is 1.4 seconds, so that adds up to 7 seconds. 7 seconds, covering the entire blue star. Truly terrifying. As for the imp, Li Chen's mind moved, clicking to view. Imp planting consumes variable sunlight each time.
Cooldown time determined by the imitated object. Plant characteristics. The imp can imitate any designated plant or monster.
After planting, it transforms after chanting for 3.2 seconds. The imp will inherit all attributes of the imitated object and fight steadfastly for you. Can be controlled through the third talent. Can imitate monsters? Great! Without hesitation, Li Chen already had a plan in mind. He glanced back at the battling world-ending titans and casually threw out a seed of an imp. It's decided to be you, the second giant zombie. Swish swish swish, the imp quickly grew, spinning in mid-air. By the time it landed,
it had transformed into another gray titan over 10 meters tall.
Boom, the earth trembled.
Du Xingding was also startled by this scene,
staggering for a moment,
almost throwing Jiang Xiaoxiao off his shoulder.
Fortunately, Jiang Xiaoxiao was agile enough,
performing a graceful mid-air somersault and flipping back onto Du Xingding's right shoulder.
Still in that lazy and relaxed manner, half squinting, she looked into the distance. Then, her brows slightly furrowed. Over there are so many plants, covering the mountains and plains. It's all a sea of green. Plants? Li Chen,
sitting cross-legged on Du Xingding's hand, also straightened slightly, looking towards where Jiang Xiaoxiao pointed.
Just as she said, walking along this street, about 2 miles away,
Half of the city's ruins were shrouded in a dark green shade. On the broken walls and ruins, various vines and ferns crawled everywhere. The reinforced concrete on the streets was buried under flowers and wild grass, with sunlight filtering through dense tree leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The once recognizable paths were now indiscernible, torn apart by roots and vines, forming narrow and winding trails. Fortunately, with the presence of 3 giants, they could forge ahead through the thickets. If one were to walk in normally, they might lose their way while constantly pushing aside branches and thickets. The air carried a faint fragrance of plants, mingling the scents of nameless wildflowers and green leaves. Under the slightly pale sunlight above, it almost felt like an outing in the countryside. This place, is it Yang's territory? Doesn't Yang have that ability? The one that turns ordinary plants into his own plant weapons. Meng Qing showed a bit of cleverness. Thinking of this, Li Chen nodded and casually activated his 4th talent, replacing some small flowers and grass around with his own plants to serve as a lookout. Then, he propped his chin, gazing thoughtfully at the scene before him. Logically, the desolate city was akin to a scenario like a biohazard crisis. Virus leakage, city in ruins, desolate streets filled with walking corpses, and abandoned laboratories. But in such a world setting, how could such lush greenery exist? It was quite normal for abandoned uninhabited cities to be gradually taken over by plants and wildlife. However, such changes usually started from the outskirts of the city. It was unheard of for a plant invasion to erupt from within the city. Instance notification: the Ugly Country transfer team has left the relay station and will be randomly teleported to a specific area in the inner city zone. Mission objective: locate and defeat the Lord-level demon beast in the inner city zone. Please note, there is only one Lord-level demon beast in the inner city zone. After defeating it, the road to the core area will be directly opened. But only the transfer team that defeats the Lord-level demon beast can receive the mission reward. Suddenly, a new prompt popped up before everyone's eyes. In the time that had passed, this was already the 10th one. Starting from when they left the relay station, every now and then, they would see this message pop up. Following them, the second group to come out was the Cherry Blossom people who found the Gull Pass. The third group was the Bear Country. And the fourth group was the White Elephant Country. They had thought the Ugly Country would come out in a hurry, but they unexpectedly delayed until now. It was unknown what was so appealing in the relay station for them to linger. The teams coming out of the relay station would be randomly teleported to any location in the inner city zone. Li Chen and his group were among the unlucky ones, being dumped directly on the outskirts and having to make their way in bit by bit. Looking at the instance channel, some lucky fellows seemed to have been directly thrown into the city covered by plants. They started fighting monsters as soon as they landed. Nevertheless, everyone's goal was the same: to find and take down the Lord-level demon beast ruling the inner city zone. Killing had rewards, and not killing would not incur any penalties. So this time, the transfer players from various countries got along particularly well. They searched for the boss's trail on one side and promptly shared the clues they found on the channel. Until White Elephant Country leader, at all members, our first team has lost contact. Has anyone seen them? Bear Country leader, something strange is happening here. We also suddenly lost 2 people in our team. Stick Country leader, damn, it's haunted. I just saw a white elephant person being dragged away by something invisible. White Elephant Country leader, where are you guys located? We're coming over right away. Leader of the Stick Country, click to view location. Leader of the Stick Country, if we want to save people, we better do it quickly. I feel something suspicious here. Let's not stay here. Let's leave first. Afterwards, there was silence on the channel for a long time. During this time, Meng Qing quickly contacted the first team on their side. After confirming that they were all fine, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Xiaoxiao looked at the location sent by the Stick Country, lowered her head thoughtfully, and looked at Li Chen holding Du Xingding's hand. This place seems not far from us. Should we go and take a look? Maybe the mastermind is the Lord-level monster we are looking for. Li Chen nodded in agreement. Anyway, they didn't care whether there were ghosts or not. The 3 giants here could flatten everything in sight. Under Li Chen's command, 2 titans stood in front and behind Du Xingding. One was responsible for clearing the way, and the other for guarding the rear. Looking at the entire instance, teams from over 200 countries, no one could achieve such a domineering strategy. It's just that the speed was a bit slow, but it didn't matter much. After walking a distance, a prompt popped up in front of everyone again. Instance report: White Elephant Country's transferee team completely wiped out. All transferees,
Please be vigilant. How much time has passed since White Elephant Country received the message to go and save people? Less than 5 minutes. They're gone? Leader of the Ugly Country, at Leader of the Stick Country, what's going on over there? Has the Lord-level monster appeared? Leader of the Bear Country, at Leader of the Stick Country, come out and tell us. You should be nearby. What's the situation over there? No one answered, but after a moment. Instance report, Stick Country's transferee team completely wiped out. All transferees, please be vigilant. The people in the instance channel were suddenly shocked to instantly wipe out 2 teams. Ordinary zombies and mutants couldn't do this. In the instance, to possess such power, it must be a lord-level monster that's not to be trifled with. After confirming this, a large number of transferees finally determined the direction and began to march. The Huaxia team naturally didn't sit idle. The first team, with the advantage of speed, also hurried towards that place, intending to scout the enemy's information in advance. Li Chen's 3 giants also accelerated their pace and headed deeper. During this time, Li Chen also used the 4th talent to transform some plants around, trying to find something suspicious. But unfortunately, it's unknown if that monster feared their strength. The Lord-level monster did not appear near them. Looking through the 4th talent, it was still just a deserted city covered with green plants, and zombies wandering aimlessly below. But the further they went, the denser the vegetation became. As they walked further, to allow the 3 giants to pass together, they had to spend some time clearing the plants that had almost merged with the buildings. Almost simultaneously, the first team sent back some bad news from their reconnaissance. They encountered a large number of mutant zombies at the target location. There were some issues during the evacuation. The sister from home and the Dark Rider both got injured. Although they had the gall recovery potion that Li Chen had obtained earlier, the wounds caused by these zombies strangely had a bit of a necromantic spell effect. These wounds probably could only be healed by skills like Holy Light. They had retreated to a safe place and were temporarily holding out. When the situation improved, they would meet up with Li Chen and the others. Zombies with necromantic spell effects. Li Chen subconsciously thought of the necromancer from the Ugly Country before. Could it be that the guy secretly retaliated and arranged a small group of walking corpses to set up an ambush? Li Chen sighed and had Du Shengding put them on the ground. Decided to increase the efficiency of moving forward. The Titan Giant, including Du Shengding, stayed outside first. If needed, they would come to support directly. Then, Li Chen, Jiang Xiaoxiao, and Meng Qing began to advance deeper. Soon after they started, they heard a series of miserable screams. The 3 looked at each other and moved forward. Opening a thicket, they happened to see 2 transfer players from the Empire of the Eternal Sun running frantically towards them. As they ran, they hysterically screamed, "It's alive! The plants here are all alive! The entire inner city is full of bosses! This dungeon is impossible to clear! I'm not fighting anymore! Let me out! I'm not fighting!" But before they could reach Li Chen, one of them suddenly fell to the ground. Fear was evident on his face as he frantically waved his arms, trying to grab his teammate. However, a dark green vine suddenly wrapped around his leg, dragging him forcefully into the thicket behind him. Immediately, the guy's miserable screams disappeared in an instant. The vast forest fell silent once again. The transfer player who managed to escape sat down with a thud, his eyes filled with unspeakable fear. Upon seeing Li Chen and the others, he seemed to see a lifeline. He quickly got up, stumbling and crying, trying to cling to Meng Qing's leg. Meng Qing was startled and quickly jumped aside, saying, "Hey, what are you doing? I'm not interested in men." The man knelt down, incoherently recounting his experience here. They had no chance of completing the raid. The entire inner city of the morning world was alive. Those plants were much more dangerous than the walking corpses. They lurked in every dark corner, waiting to strike. Once they found someone alone, they would immediately grab them like a python emerging from its den and drag them underground. Where they were taken, no one knew. But 2 team wipeout notifications had already popped up in succession. The fate of those people was easy to imagine. They were probably all taken by this monster as its nourishment. In short, our team is now left with only me. Please, save my life. If you're alone in a place like this, you can only wait for death. I don't want to die. I have a wife and children waiting for me at home. Wah! Watching the guy sobbing, Meng Qing impatiently kicked him in the butt, saying, "Go away! Get up! Show some backbone! Will you? Why are you so spineless? Li Chen furrowed his brow slightly and turned many of the plants around him into sunflowers. He wanted to use the eyes of his plants to get a good look at what was happening here. Many flowers, grasses, and trees around him simultaneously retracted into the ground, turning into glistening sunflowers. The transfer player from the Empire of the Eternal Sun turned pale with fear. Trembling, and unable to stand up, he kept muttering, "It's over, it's over, it's targeting us, it's over, it's over." Meng Qing gave him a disdainful look. "What's there to be nervous about? This is my brother Yang's ability. You really haven't seen the world." The guy was stunned for a moment, then followed Meng Qing's gaze to Li Chen. Li Chen raised an eyebrow, tacitly agreeing to this statement. Immediately, the guy from the Empire of the Eternal Sun's eyes lit up, and he crawled over to Li Chen, saying, "Young, brother Yang, you can control plants. Maybe you can really take down that boss. Can I join you guys? Now that we're trapped in the twilight of death, the only way out is to survive until the end. I just want to live. All the equipment of our squad is yours. Once you're out, I will request resources from the country to repay you for saving our lives. We should have left earlier, but our strength was insufficient." They didn't listen. And now, they're all dead, but I don't want to die. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, even starting to ramble. He truly wanted to survive from the bottom of his heart. He thought all hope was lost, but he never expected this Yang Gu before him to possess such power. He had been following the achievements of Huaxia closely, so, relying on the power of Huaxia might actually help them survive. However, Li Chen sighed and quietly said, "We don't need those things you mentioned. Do we look like people lacking equipment or money to you?" The transmigrator from the land of the setting sun on the opposite side was suddenly at a loss for words, his face pale, and his lips trembling. He feared that with a single command from Yang Gu, the Huaxia squad would leave him here to die alone. But Li Chen just pondered for a moment, then changed the subject abruptly. "Alright, what abilities do you have? If you can be of help to us, we might consider it. After all, the upcoming dungeons are full of dangers, and we don't want to carry dead weight in the team." Upon hearing this, the guy seemed to grasp at a lifeline and hurriedly said, "I am a holy light priest. I specialize in healing spells. I am the best priest in the entire land of the Setting Sun Empire." A holy light priest? A skill set that counters the undead. It seemed that the first squad didn't need to struggle until the end of the dungeon. Li Chen and Zhang Xiaoxiao exchanged a glance, their attitudes already clear. This guy could indeed be useful. Li Chen pulled Meng Qing aside, intending for him to acquire the priest's skills. However, Meng Qing awkwardly shook his head, indicating that his skills needed a cooldown period. The enhancements he had taken earlier were still usable, but acquiring new ones would be a challenge. Hearing this, Li Chen sighed. Then, he exchanged a glance with Zhang Xiaoxiao. Zhang Xiaoxiao nodded, approached the transmigrator, and patted his shoulder, saying, "All right, we agree. Follow us obediently. No other plans allowed. Otherwise, before the undead here move, I will smash your head first. Understood?" She even gestured with her fist, although she was not tall and didn't look particularly strong. For some reason, her fists exuded a powerful sense of oppression. The transmigrator from the land of the setting sun nodded repeatedly, without a hint of hesitation. He quickly introduced himself. "I am Edward Adam Davis. You can call me Davis. I will share all the information our squad has gathered about this Lord-level monster with you. Please, you must protect me." Li Chen also nodded, signaling to continue walking and talking. On the way, Davis recounted everything he had experienced so far in great detail. After completing the mission in the forest, the land of the setting sun squad had already suffered injuries. At that time, he had suggested that their strength was insufficient to make it through this dungeon filled with monsters. Once they entered the gates of the twilight of death, unless someone cleared it, they would have no chance to leave. However, his teammates believed they had just begun and started spouting a bunch of knightly spirit rhetoric. A large group of people bought a lot of potions from the camel country, intending to use them as support to make it all the way to the end in one go. With the support of these potions, they managed to battle elite-level monsters in the outer city area quite smoothly. The group then decided to strike while the iron was hot and headed directly towards the inner city. Without resting for long at the relay station, they immediately started a new strategy. Their luck was good, as they were directly transported deep into the inner city area. As they opened their eyes, they were surrounded by lush green plants and a few wandering zombies. Feeling confident, They thought they could breeze through to the end. And then, that thing appeared. The surrounding flowers, grass, and trees seemed to come to life,
making rustling noises to distract their attention while quietly changing positions,
separating everyone.
Team members went missing one by one until only the last 3 remained,
stubbornly resisting.
It was then that they realized how laughable the so-called night spirit was in the face of overwhelming strength.
The 3 huddled together,
rushing around like headless flies.
But the terrain in the forest had already changed, with traps set everywhere. Wait, did you say the terrain here would change?
Meng Qing suddenly interrupted Davis's speech.
Davis paused, nodding cautiously. Meng Qing exclaimed, "Oh my, why didn't you mention such an important thing earlier? Yang, what should we do? Yang, are we trapped here?"
Li Chen helplessly rolled his eyes.
"Can you stop panicking? What's there to fear if we get lost? We have a beacon."
With that, he raised his hand. The ground suddenly rumbled.
Davis was startled, turning around and almost fainting on the spot. A giant pale zombie pushed aside the tree leaves above, peering down. Zombie, giant zombie. Davis almost bit his lip, unable to speak a word. Li Chen glanced at him, too lazy to explain. Meng Qing, looking enlightened, posed confidently. "Impressive, right? Haven't seen this before, right? This is also Yang's ability." Davis stared at Li Chen in shock. "Is this also your ability?
Where did you get such terrifying power from?"
"Yang?" Li Chen glanced at him, calmly replying, "Don't ask things you shouldn't ask."
Davis quickly covered his mouth,
apologizing repeatedly. Joking aside, his life was in Li Chen's hands now. He dared not say another word. Li Chen looked ahead at the road. "Let's keep moving forward.
Take us to where you first encountered this monster."
Davis nodded repeatedly, not daring to delay.
He intended to use this as a clue to trace back and find the location of that Lord-level monster.
However, after walking a while further, a message in the system channel instantly caught everyone's attention. "Bear Country Leader, we found it. We found that Lord-level monster. Bear Country Leader, this thing is not normal. Requesting backup. Requesting backup."
Bear Country Leader, click to view location. The given location was about 2 kilometers away from them. The few exchanged glances, calling on Du Shengding and 2 titans who were on standby nearby. They immediately rushed towards that direction.
By now,
the battlefield where Bear Country was located was in chaos.
Large swathes of trees were uprooted, and every flower and grass was burnt to ashes by raging flames.
A pitch-black figure stood in the center of the ring of fire, staring intently at the members of the Bear Country. The Bear Country squad consisted of 8 people,
with 4 injured and 1 killed in action. The remaining 3 also locked themselves in the ring of fire, facing off against the dark figure across from them.
The leader of the Bear Country spat on the ground, glaring fiercely at the monster in front of him.
"You little beast, quite the tricks you have. Actually managed to escape using plants.
If we hadn't checked the bodies of those stick people,
you might have caught us off guard. Come on, show us more of your plant tricks. Try to run again."
The dark figure made a rustling sound,
as if speaking, or perhaps murmuring subconsciously like some kind of non-human creature. Suddenly, under the dark figure,
2 vine-like tendrils as thick as adult arms burst out of the ground and lashed towards the 3 members of the Bear Country. The 3 began to go berserk, bracing against the monster's attacks and charging straight at its face. Just as they were about to succeed, swish, a throwing knife glinting with cold light pierced through the flames, stabbing into the throat of one of the Bear Country members. The wounded person staggered,
clutching their throat and collapsing on the spot.
Before they could defend against the monster's follow-up attacks, the powerful tendrils tore them in half.
"Someone's attacking."
The Bear Country member in the middle of the battlefield immediately spotted the issue.
Shouting out,
they quickly dodged from their position,
scrambling away to the side.
But as they put some distance,
another dark figure suddenly descended from above, wielding a ninja sword. They swiftly assassinated another person, then instantly teleported away along with the monster's assault.
The Bear Country team, who had been in the advantageous position,
saw the situation turn in an instant.
Even the Bear Country leader couldn't make out who had suddenly appeared and attacked. The monster across from them also seemed surprised, standing still and slowly turning its head towards the Bear Country leader.
The last one standing. It made the rustling sound again, almost like mocking. "Damn it! Ignoring the monster and attacking our own people here? Which bastard did this?"
The Bear Country leader roared, then watched helplessly as the monster came charging towards him.
With no other choice, he had to face it head-on. Raising his hand, He forcefully grabbed the approaching tendril. Defying all odds, he forcibly pulled the entirely black monster towards him. Meanwhile,
more than 10 meters away from the battlefield,
2 cherry blossom ninjas crouched in place,
exchanging information in hushed tones. There's only one Bear Country member left with combat capability.
They won't last until other teams arrive.
The only ones who can fight this monster afterwards will be either Huaxia or Ugly Country.
We need to seize the opportunity. Rely on this monster to eliminate one of them. It's best if it's Huaxia.
There seems to be traces of divine power in their hands.
They must not be left alive.
It would be even better if we could find a way to take the power from Huaxia's hands. At the very least, we need to understand the source of their power.
According to the instructions of the Cherry Blossom royal family, this operation must only succeed. Failure is not an option. After this conquest, the Cherry Blossom country will surely lead the entire Blue Star,
becoming the first country to touch the realm of the gods.
Long live the Cherry Blossom country! Wait, what's that commotion? Something is coming. It's Huaxia! With the final exclamation, a lightning-fast figure shot out from the bushes, soaring into the sky. Then, in mid-air, swiftly changing angles, it crashed down with immense force onto the monster in the center of the ring of fire, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The monster was forcefully hammered into the ground.
The sweeping impact instantly extinguished the flickering wall of fire. The scene dumbfounded the Cherry Blossom people who monitored everything. They never expected that the speed of Huaxia would be so fast.
In theory,
Huaxia was about 2 kilometers away from here.
How could they possibly arrive in such a short time?
Li Chen and the others certainly did not have such speed.
In fact,
the only one who arrived in time was Jiang Xiaoxiao. Since it was confirmed that the monsters were fighting with the Bear Country,
there was nothing to fear about being alone in the jungle. Moreover,
with Jiang Xiaoxiao's strength, she was not afraid of any sudden vines popping out. She decided to take a step forward and check the situation first.
Maybe she could even snatch a monster.
Li Chen and the others slowly emerged from the bushes and immediately saw the leader of the Bear Country kneeling on the ground,
covered in blood. And there was Jiang Xiaoxiao, ready to fight the monster for another 300 rounds. At the same time,
because they finally made contact with the monster, its information was transmitted to the system interface of everyone present.
Lord-level monster, Mortal World Plant Life Commander, level, LV. 95,
Introduction, a mutated zombie, born from the power bestowed by the gods.
A Lord-level monster. Its power is more like a demon than undead.
It has the authority to control plant life,
manipulate all plants in the natural world at will, and can transform itself into a conceptual energy entity, merging into the touched plants.
This thing is quite high-end.
According to the system's introduction,
this monster's ability is to hide in plants and escape using the complex vegetation of this place.
However,
it can only manipulate plants from the natural world. Those in Dave's shop were of no concern.
With this in mind,
Li Chen could face it without fear.
Li Chen squinted slightly,
using his fourth talent to connect with the surrounding plants while slowly approaching Jiang Xiaoxiao.
Not far away,
the monster slowly crawled out,
standing up in a very unnatural posture. Whether from its appearance or the power it possessed, it was obvious that besides having a humanoid form,
it had no connection to zombies.
It can use the surrounding plants to escape. Don't let it touch any plants. Our team risked their lives to keep it here. Don't let this beast escape.
The heavily injured bear leader shouted in desperation, then coughed up blood while clutching his chest.
This was already mentioned in the monster's information introduction. A monster that can control plants.
It manipulated the vines beneath it to emerge from the soil and reach out towards Jiang Xiaoxiao.
At the same time, it took steps to try to escape into the nearby bushes. Because of its presence, half of the inner city was covered in plants. As long as it could touch those vegetation, it could instantly move to another location. With precautions in place, it would be difficult for humans to catch it in the same way again. The only chance to take it down was now.
Jiang Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes,
her internal energy surging. With a swift step,
she rushed behind the monster,
preparing to use a suction palm to pull it back. But the next moment,
swish! A yellow talisman suddenly flew to her feet and exploded upon contact with the ground. Boom!
A loud noise.
Although Jiang Xiaoxiao managed to dodge in time and was not affected by the explosion, the sudden attack disrupted her rhythm.
She glared fiercely in the direction where the talisman came from,
but there was no one there. The exploding talisman was man-made.
Someone was causing trouble in this instance, and they succeeded. The Plant Life Commander's speed was surprisingly fast.
Even with Jiang Xiaoxiao's speed,
it would be difficult to catch up to it again. The Bear Country leader knelt on the ground, gasping for air heavily. Just now, after escaping danger, he slowly crawled to his teammate's body and took out some potion from it, then drank it. Although he had saved his own life, the opportunity that so many brothers sacrificed for slipped away just like that. It was even more unbearable than being killed himself. He could only watch helplessly as the all-black demon beast ran further and further away, with no way to stop it. But suddenly, a rustling sound came from all directions. A half-person high red chili pepper appeared out of thin air in front of the demon beast. After a second of chanting, boom! A 10-meter-high wall of fire soared into the sky. On the other side, Li Chen, using his fourth talent, transformed the distant plants into explosive chili peppers. When that guy tried to escape, they detonated directly. With a boom, flames shot up into the air. This scene was much more spectacular than what the Bear Country had just created. The height of the rising firewall even matched the height of the three giants waiting outside. It could be seen from afar. At this moment, the Ugly Country squad, who had received the coordinates rushing towards the Bear Country, stared in astonishment at the wall of fire engulfing half of the jungle in the distance. Each of them frozen in place. What is this again? Which country's ability is this? With such a commotion, could it be Huaxia again? Where do they get this power? Both ice and fire? The leader, a necromancer, furrowed his brow and said bitterly, pick up the pace. Even if we can't claim the first kill on this demon beast, we must at least take advantage of the chaos and eliminate Huaxia here. Now our biggest opponent is only Huaxia. There is still one last level in the instance. If we can't take them down before that, we may never have another chance. The others nodded in agreement and quickened their pace. The Ugly Country's goal in raiding the Forbidden City of Death was never just about stopping the beast tide. Even fools could see the extraordinary power hidden within the Forbidden City of Death. As the first world-class instance of Blue Star, capturing its first completion would greatly benefit the entire Ugly Country. For this, the Ugly Country was willing to pay any price, even if it meant killing all the transferees from other countries before clearing the instance. They had enough power anyway. After conquering the Forbidden City of Death, they might even be able to challenge the entire world directly. They wanted to prove to the world who the true ruler of Blue Star was. While the Ugly Country was busy marching, the Cherry Blossom team, who had caused chaos twice in a row, also quickly withdrew from the battlefield. As they retreated, some of them were still celebrating. That was close. 8 Guyalu really scared us. Did you see the look in that girl's eyes just now? Luckily we were well hidden. Otherwise we might have been dragged over and beaten to death by that guy. Fortunately, Huaxia has caused such a commotion. With such a big stir, it will definitely attract the Ugly Country. We have found a good spot and are ready to reap the benefits. When Huaxia kills the Lord-level demon beast and clashes fiercely with the Ugly Country, we will then strike and deal with them. Ha, perfect. In this way, not only will we get our hands on the relics of the realm of the gods, but the entire Forbidden City of Death will belong to our Cherry Blossom Country. Let's retreat for now, and wait for the Ugly Country to meet Huaxia before making our move. A group of ninjas dispersed and disappeared in no time. Perhaps they were not good at direct combat, but what these Cherry Blossom people were proud of was never their martial prowess in a head-on fight. It was their deadly conspiracy methods. Of course, in their culture, professionals who use such means have a very unified name, ninja. Keep running. Let's see what else you've got. At this moment, on the battlefield on the side of Huaxia, Jiang Xiaoxiao stood still, one hand in front and one hand behind, beckoning towards the vegetation commander opposite. The vegetation commander seemed to understand that he had reached a dead end and must fight to the end. He decided to give up running. Slowly standing up, he looked towards this side. Jiang Xiaoxiao could sense the danger, but the guy next to her who could summon strange plants didn't seem threatening. So, let's deal with him, the commander shouted. Swoosh! Swiftly, he charged towards Li Chen. But the next moment, plop! A large blob of butter suddenly flew through the flames and landed squarely on this guy's head. Seriously, how could Li Chen be satisfied with just one fiery chili pepper? Behind the wall of fire, there was a circle of all sorts of chaotic plants, ready to give this guy a hard time. The commander was shocked to find that his body seemed sealed, unable to move at all. After struggling for a while, he finally managed to move slightly. Plop! A hand grabbed his wrist. Jiang Xiaoxiao's voice sounded in his ear. Move! Block! Hammer! He felt his body light as a feather, lifted by the wind. Then suddenly,
As if weighing 1,000 pounds, he crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. A loud bang. The resulting shockwave caused the surrounding 10-meter-high wall of fire to churn violently. The ground beneath the commander sank more than half a meter. The ground cracked all around, looking quite terrifying. On the other side, Davis, who was watching, stood frozen in place, his mouth wide open in disbelief. Meng Qing, standing beside him, began to boast with hands on hips. Impressed? Haven't seen anything like it before? This is the power of my sister Jiang. Davis nodded in amazement, then blinked and asked, So Meng, what power do you have? Meng Qing smirked. Ha, what power do I have? If I tell you, you might be scared to death, so I won't say for now. After saying this, he left in a huff. Davis felt a bit embarrassed, then turned to look at Li Chen and Zhang Xiaoxiao on the other side. He gained a new understanding of the power of Huaxia in his heart. It was as if they were from different worlds. When he went out, perhaps he could find a way to report the events in the instance to the royal family, to bring the higher-ups closer to Huaxia sooner. Ding! Huaxia transfer team successfully defeated the Lord-level demon beast, Moshi, Vegetation Commander. Meeting the pass conditions, the final area of Moshi Yudu has been unlocked. Please prepare. All transfer team members from Huaxia, rewards for killing the Lord-level demon beast have been distributed. Please Huaxia transfer team members receive them promptly, with Zhang Xiaoxiao's final output over there. The Vegetation Commander was ultimately smashed to pieces without any resistance. The experience turned into light balls and flew into Li Chen and Zhang Xiaoxiao. The two glanced at each other, raising their eyebrows as if to say, Is that all? We wiped out several Lord-level demon beasts from different countries, and that's it? Undeniably, being able to directly attack the core of this guy, indeed put the Mohan country at the forefront. But, is this thing really that powerful? Not even a scratch was made. Cough cough cough. Traitor! There's a traitor among the humans. The leader of Mohan country finally regained his composure, coughing loudly and shouting. He looked so excited. Davis kindly reminded, Friend from the bear country, your injuries, even if the potion barely saved your life, you still need to rest properly. Don't get so worked up. The leader from the bear country glared angrily, looking furious as he stared at Davis, shouting indignantly, What do you know? My team was about to finish off that guy, but someone sabotaged us. Someone was helping the monsters kill people. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, eventually coughing up blood while clutching his chest. The few surviving members from the bear country hurried over to persuade their leader to calm down. At this point, no amount of anger would be of any help. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows slightly, looking towards the side where Lin Zi was, and said thoughtfully, I saw it too. Just as I was about to retrieve the vegetation command, a yellow talisman suddenly flew to my feet. That thing is definitely man-made. I'm sure of it. Zhang Xiaoxiao's words instantly silenced everyone present. Humans standing on the same front as the monsters. Is that even possible? Most likely. Someone wanted to take advantage of the chaos, even resorting to murder for treasures. In normal small instances, or even hidden ones, it could be understood. But this time, the strategy for the Moshi Yudu instance was to stop the escalating crisis of the worldwide beast tide, causing trouble at a time like this. Isn't it going against the entire Blue Star? It's the ugly country. It's definitely them. When we were outside fighting elite monsters, I could already see the cunning of those guys. They are a bunch of lunatics who will do anything to achieve their goals, planning to eliminate anyone who stands in their way and monopolize the resources in the world instance. That's absolutely it. The leader from the bear country, with a dark expression, directed his accusations towards their archenemy, and he even provided a very reasonable and well-founded speculation. Currently, there are three major powers on the Blue Star, namely the ugly country, Huaxia, and the bear country. Only one of these three major powers has the ability and courage to stir up trouble. Since Huaxia and the bear country are here together against the enemy, the ones causing trouble behind the scenes can only be the ugly country, which has not yet appeared, collaborating with the monsters for their own benefit. Such outrageous acts can only be carried out by the ugly country. After all, not long ago, there was already an incident of clashing with other job changers to kill monsters for loot. At this point, the leader from the bear country became so agitated that he started coughing up blood again, frightening his teammates half to death. Indeed, the ugly country is not a good place, but some of the vermin in the sewers may not have clean hands either. Enough, let's not dwell on this.
Let's focus on the present situation. If there's a chance later, dealing with them on the side wouldn't hurt.
Li Chen casually extinguished the fiery ring released by the explosive chile,
connecting with the surrounding plants, preparing to investigate any movements nearby. At that moment,
Jiang Xiaoxiao walked over and handed him a shiny green crystal.
"What's this?"
Li Chen furrowed his brows slightly,
looking puzzled.
Jiang Xiaoxiao shrugged.
"It dropped after we killed that thing just now. I took a look and it seems like it suits you. Check if it's useful." Li Chen blinked and took the item. Then,
he cast identification spell, Apostle Core Vegetation, incomplete, type, material, quality, gold, legendary, item description, a crystal imbued with the power of vegetation,
capable of connecting to specific authority,
creating apostles with miraculous powers.
The so-called apostles are representatives of a certain existence, possessing powers beyond ordinary imagination.
But this core seems to be slightly flawed. It seems that this thing is the source of the strange power of the planting command. The specific purpose of this thing seems to be to create the so-called apostles.
But how should it be used?
The description specifically emphasizes the flaw of this thing.
This only adds to the confusion. Does the flaw of this thing really affect anything?
The created apostles are representatives of a certain existence.
Does this mean that after using this thing, one will become a representative of a certain existence laborer? From then on, will freedom be lost, and actions be involuntary? Let's keep it for now and study it slowly after going out.
Whether it's the planting command or what it produces, they are all too strange. Who knows why a biological crisis-type copy would spawn such a uniquely styled fellow?
For now, they have some other things to deal with.
Li Chen suddenly narrowed his eyes,
noticing some unwelcome guests gradually approaching.
By planting nearby plants in advance,
Li Chen could see clearly.
In the surrounding jungle, there were many walking corpses appearing intermittently. It was an extremely exaggerated group of walking corpses. The exaggeration was so much that at a glance, it was clear that this quantity could not possibly be naturally generated by the copy,
but rather intentionally created.
Li Chen sighed helplessly and shook his head.
Really? Who said the people of the ugly nation weren't present? Here they are, and they even brought gifts. Leader, all units are ready. When do we start? In a building 100 meters away from Li Chen and his group,
a sharpshooter from the ugly nation slowly brought his eyes to the lens, reporting the situation to his leader, the undead mage.
In no time, he heard the response from the undead mage. To ensure efficiency, everyone must give it their all.
Bring out all your skills to protect our home.
Wait for the formation mage to be in position and complete the silent formation. Then we can officially start the operation.
This operation must kill all the transfer students from Huaxia and the Bear Nation.
Do not give them any chance to catch their breath. Understood? The sharpshooter nodded, firmly responding, "Understood." Wait, leader, look at the target over there. He built a wall. Along with the sharpshooter's exclamation, the lurking death mage, through the vision of the frontline walking corpses, also saw the situation over there. Upon seeing the result, they were stunned on the spot.
Their original plan was to first attract the attention of the Huaxia team with a flood of corpses, then take the opportunity to set up the silent formation,
blocking the skills of everyone within range. Finally,
with the support of the sharpshooters from a distance, launch a massive attack with the flood of corpses,
ultimately annihilating the Huaxia and Bear teams completely. But just as the plan was beginning, an unexpected incident occurred.
A large area suddenly grew towering nuts,
over 3 meters high. A bunch of nuts lined up in a circle, forming an indestructible wall,
directly blocking all the walking corpses and sharpshooter bullets outside.
Damn, do they actually have the ability to instantly construct defensive structures?
The ugly nation's deathmage frowned,
muttering to himself. Little did he know,
every word and action of his was under Li Chen's surveillance.
If he just lowered his head slightly, he would actually see many coffee beans with half a brain unearthed in the grass at his feet. And in reality, even if he could notice these things, he wouldn't care too much. After all, who would have thought that the ordinary plants around them were the other party's eyes without prior notice? At the same time, Li Chen, who built the tall nut city wall,
frowned slightly as he listened to what the necromancer said. Formation master,
necromancer, and sharpshooter, quite well arranged for infighting. At the same time,
several transfer players from the Bear Country cursed angrily. This voice, this scale.
It must be that damn necromancer from the ugly country. Damn it, taking advantage of others' misfortune, kicking someone when they're down,
using such despicable tricks. These people from the ugly country will all go to hell in the future. Li Chen ignored the curses of those bear people and instead turned to Meng Chang and Zhang Xiaoxiao beside him. Gesturing towards them, I have already found the positions of the ugly country people over there. They plan to use the formation master's skills to silence us, combined with the sharpshooters ambushed in the distance, to take us all down. Zhang Xiaoxiao clenched her fist slightly, her expression still very calm. What do you need me to do? Just tell me. Meng Qing on the side also nodded, rubbing his hands slightly, looking eager to try. Seeing this, the recovering bear people and Davis from the Empire of the Setting Sun hurried over, asking if they could help in any way. Li Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at them with a skeptical gaze. It's not that Li Chen looks down on people, but now this bunch of remnants. The leader of the bear country smiled slightly and said sincerely, just like Yuri Gagarin, the first human to enter space. The pioneer's blood has always flowed in our bear people. When we entered the instance back then, we had already made up our minds to die. We hope to solve the beast tide crisis through our own efforts, dedicating our lives to our country, and even to all humanity on the blue star. At this point, we are unlikely to leave alive. Let us strive to the last moment for the cause of the conquerors. Even if we burn out in the instance, we must at least take down a few ugly country troublemakers. Davis from the Setting Sun Empire slightly shrank his neck. Yang, I don't have such big ideals. I just want to survive. I just want to do my best to contribute as much as possible to stay alive. Just tell me what you need me to do. I will do my best. Watching these people with a look of resignation, Li Chun chuckled somewhat dumbfoundedly. These guys, it seems they haven't quite figured out the current situation. Could it be that they think this is an especially tragic battle because of the large-scale undead army on the opposite side? These guys, they probably have some misunderstanding about their own strength. Really strange. Could it be that the wall over 10 meters high just now wasn't enough to make them realize their strength? Now, it seems like the ugly country has the upper hand, but in reality, whether in terms of firepower or information control, we are far ahead. So naive. Not only Davis and the bear people, even the ugly country people trying to take them down with schemes are equally naive. Li Chen sighed and slowly uttered a few words. No rush. We'll deal with it as it comes. Leader, after those guys erected the wall, they didn't make any other moves. Could it be? The Walking Dead can still smell the flesh inside the wall. Those guys are still in there. I see. It's strange. I thought they would use some unexpected operation to escape. Be prepared. Get ready to forcefully break through the wall. After the necromancer left these words, he ordered his army of undead to launch a direct attack on the Tallnut wall. Although the permission to identify items using the identification spell was not granted, the undead on their side had already caused significant damage to these brown giant nuts. It wouldn't be long before the wall was successfully dismantled. At that time, the formation mage mixed among the undead would rush in and activate the formation, sealing the skills of everyone on the other side. The undead surged forward, ready to deal with them all. Crunch, crunch. The undead, with stiff movements, slowly gnawed on the thick tall nuts. Even the tall nuts, with durability twice that of the wall, seemed somewhat overwhelmed by such an onslaught. Being gnawed to near destruction was only a matter of time. Crunch, crunch. The central tall nut shattered into pieces. Then, sizzle, durability 0, turned to dust. A large group of undead finally found a breach and began to pour in. They were met with a barrage of pea bullets and various flying objects. Behind the tall nut wall, there were unexpectedly so many defensive forces. Truly surprising. In the next moment, leader, someone is coming out from inside. She's so fast, we can't catch up with her. The sudden turn of events caught even the sharpshooters off guard. After hastily firing a shot, they watched as Zhang Xiaoxiao suddenly disappeared into the ruins and dense forest. The necromancer remained calm. No need to rush. Leave it to the second team. You continue to guard the gate. Don't let anyone else slip out. These guys have good firepower. But it ends here. Formation mages, go! Seal their skills. Moments later, the plant firepower on the other side remained fierce, showing no signs of change. Formation mage, are you deaf? I told you to go. Impatiently, the necromancer urged. Until after a while, the voice of the formation mage came. Leah, leader, my skills are gone. What's going on? Skills gone? The formation mage, meant to silence the enemy's skills, was silenced by the enemy. Is this a tactic in Huaxia? The necromancer was stunned on the spot, unable to react for a while. The other formation mage sounded extremely panicked. No, I haven't been silenced. I can use my other skills normally. Except for the silence formation. This skill has disappeared. It's gone. What in the world is happening? The necromancer was left dumbfounded. The other formation mage suddenly let out a sharp cry, "Leader! Leader! Save me!" Before he could finish, he fell silent. The necromancer furrowed his brow, intensifying the undead's attack. However, with the firepower on the other side, simply increasing the number of undead was not enough. They needed to take out the guy controlling the plants on the other side. Once he was eliminated, everything else would fall into place. Sigh. No choice. Stupid teammates. All useless. In critical moments, one had to rely on oneself. It was up to him to take action. The necromancer cursed silently and stood up. Raising his staff, he activated a teleportation skill, swapping positions with his undead. At that moment, inside the tallnut wall besieged by the undead, 5 rows of plants were neatly arranged. Each one was a powerhouse, launching a fierce attack towards the direction the undead were coming from. Li Chen sat in the rear, chin in hand, lost in thought. The scene before him somehow made him envision the original game setting. If only he could replace the scene behind him with Dave's backyard, it would be a checkmate. Unfortunately, it can't be changed. I never expected Dave's plant shop to be awakened for such a long time. Today, he finally got to play the original version, and the difficulty level is quite limited. On his side, there are plenty of fancy plants. But how come the necromancer on the opposite side can only summon zombies? The pile of zombies was scattered all over, unable to step into the yard. The potato landmines placed by Li Chen at the door are almost sprouting but haven't exploded yet. It's just too rubbish. If Dr. Jiang Wang were here, wouldn't he just kill them all? Ha! Li Chen yawned, already feeling bored. He had hoped for some extreme operation excitement. Who would have thought that with such a massive zombie tide, they couldn't even enter his house? So disappointing, truly disappointing. The Bear Country transfer students beside him tightened their weapons, their expressions becoming more and more dull. They had all resolved to fight the enemy to the last moment. But, thanks to Li Chen's order, they went out and dragged the dazed formation mage inside. Otherwise, they might not even have experienced the battle. The formation mage, now stripped of clothes, gagged, and tied up, lay on the side. The petite Meng Qing was arrogantly twisting around him, manipulating the formations on the ground to flicker on and off. Hey, feeling angry? Ha? Feeling angry? My brother Yang is wise and has long guessed your little tricks. Your skill is not bad. Sigh, now it's mine. He. When your leader comes in later, I'll directly activate the skill and crush your leader here. You guys are just showing off. Got caught red-handed. Ha. This goblin-like kid could steal other skills. How could this kid be so childish? Is he out of his mind? Acting like a little man who has succeeded. He really deserves a beating. The formation mage, with his mouth covered, could only make a woo-woo sound, but his genuine anger was written all over his face. Yang, this kid is not obedient. Meng Qing, hands on hips, called out to Li Chen. Li Chen waved his hand. Let the people from Bear Country handle it. This guy is useless to us. And you, stop messing with your broken formation. If you accidentally mess up and affect my plant output later, you'll be in trouble. Meng Qing quickly agreed, then hurriedly raised her hand and dismantled the formation mage's heavenly net laid here. This conversation. Suddenly, the formation mage became anxious. Disrupt the formation. My rare skill awakened at level 90 is considered a disruption by you. The formation mage wailed, expressing his protest. And then, a group of burly bear men, muscles bigger than their brains, coldly surrounded him. The formation mage let out a pig-like scream, disturbing Li Chen slightly. The light priest Davis was assigned to keep casting a flashing spell, standing beside, shaking, although he didn't know why he had to do this. According to Li Chen, it seemed to be something. There's no place here to plant sunflowers, so you come and replace them. Otherwise, it won't have that taste. Not understanding, but since it was Li Chen's arrangement, he would surely do it obediently. But as he shook, he suddenly noticed a strange figure mixed in the zombie tide. So he quickly alerted, Yang, look over there. Li Chen had of course already seen it. After the necromancer used his skill, he had been searching through the third talent. At this moment, the necromancer stood behind the surging beast tide, draped in a black cloak,
separated by mountains of corpses and blood, facing a large number of plants and Li Chen. The strongest forces of both sides were now placed on opposite sides of the battlefield. Just like a game between strong players, they turn their own strength into pawns to see who will come out on top. Yang Gu, that's. Meng Qing also saw the necromancer over there. Approaching Li Chen slightly, she frowned and spoke. Li Chen nodded. Yes, it's him. The necromancer hidden among the undead slowly spoke in a dry voice resembling a withered tree branch. He. So you're Li Chen. Since deciding to be your enemy, I've been observing you for a while. Perhaps you haven't noticed yet, but in this forest, my spies are everywhere. From the moment you entered this forest, you've been under my constant surveillance. The person who escaped in the chaos just now, she's your leader, right? Do you really think she can escape? We've sent a whole team to hunt her down, and your team is now blocked by my undead army in a distant place, isolated and helpless. Do you think you still have a chance of winning? You'd better surrender early. Maybe I can make your death more comfortable. Looking at his arrogant appearance, Li Chen grinned. No, why is your damn mouth so tough? Didn't see you. A walking corpse, struggling to get in for half a day. If everything that needs to be said has been said, then I might as well make a move. With that, without giving the guy in front a chance to react, he raised his hand directly. Crunch! The potato mine in front of the necromancer suddenly turned into a giant man-eating flower, opening its huge bloody mouth and biting towards him at lightning speed. So sudden, everyone present was stunned. The necromancer on the other side also obviously didn't react quickly, completely unprepared for Li Chen's decisiveness. After staggering back slightly, he was swallowed in one bite by the purple giant man-eating flower. Crunchy, chicken meat flavor. The sound of flesh and bones being chewed was particularly clear, making everyone present shudder. But then, the giant flower suddenly tore apart with great force, instantly disintegrating into smoke and dust. A giant centipede made up of broken corpses emerged from where the giant flower was, exuding a very ominous black aura all over. Even without studying magic and such, Li Chen could feel it. The emanating gas should be the trace of necromantic spells. Is this human centipede the new trick of that necromancer? Quite unique indeed. Suddenly, the minced meat flowing out from under the giant flower slowly rose up, piecing together a familiar figure. The necromancer in black robes reappeared, emitting a cold laugh. He. Chinese monkey, it seems you still don't understand your situation. I've said it before. I know my opponents very well. Do you really think I would dare to come to you alone without full confidence? Seeing this guy who appeared out of thin air like magic, the bear people next to Li Chen immediately frowned. The leader of the bear country looked even more serious, muttering to himself, as expected, it's the same. That guy seems to have an undying body. Every time he receives a fatal injury, no matter how absurdly his body is shattered, he can always revive in this way. TSK, can't even kill him with Li Chen's abilities? This is troublesome. Undying body? Li Chen raised an eyebrow, noticing the key words spoken by these bear people. Is there really an undying body in this world? Or is it that his undying nature is just a principle that hasn't been fully understood yet? You are isolated and helpless, and I have already surrounded all of you. Do I need to emphasize it again? The morning world is my home ground. All the undead creatures in this copy can be used by me. Here, I will have an absolute numerical advantage. Opposing the ugly nation leads to a dead end. Haven't you realized it yet? The necromancer looked up and howled, then waved his hand, commanding the human centipede to attack. The size of the human centipede already exceeded the highest walnut. It climbed over effortlessly from above. It rampaged all the way, not even needing to deplete any plant's durability. With a mouth covered in blood, it could easily crush large swathes of plants along with the grass on the ground, a veritable undead weed whacker. However, the advantage the sky brought did not last long. Originally planning to rely on this efficient rampage to advance without hindrance, it intended to swallow Li Chen directly, but just after crawling a few meters forward, a big blob of butter flew out from the back row of plants and landed squarely on the guy's head. The massive human centipede, frozen in midair as if time had stopped, remained motionless. The fifth talent, plant swap, activated. The front row machine gunner was swapped for an ice pea shooter, while many kernel pults were planted in the back row. Slowdown and control were maximized, although the firepower decreased slightly. Facing such terrifying control efficiency, the undead army outside still struggled to move an inch. The necromancer was dumbfounded. His previously arrogant smile vanished instantly. He had seen butter that could control others before, but an ice pea shooter that could deal damage with full slowdown, that was truly unheard of. Just how many secrets did this kid Li Chen still have up his sleeve? The human centipede, used by the necromancer as a tank, could hardly break free. Just as it recovered from the butter state, it would immediately be frozen in place by the dense ice pea projectiles. Its massive body not only provided thick health points but also brought inevitable helplessness against the barrage. Watching the speechless necromancer, Li Chen crossed his legs casually, opened the profession interface, and checked the time. He said, "Well, it's about time. He's almost here." Hearing this, Meng Qing beside him instantly brightened up. She took a few quick steps forward, facing the necromancer on the opposite side, grinned and said, "Keep laughing, you idiot. Didn't you say you'd surround us alone? Looks like it's real. Look at the current situation, which I told you that there are no more people from Huaxia." As soon as she finished speaking, a violent tremor suddenly shook the ground. Like an earthquake, the earth cracked, and dust and stones flew. A roar of a giant beast came from the jungle behind. Roar! Then, accompanied by billowing steam, a massive fist descended from the sky and smashed directly onto the centipede's head. It was then lifted and violently flung into the air, tearing it in half. This was that giant. He had seen it when Huaxia snatched the monster outside the Morning World Ghost City. The necromancer's pupils dilated. Wasn't this thing left outside the jungle because of its huge size? And how could his teammates not notice such a huge thing rushing in? Where was the second team? The sharpshooters? Were they all dead? He stared wide-eyed and cursed in the team channel, but there was no response. However, a familiar figure soon answered all his doubts. The guy who had initially escaped, the leader of the Huaxia team, was now standing on the giant's shoulder, watching with interest. And on her back, she carried the sharpshooter's gun. Half a team, plus a sharpshooter, all taken down by this woman. This, a bunch of useless people, can't even handle a woman. Jiang Xiaoxiao leaped down from the giant Du Xingding's shoulder and landed next to Li Chen. She handed him the sniper rifle on her shoulder, saying, "Thanks to you marking the positions of those ugly countrymen in advance, I've taken care of each one of them. Those guys probably never imagined they would go from hunters to prey. Oh, by the way, I heard Director Dongfang say you seem to like this kind of cool-looking equipment, so I brought it over for you to check out. Also, Du Shengding is a bit directionally challenged. He got lost in the woods after turning back into human form. Otherwise, he would have been here 2 minutes ago. Thank goodness we didn't let him lead." Li Chen smiled, taking the sniper rifle stained with the blood of the ugly countryman. He then slightly moved his stiff neck and looked towards the necromancer opposite them. There was no need for many words. The situation was crystal clear. The outcome was decided. No more words were necessary. A bunch of useless people, cowards, wasteful fools. In the end, it all comes down to me. The necromancer sighed slowly, lifted his head, and removed his cloak. Revealed beneath the shadows was the face of a resolute middle-aged man, with golden hair, blue eyes, and a rather grim scar on one side of his face. His eyes exuded a strong sense of hostility, the kind that only those who have been through the meat grinder of war possess. Who knows how many lives this guy's hands have taken? How many actions like today's has he carried out? The world's gamified events erupted 100 years ago, and even before that, the ugly country was already the most powerful nation on the entire blue star. Even if you can catch up later, no one can shake the ugly country's position. No matter how many changes occur on the blue star, the ugly country stands at the pinnacle of the world. The first gateway to the city of morning shadows will undoubtedly be taken by the ugly country, and the entire blue star will be shaped by the ugly country to create a new history. It seemed like he was boosting his own morale, showing determination or something. The bear man standing behind Li Chen clicked his tongue. This guy is still immersed in the dream of the ugly country's dominance. The one thing the ugly country doesn't lack is these stubborn lunatics. Li Chen also furrowed his brow slightly, his fingers moving lightly as he began to secretly replace the plants under the guy's feet. At the same time, he pondered how to deal with this immortal ugly countryman. Li Chen, I admire your strength. Your presence can indeed challenge the ugly country's position to some extent. So, be prepared. I don't intend to let you leave this place alive. Also, remember this. My name is Jack Johnson. Dying by my hand is your honor. With that, he suddenly raised a hand. A chilling black cold air emerged from his hand and rushed straight towards Li Chen. but just as he took 2 steps, splat, a huge pumpkin suddenly inflated from under his feet, trapping him securely. Then, a big-mouthed flower emerged from the ground and swallowed him again. Squelch, squelch, flesh and bones intertwined, blood flowing everywhere. But this was probably not the end. Li Chen pondered, raising his finger slightly. Several nut walls surrounded the big-mouthed flower. The pumpkin head at the center changed shape, turning into 2 bright red cherries. In a split second, a chant boom. The ground was blasted open. But it wasn't over yet. Li Chen activated his 3rd talent, connecting to the Morning Titan outside the jungle. More precisely, the dual-barreled corn cannon on the Morning Titan's back. Aim at the target. Fired directly. A few seconds later, 2 or 3 huge yellow corns fell from the sky. Like meteors, they smashed into the center of the nut wall, causing a massive explosion. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, not to mention the necromancer, the surrounding terrain and buildings all vanished in an instant. Although the impact of the explosion was mostly absorbed by the nut wall, the shocking scene left everyone present in awe. This firepower is too exaggerated, isn't it? The buildings nearby were all blown up. What a terrifying destructive power. Oh my. This, Yang, it wasn't just the job changers from Bear Country and the priest from the Empire of the Setting Sun. Even Jiang Xiaoxiao and the others who had been with Li Chen were stunned by the scene for a while. It turned out that Li Chen's explosives, any one of them, were quite terrifying on their own. Not to mention the chemical reactions that could occur when combined. Double confinement, followed by firepower coverage. Instant obliteration. During this time, it seemed that a few high-jumping melons also smashed in. Although it was unclear what their purpose was, they were probably deadly enough. This combination of moves left everyone present speechless. Davis widened his eyes, firmly deciding to inform the royal family when he returned. Never to oppose the Huaxia. Li Chen's terrifying firepower seemed limitless. The Empire of the Setting Sun had once been powerful, but now it was just a tiny place. If hit by this level of firepower, the scene, TSK, it's simply unimaginable. The people from Bear Country didn't think in that direction. A bunch of muscular men just watched the brilliant flames and the rising mushroom cloud, unable to hide their excitement. This explosion, this power, firepower is indeed the truth. Hiss. But as the bombing intensified, Li Chen's brow furrowed more and more. This situation was not right. This kind of firepower would obliterate anything that could live. But why hadn't the wipeout prompt from the ugly country popped up until now? He glanced at the formation mage who had already been killed over there. Then he looked at Jiang Xiaoxiao beside him. They couldn't leave anyone alive. The only one left alive from the ugly country was the self-proclaimed undying necromancer. Could this guy really not die? Alright, stop. Li Chen bombarded for more than 5 minutes in succession. The ground was left with a deep pit several meters thick before gradually stopping. However, there was still no prompt. That guy. Gurgle, a lump of congealed flesh made a sound. In front of everyone, fresh flesh and bones slowly condensed in the air. Then, at a visible speed, it grew into a complete body. This guy was alive again. Absolutely abstract. How could he survive being crushed to pieces like that? Li Chen was a bit caught off guard. But then, that guy raised the black mist in his hand again and charged towards Li Chen. After taking 2 steps, he was instantly shredded by the pea shooter. The broken limbs fused again, resurrecting. Then he was flattened by the falling melon. Resurrected again. This time it was a watermelon falling from the sky. Resurrected again. The expressions of Li Chen and the others gradually changed from shock to numbness. This guy might be immortal and able to explode, but his actual strength seemed pretty trashy. Ha! What's wrong? Do you have any more tricks? Bring it on! I've said it before. I am truly an undying being. No matter what method you use, you cannot truly erase me. So come on. I want to see how long you can hold on. The guy was still talking tough. Li Chen even felt a hint of pity. He decided to stop all plant attacks directly and slowly got up. Stretching lazily, he walked towards the guy. Seeing Li Chen approaching step by step, the undead mage named Johnson still had a determined look, but he was already panting. Apparently, constantly resurrecting was quite a drain on his energy. As Li Chen got closer, there was even a trace of pity on his face. Johnson felt insulted and instantly glared, gritting his teeth. What? Giving up already? I thought you had more tricks up your sleeve. Before he could finish, Li Chen was already in front of him. He looked at him expressionlessly. Surprisingly,
Li Chen took the initiative to shorten the distance between him and the undead mage.
The people behind them became a bit nervous.
They weren't doubting Li Chen's strength. After all, the previous bombardment had showcased his power vividly. They were just worried that the undead mage might have some hidden skills up his sleeve. Facing the stubborn gaze of the undead mage, Li Chen spoke slowly and complacently.
Don't misunderstand. I just want you to see the gap between us. I'll give you a chance. With that, he slowly opened his hands, showing a demeanor of being at someone's mercy. Johnson was first stunned, then erupted in anger. This was blatant contempt. He couldn't accept his failure, let alone such a humiliation. Before Li Chen could say anything, he suddenly unleashed a new skill, instant death necromancy skill, Heart Grip. When activated, it establishes a connection with the enemy's heart upon contact, gripping it in the palm of the hand. It was a highly domineering lethal skill. Arrogant monkey from Huaxia, don't be too presumptuous, Johnson's voice almost roared. At the same time, the black mist in his hand grew denser. The skill was launched, sweeping towards Li Chen. However, Li Chen stood his ground, unmoved. Despite the commotion caused by Johnson, he remained unfazed. Just as Johnson's hand was about to touch Li Chen's body, buzz, a warning bell suddenly rang in his mind. A tremendous inexplicable pressure appeared out of thin air on Li Chen in front of him. It felt like a divine being imposing its will on him with inhuman intent. It was as if a voice kept repeating ancient godly whispers in his ears. Just one step forward, and what awaited him would be a torment more terrifying than death, an irreversible and eternal suffering. This immense pressure was unbearable even for someone seasoned in battles. With the ringing in his mind, he staggered back a few steps. With a horrified look, he stared at a rake that had appeared beneath Li Chen without him noticing. Why was there such a thing here? Why did he feel an unquestionable fear towards it? What? You had the chance to strike. Why hesitate now? Li Chen had anticipated this outcome. Rake, price 20,000 sunlight. Usable 3 times, item feature, in battle. The rake will ignore any defense and forcibly kill an enemy whose level is not more than 10 levels different from yours. This item, despite its limited life-saving ability, had an absurdly high mental suppression, just like the ninja from the Sakura country before. After forcing his grass rake out, his eyes filled with fear, and he hesitated, interrupting his own attack. So this grass rake, limited to 3 uses, has never been truly activated until now. Moreover, the grass rake can bypass any defense. If this guy's immortality is some kind of defense, maybe the grass rake can be used to kill him. As he thought, Li Chen slowly narrowed his eyes. He looked at the guy in front of him, sizing him up. Then, before he could react, a cluster of spikes suddenly appeared, transforming into vines that directly entangled Johnson. At the same time, Li Chen also picked up the grass rake, raised it high, and struck Johnson's head. Go to hell! With Li Chen's friendly greeting, Johnson's head split apart like a ripe watermelon. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been done for by now. But moments later, an incredible situation occurred again. The guy's body rapidly healed at a visible speed. The scattered bones and flesh all grew back. On the other hand, a walking corpse in the distance suddenly exploded. Its entire head burst open, scattering everywhere. Before this, it hadn't endured any attacks. Who? Ha ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, you can't kill me. I knew it long ago. No matter what means you use, you can't deal with my immortality. Johnson's face, pale from the shock he just received, still hadn't recovered from the pressure of the grass rake. But if such a terrifying grass rake couldn't harvest his life, then Li Chen in front of him probably had no other way, right? Even if he didn't have the upper hand now, Li Chen seemed helpless against him. However, Li Chen slightly furrowed his brow, already seeing some clues. The injuries this guy suffered seemed to be transferred to nearby walking corpses. To confirm his theory, Li Chen casually threw a seed beside him. Then he took a few steps back and controlled the plant to sprout and grow. A fiery red cherry shooter emerged from the ground, ready to fire. Don't waste your efforts. Your methods are completely ineffective against me. Looking at the cherry shooter in front of him, Johnson still looked up, full of disdain. However, the next moment, Li Chen suddenly raised his right leg and ruthlessly kicked him in the crotch. Ah! F***K. Johnson screamed in agony, his mouth wide open. Seeing this, Li Chen immediately commanded the cherry shooter to fire a small cherry bomb into Johnson's mouth. Then he stepped back slightly, moving to the side. Boom! With a loud bang, the guy's body was blown to pieces. bones flying everywhere. But as before, not long after, the guy resurrected from a piece of flesh on the ground. Even his clothes were repaired perfectly. At the same time he revived. Li Chen, using his third talent, clearly saw that a walking corpse in the distance suddenly exploded without being attacked by any plants. The necromancer's ability seemed to distribute the damage he received to the walking corpses he summoned. Whether it was external or internal injuries, it was the same. It's just that there was a certain time delay in this process. This made it seem like this guy was infinitely resurrecting at first glance. Since that was the case, Johnson didn't notice the change in Li Chen's expression. He continued to grin maliciously. Hee hee. Still not learning your lesson? No matter how many times you try, it will be the same. I am immortal. No matter how many times you kill me, I will resurrect. Before he could finish, Li Chen smiled and said, "You're right. Then I won't kill you."